Ding! 1 minute I was terrified, resurrected in a strange body, weak, pathetic, a far cry from the demon dragon master I once was. The next, a voice boomed in my head, devouring system initiated. A claw, frozen in time, inches from my face. I activated the system, and bam! A dark gold longsword appeared, the Yentian sword. I, Chu Tianan, cut down a monstrous purple wildcat, the system devouring its essence. My stats went crazy. I was weak, but my spirit? Stronger than ever. Then came the blood-eyed demon wolf and the girl, hunted by a pack. Saving her almost got us both killed, but I devoured those wolves too. My power increased, but this devouring system, it's hungry. And so am I. This earth is a hellscape, but I'm gonna carve my path through it, back to the origin continent. Ding! A sharp sound pierced my mind, jolting me awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, drenched in a cold sweat born of sheer terror. Am I resurrected? The surroundings were unfamiliar, yet I knew I lived. But this wasn't the world I knew. I'd meticulously prepared, so why had my breakthrough failed? Why was I doomed to fall short? I, the master of the demon dragon, why me? Doubt, resentment, a torrent of emotions crashed over me. I gripped the bedsheets, feeling utterly weak. Ding! Another crisp sound echoed in my mind. I searched, but found no source. Then I looked at myself, utterly astonished. I, the master of a demon dragon in my original world, was now inhabiting this frail body, one I could kill with a single punch. What kind of cruel joke was this? My name is Chu Tianan. I scratched my head. This body, the weak, wasn't a demon dragon's, yet the memories, they were there. What's going on? I calmed myself, carefully sifting through these new memories. This body's owner? Also Chu Tianan. So my original self, from the origin continent, he's gone. I'm a resurrected corpse? No. More like reborn. I rubbed my temples, untangling the jumbled memories. This wasn't the origin continent, this was Earth. Unlike the vibrant, multiracial origin continent, Earth was dominated by a single species, humans. They were weaker, yet possessed incredibly sharp minds, compensating for their lack of innate power. The hot weapons I saw in these memories, they terrified me. But this Earth had differed from the one in my memories. Recently, a cataclysmic event had struck. 3 pillars, fallen from the heavens, pierced the oceans, ushering in the end of the world. The real culprit? The 3 pillars empowered animals, transforming them into monsters. So this world is Earth. My dull black pupils flared, transforming into brilliant stars. My demise, it wasn't an accident. Was I betrayed? I'd prepared flawlessly, the chance of failure negligible, yet I failed. My fellow demon dragon master was with me before I could piece it all together. A sharp pain stabbed my chest. A deafening roar followed, shaking the room. I was thrown against the wall. I struggled to my feet, intending to escape, and awkwardly opened the door, but froze. A pair of animal eyes glared at me from the living room window. East China Base City, once among China Alliance's top 10 bases. Now, a monstrous purgatory. Oops, cold sweat beaded on my forehead. I and the green-eyed creature outside stared, wide-eyed. A foul stench wafted in. The monster clung to the near vertical wall. It broke through the window in an instant, a gigantic purple wildcat. Its cloudy eyes were filled with murderous intent, its monstrous teeth dripping with foul mucus. Its fur was matted and filthy. This was a purple shadow cat, a junior beast soldier. Beast soldiers are countered by human warriors, enhanced by the Tianju mutations. But I'm no warrior. The cat vanished. Where is it? I desperately searched for the purple whirlwind, but failed. Then a stench filled my nostrils. A claw, stained brown with blood, appeared out of nowhere. Too late. My pupils dilated. Ding. Time stopped. The claw was a centimeter from my face, the stench lingered, yet everything was frozen. Debris, even spilled water, hung suspended in the air. Devouring system initiated. Host confirmed. Danger confirmed. Bonus experience activated. Activate? What? That mechanical voice startled me. It emanated from my own mind. Activate now? The voice repeated. In that life or death moment, understanding dawned. My old self was gone. Reborn as Chu Tian-nan on Earth and not alone. I had a strange system. Host has 10 seconds to decide. After 10 seconds, time will reverse. 10, 9, 8 I took in my surroundings, realizing this system was my only salvation. I made my choice instantly. Activate. I, Chu Tian-nan, was never one to hesitate. Decisiveness was my hallmark. Besides, I had no other choice. I knew I was weak, just an ordinary human. Bonus experience initiated. Activating in 3 seconds. The countdown began. I was calm, watching the frozen cat. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in my eyes. Let's see what this devouring system is all about. At 0, I moved my fingers. The cat lunged. Something was in my hand. My eyes widened. Before I could think, I raised it. The movement was fluid, powerful like back on the origin continent. Even without my physical strength, my spirit remained strong. Clang. Metal on metal. I stumbled back. A dark gold longsword was in my hand. Simple, yet imposing, half gold, half black, etched with strange, powerful runes. The cat recoiled, crashing into the wall. Roar! It charged again. I swung the sword. Golden light erupted. The cat sensed the immense pressure, roared, but it was an animal, and it couldn't retreat. My eyes sharpened. My hand trembled, the runes on the sword twisted, alive. The golden light formed a net, ensnaring the cat. It thrashed, but it was too late. Blood rained down. I breathed a sigh of relief. Successfully killed Junior Beast Soldier Purple Shadow Cat. Devouring reward granted. Experience granted. Divine weapon, Yin-Tian sword. The cold voice returned. I hadn't thought of it before, but now this devouring system, I knew nothing about it. A system, but what is a system? The longsword trembled violently. My face shifted as I watched the dark gold longsword flash, transforming into some monstrous beast that devoured the bloody purple shadow cat. Purple shadow cat, devouring beast soldier. Host is an advanced junior warrior. The Yin-Tian sword's power is too great for activation. Please use the swallowing function to increase your warrior level. Survival mission, reach a safe base city. Note the weapon's expiration time. Good luck, host. That's it. I stared at the long sword in my hand, deep in thought. I was an ordinary person, now, I had the potential to become a warrior. This devouring system was a treasure. Fire ignited in my eyes. With continued advancement, I'd eventually return to the origin continent. Looking out the window, I silently sheathed the sword. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme whipped my face. I felt my blood boiling. Earth, I am Chu Tian-nan coming. 3 low-level beast soldiers devoured, no level up. This warrior level advancement isn't as simple as I thought. I left the corridor, shaking blood from my hands, muttering. It wasn't my blood, but that of other monsters. My eyes widened. This was a hellscape. I could barely make out the square's scale. The sky was blood red, the ground blood red, mountains of corpses piled high. Black plasma seeped from the gore, swarming with flies. A putrid phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme howled, distant ruined walls smoldered. In the dark sky, only collapsing buildings roared. Caw. A blood-eyed crow took flight, its black feathers stained crimson. Boom, boom, boom. My heart hammered. I hadn't felt this unsettled in a long time. I'd known chaos and strife on the origin continent, but as a demon dragon powerhouse, I'd never seen this massacre. Yes. A one-sided slaughter, a bloody grinder. My eyes stung, I felt a profound sadness and desolation. Without the devouring system, I'd be another broken body on the ground. I frowned, fixing my gaze on a nearby corpse. Almost intact, it knelt before the pile of bodies, giving me an odd feeling. After the fight, I realized my physical strength was weak, but my soul power was stronger than on the origin continent. I developed detection abilities. I cautiously approached the corpse, discovering a strangely shaped wristwatch. A warrior. I was startled, bowing before the corpse. This warrior, who died bravely, deserved my respect. Then, I took the watch. Can't check? Disappointment pricked me. Warrior watches are locatable, but I couldn't access that function. Forget it, location's enough. A third of the way to East China-based city's border. I must hurry. I gathered the warrior's belongings, entered a nearby clothing store, changed into solid black clothes, secured the Yintian sword with cloth strips, and set off towards the city's edge. The blood-soaked corpses numbed me, but the more I saw, the more I longed for living people. I stopped before the empty Biling Park. The road outside the city was visible. This is the shortest phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, but I hesitated, looking at the scattered corpses in the park. No cover, I'd be exposed to monsters. No, I can't hesitate. This is fastest, a detour multiplies the danger. Forget it, let's go. I drew the Yintian sword, using the darkness to traverse the square. Asterisk thump, thump. Asterisk the emptiness amplified my heartbeat. Asterisk HSSS asterisk a deep breath from ahead. My expression shifted, I threw myself to the ground too late. In the darkness, blood-red eyes opened. A wall rose abruptly. Asterisk HSSS asterisk the unique growl of a wild beast echoed, silencing the surroundings. Heavy claws pounded the square and my heart. Asterisk HSSS asterisk the beast's head loomed. I groaned, wondering why no beasts were near, yet this huge creature was here. It had a long, narrow mouth, uneven fangs, for giant teeth like blades. Drooling saliva hissed as it hit the ground. The moon broke through the clouds, illuminating the figure. My heart leaped. I gripped the long sword, swallowed, cold sweat beading on my brow. A high-level beast soldier, a blood-eyed demon wolf. I could use my weapon against low-level soldiers. How could I win against a superior foe? Maybe it hadn't spotted me? The wolf glanced past me, then slowly moved on. Asterisk few asterisk relief washed over me. The wolf turned, leaped, and charged. It used tactics. I sweat poured down. I rolled, the wolf's maw snapped past, its stench filling my nostrils. Without thinking, I raised the Yintian sword and plunged it into the wolf's eye. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk a deafening roar. Fury blazed in its eyes, its breathing grew ragged. The sword remained lodged, I couldn't pull it out. Its claws attacked with blinding speed, I couldn't dodge. Yintian sword. Swallow. In that life or death moment, I yelled. The Yintian sword, reluctantly, glowed gold. The wolf's paw paused. Enough. I flipped, pulling out the sword. Its color dimmed. The wounded wolf staggered, furious. Blood and saliva dripped, hissing. It let out a whistling roar. Asterisk ow. Asterisk it lunged, far faster than before, almost invisible. But I saw its trajectory. I was surprised my soul power had reached this level, but even seeing it didn't change my fate. I couldn't react. That foul maw came at me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a deafening bang, then silence. The wolf covered me, I didn't know if I was alive or dead. After a long time, this thing is heavy, I struggled free, thankful I'd picked up the warrior's sniper rifle. I tossed it aside, grabbing the Yintian sword. Swallow. The wolf vanished. Intermediate warrior. Advancement is tough. I looked at the battlefield, knowing I couldn't stay. I hurried towards the road. A black figure, cloaked in a bloody storm, disappeared down the mountain road. Asterisk roar. Asterisk monsters roared in the distance. Outside the base city, a monster's paradise. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a young figure, clutching a fat shadow mouse, fell heavily. He used the dark gold longsword, devouring it instantly. To reach high-level warrior, I'll need to devour high-level beast soldiers, the black-clad youth mused, feeling his strength hadn't increased much. This devouring system continuously improves my strength by consuming monsters, but the effect diminishes with weaker foes. I'd need to devour many of them. After days of hunting and devouring in the forest, I was adapting to this life. My strong soul power easily evaded powerful monsters. After devouring numerous low-level monsters, I'd reached peak intermediate warrior level. Yet, I hadn't broken through. Whether devouring mid-level or low-level beast soldiers made no difference. This system has flaws. To level up, I must devour stronger monsters. With the Yentian sword on my back, my eyes scanned the area. They locked onto something, a figure moving swiftly below. The agility, the power in their steps, clearly a warrior. After all these days, I've finally met a fellow human. I smiled, about to approach, then I saw it. 4 monster wolves were relentlessly pursuing the figure. Alone, facing 4 demon wolves? A martial artist? A warrior is the lowest rank, like a monster's beast soldier. Martial artists are far stronger, they could easily kill any beast soldier instantly. A martial artist versus a warrior is like a firefly versus the sun, not comparable. I'd planned to greet them, but the wolves stopped me. I can face demon wolves, but for reason told me to stay clear. Yet, I saw the hunted human, a girl. Roar. The wolves, like playful hunters, roared excitedly, pursuing the yellow-clothed figure for half an hour. They didn't kill her immediately, they wanted her to despair. Humph. The girl snorted, knowing running wouldn't work, human endurance wasn't comparable to monsters. She stopped? I saw her atop a car, stunned, then frowned. Will she fight? From the moment she was hunted, I realized she wasn't a martial artist, otherwise, those wolves would have fled. Whoosh. A wolf approached, impatient, attacking with a ferocious roar. Thwack. Blood splattered, but it wasn't the girl who fell, but the attacking wolf. Boom. The wolf was bisected instantly, its death was swift and sudden. Hum. Scarlet light condensed. The yellow-clothed girl held a massive sword, disproportionate to her size, coldly regarding the remaining 3 wolves. Roar. The wolves growled, slightly intimidated by the sudden sword. This I was shocked. The girl wielded a pitch-black hilt, from which a scarlet, energy-based sword materialized. Disproportionate, yet she wielded it effortlessly. A lightsaber, she has an unusual background. I recognized it instantly. Lightsabers are pinnacle hot weapons, unaffordable for most, only the children of wealthy families or powerful warriors possess them. Humph. She swiftly beheaded a wolf, but her brow furrowed. That attack had drained much of her strength. Powerful weapons have limitations. Roar. The remaining wolves, sensing her weakness, surrounded her. Beast-level monsters may lack intelligence, but wolves possess inherent savagery and pack mentality. Roar. They attacked from 3 sides. This is bad, I exclaimed. Roar. They wouldn't underestimate her, their simultaneous attack was well coordinated. The girl, unflappable, swung her sword again. A powerful background, even facing 3 wolves, she remains calm. Even in danger, she remained composed. I nodded in respect. Thwack. Blood erupted. She beheaded a wolf, its body severed. Yet, the crisis wasn't over. Roar. Seeing its companion fall, the other wolves roared and charged. Crack. The girl parried a bite, the ear-piercing sound echoing. The other wolf seized the chance to attack. She can't hold on. I frowned. I sensed stronger monsters approaching. I hesitated. Time was running out, I had to choose. The injured girl, clenching her teeth, a trickle of blood on her lips, saw the wolves closing in. She tried to defend, but couldn't swing her sword. Despair and resignation filled her crystal eyes. Asterisk thwack. Thwack. Asterisk she braced for death, then her eyes widened. It wasn't a monster, but a lean, dark figure wielding a dark gold longsword. 2 dying wolves lay beside him. Oh, my heart's too soft. I sighed, having hesitated. Saving her might bring stronger monsters, even death. But the resignation in her eyes made me act. After devouring the wolves, I became a high-level warrior. A smile played on my lips. Cough, cough. The injured girl coughed violently, her tension easing. Relax, monsters are coming. I'll get you out of here. I rushed to her, scooping her into my arms. She struggled. Stay still. More monsters are coming. If you struggle, we both die. Humph. She stopped struggling, realizing the truth. The detector showed at least 10 monsters approaching. I didn't notice the warmth in my arms. My eyes scanned for an escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme. We fled. 5 minutes later, at least 10 powerful demon wolves arrived. Asterisk roar. Roar. Asterisk they howled in fury, their roars echoing through the forest. Evening approached, darkness enveloped the earth. Asterisk squeak. Asterisk I pushed open the temple gate, carefully laying the yellow-clothed girl on a wooden couch. Then, I arranged some high-level monster droppings salvaged from dead warriors around the temple to deter lower-level monsters. My work done, I returned to the room, built a bonfire, and settled in for some rest. What luck! A little later, and things could have been far worse. I sighed, glancing at the girl. I quickly left the room, returning shortly with a fat rabbit. Even monsters are helpless against hunger. I cleaned a red-eyed rabbit, a luxury ingredient, and tossed it onto the fire. Asterisk crackle. Crackle. Asterisk the rabbit, roasting over the flames, turned golden brown, sesame oil dripping onto the embers, releasing a delicious aroma. While cooking, I glanced at the girl. I was startled. She wasn't as cold as before, her eyes held a slight expectancy, fixed on my cooking. She was a child. I shook my head and smiled. An old monster like me, whose soul had existed for eons, had actually softened. In the past, I wouldn't have believed it. The rabbit was done. I tore off a generous piece of leg meat, offering it to her with a smile. Here, you must be hungry. Before the bonfire, she didn't take it immediately, instead eyeing me warily. She was understandably cautious in this wilderness. Aren't you hungry? I frowned, then smiled. Worried about poison? Eat it or it'll get cold. I didn't retract my hand, instead tearing off a piece for myself, eating with relish. Good, but a bit bland. My expression clearly showed it wasn't poisoned. Thank you. Her stomach protested. She took the meat, her voice soft and pleasant. She ate quickly. Starving, huh? I smiled, handing her my water bottle and setting down the remaining rabbit. Where are you going? She asked as I stood. This room's too small. Stay here, I'll keep watch outside. I stretched. Days of intense running had exhausted me. Your injuries aren't minor. Rest well, no monsters will come here tonight. As I left, a glint of cold light flashed towards me. My keen soul sensed it instantly. What's this? I asked, seeing the light. Recovery potion. Don't worry about poison, drink it, it'll aid your recovery. You're injured too. Her voice was pleasant, yet tinged with indifference. Perhaps it was just her nature. I recognized the potion from the electronic devices of fallen warriors. A recovery agent, the best wild supplement for warriors, it healed injuries and restored strength, but was incredibly expensive. Better agents cost exponentially more. Without hesitation, I drank it. Warmth spread through my body. I left the room. Rest well. I'll keep watch. The devouring system wouldn't actively help, but it would warn me of danger. With the door closed, silence fell, broken only by the fire's crackle. The girl watched the door. Her cautious indifference vanished, replaced by a special light, especially after seeing me drink the potion without hesitation. Morning light fell on me. I opened my eyes. Feeling strong, I smiled. That recovery potion was exceptional. My injuries from the wolf are completely healed. I punched the air, a low whistle echoing. That punch would have injured, if not killed, a wolf. Advanced warrior sensing my level, I murmured, clenching my fists. I was far from my goal, but progress meant hope. I won't die without knowing why. One day, I'll return and find out, squeak. The door opened, the girl emerged. I jumped down, marveling at her. She was only slightly shorter than me. So beautiful. Yesterday's urgency and darkness had prevented me from seeing her face. Even I having lived for an indeterminate time, was struck. A flawless face, countless girls would envy her. Her bright, jewel-like eyes held a captivating light. Her light yellow top showed her curves, slender legs peeked from beneath her skirt. She was stunning and underage. What would she be like as an adult? Healed overnight? I laughed, amazed at the potion's efficacy. I checked it. It was a B-level recovery potion, costing 100 million Earth coins. Higher-level potions had even stronger healing properties. Ordinary warriors couldn't afford B-level, H-level, thousands of coins, F-level, tens of thousands, were rare, only accessible to wealthy geniuses. E-level, tens of thousands, was rarer still. D-level, hundreds of thousands, or C-level, millions, were unheard of. Thank you for saving me yesterday, she said softly, her earlier coldness gone. I'm on my way too. Before I finished, the atmosphere shifted. Red light flashed, a sword aimed at me. I never expected this. My survival instinct kicked in, I moved, appearing meters away. What do you mean? I was furious, she had attacked me. I'd saved her, now she wanted to kill me. If I'd been slower, amazing, you dodged that. She sighed, surprised I'd evaded her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range attack. Answer me. She remained silent, and another red blade flashed. Clang. Our weapons clashed, creating a violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, sending leaves swirling. I was enraged. I'd saved her, without me, she'd be dead. Thwack. It blocked. She was surprised my sword had countered hers. Even seasoned warriors wouldn't take her lightly, but I felt no pressure. Swish. Swish. Her lightsaber sliced towards my Yentian sword, a piercing shriek cutting through the air, aimed at my neck. I used my strength to retreat, my feet propelling me forward, and countered with a backhand strike. Clang. The Yentian sword glowed faintly, unleashing dark energy. I deflected her blow, engaging in a brief exchange. It was a stalemate. Silence fell within the temple, save for the rustle of windswept leaves. Why did you try to kill me? Suppressing my anger, I asked, my voice low. I needed a reason. I possessed nothing she'd covet, killing me made no sense. Her jewel-like eyes remained impassive. Her blonde hair danced in the breeze. She held her massive sword, speaking softly. You saved me. I have to kill you. What's your reason? I rolled my eyes, her bluntness was astounding. There was no subtlety. Then I'll change the reason. She frowned, actually thinking which made me stare at the sky in disbelief. I killed you because I need to dedicate myself to the warrior's path. If you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, it'll distract me. If you're dead, I'll grieve, but I won't constantly think of you. My eyes widened at her serious explanation. Finally, I roared. Are you insane? My roar brought the distant rumble of approaching monsters. Monsters! I gripped the Yentian sword, my detector alarming. Since you're fine, let's part ways. A high-level recovery potion will even things out. I turned to leave, but her red lightsaber flashed again, infuriating me. Don't push it. I don't want to fight you. The Yantian sword met her blow, we were evenly matched. Asterisk squeak. Squeak. Asterisk something moved within the temple shadow mice sneaking in. They spotted us. Asterisk screech. Screech. Asterisk they sensed humans and were about to summon reinforcements. Get out. She roared, her high-level warrior strength instantly scaring them away. It was like a desperate plea for mercy. I was both angry and amused. She was ruthless and unforgiving. Even monsters feared her. I can't get entangled. I need to leave. I decided, fearing a larger monster horde. A high-level warrior facing a horde would be disastrous. I deflected her blow, leaped onto the roof, and called down to her. Give it up, you can't catch me. The mountain road to South China Base City, once a major thoroughfare, now deserted, littered with wrecked vehicles and bloodstains, was a monster-infested zone. Monsters still roamed here, claiming it as their territory. I moved swiftly and silently through the adjacent forest, avoiding the road, a big mistake. A few days to South China Base City, I checked my wrist-mounted detector, its map function linked to satellite detection, extremely accurate, though I couldn't access the warrior system. My name wasn't in their database. Reaching a tree, I gasped. 10 days of intense escape had taken their toll. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk what's that? I heard something, my expression shifting. I fled, feeling the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme beneath my feet. It was her, not a monster, who hunted me. My name is Luoer. Remember me when you die. That's what she said as she chased me. You're crazy. I thought in fury. She wanted to kill me for an absurd reason, kill you so I can dedicate myself to cultivation without thinking of you. For 10 days, I was on edge, constantly evading her phantom-like attacks. Every encounter was a fierce battle. My patience wore thin. I started attacking, especially after deflecting her lightsaber with the Yantian sword. I didn't kill her, though. I realized her immense talent, so I stopped fighting. The chase lasted 10 days. She was closer than I expected. We were about to meet again. Do you really think I won't kill you? I stopped, unsheathing the Yantian sword, ready for her attack. Why aren't you running? She asked softly. Don't make me catch you. I was speechless, raising my sword, my first attack since our first encounter. Asterisk clang. Asterisk she met my blow fearlessly, sparks flying. She was repelled, but unharmed. Her eyes gleamed. 10 days, you've grown stronger. Thanks to you. My 10 days of intense fighting had elevated me from high-level to near-peak-level martial artist. It was the only benefit from those miserable 10 days. You're worthy of this. Her sword flashed repeatedly, red light enveloping us, the airflow distorted. Invisible sword pressure bore down on me. Ha! I'd never seen her unleash such power. I wanted to retreat, but an invisible barrier held me. I could only parry her relentless strikes. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk I was on the defensive, completely outmatched. I'd underestimated her strength, she hadn't used her full power. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk I repelled her attacks, but before I could recover, she appeared before me, fast as a blur. Asterisk hum. Asterisk her lightsaber trembled, poised to strike. I was amazed by her sudden power and skill, but knew I'd lost. I was utterly outmatched. Being defeated by a girl was humiliating. You win. My life is yours. I sheathed the Yantian sword, my heart heavy, but I was a pragmatist, I valued my life. This time, if I fell, I'd be truly lost, with no hope of returning. I didn't die to a mysterious beast, but to the person I saved. I chuckled wryly, but held no regrets. I'd do it again. The air was heavy, suffocating. Luoer stood before me, her giant sword poised, yet motionless. She frowned, seemingly struggling with a decision. Humph. Her cold snort jolted me from my deathly stillness. Asterisk hum. Asterisk a red light, razor-sharp, slashed towards me. A bitter taste filled my mouth. It seemed my end was sealed. Ding! A crisp sound resounded in his mind. Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes. He slumped on the bed. His face was covered with cold sweat from the horror. Am I resurrected? Looking at the surrounding environment, although it was unfamiliar, Chu Tiannan understood that he was still alive, but it was no longer the world he was familiar with. I obviously made all the preparations, but did the breakthrough fail in the end? Why? Am I doomed not to get there? I am also the master of the monster dragon. Why should I be the one who fell? Doubt, resentment, and many other emotions came to his heart. Chu Tiannan grabbed the bedsheet tightly, but looked extremely weak. Ding! He only heard a clear and crisp sound in his mind again. He turned his head to look, but he didn't find any source of the sound, and then looked at his body, obviously feeling extremely surprised. He was the master of the demon dragon in the world of origin. And now this weak body that can die with a single punch. What kind of scene is it? He remembered that his name was Chu Tiannan, and this person, he scratched his head, vaguely felt that although this body was very weak, it was not the body of a demon dragon, but it did still have certain memories. What's going on here? After calming down, Chu Tiannan began to carefully sort out the memory of his master in this life. It turns out that the owner of this body is also called Chu Tiannan, that is to say, he who originated from the mainland has already fallen, and now he is just. Bring back the corpse. Is it resurrection from a dead body? Chu Tiannan shook his head. Compared to resurrecting his soul from a dead body, he is now more like a rebirth. He rubbed his temples and sorted out the messy memories in his mind. Now in his memory, this place is not the origin continent he is familiar with, but another place called Earth. Unlike the prosperity of the multi-blood and multi-ethnic continent of origin, the Earth is dominated by one kind of creature. The name of this creature is human. Compared with them, human beings are much weaker, but unlike them, human beings have very powerful brains because they don't have much powerful external force, which is why the hot weapons that appeared in his memory made him he couldn't help but tremble with fear. But the current Earth is different from the prosperous Earth in his memory. Because not long ago, a huge change occurred on the Earth, and 3 pillars of heaven that fell from the sky stood on the ocean, which triggered the end of the world. And the real source of the end of the world comes from the strengthening of animals brought about by the 3 pillars of heaven. The strengthened animals are called monsters. So this world is called Earth. At this moment, Chu Tiannan's originally dull black pupils changed into star pupils in an instant, and the star pupils shone brightly. Maybe my demise is not a coincidence at all, if someone plots against me in it. Right. At that time, I made all the preparations and believed that the chance of failure was negligible, but I failed after all. The people who accompanied me at that time included my partner who was also the ruler of the demon dragon, and before Chu Tiannan sorted out everything, he suddenly felt a strong palpitation. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent loud noise from outside, and the room immediately shook, and Chu Tiannan, who was unprepared, was violently thrown against the wall. He stood up with great difficulty, intending to leave, and opened the door in some embarrassment, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. I saw a pair of animal eyes staring at him outside the living room window. The East China base city is one of the top 10 bases of the China Alliance. But now, that original paradise has become a purgatory on Earth where monsters are rampant. Oops! A stream of cold sweat dripped from Chu Tiannan's forehead, and he and the green-eyed owner outside the window stared wide-eyed. Then, a foul-smelling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme poured in from the window, and the monster actually clung to the almost vertical wall outside. Break through the window in an instant. It was a giant purple wildcat. A pair of cloudy eyes were full of killing and cruelty, and the giant teeth protruding from the 2 mouths were still stained with cloudy mucus, which was extremely smelly, and the hair on his body was dirty and clumped. Chu Tiannan thought quickly, and settled in his mind, this is the junior beast soldier purple shadow cat. And the only ones who can compete with the beast soldiers are human warriors who are like monsters and gradually strengthened by the mutation of Tianju. But he is not a warrior. The purple shadow cat's figure suddenly disappeared. Where is it? Chu Tiannan desperately tried to capture the existence like a purple whirlwind in the air, but failed. At this moment, a strong stench suddenly came from the tip of his nose. In the eyes, a sharp claw stained with brown blood appeared out of nowhere. That's too late. Chu Tiannan's pupils trembled. Ding! At the critical moment, time suddenly stopped. The sharp claws were less than 1 centimeter away from the tip of Chu Tiannan's nose, and the stench was still surrounding him, but now, everything stopped moving. Because of the tilt of the house just now, there are still some small things in the house that are constantly falling, but now, they have also stopped in the air, and even the water overflowing from the cup maintains a strange arc floating in the air middle. The devouring system is started, the host is confirmed, the danger is confirmed, and the bonus experience takes effect. Is it activated? What? This sudden mechanical sound caused Chu Tiannan to be in a daze for a moment, and he was a little surprised to find that the sound came from his own mind. Activate now? The weird mechanical sound repeated again. In the blink of an eye, perhaps because of a life and death crisis, Chu Tiannan suddenly understood everything. He who originated from the mainland is indeed gone, and now that he is reborn on Chu Tiannan on this earth, he did not expect to be fighting alone, but coexisting with a strange system. The host has 10 seconds to think about it, and after 10 seconds to make a choice, after 10 seconds, time and space will reverse. 10, 9, 8. From the corner of the eye, he left all the visions in the room, and now Chu Tiannan also knew that this inexplicable system was his only savior, so he made his own choice in an instant choose to activate. To be able to become the strong demon dragon in Origin Continent, he, Chu Tiannan, is by no means a procrastination master, and decisiveness is his style of work, not to mention that he has no choice at all now. He also knew that he was too weak, after all, his current body was just an ordinary human body. The bonus experience starts and will be activated in 3 seconds. As the countdown began again, Chu Tiannan had completely calmed down. He looked at the huge cat shadow frozen in the air in front of him, and a faint expectation flashed in his eyes. Come on, it's a mule or a horse, pull it out and let me see what your devouring system is. When the countdown reached 0, he moved his fingers. The purple shadow cat also charged towards him immediately. What should I do? He suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra in his hand, his eyes flashed, and before he had time to think, he blocked that thing at the front door. This movement was smooth, and in the dark, Chu Tiannan even felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he was in the Origin Continent. Even if the physical strength is gone, it seems that the soul is still strong. He thought to himself. Zheng. There was a sound of metal and iron colliding, and because of the huge impact, Chu Tiannan took a few steps back slightly, and when he took a closer look, he found that there was actually a dark gold long sword in his hand. The body of the sword is simple and unsophisticated, half gold and half black, engraved with countless secret lines, weird and full of coercion. The purple shadow cat was blocked by the sudden dark gold and long sword, and immediately backed up, smashing straight into the wall. Roar! It stared at the delicious food in front of it, and immediately moved its feet, and rushed up again. Seeing it rushing again, Chu Tiannan immediately waved the long sword in his hand. The moment he swung it, he saw a wave of golden light strafing away from the long sword. At this time, the purple shadow cat in the midair had already sensed the great pressure brought by the dark golden long sword, which made it roar in the air, but animals are animals after all, and it has the meaning of retreat. Chu Tiannan's eyes flashed, and the hand holding the long sword trembled slightly. The secret lines on the dark golden long sword suddenly twisted as if alive, and as the golden light turned into a giant golden net in the air, wrapped the shocking purple shadow cat in it. Only then did Zhengmo realize the crisis of life and death, and immediately writhed non-stop, but it was too late. A burst of blood rained down suddenly. Looking at the purple shadow cat that was killed by one blow, Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief. Successfully kill the junior beast soldier purple shadow cat, and get the devouring reward, granting experience with the divine weapon, Yintian sword. The cold voice sounded from his mind again. He couldn't think about it just now, but now that he calmed down, Chu Tiannan realized that even though he was a human being in 2 lifetimes, no matter where his memory was, there was no information about this devouring system. It's a system, but what is a system? The long sword changed abruptly, and suddenly trembled violently. Chu Tiannan's face changed slightly, and he saw the dark golden longsword flashing golden light, and transformed into an unknown giant beast, devouring the bloody purple shadow cat in front of him. Purple Shadow Cat, the devouring beast soldier, the host is an advanced junior warrior. The Yantian sword is too demanding to use and cannot be activated. Please use the swallowing function to increase the warrior's level. Survival mission, please arrive at a safe base city, pay attention to the expiration time of the magic weapon. Good luck to the host. That's it. Chu Tiannan looked at the dark golden long sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. Originally, he was just an ordinary person, but now he has the possibility of practicing to become a warrior. This devouring system is really a treasure. There was fire in Chu Tiannan's eyes. As long as he continues to advance like this, he will have the power to return to the continent of origin sooner or later. Thinking of this, he looked out the window, silently put away his long sword, feeling the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing head on. Chu Tiannan felt the blood in his body gradually boiling. Earth, I am Chu Tiannan. Coming. A total of 3 low-level beast soldiers were devoured, and none of them were upgraded. It seems that the promotion of this warrior's level is not as simple as I imagined. Chu Tiannan walked out of the corridor, shook off the blood on his hands, and muttered to himself. This is of course not his blood, but other monsters. He suddenly widened his eyes. This is what kind of purgatory on earth? The scale of this square can be vaguely seen, but now, the sky is blood-colored, the ground is blood-colored, and piles of dead bones are piled up into a mountain of corpses. Sticky black plasma seeps out of the mountain of corpses, surrounded by flies. The smelly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was humming, and the ruined walls in the distance still had faint flames and rising dust. In the dark sky, the only sound was the roar of the building collapsing. Wow! A crow with blood-colored eyes spread its wings and flew high, its black feathers mixed with blood, flying into the air. Boom boom, boom boom. Chu Tiannan's heart was beating like thunder, and his heart had not been calm for a long time. It originated from the chaos and strife in the mainland, but as a monster dragon powerhouse, he had never experienced such massacre. Yes. This is a unilateral massacre, a bloody slaughter like a meat grinder. He couldn't help but staggered his eyes, and felt a sense of sadness and desolation that was indescribable in words. If I didn't devour the system, I'm afraid I would become an ordinary wreck on the ground. Chu Tiannan frowned suddenly, his eyes fixed on a wreck not far away. The wreckage's body was almost complete, half kneeling in front of the pile of corpses, giving him a strange feeling. After the fight just now, Chu Tiannan also found that although his physical body was weak, his soul strength was stronger than that of origin continent, and he also developed the ability to detect. So he didn't doubt it, walked over cautiously, and suddenly found a strangely shaped wristwatch on the corpse's wrist. This is a warrior. Chu Tiannan was taken aback, and bowed towards the corpse. The martial artist who died generously in front of the crowd deserved his respect. Then he took off the watch. Can't check? He was a little disappointed. The warrior watch can be located and checked, but obviously he is not a warrior and cannot use the second authority. Forget it, it's good to be able to locate it. There is still a third of the distance from the border of the East China base city. I have to hurry up. Chu Tiannan packed up the warrior's belongings, went into a clothing store beside him, changed into a solid black outfit, tied the Yantian sword with cloth strips, and started to move towards the edge of the city. Because of the baptism of the blood-colored corpses, Chu Tiannan was already a little numb when walking through the city, but the more he saw, the more he longed to see living people. Finally, he stopped in front of the empty Biling Park, and he could see the road outside the city from a distance. Crossing here is the shortest way to leave, but... Looking at the empty park with a few wreckages here and there, Chu Tiannan hesitated for a moment. There is no cover, passing here is equivalent to being exposed to monsters. No, you can't hesitate, this is the fastest way, if you make a detour, the danger will multiply. Forget it, let's go. Having made a decision, Chu Tiannan drew out the Yantian sword, and took advantage of the dark sky to quickly walk across the square. Dong dong. Because of the emptiness, it seems that the sound of the heartbeat is infinitely amplified. Call. A deep exhalation sound came from the front. Chu Tiannan's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, but it was already too late. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes opened suddenly. A wall stood up abruptly. Call. The unique grunting sound of wild beasts resounded in the square, making the surroundings seem dead silent. The monster's heavy claws stepped on the floor of the square, and also stepped on Chu Tiannan's heart. Call. The huge beast head was not far in front of Chu Tiannan, and he secretly groaned in his heart, wondering why there were no wild beasts around, so there was such a big guy here. The black figure had a long and narrow mouth, and the fangs on the herringbone mouth were uneven. The 4 giant teeth were like giant blades flashing coldly, and the stinky saliva dripped on the ground, making a piercing hissing sound. At this moment, the moon pierced through the dark clouds and cast a bright light. The shadowy figure was suddenly exposed under the moonlight. Chu Tiannan's heart suddenly rose. He clenched the dark gold longsword tightly, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is the high-level beast soldier, the blood-eyed demon wolf. He was still able to take advantage of the weapon against the low-level beast soldiers. How could he win now that his opponent has passed 2 levels in a row? Maybe it didn't find itself? The demon wolf's gaze fluttered, and it slowly walked past the place where Chu Tiannan was. Call. He was relieved. The demon wolf turned around, kicked its hind legs suddenly, and shot towards him violently. This beast can actually use tricks. Chu Tiannan was sweating profusely, and immediately rolled over. The long and narrow wolf's mouth made a violent clenching sound beside him, and the stench came to his nostrils. Chu Tiannan didn't have time to think about it. He almost subconsciously raised the Yin Tian sword and stabbed fiercely at the wolf's eyes. Puff! After a successful blow, the wolf demon let out an earth-shattering roar. It was extremely angry, and its panting became hasty. The huge wolf claws came suddenly through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The Yin Tian sword was still stuck in the eye socket of the wolf demon, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Now the wolf claws attacked at an extremely fast speed, and it had already become an afterimage in the air, and he couldn't dodge it. Yin Tian Jian. Swallow. At the time of life and death, Chu Tiannan yelled, and saw that although the Yin Tian sword was a bit reluctant, it was still shining golden, and the wolf paw paused. But enough is enough. Chu Tiannan was a carp, and immediately took advantage of the opportunity to pull out the Yin Tian sword. The Yin Tian sword seemed to be affected by being forced to move, and its color dimmed a bit. The demon wolf was severely wounded and staggered, followed by extreme anger. The muddy saliva in its mouth mixed with the black blood from the wound rolled down to the ground, making a trembling sound. Because of the extreme anger, the demon wolf, there was a whistling sound immediately. Ow! It raised its front paws and came to bite viciously. That movement was far beyond the previous swiftness, and it was vaguely invisible. In the nick of time, Chu Tiannan suddenly noticed the movement trajectory of the demon wolf. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect his soul strength to reach this level, but even if he saw it clearly, he couldn't change the fate of being bitten, because he couldn't react at all. Come! That foul-smelling giant mouth was coming towards him. Boom! After a loud bang, everything returned to silence. The figure of the monster wolf had completely covered Chu Tiannan, and Chu Tiannan did not know whether he was alive or dead. For a long time this thing is really heavy. Chu Tiannan struggled to get out from under the demon wolf, and secretly rejoiced that he had picked up the warrior's sniper rifle, so he threw away the sniper rifle in his hand and picked up the Yin Tian sword. Swallow. The wolf figure disappeared immediately. It's not bad to be an intermediate warrior, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to advance. He glanced at the battlefield again, knowing that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time, so he quickly rushed towards the distant road. That smear of black clothes, wrapped in a bloody storm, quickly disappeared into the long mountain road. Roar! In the mountains and forests, the low roars of monsters can be heard from time to time, as long as it is not within the base city. Almost all monsters' paradise. Boom! A young figure held a fat shadow mouse, fell heavily to the side, and used the dark gold long sword in his hand to devour it directly. It seems that if I want to reach the level of a high-level warrior, I probably have to continue devouring high-level beast soldiers. The black-clothed youth pondered. Because he felt that his own strength had not been improved much. Obviously, this devouring system can continuously devour and improve my strength, but for weak monsters, the effect after devouring will become smaller and smaller, unless a large number of devouring them. After several days of constant killing and devouring in the forest, Chu Tiannan was obviously more adapted to the current life than before. With his strong soul power, he could easily avoid the powerful monsters. After these days of rushing and devouring low-level monsters, Chu Tiannan has reached the peak level of an intermediate warrior. But for some reason, Chu Tiannan found that no matter whether he devoured mid-level beast soldiers or low-level beast soldiers, he still hadn't broken through that layer of shackles. It seems that this devouring system also has shortcomings. If I want to upgrade my level, I must devour monsters stronger than me. Carrying the Yintian sword behind his back again, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and then his eyes froze, and a gleam of light radiated from them. Because he spotted a beautiful figure moving fast on the road below. Looking at the opponent's agile speed and the burst of strength under his feet, it is obvious that he is a warrior. After so many days, I finally met a fellow human being. Chu Tiannan said with a smile, and was about to make a move when he was surprised to find out. Behind Xianying, there were actually 4 monster wolves chasing and killing her crazily. Alone, provoke 4 demon wolves? Could it be a martial artist? Warrior is the lowest level, just like an entry level, like a beast soldier of a monster. A martial artist, on the other hand, is a more powerful warrior. In terms of combat power, a martial artist's fighting power is even more terrifying, and he can easily kill any beast soldier in seconds. Comparing a martial artist to a martial artist is like a fluorescent light compared to a bright moon. Not on a level at all. At first, Chu Tiannan was planning to go to say hello, but when he saw the 4 demon wolves, he stopped in his tracks. Although I have the strength to fight head-on with demon wolves now, but the 4 demon wolves. Reason told Chu Tiannan that he couldn't provoke them at all, but he found that the hunted humans. It turned out to be a girl. Roar! As if chasing a prey toy, the 4 demon wolves roared excitedly, looking at the yellow-clothed figure running away in front of them. They had been chasing each other for half an hour. But he didn't cull them immediately. What he wanted was to make the opponent despair. Humph. The girl who kept running away snorted coldly. She knew that running away was not the way to go. Human physical energy could not be consumed by monsters. She actually stopped? Seeing the girl in yellow who was hunted down standing on the roof of a car, Chu Tiannan was stunned and then frowned slightly. Is she going to fight recklessly? From the moment when the girl was hunted down, Chu Tiannan understood that the former did not have the rank of a martial artist at all, otherwise it would be those 4 demon wolves who ran away. Whoosh! Seeing the opponent stop, one of the 4 demon wolves stepped forward slowly, seeming to lose patience, so they swiftly and fiercely slaughtered with a startling growl. Puff! However, the bloody scene was unavoidable, but the person who fell was not the girl in yellow who was hunted down before, but the wolf who came up first. Boom! The body of the first demon wolf was cut into 2 in an instant, and its death was unclear. It may not understand how it was killed until its death. A scarlet light condensed, and at this moment, the girl in yellow held a huge sword that was out of proportion to herself, and looked coldly at the 3 demon wolves in front of her. Roar! The 3 demon wolves roared in a low voice, but they were a little afraid of the giant sword that suddenly appeared in the opponent's hand. To say that Chu Tiannan was the most shocked, because he found that the girl was holding a pitch-black sword hilt in her hand. And on the hilt, it looks like a scarlet giant sword condensed from energy, at first glance. The giant sword and the girl are out of proportion. But even so, Chu Tiannan could tell that the other party didn't seem to be struggling. It turned out to be a giant lightsaber. It seems that this girl has an unusual background. Chu Tiannan was able to quickly identify the weapon in the girl's hand from his memory alone. A lightsaber is the pinnacle of hot weapons, and the cost of a lightsaber is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Generally, only the children of big families or powerful warriors can own it. Humph! Quickly beheaded a defenseless wolf, but at this moment the girl in yellow furrowed her brows. Obviously, the blow just now had consumed most of her strength. It seems that there are powerful weapons, and there will be certain restrictions when using them. Roar! Seeming to have discovered the clue, the remaining 3 demon wolves roared excitedly. This time they did not fight alone. Instead, he chose to surround the opponent from 3 directions. Although the beast-level monsters do not possess intelligence, the wildness and unity of wolves are born with it. Roar! Without any hesitation, the 3 demon wolves attacked the girl holding the huge sword from 3 directions with swiftness and ferocity. The situation is not optimistic. Chu Tiannan couldn't help exclaiming when he saw this. Roar! Obviously, the 3 demon wolves would not underestimate the girl in yellow. They planned to attack and kill from 3 directions at the same time. Facing the frantic slaughter of the monster wolf, the girl in yellow looked cold and swung the huge sword again. As expected of a descendant with a strong background, I can't even be so calm when facing 3 demon wolves. Even in the face of danger, the girl was still able to deal with it calmly, which made Chu Tiannan couldn't help but secretly nodded. Puff! Blood burst out with the sweep of the giant sword. The girl in yellow locked on to one of the monster wolves and beheaded directly. The monster wolf, whose body was turned into 2 sections, screamed for a few seconds before dying in pain. A monster wolf was dealt with neatly, but that didn't mean the crisis was over. Roar! Finding his second companion also died tragically by the girl's sword, the other 2 monster wolves let out a heart-pounding roar. Violently charged and bitten away. Kaka! The girl in yellow held a huge sword in front of her body, and a demon wolf bit the blade without any scruples, making an ear-piercing sound. Similarly, the other wolf took advantage of the girl's lack of speed to dodge, and ruthlessly rushed towards it. No, that girl can't hold on anymore. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and he could feel some powerful monsters in the distance advancing along with the smell of blood. Chu Tiannan didn't want to go into this muddy water. He knew that time was running out and he had to make a choice. When Chu Tiannan glanced down, the injured girl was still clenching her teeth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. At this time, the girl saw 2 demon wolves approaching again excitedly, and wanted to resist, but found that she couldn't swing the giant sword in her hand at all. In those crystal-clear eyes, there was a trace of despair and unwillingness. Puff! Puff! At this extremely urgent moment, the girl in yellow was even ready to face death. After closing her eyes, she opened them in doubt. What came into view was not the ferocious monster, but a skinny figure of a sunspot. Holding a dark gold long sword, the black-clothed figure is slender, and beside him lie 2 demon wolves who are dying. Oh, my heart is too soft. Seeing the 2 demon wolves being attacked to death, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just now, he struggled for a long time. To save people, he might encounter many or even stronger monsters, and even take his own life. However, what Chu Tiannan couldn't bear the most was that when he saw the unwillingness and pity in the eyes of the girl in yellow, he finally chose to rescue her. After devouring the 2 demon wolves, feeling that his own strength has successfully advanced to the rank of high-level warrior, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up. Cough, cough. Seriously injured by a monster, the girl in yellow coughed violently. After the crisis, her tight strings relaxed a bit, and her body became heavy. Relax, there are monsters coming, I will take you out of here. Chu Tiannan didn't dare to delay, he quickly came to the girl and hugged her directly, but the girl was startled and struggled violently. Be honest, there is a group of monsters coming, if you make trouble again, you and I will die. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan gave a soft shout. Humph. Hearing this, the girl was really stunned by Chu Tiannan's voice, her bright eyes flashed a cold light, but she also calmed down and stopped struggling. Because she knew that what the other party said was true, there were already no less than 10 light spots on the detector moving here quickly. If it is later, it is estimated that we will encounter it. At this time, Chu Tiannan didn't have the heart to feel the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. His eyes swept around like a sword's edge, and then determined a direction. Gone fast. Just 5 minutes after the 2 left, a group of no fewer than 10 powerful aura demon wolves appeared here. Roar! Roar! Seeing his clansmen being slaughtered, but finding that the murderer had already left, a group of monster wolves screamed and roared in anger, scaring the monsters who occasionally walked alone trembling. In the evening, night gradually approached, and the earth was once again gradually engulfed by darkness. Squeak! Pushing open the gate of a temple, Chu Tiannan carefully placed the girl in yellow on the wooden couch. Immediately, he arranged some feces of high-level monsters around the temple, which he got from the dead warriors before. The purpose is to disperse the low-level monsters. After finishing all the work, Chu Tiannan returned to the room, lit the bonfire immediately, and began to rest. It's really fate today. If it's a little later, I think it will be a big trouble. Chu Tiannan sighed, then glanced at the girl lying on the wooden couch, quickly walked out of the room, and came back after a while. It's just that there is an extra fat rabbit in his hand. It seems that even monsters are powerless. Chu Tiannan simply disposed of a red-eyed rabbit, which is a high-end ingredient, a luxury that only the rich can enjoy in restaurants. Noisy! Noisy! The red-eyed rabbit who kept rummaging over the campfire turned golden yellow, and the sesame oil dripped on the campfire, giving off a sizzling aroma. While Chu Tiannan was roasting the red-eyed rabbit, he did not forget to glance at the girl on the wooden couch, but he was startled. At this time, the girl in yellow was not as cold as before, but had those slightly expectant eyes, staring straight at the barbecue in Chu Tiannan's hand. She was a child. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan shook his head and smiled, as an old monster whose soul did not know how long to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, he did not expect that he would actually soften his heart. If this was in the past, he would ask himself that he is not a good old man. Seeing that the barbecue was almost done, Chu Tiannan tore off a large piece of rabbit leg meat, handed it to the girl in yellow, and said with a smile, "Here, be hungry, eat some." Before the bonfire facing the golden yellow rabbit leg meat, the girl in yellow didn't pick it up immediately, but looked warily at the young man in black who had never been masked before. Obviously, there is some doubt about the identity of the other party. After all, in this wilderness, a girl's family naturally has to be extremely vigilant. "Aren't you hungry?" Seeing this, Chu Tiannan frowned, then shook his head and smiled. Could it be suspected of poisoning? "If you don't eat it, you'll be cold." Saying that, Chu Tiannan didn't move his hand back, instead he randomly tore off a piece of rabbit meat with his other hand, and began to eat it with relish. "Well, it tastes good, but it's a bit bland." The look of enjoyment on his face seemed to say, "I've already spoken, it's not poisonous." "Thank you." The next second, the girl in yellow felt the protest from her abdomen, and couldn't help but take the rabbit leg meat. With a soft and pleasant voice, she quickly ate it. "Looks like I'm starving." Seeing the girl gulping down without even thinking about it, Chu Tiannan smiled slightly, then handed the bottle of water on his body to the other side, and then put down the remaining half of the roasted rabbit. "Why are you going?" Seeing the young man standing up, the girl couldn't help but said, "This room is too small, you should stay here. I'll go outside and watch the night." Standing up, Chu Tiannan stretched his waist and said. The high-intensity escape for many days also made him need a lot of rest to recover. "The trauma on your body is not light, rest well, no monsters will appear here tonight." After finishing speaking, just as Chu Tiannan was about to leave the room, he found a cold light rushing towards him suddenly. Being born with a strong sense of soul, he naturally quickly caught the cold light. Chu Tiannan fixed his eyes and said in doubt, "What's this?" "Recovery potion. If you don't worry about me being poisoned, just drink it, it will be good for your recovery, and you are also injured." I have to say that the girl's voice is very nice, but there is still more or less indifference in the soft words. Or maybe she was just born that way. Simply looking at the potion in his hand, although Chu Tiannan is not from this world, he quickly understood it through the electronic equipment left by the dead warriors. Recovery agent. It is the best supplement for warriors in the wild. It can heal injuries and restore physical strength, but the price is also scary expensive. The better the recovery agent is, the price will increase exponentially. Without any hesitation, Chu Tiannan drank it directly, feeling the warm benefits gradually coming from his body, and walked out of the room. "Rest well, I will keep watch." After all, he has the devouring system. If there is a crisis for the host, the system will not provide any help, but the reminder can still be done. Seeing that the other party closed the door, leaving the girl in yellow alone, the room was quiet, only the slight sizzling sound of the bonfire from time to time. The girl looked at the door in silence. Those bright eyes that were originally cautious and a little indifferent disappeared in the next second, and a special light flashed by, especially when she saw that Chu Tiannan drank the recovery that she had given without any hesitation. Potion. In the early morning, a ray of local sunlight shone on the black-clothed figure on the roof, and the young man suddenly opened those deep, dark eyes. Standing up, feeling full of strength, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly for a moment. The effect of this girl's recovery potion is really extraordinary. The trauma she suffered for the first time with the demon wolf has completely recovered. As he said that, Chu Tiannan punched out in the air, and then there was a low sound of breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine slash phoneme. He believed that if this punch hit the monster wolf, although it couldn't kill it, it would be more than enough to injure it. Advanced Warrior. Sensing his own martial artist level, Chu Tiannan murmured at the corner of his mouth and gradually clenched his fists. Although he was still far away from his goal, being able to cultivate at least meant hope. I must not die without knowing why. One day I will go back there and find out. Squeak. The door of the room opened, and a beautiful figure in yellow clothes walked out gently. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan jumped off the roof. Looking at the person in front of him who was only half a head shorter than himself, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. So beautiful. Due to the urgency of the incident yesterday, and the fact that it was already dark in a safe place, Chu Tiannan did not have time to see the other party's face. Seeing him at this moment, even Chu Tiannan, whose soul had lived for an unknown amount of time, couldn't help admiring. A beautiful face that is so impeccable that countless girls would be jealous. Especially those bright eyes that are as crystal as jewels contain hidden traces of light, which is soul-stirring. The light yellow top showed its graceful curves to the fullest, and the slender and round thighs were hidden in the skirt, only showing below the knees. To sum it up, this girl is simply a disaster. She is not yet an adult. Once you're an adult, what's the deal? Healed all overnight? Seeing that the other party's breath had stabilized and no injuries could be seen, Chu Tiannan couldn't help laughing inside in his heart that it was good to have money. Even the recovery agent he bought was quite high-end. He checked it briefly yesterday and was shocked. My own sip is a B-level recovery potion, and the price can be 100 million Earth coins. And the level of the recovery agent is destined to mean the strength of its recovery effect. Ordinary warriors can't afford B-level recovery potions at all, at most H levels that cost thousands of dollars, and even F levels that cost tens of thousands of dollars are rare. Only a few wealthy geniuses are eligible to equip them, and even extremely there are a few E-level recovery agents with tens of thousands of yuan. As for the D-level recovery agent with a price of 10 yuan, or even the C-level recovery agent with a price of several 10 yuan. It's just drinking money. Thank you for saving me yesterday. The girl said softly, without any indifference at all. I'm on the way to that one. Before Chu Tiannan finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly changed in the next second, and the red light of the sword's edge passed by, and it swept towards him fiercely. Facing the sudden sword light. Chu Tiannan never expected such a situation. His strong desire to survive made him move as fast as possible. The figure appeared a few meters away, and said angrily. What do you mean? No wonder Chu Tiannan was not angry, because it was the beautiful girl in front of him who drew the sword. No matter what, Chu Tiannan never thought that he saved the opponent, but at this moment, he wanted his own life. If he was too slow to dodge the sword just now, the consequences could be disastrous. Surprisingly, I dodged it. Realizing that Chu Tiannan quickly dodged his sword at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, the sword-wielding girl let out a light sigh. Obviously, he didn't expect the opponent to dodge at such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. Answer me. Seeing that the girl holding the giant sword did not speak, Chu Tiannan said angrily. However, the answer to him was a sword of red light. Clang. In the next second, due to the violent collision of the two weapons, violent winds were generated around, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept away. Holding the Yentian sword in his hand, Chu Tiannan was at loggerheads with the opponent. At the same time he was angry at why the opponent suddenly killed him, and secretly helpless. I obviously saved the other party. Without him, this beautiful girl would have died in the mouth of those monster wolves long ago. Heart. It actually blocked it. On the contrary, the sword-wielding girl was secretly surprised, but she knew how powerful her sword was. Even senior warriors dare not take it easily, but Chu Tiannan doesn't seem to be struggling at all. Laugh. Laugh. The lightsaber slashed across the Yantian sword and made an ear-piercing sound of piercing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, and it was about to slash through Chu Tiannan's neck. The latter took advantage of his strength to retreat, his feet instantly exerted force to move forward, and his backhand was a sword. Clang! Yen Tianbing exuded a faint sword glow, bursting out with dark force. Chu Tiannan pushed the giant sword girl horizontally with a sword, and the two attacked in 2 simple rounds. It turned out to be a split. Inside the temple, it was quiet, with only the sparseness of fallen leaves swept by the breeze. Why did you kill me? Seeing that the other party didn't make a move immediately, Chu Tiannan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Chu Tiannan only wanted a reason. After all, he didn't have the treasure that the other party coveted at all, so killing him didn't make sense at all. Hearing this, the jewel-like bright eyes of the sword-wielding girl remained unmoved at all. Her long blonde hair was caressed by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, and she held a huge sword that was about the same height as her, and said softly. You saved me, I have to kill you. What's your reason? Chu Tiannan rolled his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to say it so bluntly. There is simply no room for white. Then I'll change the reason. At this time, the sword-wielding girl Lume frowned slightly, and she actually started thinking seriously, which made Chu Tiannan look at the sky speechlessly. I killed you because I have to devote myself to the way of a warrior. If you are alive, it will interfere with my heart and make me miss you all the time. You are dead, although I will be sad for a while, but I don't need to think of you every day. Facing the girl's serious reason, Chu Tiannan's eyes widened and he finally couldn't help roaring. Are you sick? In the quiet temple, because of Chu Tiannan's roar, the low roar of monsters appeared in the distance around him. A monster is coming. Chu Tiannan, holding the Yantian sword, noticed the alarm on the detector and said coldly. Since you're fine, let's go our separate ways. If you give me a high-level recovery potion, it will be evened out. As he said that, the young man in black wanted to leave, but the red light of the huge sword struck again, which completely angered Chu Tiannan. Don't go too far. I don't want to fight with you. Yen Tianjian resisted the situation. Chu Tiannan confronted the opponent with all his strength. The two swords were evenly divided, and there was almost no difference in strength. Squeak! Squeak! It seemed that there was a change in the temple, and a few low-level beast-level shadow mice quickly sneaked into the temple. Naturally, they found two figures who were confronting each other. Learn! Learn! The shadow mouse discovered the human beings, and they were just about to summon their companions. Get out! The yellow-clothed girl yelled violently by using her high-level warrior strength, and her voice was so loud that she scared the weak monsters away in an instant. It's like saying, excuse me, excuse me. When Chu Tiannan saw this, he was angry and at the same time he couldn't laugh or cry. This ad was so cruel, it was really unforgiving. Even monsters are afraid of her, so let's just say how scary this girl is. I can't get entangled with her, I have to leave quickly. Chu Tiannan had made up his mind, and he didn't dare to delay, lest there would be a large number of monsters watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. Once surrounded by monsters, it would be a disaster for Chu Tiannan who only had high-level fighters. So, Chu Tiannan bounced off the opponent's giant lightsaber with an inch of gold, jumped onto the roof, looked at the girl who was about to chase down, and said, Give up, you can't catch up with me. The mountain forest road leading to the base city of South China. This place was an important traffic road before the catastrophe period, but now it is deserted, and many disabled vehicles are on the road instead. Bloodstains can be seen from time to time on the road. It is obvious that this place must have been besieged by a large number of monsters. Until now, there are still a small number of monsters wandering here, and some even regard this place as their own territory and refuse to leave. At that time, a black-clothed figure quickly and quietly shuttled through the forest next to the road. He didn't dare to drive on the road blatantly. This is a big taboo. Along this highway, we will reach the base city of South China in a few days. Chu Tiannan looked at the electronic detector on his wrist. This guy has many functions. At this time, he was using the function of the map, which was directly connected to the satellite detection, which was extremely accurate, but he had no way to log into the warrior system. Because in the warrior system, there is no such person as Chu Tiannan. Cautiously and swiftly came to a tree. Chu Tiannan's chest heaved slightly. The high-intensity escape for 10 consecutive days exhausted him a lot. Call out. Why is this guy so difficult? Seemingly hearing something, Chu Tiannan's face changed. He gritted his teeth and left quickly, feeling the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme under his feet. It's no wonder that Chu Tiannan ran away all the way, because the one who chased and killed him was not the so-called monster, but the girl he had saved. My name is Luo'er. I hope you can remember me after you die. This is what the sword-wielding girl said when she was chasing and killing Chu Tiannan. You must be sick. But what he got was a roar in Chu Tiannan's heart. For some reason, Luo'er, who was rescued, wanted to kill Chu Tiannan wholeheartedly, and the reason was quite strange. Kill you, so that I can devote myself to cultivation without thinking about you. For 10 days, Chu Tiannan could be said to be extremely tense, but whenever he slacked off, Luo'er would come quietly like a phantom, and every time the two met. It's an all-out battle. Gradually, Chu Tiannan lost his patience and began to attack, especially when he used the Yantian sword to knock away the opponent's giant sword for the first time, but again because of his soft heart, he did not strike. Not only that, the two can be said to have lost in one. Chu Tiannan also realized that Luo'er's talent is extremely strong, so he no longer entangled with each other. The two started a life of chasing and fleeing for 10 days. The two figures were one in front of the other, but the distance was getting closer and closer. Chu Tiannan was also surprised that the speed of the other party's pursuit was faster than he imagined. Seeing that the two will meet again. Do you really think I dare not kill you? This time, Chu Tiannan was really cornered. He stopped holding the Yantian sword, and waited for Huang Yiqianing to catch up with the sword. Why don't you run away? Luo'er looked at Chu Tiannan, who was full of anger in front of him, and asked softly, I can catch up, don't let me. Chu Tiannan was speechless, raised his hand and swung his sword. This was the first time he took the initiative to strike since he met Luo'er. Clang! Facing the sword edge that could cut off high-level beast soldiers in an instant, Luo'er held a giant lightsaber without any timidity. He held the sword instead to resist. Sparks flew, but was repelled by force. In the girl's jewel-like eyes, there is a piercing light. 10 days, you have become stronger again. It's not thanks to you. Chu Tiannan roared speechlessly in his heart. His 10 days of high-intensity fighting made him step from a high-level martial artist to the top. Seeing that it is only a matter of time before he becomes an advanced martial artist. Speaking of it, it was the only benefit he got during the 10 unlucky days. You are qualified to let me use this trick. At that time, the huge sword in Luo'er's hand pierced repeatedly across the air, and suddenly red light enveloped the surroundings, and the surrounding airflow changed violently, as if sharp sword edges were pointing at Chu Tiannan. Faced with such a situation, it was the first time Chu Tiannan saw Luo'er erupting with such a tyrannical force. He wanted to retreat for a while, but found that he seemed to be enveloped by an invisible sword edge, so he could only use the Yantian sword in his hand to resist the opponent's continuous stabs in a panic. Clang! 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 Chu Tiannan kept using the Yantian sword to resist the sword's edge in embarrassment. At this time, he was completely at a disadvantage. He originally thought that Luo'er's strength was about the same as his own. In fact, the opponent obviously didn't use all his strength. Call out! Chu Tiannan managed to resist all the sharp air currents and sword edges, and just about to stabilize his figure, he saw a red figure that was extremely fast, carrying a wisp of strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme with swiftness. He slammed it in front of him. Because of the extreme stop, the giant lightsaber in Luo'er's hand was still trembling violently. As long as she exerted a little force, she could easily cut off the head of the young man in front of her. Alas! Although he was surprised by Luo'er's sudden explosive power and unknown sword skills, Chu Tianan knew that he had lost, and there was no suspense in losing. This is completely hanging. It's a bit embarrassing for a strong man of the previous generation to be hanged and beaten by a girl. You won, my life is yours. Chu Tianan said complicatedly while slowly carrying the Yantian sword on his back. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, isn't he Chu Tianan a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death? It's just that once he falls this time, he may be completely lost, and there is no hope of going back. It's a pity that he didn't die at the mouth of the mysterious beast, but died at the hands of the person he saved. Chu Tianan laughed at himself, but he never regretted it. Even if it happened again, he would still choose to save people. The air at this time was so quiet that it was suffocating. Luo'er stared at the opponent with the giant sword in his hand, but did not move. Instead, Lume frowned slightly, as if she was struggling with something. Humph. A cold snort made Chu Tianan, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, open his doubtful eyes again. At the same time, Chu Tianan saw a red light accompanied by a sharp edge, slashing fiercely, feeling bitter in his heart. Looks like the ending is doomed, call. Facing the sweeping assassination of the huge sword, the strong blade disturbed the surrounding airflow, and Chu Tianan's hair swayed with the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. But he was not scared out of his wits because of life and death. After all, Chu Tiannan's soul was extremely powerful when he was about to embark on the road of the strong. He has already put life and death aside. Although a bit extreme, but greedy for life and afraid of death. Will never become the strongest. All of this seemed to be slow, but in fact it was all within Chu Tiannan's thought, and in an instant he felt the sharp sword's edge suddenly stop in front of him again. The frenzied air current caused a shallow sword mark to appear on the ground behind the young man. It is obvious that as long as the giant sword is advanced by 1 point, Chu Tiannan's head will surely fall to the ground. But it didn't happen for a long time, which made Chu Tiannan puzzled for a while. So annoying. This time it was the sword-wielding girl Luo'er who spoke out. At this time, the girl Lume frowned, as if she was struggling with something, but she did not swing the last sword for a long time. Chu Tiannan looked at the other party calmly, saying that he didn't want to die, that's for sure. But now the power of life and death is in the hands of Luo'er, and whether Chu Tiannan lives or dies is entirely up to him. However, the power she erupted at the end can crush me steadily. What exactly is it? What puzzled Chu Tiannan most at present was naturally Luo'er's strength. Obviously they are all high-level fighters, but the power that erupts is one in the sky and the other in the ground. Naturally Chu Tiannan was unhappy. It's a pity that my Yantian sword is still in the experience state. Only the innate secret method can be devoured. If activated, it may be stronger. This is the thought in Chu Tiannan's heart at this time. The innate secret method devours the innate secret method? Yup. For a moment, Chu Tiannan suddenly realized why Luo'er burst out with such an irresistible power. It must be a special skill like innate secret technique. If I can also have enough background, I can also learn more secret techniques, and even more powerful warrior skills. But in his heart he was secretly happy. Chu Tiannan knew whether he would be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or not, so he laughed at himself and didn't think about it anymore. Call out. In the next second, under Luo'er's brows, the light of the red giant sword disappeared, and only the black hilt in his slender white hand appeared. Obviously, Luo'er didn't want Chu Tiannan's life. Although he wondered whether this little ant would think it out, Chu Tiannan still chose to remain silent. In order not to talk too much and let others change their minds, it would be a joke. Although I really want to kill you, I can't do it. Luo'er said very unhappy, looking at Chu Tiannan. Since I don't kill you, then from now on, you are mine. Your man? Then you'd better do it. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched wildly, with a dignified look that made the girl grit her teeth. What international joke? Be her person? Doesn't that mean you have to suffer from a weird temper every day? He Chu Tian Nanshur can be killed but not humiliated. You. Obviously, Luo Er didn't know what to say, so he just stared at Chu Tiannan fiercely, recalling that the other party had saved his life before, but he couldn't bring up the thought of killing at all. If it was 10 days ago, perhaps Luo Er would still firmly believe that he could kill the opponent. But it is because of these 10 days, the two are chasing after each other, and it can be said that each has its own outcome. Luo Er also understood that Chu Tiannan was also fully capable of killing him at that time, but he let him go in the end. All this seemed natural, but because of this, she unconsciously felt that Chu Tiannan's position in her heart was not that low. It's like an invisible silk network, which can run amok at the beginning, but once it gets deep into it. But I found that I couldn't break free at all. But it's not okay to let you go so easily. I defeated you only by fighting back. Luo Er's thoughtful appearance was so cute that even Chu Tiannan had to admit it. I really like to see each other's serious appearance. Then you will be my partner. After a while, Luo Er finally uttered such a sentence, and Chu Tiannan was astonished when he heard it. Partner? Yes. At this moment, Luo Er took a step forward. The distance between the two was extremely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and Chu Tiannan, who had bright eyes, was a little uncomfortable, and said seriously. I can trust you with my back. Can you make me trust you? Or, can you trust me and give me your back? I promise, as long as I, Luo Er, don't fall down, there will be an extremely firm shield behind you. Resist all swords and arrows for you. Can you also shield me from open swords and dark arrows? Faced with a burst of chatter, Chu Tiannan guessed everything, but he did not expect that this little girl, who looked only 16 or 17, would be able to say such a thing. Can I have any other choice? Chu Tiannan touched his nose and asked. The other option is to die. Then there is no choice? Chu Tiannan rolled his eyes inwardly, but looking at Luo Er's indifferent pair with a hint of anticipation, he sighed in his heart and stretched out his palm. What are you doing? Luo Er was puzzled. It's a high five. Do you want me to agree verbally? Chu Tiannan teased. It's better to swear by high five, you men are all big pigs. The second when the two clapped their hands together to make an oath, no matter whether it was Chu Tiannan or Luo Er. The fate of the two is thus connected. After the high five, Luo Er also let go of her indifference towards Chu Tiannan, which was a kind of genuine treatment. And Chu Tiannan saw that the other party's attitude towards him had improved obviously. Without that cold killing intent, he was a little at a loss for a while. What? As if seeing the other party's incompatibility, Luo Er laughed for the first time and said, Do you want me to chase you down again? As he spoke, he poked Chu Tiannan's shoulder with the hilt of his sword. What responded to her was a burst of white eyes. Alarm! There is danger, the host evacuates. At that time, Chu Tiannan was shocked when he heard the system danger warning in his mind. Because only when you are about to enter a desperate situation, you will be reminded by the system. Call out. At the same time, Chu Tiannan also felt a tightness in his own soul. Without any hesitation, he directly stretched out his right hand to hug Luo Er's slender waist. While the latter exclaimed, the two suddenly rolled to one side. Boom! Almost at the same time, a black light flashed over where the two were originally, and a deep pit was stepped out on the ground. Chu Tiannan glanced over from the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Earth-splitting bear. Luo Er was a little bit ashamed and angry before, thinking that the other party was trying to take advantage of her, but when she saw the huge figure staring at him not far away, she said in surprise. Impossible, why didn't my detector detect it? As she said that, the girl looked at her bright wrist detector. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan also looked at the detector on his wrist at the same time, and the two looked at each other for a second. It turned out that the detectors in their hands were damaged in the previous battle of chasing each other. This is a low-level beast general-level monster. We can't beat it, so we have to leave. Chu Tiannan stood up, holding the Yantian sword in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Being able to ask the power fluctuations that suppressed his high-level martial artist is obviously a monster comparable to the level of a martial artist. The Earthbreaker's defense is astonishing. It is good at breaking the ground in combat. Don't let it get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Luo Air came to Chu Tiannan's side, the black hilt was glowing red, and the blade of the giant lightsaber exuded scorching power. Hearing the other party's explanation, Chu Tiannan frowned slightly. Keep away? Both of them are melee warriors, and they can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Doesn't that mean they can only escape passively? Not far in front of them, a big brown bear with a height of 2 floors looked coldly at Chu Tiannan and them. In the ferocious bear's eyes, a bloodthirsty and cruel color flashed, and it opened its mouth with stinky teeth. It seems to be announcing that the two belong to its hunting meal. What a big appetite, it seems that he treats us as dinner. Chu Tiannan sneered, stepped forward slightly, and kept Luo Air's delicate body behind him, although he was not adhering to masculinity at this time. But Chu Tiannan didn't need a girl to protect him. You go first, I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme it away. Luo Air spoke first with a giant lightsaber in hand, but Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and immediately refused. No. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme it away, I have confidence. You can't even beat me, no, it's too dangerous. Ow. While the two were secretly studying the countermeasures, the Earthbreaker didn't have the slightest patience. It roared excitedly, and its huge bear paws slammed on the ground, causing the ground to splash mud. Like a small mountain, it ruthlessly charged towards the two. Chu Tiannan and Luo Air almost retreated at the same time, and at the same time, while dodging the rampage of the Earth Splitter, the former slashed a sword fiercely in the opponent's abdomen. Roar! The Yin Tian sword is worthy of being a weapon that comes with the devouring system. It is so sharp that it cuts a long wound on the Earth Splitter's powerful defensive body with ease. The blood flowed out immediately, which made the beast-level Earth Splitter roar angrily. Faced with a human being weaker than himself, he even hurt himself. What kind of insult is this? The defense is so strong. Chu Tiannan stepped back quickly. He didn't expect that he only scratched the ground bear's skin, but didn't hurt its root. He was a little dissatisfied. If someone knew that a peak-level martial artist could easily injure the Earth Splitter, there must be at least a strong martial artist who would frantically plunder the weapons in his hands. Roar! Earth Splitter's ferocious eyes locked onto Chu Tiannan, who was holding a dark golden long sword, let out an angry growl, and rushed like a train. He called and went away. Yes, exactly. Seeing that the Earth Splitter was chasing and killing him without hesitation, Chu Tiannan sneered, and then used his agile figure to jump up the tree and keep running away. The Earth Splitter kept destroying the trees that Chu Tiannan passed by on the ground, and the scene was extremely chaotic for a while. This guy, why do you like to be brave so much? Luo Air followed up with a giant sword in her hand, her brows were tightly frowned. Naturally she was a little worried about Chu Tiannan's situation. Unless the latter can completely shake off the earth-splitting bear, the result is really hard to say. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Tiannan's nonsense, Luo Air felt a little warm in her heart. After all, she knew what the other party wanted to do. However, it's still too brazen. Luo Air followed closely behind the Earth Splitter, and she was ready to attack at any time. Once Chu Tiannan couldn't hold on anymore, she would not hesitate to use her strongest sword again. Boom! In the mountains and forests, there were violent vibrations from time to time, and those seemingly thick trees were in front of the ground cracker bear. But it didn't have any ability to resist at all. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It was broken by the savage collision, or it was crushed. Many beast-level monsters were scared away, for fear of harming the fish pond. While the Earth Splitter was frantically chasing it, there was a figure in black in front of him nimbly shuttling from tree to tree. Doesn't this bastard know how tired he is? After fleeing for a full hour, Chu Tiannan felt that his physical strength had been consumed a lot, and even his speed was a little slower than at the beginning. It can't go on like this. Chu Tiannan looked at the denser forest ahead, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he sneered and looked back. Just do it, boom! At that time, when the Earth Splitter savagely slams into a larger tree, the surrounding small trees collapse towards it in an instant. Pooh! Pooh! With its sharp claws and powerful bare paws, the earth splitter was able to tear open these trees with its bare hands. It was truly terrifying. Roar! However, because of this delay, it found that the target it was chasing had disappeared, and it couldn't help roaring for a while, and the roar resounded through the surrounding forests, and it lasted for a long time. Squeak boom! In the quiet mountain forest, the earth splitter crushed a fragile tree on the ground in an instant, making a heart-shattering sound, and scanned the surroundings with a pair of violent eyes. Whenever there is a slight disturbance, it will cause it to attack like a storm. A monster with the level of a beast general will not be low in intelligence. It knows that Chu Tiannan has not left this dense forest. Instead, it hid somewhere, and what the earth splitter had to do was to search slowly. Find this hateful human being who has low strength but can hurt himself. Then tear it apart. Where did the people go? At that time, Luoer followed the earth splitter and naturally came here. Looking at the denser forest ahead, Lu frowned slightly. The detector is broken. I haven't logged into the friend function with him yet, so I can't find the location. This is troublesome. So, the girl withdrew her lightsaber and made a detour quietly. Using her flexible body for a while, she finally got ahead of the earth splitter bear. Where did the person go? Luoer carefully looked for Chu Tiannan's figure, but also paid attention to the movements of the earth splitter. As long as there is a slight disturbance, you will definitely know. Squeak! When Luoer was looking for it carefully, she seemed to have stepped on something, so scared that she hurriedly moved away, only to see a little silver wolf staring at the beautiful girl in front of her with big watery eyes. At this moment, Luoer's delicate body was stiff in place, and a trace of sweat was streaming down her bright forehead. She never thought that she would be so unlucky that she would be able to meet a monster cub here. Woo! It may be that a human appeared suddenly, and the silver wolf cub uttered a frightened cry, as if calling for something. Although the voice was thin, it could travel farther. Broken! Luoer was anxious, so she quickly moved her figure to retreat, because she vaguely heard the sound of a heavy figure moving on the hillside above, and the ground shook. It's unlucky. Luoer didn't expect this scene to happen, and she was extremely anxious. She kept shuttling through the dense forest, but because of the rugged road. But it slowed her down a lot. The earth splitter naturally discovered the girl who was traveling with Chu Tiannan, roared excitedly, and rushed like a train at an incomparably fast speed. Seeing that the distance between the two is getting closer and closer, the situation is extremely urgent. And Luoer still gritted his teeth and insisted on running away. After all, he was caught by the earth splitter, and his fate was too miserable. At this extremely urgent moment, seeing the distance between the earth splitter and him getting closer, Luoer did not give up at all. Who? At the same time, a powerful big hand directly grabbed Luoer's slender arm, and then with a sudden force, the girl fell to the side with an exclamation. Shut up! A familiar voice made Luoer, who was still struggling, to freeze for an instant, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. If we don't run, let's hide here, looking for death? Seeing Luoer in Chu Tiannan's arms in the narrow space on the reverse slope of the hillside, he said eagerly, regardless of his shyness. Don't worry, look carefully. Chu Tiannan made a silent gesture, and said with a smile, before Luoer could be puzzled, he was surprised to see not far away. Several silver figures quietly appeared, forming an encircling circle. Gradually forced to go to the ground-splitting bear. This is when Luoer's beautiful eyes saw the group of monsters above. She couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, Silver Moonwolf? Does she know what the Silver Moonwolf means? It is one of the most united groups of monsters among monsters. And the strength is generally comparable to that of the martial artist class, an extremely difficult monster. It can also be called the nightmare of low-level human warriors, and the possibility of surviving the encounter is very low. You actually know that this is the territory of the Inuit wolves? The girl asked with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. I don't know, anyway, this deep forest is quite quiet, I think there should be a way. Chu Tiannan looked carefully at the Inuit wolves above, and said in a low voice. I didn't see it, you're pretty smart. What? Just when the two left quietly, the earth splitter on the hillside naturally found the former, roared violently, and wanted to pursue him, but was surrounded by several junior beast generals and silver moonwolves. Boom! Facing several opponents of the same level, the Earth Splitter came up and beat a cold silver moon wolf into the air, instantly angering all the silver moonwolves. All the silver moonwolves were slaughtered frantically, and the Earthbreaker finally saw that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. It is conceivable that the ending of this ground-splitting bear must be extremely tragic. I do not know how long it has been. After the two finally walked out of the forest, Chu Tiannan was sweating coldly when he recalled the shocking moment before. It's a pity that a general-level monster can't swallow it. After calming down, Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, muttering in his heart. Host. Swallowing can only be monsters, enemies, or others that you kill with your own hands. Anything that you don't kill with your own hands cannot be swallowed by a strand. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chu Tiannan's mind, which made the latter startled, and then shook his head and smiled. I knew that this devouring couldn't be so heaven-defying, otherwise I would hide and find a place to devour madly, and I would have been at the martial god level. Dark night. In a monastery hidden in the mountains, a bonfire was lit in the church. Chu Tiannan was adding dry firewood to it boredly, while Luo'er was sitting on a chair with his knees folded, not knowing what to think. The atmosphere is really quiet. Hello? Luo'er was the first to speak in the end. What's wrong? Chu Tiannan looked at the other party. Which warrior academy are you from? The girl looked at Chu Tiannan with bright eyes and asked softly. I'm not from any martial arts academy, I'm just an ordinary person, believe it? Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly. He is a soul traveler, and he almost died before he fully understood the world, so he didn't have time to know anything else. Regarding this, Luo'er did not continue to ask further questions. After all, she could tell that Chu Tiannan seemed to be self-taught and did not have a thorough cultivation system. At least Chu Tiannan, as a high-level warrior, did not learn combat secrets, which surprised her. Are you from the base city of East China too? This time it was Chu Tiannan who spoke. He really wanted to know. What kind of big family can afford to drink B-level recovery agent? Does the family have mines? I count it. What do you mean? Chu Tiannan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help asking. I was vacationing in the base city in East China. Who would have thought that the base city, which has been safe and sound for 100 years, would be breached by monsters, and I am unlucky to be in the center of the base. Luo'er said casually, and jumped onto the beam. I'm sleepy, it's your turn to watch the night today. It sounds like you were on vigil yesterday. The corner of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched slightly, and he sat in front of the bonfire and began to practice cross-legged. Looking at the young figure earnestly cultivating below, Luo'er's jewel-like bright eyes flashed a special look, and the corner of his mouth smiled slightly, making the surrounding light much dimmed. Such a dreadful life lasted for another 3 days. Compared to before, Chu Tiannan found that being accompanied by a beautiful woman added a lot of vitality to breaking the boring journey. It's just that they are in trouble again now, real trouble. Drive faster. At this time, on the expressway, an off-road vehicle sped past, savagely knocked over the overturned vehicle, and sped forward. And in the rear, there are several huge figures of rhino horns following them. The number is frighteningly large. It's really unlucky. I didn't expect that I just got out of the tiger's den and then into the wolf's mouth. Chu Tiannan sat in the co-pilot, worriedly staring at Luo'er, who was concentrating on driving, and at the same time looking at the monster chasing wildly behind, and said with a wry smile. A big man can't even drive. The answer to Chu Tiannan was only a cold sarcasm. I don't have the money to buy a car. Chu Tiannan rolled his eyes. The previous owner of his body was so poor that he even rented his own room. Buying a car? Be careful, they are catching up. Chu Tiannan reminded. Sit still. At this moment, Luo'er was like an incarnation of an old driver, and he stepped on the floor oil when driving. The speed of the car soared to the extreme in an instant, and the whole body was a little floaty, but the effect was also remarkable. That is to create a certain distance from the iron horn rhino that is chasing after it. As for Chu Tiannan, who was watching in cold sweat, his heart was twitching. Looking at Luo'er, he recognized a truth in his heart. In society, you, Sister Luo, can't be provoked. can't be provoked. Watch out to the left. Careful to the right. There are monsters ahead, change lanes. Sitting in the co-pilot, Chu Tianan, as Luo Air's second pair of eyes, naturally reminds the surrounding road conditions all the time. And Luo Air also turned into an old driver, and calmly shuttled among the monsters. It's lively now. On the highway, an off-road vehicle is galloping ahead. Behind them are all kinds of monsters besieging and killing wildly, and now it's not just a group of iron-horned rhinos. The group of demon cats, group of hyenas, and even monsters in the form of sloths all insisted on lying forward. The scene was once quite spectacular. Damn it, which team is this that dares to attract a large number of monsters? At this time, on a high ground in the wild area, several figures looked at the spectacular scene on the road through binoculars, and said in amazement, "Could it be a Wuzong-level team? Do you want to give these monsters a pot?" One of the thin men was holding a binoculars, also stunned. There are hundreds of monsters here, and nearly half of them are general-level monsters. Hey, they are all generous. We can't afford to provoke such a battle, so we just watch the excitement. Another burly figure also held a telescope, as if watching a blockbuster movie, and couldn't help sighing. There is no distress signal displayed on the detector. It is obviously a purposeful attraction. Let's go. Even if we want to get a share of this kind of battle, we don't have the strength. If we go, we will die. How could their warrior team know that the off-road vehicle on the road was actually running for their lives? It's really annoying. The smart bracelet is broken, and there is no way to send a distress signal. At this moment, Luo Erliu frowned. If she hadn't been very educated, she would almost not be able to resist cursing. It's okay, before the accident, I knew that the base city in South China is not far from here. I believe I can get there today. Chu Tiannan's memory is amazing. Even if he can't see the map, he can still know the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. I know, but there is an urgent matter now. Luo Air kept turning the steering wheel and said, "The car is almost out of gas." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan froze. This was a very embarrassing question. Quickly rushing out of the expressway, the off-road vehicle seemed to be taking a shortcut and climbing over the nearby hillside. Look, Base City. Although the car was almost out of gas, when Chu Tiannan saw the huge city in the distance, he was pleasantly surprised. In the far distance between the two, there is a huge city like a sleeping monster, located there. The huge wall can block the impact of all huge monsters. On the wall, there are one after another mechanical weapons with a cold light. Immediately, this huge base city was filled with a sense of security. Sit still. Luor gritted her teeth lightly, and raised the horsepower to the biggest party. Such a flat land is naturally more convenient for vehicles to move forward, and it seems that it is getting closer and closer to the base city. There are still 8 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Great, we're saved. Seeing the base city phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme at hand, Luor was delighted. Such a frightening wild racing also made her physically and mentally exhausted. After all, she is only 17 years old. And Chu Tiannan could breathe a sigh of relief, and came to the safest base city for human beings, and finally he didn't have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the fearful life before. We are saved. Before Chu Tiannan finished speaking, he felt dizzy in his head. Then came the pain. Boom! At this moment, the off-road vehicle seemed to have received a huge impact and rolled over without any suspense. The off-road vehicle rolled several times in mid-air, and finally hit the ground hard, leaving a shocking long mark. Danger! Please host to flee immediately. Inside the off-road vehicle, Chu Tiannan could only feel his mind spinning, and the system's notification sounded at the same time. After all, Chu Tiannan's soul strength was extremely high, and after a short period of dizziness, he woke up instantly. Regardless of the broken ribs, he quickly climbed out of the car, pulled the injured girl in yellow out of the car, and said anxiously, "Luo Air, are you all right?" At this moment, there was a trace of blood running down Luo's forehead, and he was in a semi-conscious state. Combat power is almost zero. Leave me alone, I can't leave. Luo Air's voice was weak at this time, obviously injured seriously. She knew that she was bound to die, so she pushed Chu Tiannan away with her spare strength. "Run, or we'll all die here. You hold on." And Chu Tiannan endured the pain in his abdomen, and directly carried it on his back. Time is life, and he does not allow the slightest waste. Now it's time to compete with the god of death. "Put me down, take me, you can't run far." Luo Er still struggled slightly, feeling the shoulders that were not broad. She didn't want to hurt her partner because of herself. "Stop fucking nonsense." Accompanied by Chu Tiannan's scolding, the girl on the back turned out to be much more honest. Seeing that the other party was not struggling, Chu Tiannan tied the two together tightly with his belt and continued on his way. Let Chu Tiannan give up his partner, he will never be able to do this. Roar! At the same time, the behemoth that knocked over the off-road vehicle roared loudly. Those eyes, as if looking at prey, burst out with a little excitement. Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but look back, his pupils suddenly constricted. Roar! The huge figure roared loudly, and the bursts of sound waves spread. Even Chu Tiannan, who was rushing ahead, was impressed. Damn it, it turned out to be an army-breaking beast. Chu Tiannan had the memory of his previous owner, so he naturally knew this kind of mass monster. The Pujuan beast belongs to the category of extremely destructive monsters. In terms of combat effectiveness, it may not be as strong as other monsters of the same level. But when it comes to crushing and breaking defenses, especially in attacking fortifications, it is purely a mobile siege machine. There are still 800 meters. Facing the base city, which was phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme at hand, Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and persisted. He knew that as long as he entered the base city, even with countless monsters, there is no way to bite this huge monster. Roar! The Pujuan beast looked at the slow-moving figure in the distance with great interest, and did not immediately pursue it. And there are monster beasts passing by one after another behind them. Their goal is very simple. It is to cruelly tear up the two figures in front of him. Quick! Quick! Facing the crazy pursuit of countless monsters, Chu Tiannan moved forward at full speed with Luo Er on his back. 700 m. 600 m. Seeing that the distance to the base city is getting closer, but the distance between the monster and the two is also getting shorter and shorter, finally at a distance of 300 meters. Two purple shadow cats attacked quickly, with sharp scratches, trying to tear Luo's fragile body apart. "Get out!" Shouted violently, Chu Tiannan urged Yen Tianjian with his right hand, but found out in horror. The dark gold long sword did not appear in his hand as he wished. Host. The time for your experience bonus has expired. Unless you advance to a junior martial artist, you cannot activate the Yen Tian sword. Grass. Chu Tiannan couldn't help scolding his mother at this moment because of his extremely calm and steady personality. Seeing that the two purple shadow cats were about to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, his gums were tense. He turned around and punched hard, hitting one of the purple shadow cats in the abdomen immediately, knocking it back. On the other side, Chu Tiannan took out Luo Er's black sword hilt pinned to his slender waist. Hum! The giant red blade was released suddenly, beheading the other purple shadow cat in front of him without hesitation. Facing the purple shadow cat, who was only a low-level beast soldier, Chu Tiannan thought that he didn't need the Yen Tian sword, and he could kill it. Not good. However, the good times didn't last long. Chu Tiannan had just beheaded two purple shadow cats, and advanced a distance of nearly 50 meters, but was entangled by several other monsters. Puff! Puff! Go to hell! At this moment, Chu Tiannan was completely insane. In order to survive and prevent the girl behind him from being hurt, he kept waving the lightsaber in his hand. One after another, the monsters were beheaded by the youth in black one by one. However, there are too many monsters, and behind them there are iron-horned rhinos with slow impact speed but amazing fighting power. Chu Tiannan knew that he had to take the opportunity to break out, once he was surrounded by powerful monsters behind him. That is really desperate. On one side are a large number of monsters encircling, and on the other side is the besieged city of the base city that is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand. Persevere, we will soon reach the safety zone. Chu Tiannan's gums were bleeding from biting his teeth, his body's potential was fully developed, and his hands rose and fell almost every second. There will always be a corpse of a monster. Don't insist, if you don't give up on me, you will die too. Luo'er's weak voice came from behind the young man. Naturally, it was difficult for her to see that the other party was constantly resisting the encirclement of the surrounding monsters, and she felt distressed in her heart. It was only now that Luo'er really began to integrate Chu Tiannan into her heart, and did not care about anything else. It's because the other party is neither relative nor relative, although they are partners, but this kind of life and death together is really rare. Especially in this desperate situation, as long as Chu Tiannan leaves her behind and quickly flees to the base city, he will be safe and sound. But Chu Tiannan stubbornly chose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and die with her. This kind of emotion can only be experienced if it is truly experienced. I will definitely be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Chu Tiannan kept dancing with the lightsaber in his hand, and after beheading a fleeing dog, he stepped on the opponent's back and jumped, and came to gallop a reverse incline. Roar! More and more monsters encircled him, and Chu Tiannan's killing speed was not as fast as that of the monsters encircling them. Seeing that the back road was about to be blocked. But Chu Tiannan was still crazily breaking through. Puff! From time to time, a scar was drawn on the arm by sharp claws, but Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and persisted. His thigh was injured, but Chu Tiannan didn't cry out. After beheading several monsters in a row, he took advantage of the height of the corpses of monsters and stepped on them to jump up. Base City. In the last 150 meters, Chu Tiannan seemed to see the hope of his life. Boom! However, things were not that simple. A pitch-black phantom rushed towards Chu Tiannan at an extremely fast speed, and finally slammed into Chu Tiannan's abdomen. Puff! Chu Tiannan couldn't bear the damage caused by the huge impact, he sprayed blood directly, and finally fell in front of Gaopa. Ahem! Chu Tiannan knew that his chance was gone, because he felt bitter when he saw the wolf staring at him. Did it fail after all? I'm sorry, I tried my best. At this time, the world seemed to be quiet, and Chu Tiannan's eyes dimmed when he saw a large number of monsters plundering in the distance ahead. Puff! 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 Seeing that many monsters were about to engulf the two figures, several figures burst out like laser beams on the high slope. The one who bears the brunt is the nearest demon wolf, which instantly turns into a sieve. Accompanied by the large-scale sweep of the laser, it finally penetrated the bodies of many monsters. At this moment, nearly half of the group of monsters became dead souls under the terrifying laser light. Clang! Clang! It was the sound of mechanical mobilization. On the high slope behind Chu Tiannan, there were neat rows of armed men, armed with hot weapons, coldly confronting the group of demon beasts that had stopped, and the chorus was loud. China League Army, stop resisting! China League Army, stop resisting! Facing the swarming army, the chilling majesty and thrilling laser weapons made the monsters who had been aggressively attacking stop in their tracks. Ow! Seeing the arrival of the human army, Pajun Beast knew that it was impossible to kill the two young humans, so he ordered the low-level monsters to retreat slowly. Roar! Well! The low-intelligence beast soldiers received orders from high-level monsters. Although they were a little unwilling, they did not dare to disobey them, and they slowly receded like a tide. Are you saved? Chu Tiannan saw that the group of monsters had receded, and it was impossible for him not to be excited. After all, no one is willing to die. This kind of survival after a catastrophe makes Chu Tiannan cherish the chance of living even more. Poor Chu Tiannan is like a blood man walking out of a pool of blood at this time. There is no sign of safety on his body. Luo'er, we are saved. Chu Tiannan put the girl down, feeling extremely relaxed, but the drowsiness came quickly like a raging tide. Finally fell down suddenly. Chu Tiannan. Luo'er, who was weak, was startled when he saw this, and sat on the ground hugging the young man's head. Fortunately, I was just tired and fell asleep. Feeling the young man's even breathing, Luo'er heaved a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes looked at the face in front of her who was not handsome, but quite attractive. Carefully protected in your arms. In an unknown room there are some molds of various weapons and defense equipment, and there is also a training field that is not young, where there are various trial opponents. Of course, these are just dummies for training, not life. Boom! Boom! In the quiet training room, one blow after another, accompanied by the explosive power of the body, ruthlessly bombarded these metal dummies, making a low-pitched sound. Sweat was pouring out wantonly, but the young man was training tirelessly, because he came too early, so there was no one in the training room. The strength is enough, but the speed is not enough. Chu Tiannan continued to explode with his strongest strength and speed, and punched the trial dummy fiercely. This punch could instantly kill a low-level beast soldier-level monster, but it didn't leave the slightest trace on the trial dummy. It's a pity. I haven't practiced for a short time. I guess there is still a long way to go before I want to become a martial artist. After the training, Chu Tiannan simply washed off the sweat on his body, then changed into a fresh student uniform, glanced at the smart bracelet, and said, "It's almost time to leave, there will be more people in a while." A month ago, after Chu Tiannan and Luo Er were rescued, when the former woke up, he was already lying in the Warrior Academy in the base city of South China. Hesitant Chu Tiannan originally belonged to the East China base city, but because the original base city was destroyed, he finally decided to let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the Warrior Academy. As long as Chu Tiannan becomes a warrior, he is eligible to receive a house in the base city of South China. Through the smart bracelet, Chu Tiannan learned that in this world, the status of a warrior is the highest, and no profession is as honorable as a warrior. Because warriors are the last line of defense for human beings, guarding human beings, their status is naturally not low, and high-level warriors have a more respected status. All in all, in this world, every human being will aim to become a warrior. Whether it is the Huaxia Alliance, the European Union, or even the powerful American Alliance, they are all trying their best to control the power of warriors. Walking out of the training room, Chu Tiannan looked at the bright sunshine outside, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When I become a martial artist, I will participate in the martial artist assessment. In this case, I will have the Yintian sword in my hand, and I will be almost invincible at the same level. Chu Tiannan knew that he was a high-level martial artist, so he could directly apply for a martial artist ID card, but he chose to keep a low profile. In the face of lack of strength, he should not be too aggressive. "Young man, it's so early." At the same time, the middle-aged man in charge of the guard greeted Chu Tiannan with a smile. "Well, I still have something to do, see you later, uncle." Chu Tiannan also nodded with a smile, and left directly. Why does this kid always train before the opening of the training room, but no longer use it after opening? Watching the young man leave, the middle-aged man shook his head slightly and continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme his newspaper. Worthy of being a student of the Martial Arts Academy, everyone has a weird personality. Walking at the gate of the Martial Arts Academy, Chu Tiannan changed back into his black clothes, and a sharp aura emerged from his whole body. "Oh, I don't have any money, so I still have to work part-time." Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly. There was no way for him to belong to the state to support him now. If it weren't for the fact that he had successfully escaped from a herd of monsters in the outskirts of the base city in South China, he might not have been sent to the Martial Artist Academy by the local authorities. As for Chu Tiannan's strength, no one was going to test it, which also gave him a lot of room for improvement. After all, who would doubt an ordinary young man? But Luo Er was sent away specially. It is said that someone picked her up. Chu Tiannan felt relieved when he heard about it. And while waiting for the car, Chu Tiannan noticed that someone was looking at him, so he took advantage of the situation to look back. I saw a young man dressed luxuriously. He looked like a kid from a rich family. His eyes in the sunglasses naturally noticed Chu Tiannan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems to disdain. Luo Ji? Looking at the superior young man, Chu Tiannan ignored the other party's disdain and sneered in his heart. Chu Tiannan knew why the other party was targeting him, because Luo Ji was the top student in his grade before, but in a strength test. Chu Tiannan obviously felt that he had already controlled his strength, but in terms of explosive power, he was still slightly stronger than Luo Ji. As the son of a rich family who is a senior student, Luo Ji's arrogance is well known to everyone. In addition, he already has the level of a senior student at a young age, even the instructors of the Warrior Academy know it. Within a year, Luo Ji will definitely become a warrior. However, because of Chu Tiannan's carelessness, the halo of this genius student, the third grade group of the entire martial arts academy now has another senior student again. There are already 6 senior students in the entire martial arts academy, but the other 5 are not low in status. Only Chu Tiannan is an ordinary young man who even needs to work part-time in his daily life. When Luo Ji knew that Chu Tiannan was slightly stronger than him during the test, of course the latter was secretly unhappy and resentful. Boring. Chu Tiannan ignored those disdainful eyes, and directly got into a taxi and left. Brother Luo, what are you looking at? At the same time, there were 2 more youths beside the young man in sunglasses. They were all Luo Ji's friends, and they also saw Chu Tiannan getting into the car. A new guy doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and a test is nothing. With your physical fitness, Luo Ge, you can easily knock him down. Why affect your mood because of a waist? One of the burly men sneered. That's right, a test can't explain anything at all. When the time for the warrior assessment comes, that kid will understand how big the gap is between him and you, brother Luo. Another thin man pushed the mirror frame, also disdainful. Humph, if a freshman pops up at random, he will be at the level of a senior student? Luo Ji's face softened a lot when he heard this, and he sneered as soon as he thought about it. This probability is too outrageous. It is estimated that he is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to a senior student. Find a chance and try him. The reason why Luo Ji targeted was that the other senior students were also from rich families, but this Chu Tiannan had no background, and even had strength similar to them. Of course it made him feel unbalanced. If it wasn't for the ban on fighting in the academy, he would have wanted to trouble Chu Tiannan a long time ago. Poor Chu Tiannan didn't do anything, but offended one of the 5 big brothers of the Warrior Academy, and even offended the most narrow-minded Luo Ji. In the car, Chu Tiannan looked at the part-time job advertisements around him, recalled the previous scene, and shook his head slightly. It's all because I was careless before. I originally wanted to become a martial artist in a low-key manner. I hope you don't provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind making him regret it. Obviously, at Chu Tiannan's level, he really doesn't pay attention to so-called senior students like Luo Ji. In Chu Tiannan's view, a group of guys who have never even experienced life and death. How much combat power can erupt? The afternoon was devoted to knowledge class explanations in the Warrior Academy, and of course Chu Tiannan was also included in the classroom. There are only 30 people in the entire classroom, after all, whether it is the Huameng or the whole world. The conditions for becoming a martial artist are too harsh, which also leads to the fact that the number of ordinary people is still much higher than that of martial artists. This is also the reason why the number of students is small. Chu Tiannan was bored looking at the multimedia in front of him, but his mind was elsewhere. I don't know how she is now. Ever since he narrowly escaped death some time ago, Chu Tiannan knew that Luo Air had been picked up after waking up, so he didn't take a look at him in the end, feeling somewhat regretful. Forget it, I'll go find her again when I stand firm. The earth is so big, it's not easy to find someone. Thinking of these things in his heart, Chu Tiannan felt drowsy while listening to the class. In his opinion, it is better to go to the training hall to improve his strength. Students, please excuse me. At the same time, a calm voice sounded from the door, and all the students heard it and looked. I saw a college director walk into the classroom, looked at the young students, and said with a smile, "Our South China-based Shernan District Martial Arts Academy has another transfer student coming to our senior class 3 today. Welcome everyone." As he spoke, the school director with a big belly waved to the outside, "Come in." Originally Chu Tiannan didn't have any intention to look, but when everyone was amazed, he couldn't help but look around. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it really gave Chu Tiannan a jump. When Chu Tiannan saw clearly the elegant and refined figure walking on the podium, he murmured in his heart, "No? I saw a beautiful figure in a yellow dress walking on the podium, that beautiful face made the girls under the stage feel sad, and made the boys crazy, smiling politely. My name is Luor, and I hope to get along well with everyone in the next year. It has to be said that Luoer really has a very high-end quality of a girl. It seems that she was taught by noble etiquette. There is a special elegance in her manners and words. Coupled with that beautiful face, it really made the whole classroom a little sad. However, except for Chu Tianan and a few girls, the other male students in the classroom were all ebullient, even crazy. One by one scrambling to introduce themselves. Goddess, my name is Lu Peng, nice to meet you, what's your number, can I add you as a friend? Goddess, ignore him, my name is. The whole classroom went crazy. Chu Tianan looked at the girl on the stage and shook his head secretly. The lethality of a beautiful woman is great. At this time, a light cough sounded, and the surrounding voices suddenly became quieter. I saw a young man in white walking forward slowly, finally stopped in front of Luoer, stretched out his right hand gracefully, and said, Miss Luor, in Luoji, can I invite you to study with me? It will be a great honor for me. The voice is elegant, and the movements are quite elegant, since Luoji has spoken. The boys around who originally wanted to talk to Luoer held back. After all, Luoji was too powerful to be provoked. Such a beauty is worthy of me. At the same time as the invitation, Luoji tried his best to show himself a gentleman, because from the first time Luoer came in, he fell in love with Luoer deeply. Don't extricate yourself. You look like a dog. Chu Tianan sneered in his heart, a guy who must report his flaws, love, knows etiquette? Facing Luoji's gentlemanly invitation, Luoer also smiled politely, looked around with a pair of jewel-like eyes, and seemed to have found what she was interested in, so she directly skipped Luoji. That's right. Just skip it. This. The boy who was about to boo at first realized that something was wrong, especially when Luoer directly skipped Luoji, he was even more stunned. And Luoji, who stretched out his right hand to invite, stood stiffly in place at this moment, looking at his slightly trembling palm. He knew that he was very angry. So you actually ignored me? Luoji was also a senior student with considerable talent, and being so ignored by Luoer, the arrogance in his heart would definitely make his face livid. I'd like to see who is more attractive than me. Tai Ching turned to Tai Ching. Luoji couldn't possibly get angry in front of everyone, and she was still a girl. He turned around and stared coldly, and the next second, it turned into astonishment. I saw Luoer came directly to the last row. To be precise, she walked beside Chu Tianan. Yu and Chu Tianan stood up early, staring blankly at the beautiful girl who was walking towards him, not knowing what to say. What? How long has it been since you didn't know me? Seeing the other party's stupid look, Luoer burst into a smile, immediately making the surroundings glow, and even many boys were secretly jealous. This smile is different from the polite smile, it is Luoer's smile from the heart. It was just a smile on the young man in front of him. Why didn't you tell me before you came? Chu Tianan touched his nose, tried not to lose his composure, and said, I'll pick you up. I didn't intend to give you a surprise. Obviously, Luoer's words were like meeting a good friend, but the voice was soft, which made the boys around who were already jealous even more angry. Won't you let me sit down? Looking at the silly young man in front of her, Luoer's beautiful eyes were full of cunning. Sit. Sit. Chu Tianan subconsciously hurried out of the way, and Luoer didn't have any taboos, and sat directly next to the former, and the two became the same table. Murderous. Chu Tianan finally came to his senses, looked around carefully, and saw the fierce eyes of the boys in the class, as if they were going to swallow the former alive. If eyes could kill, Chu Tianan would be riddled with holes. Alas, it's hard to be outraged. Even so, the corner of Chu Tianan's mouth twitched, and he sat down silently, recalling just now, he gave Luoer a speechless look. This girl did it on purpose. Seeing what Chu Tianan meant, Luoer covered her mouth and smiled lightly, as if she was saying something in her bright eyes. I did it on purpose. Chu Tianan. When Luoji saw that Chu Tianan and Luoer were so phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme, he slowly clenched his hands into fists and made a squeak sound, roaring in his heart. I'm a kid from a rich family, but I can't compare to a poor boy who is nothing. Just wait, fight with me, and I'll let you know how ugly you're going to die. Chu Tiannan didn't know that he was completely hated by Luo Jiji. But the only thing that made Chu Tiannan understand is that he has probably become the public enemy of boys now, and it is very likely that he belongs to the entire grade group. Ugh, although he was helpless in his heart, Chu Tiannan didn't care. For him, this small difficulty was insignificant compared to life and death, but anyone who dared to provoke him. I don't mind letting him doubt his life for a while. Since there is nothing else, everyone can continue with the class. When the school director left, the whole classroom was almost blown up. Hey, there is a good show this time. The goddess directly rejected Luoji and went to Chu Tiannan instead. It's probably going to be difficult for Chu Tiannan. After all, Luoji's family has a merchant business, and his father is a warrior. With such a background, Luoji will not let it go. Not necessarily. You didn't look at the goddess and went directly to Chu Tiannan. The relationship between the two must be unusual. Maybe this Chu Tiannan is a hidden rich second generation? Facing the whispered discussions around, Chu Tiannan shook his head, and didn't care too much about it if Luoji really didn't open his eyes to provoke him. Chu Tiannan doesn't mind teaching him how to behave. Zhizhi. At this time in the academy, fighting by force is strictly prohibited, even though Luoji's face was livid, even if there was a monstrous anger in his heart. Now he must be patient. Once he does something in the academy, the consequences will be serious. Chu Tiannan, okay, you asked for it. Luoji stiffly sat back in his seat, roaring wildly in his heart. After class, Chu Tiannan stood up, stretched, and let out a long breath. This torture-filled knowledge class is finally over. He said, looking at the girl in yellow who was sitting quietly next to him. How did you find me here? It's easy to find if you have intelligence, I just need to know your name. Luo Air put away a few books, and immediately blushed slightly, and said softly. Want to go out for a walk? I'll go to training later. After Chu Tiannan finished speaking, he instantly felt the surrounding space filled with a faint killing intent, held the next sentence in his stomach, and nodded seriously, go. That's right. Hearing the promise, Luo's eyes immediately turned into crescents. Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, and immediately followed the girl in yellow under the eyes of everyone envious and jealous. The two of them were walking on the path in the forest of the college, and some students passing by faced them, and they didn't take it seriously when they saw Chu Tiannan. However, when everyone saw Luo Air, their eyes lit up. After all, such a beauty is really a beautiful landscape. Of course, even so, there was still a lot of discussion, and news spread quietly in the academy. Why haven't I seen this girl? Who is she? Her name is Luo Air. She is a new student. Her strength is unknown, but she is beautiful. It doesn't matter who she is now, because this Luo Air only has a good relationship with this Chu Tiannan. Chu Tiannan? Have you never heard of such a person? How can he be qualified to be this kind of girl? Luo Ji won't be jealous? Don't mention it, Luo Ji has been ignored in public, and Luo Air doesn't care about him at all. What? As an important place for cultivating future warriors, the Warrior Academy naturally occupies a surprisingly large area. Even if someone drives, it will take half a day to fully visit the entire academy. It seems that my coming has put you under a lot of pressure. Luo Air calmly said, seeing that there would be colleges staring at this place from time to time, but there was a hint of cunning in her beautiful eyes. If I still have pressure on them, I won't use the path of martial artist. Chu Tiannan shrugged, not caring at all. Oh? It seems that you are very confident? Luo Air looked sideways at the black-clothed young man beside her with beautiful eyes. For some reason, she found that the other party's martial artist level had not improved, but there was a certain momentum. This kind of momentum gave people a faint sense of oppression, but she knew that once this young man who seemed to be sunny made a move. How decisive is it to kill, stop? Suddenly, a scolding sound full of anger came from behind. Chu Tiannan and the two of them heard the sound and turned around. I saw Luo Ji walking with a few young people behind him, except for Luo Ji himself who looked livid and cold, the others all sneered maliciously. Poor guy, you actually provoked Luo Ji. It seems that Chu Tiannan will pay the price. Chu Tiannan quietly took a step forward, frowning slightly, and said, "Is something wrong?" On the other hand, Luo Ji walked forward without saying a word, and finally got phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to the young man in black, looking at Chu Tiannan's calm black eyes, and then at the girl in yellow beside him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Leaving her, I will act as if nothing happened, and we will still be classmates in the future." Luo Er wanted to speak, but found that Chu Tiannan was standing in front of him impartially, but retracted the words when he reached his mouth, and looked at the gloomy Luo Ji with his beautiful eyes. Chu Tiannan already knew what Luo Ji was talking about in his heart, especially when he heard the other party's threats. His expression was still calm. He looked at the gloomy Luo Ji, and said, "Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, let's go first." After finishing speaking, Chu Tiannan was really stared at by everyone in astonishment. Turn around and leave with Luo Er. This originally, Luo Ji wanted to warn the other party so that Chu Tiannan would retreat. After all, his father was a powerful warrior, and he believed that as long as the latter was smart, he would naturally give him face. In fact, Chu Tian South Africa didn't give Luo Ji any face, and even didn't pay any attention to it, and just turned around and left with Luo Er. Some people passed by around, saw this scene, and watched with great interest, especially looking at Luo Ji with some pity. "It's ridiculous." Among the crowd, a sturdy young man who looked calm and imposing sneered. He folded his arms with both hands, looking like he was watching a good show. Others were afraid of Luo Ji, but this man had no scruples at all. Because his strength is stronger than Luo Ji, and he is one of the 5 big brothers of the Warrior Academy, Lu Hai. It's a good show. Lu Hai looked at Luo Ji with great interest. Based on his knowledge, it would be strange if the latter would give up. Chu Tiannan. As Lu Hai said, Luo Ji's face turned red, and he shouted angrily with a livid face. And Chu Tiannan seemed not to hear, still walking in front with Luo Er. "Damn it, how dare you look down on me!" Luo Ji roared angrily at this moment, and stomped hard on his foot. His figure was swift and fierce, and he raised his leg with a blow and kick, and quickly approached Chu Tiannan in front of him. Boom! In the next second, Luo Ji's flying kick was directly blocked in the air, and Chu Tiannan turned around and used his arm to directly block it, but the impact force of the former was too strong, causing Chu Tiannan's figure to step back a few steps, and then stood firm. "Ha, you are nothing more than that, so you are a soft persimmon." Seeing that Chu Tiannan was repelled by only % of his attack power, Luo Ji laughed loudly, and swung his right fist again. Seeing the other party's reluctance, Chu Tiannan suddenly became angry. His previous retreat was all feigned. He didn't want to expose his strength, he wanted to show Luo Ji some face. "This is your courting death, so no one can blame you." Chu Tiannan said in a low voice. His right fist was ready to strike, and with a strong sound of breaking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, he swung it out fiercely, with a stronger momentum than before. "Stop!" Seeing that the two were about to erupt into a frontal attack, a cold shout instantly stopped the two who were throwing punches. Whether it was Chu Tiannan or Luo Ji, they all stopped suddenly. It's just that fist and fist are facing each other, only a few centimeters away. Call out. The strong breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. As Chu Tiannan stopped punching, blew Luo Ji, making his close grin, but at this time the latter was looking at him with gritted teeth, not paying attention to other phenomena. "Who told you to fight in the academy? Do you want to punish them?" A middle-aged man ran over quickly, looked at Chu Tiannan and the two coldly, and said sharply, "Don't let go, snort." The two put down their fists in response, and when Luo Ji saw who was coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, we are discussing the strength of punching, and we don't have everyone. Don't misunderstand. I didn't expect old Yao Zhang to come. It seems that I can't fight this time. It's really boring. Originally, I wanted to see which hero this Chu Tiannan belonged to, but now I'm done." The surrounding students rushed away, but they knew the majesty of this instructor Zhang. Only before Lu Hai finally left, he silently glanced at Chu Tiannan, frowning. The person who came here was one of the mentors of the Martial Arts Academy and also the mentor of the 3rd class, Zhang Yongquan, who has the strength of a high-level martial artist. Because of the strict requirements, he was secretly called Zhang Laoyao by the students. Chu Tiannan, is this the case? The middle-aged man heard the words, but instead looked at the young man in black, and asked. Because Zhang Yongquan knew that this Luoji relied on his father's influence to make troubles in the college a lot. That's true. Student Luoji and I were discussing the power of punching. I never thought you would come. What surprised Luoji this time was that Chu Tiannan actually said the same thing. He thought that the other party would directly sue, so he sneered in his heart for a while. You are smart. Really? Zhang Yongquan frowned slightly when he heard this, and immediately looked at Chu Tiannan, then at Luo Er, who had a pretty and cold face, and said, You go first. Mentor? Seeing that Zhang Yongquan asked Chu Tiannan and the others to leave, Luoji was in a hurry this time, and he couldn't help but want to stop him. Do you have an opinion? Zhang Yongquan looked at Luoji with a serious expression, and said calmly. No, since that's the case, student Luoji has resigned. Saying that, Luoji saluted slightly. Yu Guangying glanced coldly at the calm Chu Tiannan, swallowed the words abruptly, and left with the little brother behind him in despair. Chu Tiannan. Seeing Luoji leaving, Zhang Yongquan turned around and looked at the black-clothed youth in front of him, and said, In the future, if you have something to do, you can report it to me. You can't act on your own. If you want to consider the power of punching, you can go to the training ground. Even if you break your hand, no one will care about you. Yes, mentor, Tiannan has made a note. Chu Tiannan knew that the other party was giving him a step down, so he couldn't help but salute slightly, so he took Luo Er away. This kid. Seeing the young man in black leaving, Zhang Yongquan slightly shook his head and said in doubt. The higher-ups asked me to pay attention to this person. Is there really something special about him? Asshole. Asshole. In the spacious room, Luoji slammed the wine bottle on the table against the wall, splashing wine flowers one by one. Behind the young man, an old man over 50 years old stood quietly behind him, allowing him to vent his anger. Damn Chu Tiannan, I want you to die. Luoji still roared angrily, as if venting his anger. Young master, why bother to get angry? It's just a little guy, how could he be better than you? The old man standing behind walked forward with a smile and said. Uncle Li, find me 2 girls, I really can't swallow this breath. Luoji didn't want to give a reason, so he directly said to the old man behind him. As your butler, I will do my best for you, and I will deliver it to your room in half an hour. After speaking, Butler Li smiled and walked out, not forgetting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door gently. Chu Tiannan. After calming down, Luoji gritted his teeth. If Zhang Yongquan didn't show up today, he would definitely give him a hard lesson. He wanted Chu Tiannan to know that in this world, there were some people whom Chu Tiannan could not afford to mess with. After calming down, Luoji got up and went back to the bed, snorting coldly, Just wait, you will fall into my hands. At night, after Chu Tiannan sent Luo Er to the dormitory, he also returned to the room rented by the college. After taking a comfortable bath, Chu Tiannan lay on the bed with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Because Luo Er's arrival today made him feel very happy. I wanted to wait for a while to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. The more Chu Tiannan thought about it, the more he couldn't help laughing. He raised his right hand subconsciously, and a faint dark golden light flashed. Hey, there is still no way to activate the Yin Tian sword. Do you really want me to reach the martial artist level? Chu Tiannan tried again, but it was still fruitless. Host. Please don't try it casually, you are not strong enough now to activate the Yin Tian sword. Wash up and sleep early when you have time. Damn it! Is the system perfect? Chu Tiannan sat up abruptly, his face stunned, and he couldn't help asking immediately. As long as I reach the martial artist level, I can fully activate the Yin Tian sword, right? Host. Activation and full activation are 2 different things. To reach the level of a martial artist, it can only be said that you can activate the Yin Tian sword. Whether you can cultivate Yin Tian sword to a stronger level or not depends on your personal talent. The stronger your strength, the more you will get. This is even more so with the Yin Tian sword. Sure enough. Shu Tiannan's eyes flashed brightly. He knew that things would not be so simple, but because of this, he was full of fighting spirit, and he laughed. It's interesting in this way. I like the feeling of continuous breakthrough, sleep. In the early morning, Shu Tiannan was still as usual, and he came to the training ground early to start his various tests. After staying in the morning, Shu Tiannan, who had no class, naturally walked out of the gate of the college. Hey! Luor, I'm going out for a while, come back from class in the afternoon, you can eat by yourself at noon, yes, see you in the afternoon. Through the phone call, Shu Tiannan sat on the bus and arrived at his part-time company after half an hour. Jiajile Moving Company Brother Hi. As a junior, Shu Tiannan warmly greeted his master who was leading him. I didn't expect you to come so early, Tiannan. A middle-aged man in plain clothes smiled when he saw the young man in black coming. He is the captain of the moving company's moving team. His name is Hai Gaopeng. He is called Haigu because he is very kind-hearted and has many friends in the company. You're very lucky today. We've received a big order. After we're done, each person will get 1,000 daily wages. Hai Gaopeng said with a smile. Then I'm really lucky. Hearing this, Shu Tiannan said with a rare smile. For rich people, 1,000 yuan is not taken seriously at all, but as ordinary people, a family of 3 can save a little money for a month, and they can spend less than yuan. So for people like Hai Gaopeng, 1,000 yuan per job is really not low. Everyone is ready, get in the car. Seeing more and more people in the company, Hai Gaopeng waved and shouted. Everyone was full of energy, so they got in the car and drove to the employer's house. Tiannan, what we are going to is a villa. It is said that the owner of this house is a successful businessman who earns a lot of money, and his brother is even a warrior. We all need to look up to such a person. In the car, Hai Gaopeng sighed while driving. Of course, I'll listen to my arrangement later. When you come here for the first time, I will naturally ask you to choose simple adaptations, and then I will give you heavy work. Don't mess around. While driving, Hai Gaopeng still reminded him. After all, even if people like this make things difficult for us, as long as no one is killed, the police will rarely take care of them. This is the strength of warriors. Hearing Hai Gaopeng's helpless sigh, Shu Tiannan could understand the powerlessness in the other party's heart, and nodded slightly. Don't worry, brother Hai, I will follow your arrangement when I go to the place. Although he said so, Shu Tiannan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Strength. Everything is due to strength, as long as the warrior level is high, who is justified and who is unreasonable, is it not a matter of one sentence? After a while, the car came to a quiet community, some of which were buildings, and some were single-family villas. Judging from the living standards, if one could afford a villa, one's status was naturally not low. After getting out of the car, Shu Tiannan looked at the surrounding artificial greenery, each of which was pruned with a very artistic sense, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. To be rich is to be self-willed, and even the greening is so high-style. Guys, get out of the car and go to work, go into the house. Following Hai Gaopeng's order, a group of 7 or 8 walked over, including Shu Tiannan. After entering the villa, Shu Tiannan glanced around naturally, and when he was still lamenting the luxurious life of the rich in his heart, his eyes suddenly fixed on a certain place. In the next second, Shu Tiannan's face changed slightly. Uncle Li. Luo Ji walked out of the room, saw many workers in the living room, and asked, "What is this for?" Your uncle said that his company's profit will double this year, so he's going to redecorate. These old furniture are ready to be disposed of. The middle-aged man in a formal suit laughed. Uncle is really rich, even my father wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Although Luo Ji is the son of a warrior, regardless of his status, his uncle's company makes more profits. After all, his uncle had no heirs, so he took Luo Ji as his own son, and his father was a warrior who needed to go out for many years, so he put Luo Ji in his own brother's house. Okay, then tell someone to finish it quickly, don't disturb my sleep. Luo Ji glanced casually before he finished speaking. Just such a random sweep, but suddenly found something wrong. It turned out to be him? Luo Ji stared intently at an inconspicuous black figure in the crowd, and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, they were discovered. When Chu Tiannan saw Luo Ji walking out of the room, he was equally surprised. But Chu Tiannan didn't show any look of fear. Instead, he's pretty calm. If Luo Ji is smart, I hope you don't mess with me, otherwise, I don't mind exposing the warrior's strength in advance. After a period of understanding, Chu Tiannan is completely familiar with this world, and he also knows that warriors have a special status. The police are not qualified to investigate warriors. Only the Martial Artists Alliance is eligible to intervene. Authority. Arbitrary. So Chu Tiannan knew that even though this was Luo Ji's residence, he still didn't have any timidity. Because I have confidence. God helped me too. On the other hand, Luo Ji naturally didn't think so. He stared at Chu Tiannan like a poisonous snake. This time, let's see how I play with you. Everyone, don't be dazed, my young master is very tight on time, try to finish before noon. Seeing that Luo Ji's expression was not right, Butler Li ordered. Okay, brothers are working, here is the list we want to move out. Hai Gaoping also brought the list given by Butler Li, and smiled. The move was orderly, without any mistakes, which is also Hai Gaoping's strict demands on himself and his subordinates. After all, as workers, they are not qualified to offend such employers. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, most of the furniture had been moved out of the villa, and there were still a few valuable porcelains. Be careful, these things are the owner's favorite. If they are damaged, you will never be able to pay for them if you struggle for the rest of your life. Butler Li couldn't see it by himself, so he called the 4 bodyguards at home to take care of it together. Luo Ji, who was sitting on the recliner, drank an expensive drink, thinking to himself. That Chu Tiannan actually only does light work, so it's not easy to start with. Luo Ji frowned slightly, and after a brief thought, he ordered his housekeeper. Uncle Li, you're like this. Outside the villa, Chu Tiannan had nothing to do. He had already moved all the big items. For this kind of weight, Chu Tiannan could easily handle it. After all, he has the strength of a high-level warrior. If he didn't deliberately hide it, these things would weigh 100 caddies, or even hundreds of caddies. Chu Tiannan really didn't have any problem holding one in each hand. Notice. The strength standard of a high-level warrior can reach the explosive strength of 1,000 caddies. This is also the reason why Chu Tiannan chose to work part-time. How is it? Are you used to working today? Hai Gaoping smiled and threw a bottle of water over. Not tired at all. Chu Tiannan said with a grin after catching the water bottle. Hearing this, Hai Gaoping couldn't help sighing. Oh, it's good to be young. Those outside, come in and carry things. My young master has something to do at the moment, so you should hurry up, and there will be an additional, bonus fee. At this moment, Butler Li walked out and shouted at the people outside. Okay, let's go now. Hai Gaoping responded, then looked at Chu Tiannan and said. The rest are precious porcelain. I didn't want you to help me, are you afraid? I'm afraid I won't come to work part-time. Chu Tiannan put down the water bottle and said with a smile. Young and promising, but I have to remind you, that thing is not only expensive, but also hard to hold, you have to pay attention. It is good. In the villa, there are large and small porcelains inside, and all the small ones have been moved out, leaving a few large porcelain vases. This is a good guy, how much does it cost? The skinny uncle who moved with Chu Tiannan couldn't help but exclaim. It is estimated that I have worked hard all my life, but this is not worth it. Chu Tiannan nodded with a smile. Although he has no special concept of money, he understands it. If you don't have money, you are destined to be trampled under your feet. Yes, that's it. Luo Ji sipped his drink leisurely, seeing that Chu Tiannan had got up, he sneered in his heart. Look how I clean up you. As he said that, a green pebble appeared in Luo Ji's right hand, and with his fingers, he ejected it viciously. The small stone is hard to detect, and its speed is extremely fast, but Luo Ji's target is not Chu Tiannan. It was another lean man who worked with him. Ouch! The small stone hit the skinny man's calf instantly, and he cried out in pain, his feet became unsteady. Fall straight down. Because one person was missing, the huge porcelain, which was as tall as a person, suddenly lost its center of gravity, and suddenly fell to the side. Not good. Chu Tiannan naturally realized that something was wrong. He bit his gums secretly, trying to stabilize the porcelain, but found that the smooth porcelain didn't have any grip points. Clap! A loud shattering sound resounded throughout the villa. The sound of broken porcelain was extremely harsh. At this moment, everyone froze, the moving company's eyes widened, and the villa's bodyguards were also stunned. For a while, everyone didn't know what to do. What's going on? After the loud noise, Butler Li ran in from outside the villa, followed by Hai Gaopeng. When Hai Gaopeng saw that the floor was full of fragments, and it still looked like it couldn't be broken anymore, his face was full of surprise and horror. De Chengzi, what's going on? Although he was shocked, Hai Gaopeng still glanced at Chu Tiannan and the thin man, and said in a deep voice. I don't know, I just had a leg cramp just now. At this moment, the thin man's eyes were full of panic. Looking at the porcelain shards on the ground, his face turned pale, and he could hardly speak. Papa! At the same time, applause sounded from one side, and everyone including Chu Tiannan looked over with frowns. Luoji stood up, with a cold face, and said calmly. I paid your moving company to come and move me like this? Although the voice was not loud, Hai Gaopeng's expression changed when he heard these words. Then he hurriedly came to Luoji and said with a smile. Young master, it's my subordinate's fault, please show your respect, my lord, De Chengzi's family depends on him for support, if... Is this the reason for your mistakes? Luoji sneered, pointing at the debris on the ground, and hummed. This big porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme is enough for all of you here to fight for half your life, and now you can fight if you say it? Especially when Luoji's eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, he pointed at the latter and said. At that time, he was the only one who moved the porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme, and he called the moving company, and he couldn't let go of the other one. All right, young master. Hearing this, Butler Li had already started to take out his phone. My lord. Hai Gaopeng was sweating from fright at this moment. He is afraid of such a difficult master, and it's not like he hasn't encountered such a situation before. But this time it was the mistakes of his own staff that made such a mistake. I think, it's not my partner's leg cramps, it's your fault, right? At this solemn moment, a calm voice drew everyone's attention. Chu Tiannan squatted down, picked up an inconspicuous green pebble on the ground, and said with a faint smile. I think it should be this that made Brother Cheng's legs cramp, right? Yes, at that time I also felt as if my leg had been hit by something, otherwise I wouldn't have cramp. The thin man beside him was also stunned and nodded repeatedly. Speak wildly, who do you think you are? Luoji laughed even more presumptuously, ignoring the unkind eyes of the moving company workers, and sneered. You smashed the precious items in our house, and now you want to shirk responsibility? Tiannan, this matter has nothing to do with you, don't meddle in it. Hai Gaopeng was already in a state of confusion at this moment, so he couldn't help shaking his head slightly at Chu Tiannan. Since Master Luoji said so, let's call the police to find out who is responsible for this. After speaking, Chu Tiannan took a step forward, holding a small stone, and said with a smile. Master Luoji, do you want to let this stone be tested for fingerprints? Hearing the words fingerprint test, Luoji's face changed slightly, and he immediately turned into anger from embarrassment. Okay, those who work now don't pay attention to the boss, come here, take him and that man, and send them to the police. Bored. Yes. Immediately, 2 of the 4 bodyguards were separated, and they all sneered viciously, holding explosion-proof short sticks in their hands. No, I don't want to go to the police station. De Chengzi was terrified at this moment. Seeing the 2 burly men grabbing him, he subconsciously resisted and knocked one of them to the ground. Damn it, if I don't show you how powerful you are, you're going to go to heaven. Another burly man cursed angrily when he saw this. He held a short stick and slammed De Chengzi's arm fiercely. The latter screamed and covered his arm, sweating coldly from the pain. Brother Chang! De Chengzi! Chu Tiannan and Hai Gaopeng shouted at the same time, and the former's gaze was extremely cold for an instant, like a knife's edge, scraping towards Luoji himself. Take him down. Seeing Chu Tiannan's sharp eyes, Luo Ji's body trembled for some reason. He knew that the other party was a senior student, so he hurriedly said sharply, "Boy, if you dare to resist, you will be crippled." The remaining two bodyguards waved their short sticks and drew them directly. Perhaps because of Di Qingzi's example before, these two strikers were more agile, wanting to subdue Chu Tiannan in an instant. After all, in their eyes, although they all use money to do things, their status is much higher than these people. Coupled with the fact that powerful people are behind the scenes, it makes them even more unscrupulous. Seeing two short sticks slashing towards him fiercely, at this moment, Chu Tiannan finally made a move. "Luo Ji, you forced me to do this, call out." Facing the two bodyguards approaching with sticks, Chu Tiannan's eyes flashed sharply. He made a wrong step, and cleverly walked around. Facing the dead corner of the attack, Chu Tiannan mercilessly punched one of them on the waist. Ah! There was a scream, and the sturdy man who was first attacked by Chu Tiannan fell to the ground instantly. Because this punch directly broke one of his ribs, the severe pain made him sweat, and even the other man who was about to step forward was shocked. Impossible! In terms of the degree of shock, Luo Ji was undoubtedly, after all, as a senior student of the Warrior Academy, he knew very well the strength of his bodyguard. They all have the physical fitness of senior students, so Chu Tiannan is a little stronger than senior students. But those who want to punch their own men have no power to fight back. It's simply a fantasy. "Luo Ji, I told you, don't force me." At this time, Chu Tiannan ignored the shock of the other party, and slowly stepped forward. His voice was cold. Just now Chu Tiannan still had some reservations about his punch, otherwise the unlucky bodyguard would have broken a rib. "Stop him." Luo Ji's voice was startled, and he commanded another person, sternly. But when he heard his master's words, the sturdy bodyguard gritted his teeth and swung his stick fiercely. Boom! Without any accident, the second bodyguard also fell to the ground, but this person had a broken rib on the other side. "What are you going to do?" Luo Ji was really frightened at this moment. His face was pale. Luo Ji also finally understood that he was not Chu Tiannan's opponent at all. Even if he, Luo Ji, made a move by himself, he would never be able to control the enemy with one move, and it was so clean. Although he was able to beat his own bodyguards, it took a lot of effort to do so. The difference is obvious. What am I going to do? Chu Tiannan walked in front of Luo Ji without hindrance. He, who had experienced life and death, exuded an oppressive aura all over his body at this time, and Luo Ji was so frightened that he couldn't stand still. "Tiannan, don't act recklessly," Hai Gaopeng said urgently after he recovered from the shock. "Use force in other people's villas, and you will go to jail." "Huh, do you hear me, you bastard?" Luo Ji only reacted, and immediately laughed wildly. Although he was annoyed at the opponent's strength in his heart, he firmly believed that the opponent would not dare to do anything to him. "As long as you dare to do something to me, you can go to jail directly." "Oh? Really?" Originally Luo Ji wanted to use this to scare the other party, and then delayed until the police came, but he never thought that Chu Tiannan just nodded slightly. Boom! The sound of a punch breaking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme was so fast, Luo Ji felt as if he had hit a wall, and his figure was directly blasted against the wall. The walls were slightly dented because of this, although Chu Tiannan did not do it lightly. He understood. The senior student's physical fitness is not bad, at least he won't die this time. Yes, the physical fitness of advanced students is second only to junior fighters, so although Luo Ji will lie in bed for a month. But there is no danger. Cool. With a punch, Chu Tiannan's heart was filled with joy. Ever since he came to the martial arts academy, he had been patient again and again. But this Luo Ji provoked him many times. This time Chu Tiannan directly defeated him. It is estimated that this Luo Ji will cast a psychological shadow in the future. Master! Steward Li was horrified when he saw this, and hurriedly hugged the young man who was embedded in the wall. Police! Don't move! At the same time, several police officers also rushed into the villa. When they saw the scene inside, they were really shocked. Two personal bodyguards fell down on the ground. and Luo Ji, who was speechless with an unbelievable expression on his face. There is also a young man in black standing in the center. The young man clenches his hands slightly. Judging from his sharp edge, he must not be an ordinary person. Police! Hands up! Several policemen pointed their guns at Chu Tiannan and said sharply, "If you dare to resist, we have the right to kill you." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan glanced at Hai Gaopeng, who was shaking his head and sighing, and then at Di Chengzi, who was in pain on the ground, sighed in his heart, and slowly raised his hand. Chu Tiannan knew that the reason why this scene happened today was because of Luo Ji's bad relationship with him. This caused such a thing to happen to Hai Gaopeng's moving company. After all, Chu Tiannan admitted that the main responsibility was still on him. Otherwise, he would never have made such a head today. Old Yuan. These people are all robbers, look at him beating my young master. At this moment, Butler Li screamed, pointing at Chu Tiannan, full of grief and indignation. And the middle-aged policeman called Lao Yuan looked at Luo Ji, his face twitched despite his concentration. I saw Luo Ji's body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes widened, but he was speechless. Take these people away, and this one. Lao Yuan, as the captain, directly ordered his subordinates. When his eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, his voice became a little louder. Don't resist. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. Two of the young police officers walked towards Chu Tiannan wearing handcuffs, and the latter nodded slightly when he saw this. Immediately under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he smiled. I cooperate with you, let's go. Tiannan. Seeing that Chu Tiannan was about to carry everyone on his shoulders and was taken away by the police, Hai Gaopeng felt anxious and powerless in his heart. It's okay, brother Hai, trust me. Before Chu Tiannan was taken away, he turned his head and gave Hai Gaopeng a mysterious smile. Just Tiannan has never been to your company. As he spoke, the young man in black was forcibly taken away by the police. Master Luo, are you all right? Lao Yuan took a cigarette from Butler Li, looked at Luo Ji, who could not move, and frowned. He has a physique phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to that of a warrior. How could he be injured like this? Chu Tiannan. Luo Ji wanted to move at this time, but found that his body seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't move at all. Due to the overwhelming anger, his eyes went dark, and he passed out. Master, there must be nothing wrong. Seeing this, Steward Li called an ambulance in panic, and said to Lao Yuan. He is a future martial artist, you need to help with this case, old Yuan. Hearing that, as the captain, Lao Yuan naturally understood what the other party meant. He nodded slightly and left without saying much. Afterwards, Hai Gaopeng and his companions carried Di Chengzi to seek medical treatment. As for Chu Tiannan's matter, Hai Gaopeng has already applied to the superior leader of the moving company, but he has no choice but to agree with the latter. Fire Chu Tiannan as a staff member. Obviously, this company wants to distance itself from Chu Tiannan. Obviously, the people Chu Tiannan provoked this time were not comparable to their small moving company. Click. Dazzling lights flashed, the black hood covering Chu Tiannan was lifted, and the young man narrowed his eyes slightly. The whole room is extremely empty, only the camera in the corner rotates mechanically. And the cold handcuffs on Chu Tiannan's hands. Tell me. Why did you hurt Luo Ji? At this moment, one of the policemen sitting opposite Chu Tiannan slapped the table and snapped. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan raised his gaze, calmly looked at the two young policemen in front of him who were interrogating him, and said, It was his bodyguard who moved me first, and I had no choice but to do it. You have no choice? Hearing this, one of the policemen obviously didn't believe it, and said coldly, From the testimony of the Luo family, we found that, as a moving company, you deliberately thought that you had destroyed the precious porcelain, which led to disputes, and you even fought hard. How do you explain that? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan also understood, shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. Then let them do it, don't waste time, do whatever you want. He knew that the Luo family would definitely not make him feel better, but Chu Tiannan also wanted to see it. What means can the other party have? Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to expose the warrior's strength. I believe Luo Air has already got the news. At this time Chu Tiannan was quite calm, and he was not panicked because he was about to face prison. Young man, your confession is quite unfavorable to you. Seeing that the other party stopped talking, another middle-aged policeman with a calm face frowned. You know that this is tantamount to pleading guilty in disguise. What you moved was a villa of a listed company in the southern district of Jishir City. The owner of the villa is going to sue you. Of course, this is just one of them. The boy you heard is the son of a warrior. This matter is more serious than you imagined. The family members of those who dare to use force or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either /phoneme capital crimes or life imprisonment. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan frowned, but he ignored the fact that Luoji's father was a warrior. But that's all. Chu Tiannan is still quite calm. After all, he is fully sure of making a comeback. It seems that you are ready to accept it, don't you? One of the young police officers saw this. He thought that Chu Tiannan would give up on himself knowing that he had offended the warrior's family. Khan. The iron door was closed immediately. Chu Tiannan was alone in this secluded hut, looked around in the dark, and lay down on the bed. I don't want to stay in this kind of place for the rest of my life. The corners of Chu Tiannan's lips curled up slightly. What Chu Tiannan was thinking at this moment was how to let the outside world know that he had the strength of a warrior. 3 days later, in a high-end restaurant. Sitting at the dining table, Luo Ji poured wine for another young man and said with a smile, Brother Cheng, I will leave this matter to you, and I will thank you very much. Hearing this rebellious-looking young man drank wine intoxicatedly, nodded and said, Brother Luo's help, I will definitely help. Leave this matter to me. Although killing people is not allowed, but crippling is still possible. The little brother will wait for the good news. After seeing off the young man, Luo Ji tasted high-end fruit wine alone in the room, and his eyes were full of resentment at this time. As a senior student, he has no power to fight back against Chu Tiannan. This is for Luo Ji. What a shame. That's why he wanted to take this opportunity to completely abolish Chu Tiannan. After all, they had already had a grudge. Assuming that one day Chu Tiannan breaks through to warriors before Luo Ji, this matter will be difficult to handle. Gently put down the cup in his hand, Luo Ji stood up and sneered. Chu Tiannan, let me see how you fight with me this time. Whoa! This is the sound of the iron door being opened, and the natural light outside illuminates the originally dark room. Prisoner Chu Tiannan, get up and move. Accompanied by a cold reminder, Chu Tiannan, who was meditating on the wooden bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Those sharp eyes, like the edge of a sword, are deep and unfathomable. Pretending to be in prison and wanting to cultivate into a martial artist? Seeing Chu Tiannan like this, the prison guard sneered disdainfully in his heart. After all, there is not a single prisoner in prison who does not do this. They just look forward to becoming warriors one day, and in this case, they will atone for their sins. But it's better than wasting your life here. Chu Tiannan was wearing a prison uniform and walking in the protective corridor, looking at a young warden approaching him with a calm expression. On the other hand, the warden's eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, showing a thoughtful expression. The two just passed by so plainly, without the slightest exchange of words. Is this person Chu Tiannan? The warden turned around after passing Chu Tiannan, and asked the subordinates beside him. Yes, did the warden have orders? A prison guard nodded. Let the people in the cell point him, don't kill anyone. Yes. South China-based Shernan District Public Security Bureau. Seeing that the hall was very lively at this time, Captain Yuan was on duty today, so he walked out directly, frowning. What's so noisy? Captain Yuan, you are here. The chief is not here. You are the only one who can handle this matter now. At this moment, a young police officer was sweating on his forehead. Obviously things are not as simple as imagined. What's causing this panic? Captain Yuan frowned slightly. After all, this is also a police station, so he walked straight to the hall. I saw a beautiful girl in yellow standing at the front desk of the police station, followed by two middle-aged men. 3. Come to our Southern District Public Security Bureau to report the case? Captain Yuan put down the hot water cup in his hand, looked at the girl in yellow with a beautiful face, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His face remained calm. Let's pick someone up. A middle-aged man next to the girl in yellow stepped forward and said, Is there a young man named Chu Tiannan detained here a few days ago? There is a little guy with this name, and he has been transferred to a nearby prison. Hearing this, Captain Yuan frowned slightly, took a sip of hot water, and said, After all, this Chu Tiannan committed the crime of intentionally hurting others, and the injured Luo Ji is about to sue him. Do you know that you are imprisoning a martial artist? However, the other party's next sentence made Captain Yuan, who didn't care at first, stare wide-eyed, couldn't help but spit out the water from his mouth, and said in horror, Warrior? Impossible. We have checked his information. One of the survivors from the former base city in East China is just a senior student of the Warrior Academy. How could he be a warrior? After all, for the public security organs, no one is a warrior, and it is immediately clear after checking the identity information, so although Captain Yuan doesn't believe it, he is already muttering in his heart. After all, the identity of a warrior cannot be faked, but seeing what the other party said so seriously, obviously there must be tricks in it. Uncle Wang. Seeing Captain Yuan hesitant, the girl in yellow whispered to the middle-aged man behind her. When the latter heard the words, he directly handed over the identity information in his hand. Captain Yuan was shocked when he saw it. Instructor of martial arts gym in East District of South China Base, Wang Jinhai. There is also a proof of strength at the back, senior warrior. This. Captain Yuan was completely stunned, and suddenly realized, he asked the policeman next to him. Quickly find out, which prison is this Chu Tiannan in? Seeing that something was wrong, the police officers came to say after a quick check. Back to Team Yuan, since the South District prison is full of death row inmates, this Chu Tiannan is in the East District prison. Call the police immediately and pick him up. Captain Yuan stood up without any hesitation and said in a deep voice. But Captain Yuan, this Chu Tiannan committed the crime of intentionally hurting someone, and he picked him up directly, for fear of the Eastern District. The police officer hesitated. Don't worry about the face of the Eastern District prison. People from the Eastern District Martial Arts Center have come here. This case is no longer under our police's control. Captain Yuan shook his head, then knocked on the table and urged. Quick! Yes, Captain. Seeing the other party so quickly, Luo Air also walked out of the police station, and thanked Uncle Wang beside him. Uncle Wang, I'm counting on you this time. I don't need to ask your family members for this trivial matter. In Dongcheng District, as long as this little guy really has the strength of a warrior, I can make the decision. The middle-aged man smiled. It is not difficult to see that this man surnamed Wang, no matter in terms of momentum or physique. Obviously not ordinary people. However, neither Luo Air nor Captain Yuan knew. While the police station in Nanchang District was anxious, the prison in Dongcheng District. But the rain is about to come, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme is full of buildings. Inside Dongcheng prison there are 100 or so people gathered here in the event venue, or chatting in small groups. Or a group of people relaxing with a game of basketball. There was only one young figure sitting in a corner with his eyes slightly closed and his ears turned off from the window. It should be this kid. That's the person that Brother Qing confessed to. Look at the photo, that's right. Brother Qing said, teach me a lesson, don't let anyone die. Okay, don't worry. After a long while, a group of more than a dozen people aggressively crossed the field, and directly surrounded the young figure sitting quietly by the flower bed. But little brother Chu Tiannan? A good-hearted laugh came, causing the young man to open his eyes and said, Is something wrong? Hey, of course there is something to do. After confirming the identity of the other party, the dozen or so people laughed out of spite. The people on the outside blocked the view inside. This is a blind spot for surveillance, and no evidence will be left. With so many people, is there a welcoming ceremony? Seeing this, Chu Tiannan smiled lightly. Boy, death is imminent, and you are still so rampant. The leading bald man clenched his fists and made a crisp voice, sternly. Move quickly, go. Hearing the boss's order, one of the dozen or so people around immediately stabbed fiercely with a sharpened toothbrush. Ugh! Shu Tiannan knew that today's matter would not be good, because he could see it. The characters in these numbers are not trying to smack themselves, but to really abolish themselves. Click! There was a crisp snapping sound, and Shu Tiannan broke off the toothbrush with his right hand, and kicked the first prisoner fiercely. The latter suddenly screamed, and then flew out, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. The prisoner clutched his stomach and rolled over on the ground, looking in pain. Shu Tiannan quickly dealt with the person, and still sat calmly by the flower bed, smiling lightly. Who wants to do me? You don't deserve to know, brothers, let's go together. Facing the fact that one of his subordinates had been crippled, the bald man was vicious, and the people around rushed forward. Boom! Boom! Snapped! Shu Tiannan was still sitting in front of the flower bed, seeing a dozen or so people rushing up at the same time, but he was not timid or caring at all. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme with his hands, feet, or palms. The speed is extremely fast, and the short distance explosive power is full. In less than a minute, a dozen or so prisoners, including the boss, who had a huge advantage, were seen. They were all knocked down in an instant, and Shu Tiannan didn't choose to hit hard, he just made the opponent unable to get up. Damn it, why is the person Shinga said he wants to deal with so strong? The bald man covered his smooth head, gnashing his teeth, while a painful prisoner next to him said, he may be a warrior. Warrior? The bald boss shuddered in his heart, and he turned his eyes to the young man who was sitting quietly in front of the flower bed, suddenly realized, and roared angrily. Rat, kill him, call out. In the next second, a sharp cold light ruthlessly flew towards Shu Tiannan at an extremely fast speed. What power! Seeing the situation, Shu Tiannan was shocked. He stood up with cold eyes. The blade actually flies in the air by itself. Although it is a bit clumsy and immature, it is full of lethality. Puff! Shu Tiannan wanted to dodge, but the blade came too fast. Coupled with the short distance, the powerful inertial impact force directly penetrated Shu Tiannan's arm, and blood flowed out immediately. Damn it! Shu Tiannan gritted his teeth and covered his wound. At this moment he was really shocked. Unexpectedly, there are such capable people in this prison. Call out! The blow missed Shu Tiannan's vitals, the blade cut a cold light, and struck again. Hide! Hide! At this time Shu Tiannan was no longer as careless as before, he rolled on the ground, dodging the blades in the air again and again. And the latter seemed to have no choice but to swear not to give up, and made troubles one after another. And this time faster and more explosive. It's not good. I can't hide. Shu Tiannan was forced to the flower bed, and found that there was no room. His heart felt cold, he gritted his teeth, and thoughts frantically flooded his mind. Block! Block! And Shu Tiannan, who had a very strong soul, stared fixedly at the approaching flying blade and gritted his teeth. But what can be resisted? Obviously, the locked position of the blade this time is exactly Shu Tiannan's shoulder, if it is penetrated again this time. It is estimated that Shu Tiannan's career as a warrior is coming to an end. Ding! At this extremely urgent moment, Shu Tiannan felt his mind go cold, and a calm voice sounded. The host already has 10 times the foundation of the soul, can activate the controller's weapon, and the heavenly sin sings the snake. Activate now? Devour the system? At this extremely urgent moment, Shu Tiannan saw that the flying blade was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, which also surprised him. The devouring system actually spoke at this moment. It seems to be able to activate new things? That goes without saying, activate it. Although Shu Tiannan didn't hear it clearly, he didn't dare to hesitate at the moment of life and death. Put all your hopes on this activation. Activation successful. Host, please accept the heavenly sin snake, starting from this moment. You are not only a warrior, but also a controller. After the system's voice finished speaking, it disappeared again. At the same time, Shu Tiannan only felt that his eyes seemed to be able to see more clearly. However, the most important thing is that the blade that had been swiftly swept towards him was now in Shu Tiannan's eyes. It turned out to be a lot slower. What's the use of slow light? But even though Chu Tianan had a preliminary feeling of controlling the overall situation, he still couldn't help roaring in his heart. What I want is to block. The moment the flying blade was about to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chu Tianan, a black ray suddenly shot out from nowhere. The blade was shattered in an instant, and the black light disappeared instantly after the crisis was resolved. The crisis is over? Seeing the blade shattered to the ground, Chu Tiannan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and after he relaxed, he felt dizzy instantly. At this moment, Chu Tiannan felt as if his soul had been drained, and his spirit was very heavy. If it wasn't for the support of his strong consciousness, he would have fallen into a deep sleep at this time. And in the corner of the chaotic venue, a thin and unbelievably small figure kept murmuring beside him. It's impossible. It's impossible. How could I miss it? At the same time, a beautiful figure in yellow clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the venue. Luo was also startled when he saw dozens of prisoners lying on the ground in pain. And when she was searching with her bright eyes, she finally landed on the wobbly young man and ran over quickly. Tiannan, are you alright? Luo saw that the situation was not right. Chu Tiannan seemed to fall down at any time. There was a trace of eagerness in his voice. It's all right. Seeing a familiar person, for some reason, when Chu Tiannan saw Luo's pretty face, his heart felt a lot more at ease. But after this relaxation, a lot of fatigue hit him crazily. Chu Tiannan's eyes were slightly closed, and he fell down directly. Leave Luo anxious alone. When Chu Tiannan struggled to open his eyes again, it was already dark outside. And he was lying on a tidy nursing bed, with a heart rhythm test sticker in his hand, obviously. Chu Tiannan knew that he had been transferred out of prison. Chu Tiannan knew that he was overtired before, so he couldn't help but fell asleep in the end. When he got up, he found that the previous heavy tiredness had disappeared. It seems that I used up too much soul power before? Chu Tian shook his head slightly, and suddenly his mind moved. Host. Since it was your first time to use Heavenly Snake, the system reminds you very much. Next time, don't use your soul power so desperately, it will cause the host's soul to dry up and fall into a deep sleep. In the slightest, it will damage the source of the soul, and in the worst case, it may fall asleep forever. Remember. Remember. The indifferent system prompt sounded in Chu Tiannan's mind, which made the latter suddenly realize. No wonder, maybe I was too anxious before, so I mobilized the strongest soul force. Recalling the previous scene, Chu Tiannan still has lingering fears. If it weren't for the devouring emergency rescue, he would be given a great weapon again. Chu Tiannan is likely to be abolished. Heavenly Sin Singing Snake. Chu Tiannan felt that his soul power was being saturated, and saw that there was no one around, so he moved carefully. I saw a small short blade as black as ink condensed from Chu Tiannan's body. The shape of the short blade is like a small snake, flying around Chu Tiannan flexibly, as if to please his master. No wonder it's called the Snake of Heaven's Sin. Seeing the shape of the short blade clearly, Chu Tiannan nodded, his eyes swept somewhere outside the window, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Go with. During the thought control, the Heavenly Sin naming snake seemed to have got the master's order, and it trembled cheerfully, at an extremely fast speed. I saw a black light rushing out of the window with swift momentum. Flashing through the quiet garden, it finally hit an inconspicuous huge stone on the grass. Collapse! The black light broke through the stone, and finally quietly returned to Chu Tiannan's side. Just as the latter was about to speak, he heard a loud noise. I saw that half-person high stone on the grass was instantly covered with cracks, like a spider web, and finally fell under Chu Tiannan's surprised gaze. It exploded suddenly. I rely on. Chu Tiannan really didn't know about the explosive power of the Heavenly Sin naming snake. After such a trial just now, even he was startled. Immediately afterwards, his face was full of joy. Great weapon. Chu Tiannan's eyes looked at the small sword weapon floating beside him. Don't look at the size of the Tianzui naming snake, which is much smaller than the Yantian sword. But it is because of such a small thing that it can be used at a special juncture. Unexpectedly powerful combat power broke out. Chu Tiannan really likes the sinning snake, which is equivalent to having an extra card in his hole. Just imagine, during the battle, while using the heavenly expansion soldiers, at the same time, I allocated a trace of soul power to control the heavenly sin snake. The combat effect achieved must be twice the result with half the effort. Efficient. Strong combat power. It's just that the soul power is consumed a little more. After a while, Chu Tiannan felt a little tired in his mind. He hurriedly took the heavenly sinning snake back into his body. At the same time, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a beautiful figure in yellow clothes walked in. Seeing Chu Tiannan wake up, said happily, "When did you wake up?" Seeing that Chu Tiannan had already sat up, Luo walked over, looked at the young man in front of him, and asked, "Are you still a little uncomfortable? Do you want to take a rest?" It may be that Chu Tiannan's mental state is not good. Luo's voice is obviously concerned. "I'm fine, I've already rested." Chu Tiannan smiled as if he had just woken up. "I can get out of prison this time, thank you." As for the matter of Tian's snake, Chu Tiannan was not ready to talk about it yet. After all, there have been many soldiers investigating from outside the window. After all, this is a hospital. Naturally, some people are suspicious of this loud noise. It's just that they couldn't find any evidence, let alone suspected that it was Chu Tiannan who made the movement. Hearing this, Luo shook his head slightly. A middle-aged man was walking behind him. He looked at the young man on the bed, and said with a smile, "Hello young man, my name is Wang Jinhai, and I am the head officer of the Wuguan in Dongqing district." "Hello, Master Chief." Chu Tiannan was taken aback when he heard the words, feeling the faint fluctuations in the middle-aged man's aura, and hurriedly responded. Because he found that this Wang Jinhai looked ordinary. But those eyes are extremely sharp, and Wang Jinhai's strength is unpredictable. Chu Tiannan understood that it was quite easy for the other party to abuse him. "Well, I have already checked your information. You were indeed a senior student before." After speaking, Wang Jinhai nodded and took out an information book. "Fortunately, Luo met you. When this girl said that you have the strength of a high-level warrior, I was overjoyed. And when I wanted to see you, I heard that you were arrested and imprisoned for deliberately hurting others. That's why Luo brought me to the prison to rescue you." After finishing speaking, Wang Jinhai looked at Chu Tiannan with a smile and nodded with satisfaction. "After watching you fight in the prison, I found that you do have the power of a warrior. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for saving the boy." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded, and clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, "This sentence of thanks comes from the heart, no matter what purpose this Wang Jinhai has." What's more, with Luo's relationship, Chu Tiannan naturally wouldn't think too much about it. We won't mention such a trivial matter." Wang Jinhai smiled and waved his hands, saying that he was very satisfied with Chu Tiannan. The next thing to say is about the secrets of warriors. You need to be prepared. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, please tell me. You already have the strength of a warrior, but you haven't participated in the warrior assessment and certification, so there is no identity information about you in the warrior system. You are in charge now, so if you want to stand up, you must prove that you are a warrior." Wang Jinhai said gradually, looking at Chu Tiannan. "Now there is a way in front of you, and that is through me to recruit you into the Dongqing District Martial Arts Hall in advance, so that through the intervention of the Martial Artists Alliance, the poor man who disputes with you will be punished." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded. He knew this, and now this is an opportunity. What happened before the prison made Chu Tiannan understand. This is to show that someone is going to kill him. Obviously, Luo Ji is the most suspicious. Because he was worried that he would become a warrior. In that case, he, Luo Ji, would murder the warrior. The crime is serious. In this world, Chu Tiannan knew that he had no choice if he gave up this opportunity. It is very likely that he will die unexpectedly next time. A warrior who has not been certified by the warrior system, even if he dies in prison. There will not be too many people to ask. Wang Jinhai didn't urge the other party, just stood silently waiting for a reply, and Luo nodded slightly at Chu Tiannan. Mouth movement. I agree to join the martial arts school. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan agreed without any hesitation under Wang Jinhai's surprised gaze. Because Luo said something that reassured Chu Tiannan. Believe me. In the hospital room, when Wang Jinhai saw that Chu Tiannan agreed without hesitation, his serious expression suddenly relaxed a lot, and he said with a smile, "Young man, you will be proud of your decision today." As he said that, Wang Jinhai took out another smart bracelet from his pocket, but it looked similar to the civilian smart bracelet. This is a smart bracelet specially equipped for the warrior system, and it also proves your status as a Shishiнаnan warrior. Saying that, Wang Jinhai handed it to the other party, seeing that Chu Tiannan took it directly, said, "Because you haven't participated in the warrior assessment yet, so you are not considered a real warrior yet, so you have to go through the motions. I believe that you are a junior martial artist, it is not difficult to go through the motions. Compared to senior students, you are bullying them." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan laughed. "Yes, I am a junior martial artist, compared to advanced students who are not even martial artists. Of course it's bullying. If swallowing hadn't told me that I could activate the Yin Tian sword, I wouldn't even know I had broken through." After going through the pressure of life and death in the prison, Chu Tiannan's potential was once again exploded. As a result, he broke through to a junior martial artist in one fell swoop. "My martial artist, you have good talent, I like you." Wang Jinhai looked at Chu Tiannan, then at Luo, and said with a smile, "I thought it would overwhelm you." Luo snorted softly, making Chu Tiannan shake his head and laugh. This girl still doesn't like being oppressed in her bones. Since the matter of your martial artist has been resolved, let's talk about another matter. Wang Jinhai said, his smile gradually subsided, and he hummed. "Dare to attack warriors blatantly, this senior student named Luo Ji will definitely be in prison." Hearing this, Luo also nodded, and said, "I didn't expect this Luo Ji to be very sinister. If I'm a few days later, I'm afraid." Now the warden of Dongcheng District Prison has admitted that it was Luo Ji who entrusted him. Wang Jinhai said domineeringly with a faint majesty, "Everyone related to you this time has been intervened by the joint investigation of the Tobu Hall. Don't worry, you are now a member of my Tobu Hall. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke us, no one can bully us." Chu Tiannan also nodded, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. This Luo Ji provoked him repeatedly, not to mention, even if he was beaten, he still wanted to put himself in prison. It's simply courting death. In a high-end restaurant in Nanchang District, Luo Ji drank fruit wine leisurely, as if he was waiting for something. Whoa! The door opened, and a young man with a gloomy face walked in. Luo Ji stood up and smiled when he saw this. "Brother Qing, why did you come here? Did the boss work overtime again?" Hearing this, Lu Qing did not speak, and then sat on the seat with a gloomy and terrifying expression. "What's the matter, Brother Qing?" Luo Ji also found out that something was wrong, so he couldn't help asking. At this moment, Lu Qing took a sip of the wine and sneered. "Well, you Luo Ji, you just want to die, but you still want to drag me to accompany you. What's going on here?" Luo Ji's heart skipped a beat, as if he had guessed something. He asked, "Could it be that Chu Tiannan has become a warrior?" This is what Luo Ji is most afraid of. After all, he is still far away from being a warrior. If Chu Tiannan becomes a warrior, this matter will be troublesome. But it was just a trouble. After all, his father Luo Mang was also a warrior. And the strength is still very strong. The Chu Tiannan you want me to run has already been picked up by the people from the East Martial Arts Hall today, and it was also taken away by the chief officer of the Martial Arts Hall, Wang Jinhai. Lu Qing looked at Luo Ji and said in a deep voice, "Become a warrior?" Lu Qing stared at Luo Ji and sneered. "Anyway, you are all from the Warrior Academy, are you really stupid or fake? Don't you know Chu Tiannan?" When I was asked, Luo Ji felt that something was wrong, so he told the truth. "This kid is a transfer student who came to our academy later, Brother Qing, has he become a warrior?" Now this is what he is most concerned about, if Chu Tiannan has a backer, but not the identity of a warrior. Everything has room to change. What are you thinking? Lu Qing could see the other party's thoughts and sneered. I'm not keeping secrets with you anymore. I came here today to tell you so that you don't even know how to die. After speaking, Lu Qing stood up, looked down at Luo Ji, who was a little uneasy, and said in a cold voice, This Chu Tiannan has already been recruited by the Dongwu Hall, and he has the level of a junior martial artist. You played too big this time. Let's do it for ourselves. I paid for the meal, so you don't need to invite it. After speaking, Lu Qing turned around and left. Luo Ji, who was sitting on the stool blankly, was left behind. Luo Ji's face turned pale, even the hand holding the wineglass trembled, his eyes widened, and he said in horror, Martial arts master? It's impossible. It's impossible. At this time, after Luo Ji learned of Chu Tiannan's situation, his face was so frightened that there was no trace of blood on his face. Even his trembling hands spilled the wineglass he raised. No, I can't sit still. Luo Ji stood up abruptly. He had never been so flustered before. But this time, he was really scared. He even seemed to see the policeman in cold handcuffs, waiting for him at the door. Fear. Cold. Fear. Yes, call uncle first. Luo Ji hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. Hey! Uncle, where are you? Inside Dongcheng District Warrior Hospital. After Wang Jinhai left the ward, only Chu Tiannan and Luo Er were left in the room. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, and both of them didn't know what to say. Chu Tiannan looked at Luo Er's flickering eyes and said with a smile, I just found out that you are also embarrassed sometimes? For you? Luo Er's bright eyes fell on the young man on the bed, and said softly, Yes, the one in front of me, but he has had a good time in the prison, and he still looks like a normal person. My little girl admires it. After saying that, Luo Er couldn't help laughing, and Chu Tiannan couldn't help smiling. What are your plans for the future? Luo Er looked at Chu Tiannan and asked softly. Me? Chu Tiannan shrugged, and said casually, Let's take one step at a time, but I'll make a good plan for Luo Ji's affairs, and I can't let him off easily. Since your important matter has been resolved, I'm leaving too. Luo Er stood up, but there was a bit of reluctance in his voice. Where are you going? Chu Tiannan was startled when he heard the words, and couldn't help asking. Aren't you staying at the Warrior Academy? You idiot, you and I are both junior martial masters, bullying people in the martial arts academy? Luo Er gave the other party an annoyed look, and then murmured. I came here to find you. Although the voice was very soft, it was quite warm and comfortable to Chu Tiannan's ears. It's an honor to be able to remember Miss Luo. I didn't expect you to be so slick. I'm just thanking you. Oomph, you men are all big pigs. After the joke was over, naturally returning to the topic, Luo Er covered Chu Tiannan's quilt herself and said, I'm going home. You and I have already logged into the friend system, and we can contact you at any time on the smart bracelet. Oh. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded. Okay, you and I still have a lot of things to deal with, and I won't bother you anymore. Luo Er could see that the other party was a little depressed. Then he reached out and tapped the other person's forehead lightly, and said with a slight smile. Smile. Hey. Chu Tiannan nodded, grinning at the corner of his mouth, making Luo Er helpless with a deliberate smile. You can't be funny. I'm leaving. With that said, Luo Er turned around and was about to leave, leaving Chu Tiannan on the bed. Wait a minute. After Chu Tiannan struggled in his heart, he still called out to the other party. What's the matter? Luo Er turned around. Well, are you also a member of Dongwu Hall? Chu Tiannan suppressed the excitement in his heart, fixed his eyes on Luo Er, and said, Me? Hearing this, Luo Er pointed at herself and shook her head lightly. I'm not from the Tabukan. Then you are from the North Martial Arts Academy? Chu Tiannan frowned, because after he got the warrior bracelet, he naturally learned a lot. The Warrior Alliance is the collective existence of this world, and in the Huameng, the warrior system is divided into two major factions. Among them, the Dongwu Hall that Chu Tiannan joined is one of them. and the other is the Baiwugwan with the same rich heritage. Among the remaining 9 major base cities of the Chinese alliance, there are shadows of the Dongwu Hall and the Beiwu Hall. One can imagine the great influence. I'm not from Baiwugwan. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals either/phoneme. Luoer's answer made Chu Tiannan heave a sigh of relief, and then said in astonishment. Then which warrior system do you belong to? I'm a warrior in the warrior system, but I don't belong to the Huameng martial arts school. Luoer teased, blinking her jewel-like eyes. Get to the point. Chu Tiannan said with a dark face. Why did I tell you? On the other hand, Luoer didn't follow the routine and walked out directly, waving his hand. See you later, Tiannan. Hey! You haven't told me where you belong. Is your home in South China Bay City? Facing someone's roar, Luoer walked out of the nursing ward lightly. After closing the door, Luoer leaned against the wall next to her, her pretty face blushing slightly. A gleam of joy flashed across the girl's bright eyes at this time, and this smile made the bright lights around her seem to dim a little for an instant. The corner of the girl's mouth slightly raised, and she turned and left immediately. Fool! Nursing ward Chu Tiannan looked at the empty room speechlessly. The sudden silence made him a little uncomfortable. Hurry up and leave the hospital tomorrow, it's really uncomfortable here. Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and swiped his right hand. The space that Chu Tiannan's hand passed seemed to lose resonance, and after a slight tremor, the dark golden light instantly illuminated the entire room. In the next second, under Chu Tiannan's dumbfounded gaze, 100 dark gold long swords slowly appeared as if tearing apart the space. When the whole sword completely appeared in front of Chu Tiannan, the crack that appeared behind the tail of the sword was instantly repaired. Although the speed was extremely fast, Chu Tiannan still caught a glimpse of it, and was really surprised in his heart. Starry sky, wrong. After thinking about it carefully, Chu Tiannan was shocked to find that it was not the so-called starry sky at all. Swallow. Chu Tiannan immediately activated the system. Host. You have activated the Yin Tian sword, what are you calling me for? Let me ask you, who is the owner of this Yin Tian sword? Chu Tiannan looked excited at this time. Is it from the universe? The reason why Chu Tiannan asked this question was to confirm it. Yes, host. After a while, the devouring system, which had no message, gave a reply, and Chu Tiannan nodded. Really? Then can you tell me who is the master of this sword? Chu Tiannan asked. Host, I don't have the authority to answer your questions, I'm just a system. After speaking, the devouring system fell silent without any reply. Universe. Chu Tiannan sat up, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. Damn it, my memory has been sealed. Did someone tamper with me before I was reborn? Chu Tiannan frowned. He found that he had lost all memory about the universe, even for the universe, just like the people on Earth for the universe. It is also in the middle of the haze, and there is no useful value information. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Chu Tiannan's gaze was as cold as a sword's edge, and he knew that he must have been tampered with before his death. Obviously, the great power that manipulated himself. Fear of their own existence, afraid of their own comeback. Just wait, I will be back. Chu Tiannan murmured, and stopped thinking about it. The young man glanced at the Yin Tian sword floating beside him, and stretched out his hand to hold it in his hand. Gudong. At this moment, Chu Tiannan felt as if he had activated the sword, as if connected by blood, which made him extremely comfortable. What a powerful power! Chu Tiannan played with the Yin Tian sword, and found that his previous bonus experience was compared with this one. It is basically a sky and an earth. Feeling that the body of the sword was fluctuating quietly like a heart, Chu Tiannan hurriedly withdrew it, for fear that someone would covet it. This is the Yin Tian sword. It is estimated that with this sword, even high-level martial artists are no match for me, and I can even fight against peak-level martial artists. Just thinking about it, Chu Tiannan felt that the warlike blood in his body was boiling. As a demon dragon in his previous life, he was very bloodthirsty in his bones. It's a pity that I don't have the soul of my previous life. Even if I activate my demon dragon bloodline, it's fine. Chu Tiannan shook his head with a wry smile. Because he knows that once he has the blood of the demon dragon, it is only a matter of time before he grows to the peak on the earth. War god level? Chu Tiannan looked out of the window, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his sharp eyes full of fighting spirit. I am stronger than the Valkyrie class. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Tiannan felt as if he had been hit violently above his head and was almost knocked to the ground. Damn, what's the situation? Chu Tiannan ran to the window in surprise, his gaze swept up to the sky, and his eyes shrank. Hiss! A gigantic two-headed bird uttered an ear-piercing cry, cracking the glass in front of Chu Tiannan. Boom! The body of the huge monster swooped down fiercely, and there was an invisible protective layer over the base city, no matter how hard it was. It can't break through the protective energy of the base city. This guy has to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the martial god level strength. Chu Tiannan stared at the huge two-headed bird in the sky in shock, and murmured. Chu Tiannan only felt that he was extremely small in front of others. I'm afraid this two-headed bird can easily destroy tall buildings with just one breath. Perhaps it was found that the defense of the base city could not be broken, so the two-headed bird with a size of several tens of feet made a long cry. Disappear! After the episode of the giant bird, Chu Tiannan returned to the bed. Forget it, let's not think about things that are too far away. The immediate thing is to pass the assessment of next month's warriors first. But I can't let people know about Yin Tian swords engulfing special effects. My strength is very low. If I don't keep a low profile, it will break if I attract covetousness. After a simple plan, everything was ready for Chu Tiannan. He looked out of the window again and sneered. Before that, naturally Luoji's matter had to be settled. Villa room boom. The sound of closing the door sounded. A well-behaved middle-aged man with eyes came in and said with a smile. What's the matter, Xiao Luo, what is calling me in such a hurry? The person who came was Luoji's uncle, Luoji's father, Luo Meng's younger brother, a successful businessman in Dongqing District, South China base city, Luo Peng. Facing Luo Peng's words, what he got was a moment of silence. I saw Luoji curl up on the sofa with a pale complexion, his eyes were full of fear, and he felt out of his mind. What's wrong? Luo Peng also realized that something was wrong. Seeing Luoji like this, the former immediately understood. There is a situation. Luo Peng hurried over, smiled comfortingly at Luoji. What's the matter? Did someone bully you in the academy? Hearing this, Luoji raised his head with difficulty, and with the corners of his mouth turning white, he said in a trembling voice. Uncle, I caused trouble. What's wrong with you? Listening to Luoji's trembling from the depths of his soul, Luo Peng instantly realized the seriousness of the problem, and said in a deep voice. You tell the ins and outs of the whole thing, without any omissions. Seeing his uncle, Luoji managed to calm down a bit, and told about the matter between himself and Chu Tiannan. Listening to Luoji's narration, Luo Peng, who was already frowning, gradually became serious, especially when he heard Luoji say that this Chu Tiannan was not a senior student at all, but you stinky boy, you have caused a big disaster this time. Luo Peng suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointed at the terrified Luoji, wanted to say something, but sighed. If this Chu Tiannan is really a martial artist and possesses the level of a martial artist, this matter will be a big trouble, and it is beyond my control. It's not that Luo Peng didn't wipe Luoji's ass before, it's just that those little things are for the former. Not worth mentioning. But this time things are different, because Luoji provoked the martial artist, and the opponent's strength is not weak. The matter of warriors is the most troublesome, because Luo Peng is not a warrior, he is just a businessman. The particularity of warriors is enough to be valued by all alliances in the world. Obviously, Luoji's problem this time is not simply deliberate murder. You actually let someone handle Chu Tiannan in prison, I really call you stupid or reckless? Luo Peng pointed at Luoji and gritted his teeth. Immediately, he quickly took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello? A deep voice came from the other side of the phone. Brother, our son has caused trouble. Luo Peng's first sentence, he called Luo Meng directly. Because this is a dispute involving the warrior system, Luo Ji has no chance of winning as a citizen, and now Luo Peng places all his hopes on Luo Ji's biological father. Luo Ji shivered beside him, not daring to speak. That's the way it is, brother, it's a bit troublesome. You are a warrior, so you can be private among warriors, or else. Luo Peng frowned the whole time and finished. On the other side of the phone, after a moment of silence, the deep voice rang again. I see, martial artist level brat, this brat did get into trouble this time, but fortunately, it's within my control. Because the phone was hands-free, Luo Ji could naturally hear it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep all night, but now that he knew that his father could save him, he suddenly felt like he would survive the disaster. Brother, if you can do this, that would be great. Luo Peng laughed when he heard this, and his mood immediately became better. After all, for Luo Ji and the others, Luo Meng is the pillar supporting the entire family. Dad, I'm sorry. At this time Luo Ji was crying a little, if he knew Chu Tiannan's identity as a warrior. Even if he was killed, he would not completely provoke this Chu Tiannan just because he likes Luo Air. Little brat, it's fine if you know you're wrong. Wait for my news. I'll be home in a week. I'm still hunting monsters outside, so let's not talk about it. The phone hangs up. At this time, the original dignified atmosphere was swept away. Luo Ji was at least not as trembling as before, and Luo Peng tapped the former with his mobile phone, gritted his teeth. Brat, it's lucky that your father can help you this time. I told you that it's not mainly about warriors. I can help you, but you just don't. But Luo Peng also knew that Luo Ji didn't do it on purpose, so he sighed and turned to leave. Remember this lesson, my company still has a meeting, let's go first. The door closed again, leaving Luo Ji alone in a daze. This night, Luo Ji is doomed to sleepless. And it was the same sleepless night, but Chu Tiannan was studying his Yin Tian sword repeatedly. With the deepening of the research, he was surprised to find out. Yin Tianjian has a secret pattern on his body that he can't understand, but he can't activate it yet. Obviously the strength is not enough. It is estimated that the stronger I am, the more I can gradually comprehend the mystery of Yin Tian sword. Without further research, Chu Tiannan retracted the Yin Tian sword behind his back, came to the window, and looked at Liming with a smile. It's daybreak. Early morning the sun rose early, lighting up the blue sky, and it was destined to be a sunny day. After Chu Tiannan finished dressing up, he put on a set of brand new black long clothes left by Luo Air, and the young man looked out the window at the sky. I'm in a great mood. The material of this clothes. Chu Tiannan realized something was wrong after getting on the long windbreaker on the boat, and said, putting the bracelet on his right wrist, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his clothes. Scanning. Immediately, the smart bracelet quickly scanned Chu Tiannan's whole body with several red lights, and the sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme processing sounded. The clothes on you are a type of high-quality B-level combat uniform, which can effectively defend against attacks from general-level monsters. Your pants also belong to the B-level combat uniform, and the combat boots also belong to the B-level. Hearing the message from Gigi, Chu Tiannan froze on the spot, staring blankly at the sharp self in front of the mirror, couldn't help but wryly smiled. Isn't this too extravagant? It should be noted that warriors who fight against monsters will naturally have a lot of equipment. The combat uniform is the most common armor for warriors, which can effectively defend against the huge tearing force of monsters. The B-level combat uniform must be worth millions. Chu Tiannan looked at his whole body, shook his head slightly, and sighed. This love debt is the hardest to repay. Obviously, for ordinary people, a single piece of this combat uniform would cost millions of dollars. But for Luo Air and his wife, B-level things don't seem to be stressful. Previously, B-level recovery agents were given to B-level combat uniforms. This combat uniform is really comfortable. I'm not wearing clothes, I'm wearing money. Chu Tiannan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately murmured. This B-level combat uniform is enough for me to use at the martial artist level, but at the Wuzone level, it seems that I need A-level combat uniforms. When Chu Tiannan curiously opened the combat uniform column in the martial artist store projected by the eye intelligence. A set of A-level combat uniforms, including clothes, pants, shoes, with a total value of 8,000 million Earth coins. A set of S-level combat uniforms, including the whole body, with a total value of 8 million Earth coins. The price is soaring tenfold. As for the price and information of SS level and higher level SSS level combat uniforms, they are confidential and require Valkyrie level authority. This is why it is called the martial artist store. Ordinary people, except for business tycoons, earn millions or even millions in their lifetime. A random set of combat uniforms here is a sky-high price. Damn it! Chu Tiannan was terrified, and immediately closed the warrior store, sighing. I'm so lost, I even dare to look at the S-class combat uniform. It should be noted that the S-level combat uniform can effectively resist the attack of King-level monsters. That's equivalent to a martial arts level powerhouse. War God. Chu Tiannan murmured at the corner of his mouth, this level is still too far away for him, the most important thing right now is how to steadily increase the level of warriors. By the way, the secret method. Recalling that Luo's sword made him unable to resist, Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he searched in the warrior shop. The warrior store is divided into 3 categories: combat, body skills, and physical skills. Battle. Chu Tiannan clicked on one of the options. The combat category is divided into the road of the warrior and the road of the controller. The classification is quite detailed. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan shook his head with a smile, and then directly clicked on the battle cheats in the path of the warrior. Because Chu Tiannan found that there was no option for the secret method of combat, it was obvious that the sword that Luo used might be the battle secret. At that time, a large amount of information will emerge through intelligent projection. Combat cheats. Sword Intention Song, the #1 combat power of the Warrior Alliance, has worked hard all his life, and the complete set consists of 9 books. The total value is 1,000 billion Earth coins. Lei Lin's tactics is the supreme method of using speed to destroy the enemy. It is written by Lei Hai, the #1 speed warrior in the Warrior Alliance. There are 9 books in the whole set. The total value is 1,000 billion Earth coins. Swordsmanship instructions can help warriors who use swords to better stimulate their fighting potential. Value, 50 Earth coins. Damn! Excuse me. Chu Tiannan quickly closed the warrior shop with a dark face, and shook his head with a wry smile. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. Just the simplest battle instruction costs 50 Earth coins. Luo's sword skills are definitely more advanced. Originally Chu Tiannan wanted to learn Luo's sword skills, but found that he was too poor. The poor are clear and clean. The martial artist store is really not affordable by ordinary warriors. Chu Tiannan also wonders how these warriors make money. No wonder Luo asked me to join the martial arts gym, there should be some benefits. Thinking back before, Chu Tiannan's eyes were shining brightly. Ding! At the same time, the smart bracelet receives an unknown text message. Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and looked at the message. Gradually, a smile appeared on the young man's face. It's pretty smart, even knowing to take the initiative to contact me. A taxi stopped in front of the splendid tall building. Immediately at the door, 2 men in gentleman's attire greeted them, and they opened the door for the taxi in person. Welcome to Haodai Green, sir. One of the gentlemen smiled professionally. I saw a young man in a long windbreaker stepping out, nodded immediately, and said with his wristbands sweeping across their wrists. Take me to the suite in Block A of the reception area. Yes, I will definitely guide you all the way. The gentleman in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme nodded and laughed when he noticed that his bracelet had received an account notification sound. Just kidding, this move is a tip of dash for scanning the QR code, which can keep up with the man's salary for a few days. In the huge entertainment city, known as a paradise for the rich, here is everything you want to enjoy in luxury. In a word, this is the most extravagant place in the entire Dongcheng district, with everything you need for dining, entertainment, bathing, and leisure. As long as you have money, you can enjoy a luxurious life here. It seems that Lu Qing's qualifications are not bad. Chu Tiannan sighed in his heart as he walked forward with a lot of luxurious decorations around. Being able to become the warden at a young age must have a background in the family. He only realized how scary the VIP area was after asking the guide next to him. The VIP area of Haodai Green is all for receiving people of high profile. Even if they are rich, their status is not enough. It is also not allowed to enter. This is the rule and confidence. Honorable sir, because I don't have enough authority, I can only bring you here. The gentleman who guided Chu Tiannan at the beginning saluted slightly, expressing his apology. However, someone will come to personally receive you, sir, and I will retreat first. After the gentleman's receptionist left, Chu Tiannan was surprised to find an elegant woman in a black dress walking towards him. Feelings, anyone who comes here to receive them is so temperamental? Although the woman oncoming was not considered beautiful, her well-trained elegance could make up for everything. Hello, sir, since this is a VIP area, you are not allowed to walk around at will. Please also ask your surname, and I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme you to the place you reserved. The woman in the black dress also smiled professionally, with a humble attitude, which gave people a good impression. The suite in Block A. It was reserved by the person surnamed Lu. Chu Tiannan nodded and directly mentioned the room. It turned out to be Mr. Chu. Mr. Lu has been waiting in the suite in Block A for a long time. My little girl will take you there. Let's go. When Chu Tiannan learned that Lu Qing had arrived earlier than himself, he was not surprised at all. After all, Lu Qing was at fault in this matter, and he has no right to be arrogant in front of Chu Tiannan. Walking into a huge room, Chu Tiannan felt that it was not a room at all, it was like a small villa inside the room. The indoor swimming pool, inch projection automatic control equipment, and all kinds of weird equipment give Chu Tiannan the feeling. Luxurious. Shock. Brother Chu, you're here. At the same time, a man in casual clothes with a friendly smile came enthusiastically. I'm Lu Qing. Brother Chu is famous for being a martial artist, so I really surprised my little brother at that time. At this meeting, Lu Qing was extremely enthusiastic, afraid of offending this great god. He even humbled his attitude a lot. If this was in the past, he, Lu Qing, could be regarded as a character. Even if it is enthusiasm, it will never bow to this level. There is no way Lu Qing will not bow his head. Chu Tiannan is already a warrior. This identity alone made him breathless. Brother Chu, try this bouquet. Lu Qing enthusiastically brought Chu Tiannan to the sofa to sit down, and poured tea for him himself. Even Chu Tiannan couldn't find any flaws in his service attitude. Since he wanted to get rid of the disaster, I agreed with him. I just happened to be short of money. With a plan in mind, Chu Tiannan straight to the point, said. Let's make a long story short, I believe you invited me, it must be private. Lu Qing nodded slightly when he heard the words. With regret on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, You bastard Luoji killed me. If I knew your identity, Brother Chu, I wouldn't dare to kill you. I even found someone to deal with you in prison, just thinking about it makes me terrified. I am fully responsible for this matter. Brother Chu can forgive me, Lu Qing is extremely grateful. Lu Qing's attitude must be humble, there is no way, but fortunately Chu Tiannan is strong. If something goes wrong, he, Lu Qing, must pay for his life. Maliciously injuring a warrior is a death penalty. Do it now. Chu Tiannan nodded slightly when he heard the words. He knew that the other party was not lying, and this Lu Qing was really scared. After all, the status of a warrior is unparalleled in this world. I know you don't know about my affairs, so I accepted your invitation, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Chu Tiannan said calmly. That's the face given by Brother Chu. I, Lu Qing, have to take it with both hands. After speaking, Lu Qing took out a large metal box from the side and opened it directly. The box is filled with earth coins. Judging from this posture, the amount will definitely not be small. Even Chu Tiannan couldn't help but twitch violently when he saw the whole box of cash. How much does it cost? Seeing this, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly smiled. Brother Chu, this is 500 million Earth coins as an apology, and I hope Brother Chu will hold you high. 500? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded calmly. I was very surprised in my heart. This is a full 500 million Earth coins. And it's cash. Whether ordinary people can earn 500 million in their lifetime is a question. And this Lu Qing is willing to take out 500 million directly in one go. Obviously sincere. Brother Chu. Look at this. Seeing Chu Tiannan's calm expression, Lu Qing couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. In the silent hall, Chu Tiannan looked at the box of money thoughtfully. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Lu Qing was about to speak for fear that the other party would be dissatisfied. Brother Chu. The one named Luo Ji. Chu Tiannan also spoke at the same time. Lu Qing hurriedly laughed when he heard this. Brother Chu, don't worry, this Luo Ji was arrested on the day you were hospitalized. In that case. Hearing that Luo Ji had been arrested, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly, and was immediately watched by Lu Qing in surprise. Pulled the cash box in front of him. Brother Chu is indeed a hero among men. Seeing that Chu Tiannan was willing to accept the money, Lu Qing was naturally overjoyed, stood up and said excitedly. Although 500 million Earth coins is a huge sum of money, compared with life, Lu Qing certainly doesn't feel bad. This matter is over, and Luo Ji can deal with it as it should. Chu Tiannan waved his hand and didn't want to say more. Naturally, Brother Chu, don't worry, this Luo Ji dares to intentionally hurt you, he will be in jail. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Brother Chu, this is my business card. You can call me if you have anything to do in Dongqing district. At that time, Lu Qing handed over a business card and said with a smile. Although you are a warrior, the brat is difficult to deal with. For some trivial matters, it is better for us to come forward. Chu Tiannan did not refuse. The two chatted for a while, then Lu Qing got up and left. Brother Chu, I know your status as a warrior, so naturally you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the school's rented room. I have renewed my contract for the suite in Block A for 1 month, and you can enjoy everything here. You are busy, so I won't bother you. These were the last words Lu Qing said before leaving. Inside the huge room. Looking at the extravagant decorations and various expensive entertainment equipment around, Chu Tiannan couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect the identity of a warrior to be so easy to use. Chu Tiannan pressed the service button beside him. At that time, a service staff with a gentlemanly demeanor walked in with a smile. Hello, what service do you need? Here. Chu Tiannan pulled the cash box over directly under the dumbfounded gaze of the service staff. Ask your manager to get the money into my virtual bank account. As he said that, Chu Tiannan casually threw a wad of money to the other party as a tip. Don't worry, distinguished guest, this matter will definitely satisfy you. The service staff closed the box again, and took it away with even more respect. Lu Qing's matter is settled, and the warrior assessment will be half a month later. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Chu Tiannan shook the fruit tea in the glass, thinking about it. Warrior Academy office at this time, there were 7 figures gathered here, and the other 6 obviously had a high status, and they were all sitting at the side of the long table. The man standing facing them was none other than Zhang Yongquan, the instructor of Chu Tiannan's original student class. Chu Tiannan is nowhere to be found. You, Zhang Yongquan, have missed such a good seedling? The leader said in a low voice. Dissatisfaction was evident in his voice. Dean, I didn't expect Chu Tiannan to be a warrior. No one expected that he and Luo Ji would meet. Zhang Yongquan said respectfully, feeling helpless in his heart. Luo Ji was arrested suddenly, and Chu Tiannan had been confirmed as a warrior and left the academy. This made the Martial Artist Academy, which originally wanted to win over Chu Tiannan, lose its idea. This Chu Tiannan was also ordered to keep an eye on him. Now it's good. He was recruited by Dongwu Hall in advance. The voice of another senior executive was full of anger. It's really ridiculous. He was taken away by the Dongwu Hall in Nanchang district. This is a slap in the face. As the two major martial arts systems of the Huameng, the East Wuguan and the Baiwuguan are naturally fighting openly and secretly, and no matter which base city they are in. The east and west urban areas are under the control of the Dongwu Museum, while the north and south urban areas are under the control of the North Wuguan. This time Chu Tiannan was originally studying at the Martial Arts Academy in Nanchang District, so logically speaking, he should be recruited by the people in the North Martial Arts Hall. However, a conflict with Luo Ji suddenly appeared halfway, and it gradually became a big problem. When Bei Wuguan took people to the prison to pick him up, he found out unexpectedly. Chu Tiannan had already been taken away by people from Dong Wuguan, which made Bei Wuguan angry and helpless. Then, what should we do, Dean? Zhang Yongquan couldn't help asking, but looking at the figure in charge, he snorted and said, "The North Martial Arts Hall will not give up easily, then Chu Tiannan will definitely participate in the martial artist assessment after a while. As long as he hasn't been certified by the warrior system, everything can be redeemed." During the period of Haotai Green. Apart from practicing sports in the room, Chu Tiannan accidentally discovered that martial artist training can also be conducted here. The equipment is really complete and incomparable, worthy of a luxury hotel. Of course, there is a small episode in it. That was when Luo Ji's father, Luo Meng, returned to the base city. He originally wanted to find Chu Tiannan privately, but found no one. In desperation, he contacted Chu Tiannan through Wang Jinhai. The latter did not answer the phone on purpose, and replied through the message that he was preparing for the martial artist assessment. Naturally, Wang Jinhai understood what was going on, and immediately rejected Luo Meng with a smile. Although the latter was annoyed, he did not dare to behave wildly in the Dongwu pavilion. "I can only leave angrily. Let him hang out for a month first, and let Luo Ji suffer. If I hadn't been strong, I would have ended up in prison this time." This was a separate call between Chu Tiannan and Wang Jinhai later. "Ha, with your strength, the martial artist assessment is just a joke. This is obviously to make Luo Meng unable to step down. You are ruthless." "I like it." Wang Jinhai laughed wantonly. After the continuous passage of time, the time of 1 month seems to be fleeting. Chu Tiannan found himself liking this place more and more. After all, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live life/phoneme comfortably, eat luxuriously, play conveniently, and train without delay. Originally Chu Tiannan wanted to renew the fee, but when he inquired about the price, he immediately gave up the idea. 1 million a month, why doesn't he go grab the money? Chu Tiannan murmured and walked out of the hotel, sighing helplessly. This is the suite that Lu Qing opened for him before, plus the 500 million apology, the total is 600 million. But even so, he did not dare to spend so extravagantly. After all, the martial artist store had too many things that Chu Tiannan needed, and the reason why he accepted Lu Qing's apology was also to solve the urgent need. Go to the Tobu Hall to report for the assessment first, and then you can get a house for free. I'm so happy. With a plan in mind, Chu Tiannan directly left this expensive place by car. In the taxi, when Chu Tiannan was bored, he went shopping in the warrior shop. After all, there are 500 million earth coins in his pocket, so he is full of confidence. Warrior Chu Tiannan, are you sure you want to buy the sword skill Flowing Shadow? The deduction was successful, and the balance is only 399 million earth coins. Agility Chu Tiannan glanced over the cheats of agility, but found that there were not many of them. After simply communicating with the devouring system, Chu Tiannan knew that the controller must have a precise grasp of speed, so body skills are essential. After searching constantly, Chu Tiannan did find a very suitable secret book of movement skills for him. But it turned out that the price was double that of Luing. I can't help it. Cultivation is just burning money. Even though Chu Tiannan felt distressed, there was nothing he could do. He immediately gritted his teeth and clicked to buy. It's you! Martial Master Chu Tiannan, you have successfully purchased the body technique cheat book Treading Snow. After deducting 200 million earth coins, the remaining balance is 199 million earth coins. Grade D excellent recovery agent, the purchase quantity is 10, the deduction is successful, and the balance is 69 earth coins. This money is really worthless. Chu Tiannan looked at his poor balance, and his heart was bleeding. Feelings, the way of a warrior, are too expensive. This is only a warrior-type store. Chu Tiannan doesn't even have the courage to order a controller-type store. In fact, Chu Tiannan didn't realize that the combat uniform on his body was given by Luo Air, so he didn't care about it. Otherwise, the 500 million Earth coins are not enough to watch. As for the cheat information purchased before, it has been accepted through the smart bracelet. After all, it is all information. In this era, the vast majority of information is rarely presented in books, but is presented through smart device projections. This is convenient and safe, and can also prevent being resold. All warriors who buy cheats must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the purchase manual before, one of which is about buying and selling. Violators will be punished according to the preciousness of the goods, with a minimum of 1 million Earth coins. Maximum death penalty. Do it now. I really want to know who made this martial artist shop. What a beast. Chu Tiannan couldn't help but sigh at this. The car soon came to the area of Tobu Hall, and because taxis were not eligible to enter, they had to stop in the parking lot outside the hall. After getting off the car, Chu Tiannan simply stretched his body, his eyes swept forward, and he was shocked. The huge groundyard has a large area in the base city where every inch of land is expensive. It is estimated that there are several football fields. And right in front of the gate is a high-rise building with 3 magnificent characters written on it. Tobu Hall. Chu Tiannan looked at the behemoth in front of him and murmured, "Is this the Tobu Hall?" Seeing the tall buildings in front of him, Chu Tiannan's throat moved slightly. This Donggu Gym is indeed one of the 2 big martial arts gym systems of the Huameng. It's such a spectacle. Chu Tiannan stood in front of the main entrance and looked inside, sighing endlessly, watching the figures going in and out of the building. Obviously they are all warriors. I didn't expect there to be so many warriors. Chu Tiannan was surprised to find that in just a few minutes, thousands of warriors had already entered and exited the building. This number is already quite a lot. This is only the Tobu Hall in one base city. If the number of fighters in the Toa Hall and the Beiwu Hall in the remaining 9 base cities is added up, that is definitely a scary number. Is the person here Chu Tiannan? Just as Chu Tiannan was still in shock in his heart, a hearty laugh came. Hearing the sound, the young man turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a gray combat uniform approaching with a smile, and nodded. "Excuse me." Chu Tiannan instantly felt from the other party's aura that this person was absolutely equal to his strength. It's just that the combat uniforms are only D level. Obviously, the combat uniforms that a normal martial artist can afford. The top is C level, and that set will cost more than 100 million Earth coins. My name is Ali. Instructor Wang said that as long as you see a person wearing a long trench coat and carrying a sword, you should take him to see him. Ali, who was dark-skinned, smiled and touched his bald head. I've been waiting here all morning, only you have complex characteristics. Obviously, there are not many people named Chu Tiannan, so it must be you. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded to admit it, but he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Brother, Instructor Wang has been waiting for a long time, come with me. After saying that, Ali directly pulled Chu Tiannan into the battery car and said, Go to the office building. Isn't that the warrior building? Chu Tiannan asked in surprise. It's the building in front. Because the instructor is on the 28th floor, there is a place behind the building where the car can get on the elevator. There is a lot of space inside and it is convenient to drive. Ali's explanation made Chu Tiannan understand in seconds. On the way, Chu Tiannan entered the courtyard of the Dongwu Pavilion, and found that the place is surprisingly large, but there are not many tall buildings. There is a warrior housing area in the Tobu Hall, which is a place for warriors to practice with peace of mind. What's left is leisure venues and greenbelts decorated with high funds. Of course, when you become a warrior, you will also have a house. Of course, you only have the right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme, not the right to buy or sell. If you want to work, you can go to the Tobu Hall building. This is the headquarters of the Dongxi district of the South China base city. There is a lot of warriors every day. Listening to Ali's passionate explanation, Chu Tiannan also had a simple understanding in his heart, but was shocked at the same time. In this base city where every inch of land is expensive, a set of houses can be speculated into sky-high prices, but becoming a warrior can get one for free. This is in contrast. In order to stand out, that's why the entire Huameng is fighting for becoming a martial artist. Entering the building, Chu Tiannan looked around through the side. The so-called sense of technology in the building is full, especially the automatic balancing elevator, which is actually voice-controlled. You must know that Chu Tiannan had never encountered a voice-activated elevator in Haodai Green before, so the cost was naturally ridiculously high. It's worthy of the Dongwu Museum, rich and powerful. This is Chu Tiannan's inner evaluation. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Chu Tiannan took a quick glance and found that some people had a faint breath. Obviously they were young people who were new warriors. And some mature middle-aged people are all exposed. After all, they have been fighting with monsters outside the base city all year round. Insufficient evil spirit is a strange thing. Chu Tiannan naturally found many warriors who carried their weapons behind their backs, just like him. Some have a double-edged dagger, some have a huge axe, and what's more, they carry a thermal weapon sniper rifle on their backs. It can be called variety. Here we are, brother. Ali laughed and opened the door of the elevator. You can go straight to the instructor's office. Instructor Wang is waiting for you inside. I still have something to do. See you, brother? I'm sorry, brother Ali. After Chu Tiannan exchanged communication numbers with Ali, they separated directly. Teacher's office. Chu Tiannan kept searching in this labyrinth-like building, and finally came to a brightly lit area using the three-dimensional map provided by the smart bracelet. Ding dong! After Chu Tiannan's identity was electronically scanned, the system sounded. Quasi-warrior Chu Tiannan, please come in. After the system sounds, the glass door opens automatically. Chu Tiannan grimaced as he walked in. Quasi-warrior. It seems that before the assessment, they were always called this. The glass door closes automatically. This is pure black rock glass condensation. Even if a warrior attacks, it will only leave a trace in it. It needs a senior martial artist to break through completely, and it can also be bulletproof, which is expensive. The whole office is extremely simple, just a huge desk. A middle-aged man dressed as a warrior was sitting in front of the table, holding the hot tea in his hand, and laughed. Little friend Tiannan, it's really the last day for you to come. In fact, it's okay if you come earlier. Wang Jinhai, as the chief officer of Dongwu Hall in Dongqing district, was not supposed to receive him, but Chu Tiannan had a special talent. Second, there is the relationship between Luo'er, which naturally got his attention. Instructor Wang, it's useless for me to come earlier. There is no place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Chu Tiannan grinned, and immediately sat on the sofa next to him with Wang Jinhai's signal. You kid is really good at teasing. How do you know there is no place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Wang Jinhai looked at Chu Tiannan with a half-smile, and the latter couldn't help saying, his heart moved. Is it you, Instructor Wang? Of course, this is not my decision alone. It is the decision of the upper management just after a meeting some time ago. Wang Jinhai smiled and shook his head, and said, You already have the strength of a junior martial artist. Although there is no formal assessment, in order to keep you, a young genius, you are naturally treated differently from ordinary people. Oh? Then I want to see what benefits the martial arts school offers me. Chu Tiannan had already learned about the welfare of warriors from Ali before, so he immediately looked forward to it. Don't worry, you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme this contract first, and then decide whether to sign it or not. Wang Jinhai handed the contract on the table to Chu Tiannan, took a sip of tea, and said, There are a lot of emotions in my heart. It's not like they haven't received genius-level warriors before, and the superiors seem to attach great importance to the little guy. But this benefit is a bit too much. As the chief officer, Wang Jinhai naturally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme at once, and immediately shook his head helplessly. He is also greedy. After receiving the contract, Chu Tianan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme with full expectation, and gradually, the young man's smile faded. Instead, there was a touch of dignity. I'll go, here. Along with the reading, Chu Tiannan's eyes gradually widened, and he couldn't help exclaiming. The main content of the contract is very simple. If Chu Tiannan, a prospective warrior, agrees to join our taboo hall system, he can get the following benefits. 5,000 million Earth coins startup capital, which can be used to purchase cheats, physical guidance, equipment, etc. No need for internal assessment, directly promoted to elite martial artist. Every day, you can freely enter the martial arts elite area to practice on your own, and be guided by specially targeted instructors. A bottle of A-grade genetic modification agent. And receive a set of villas in the housing area of Tabukan. After reading it, Chu Tiannan felt that his breathing became heavier. He knew the benefits of normal warriors. But compared with this contract at this time, they are far behind. A normal warrior's startup fund is only 1,000 million, and there is no such thing as an elite, let alone a training area of his own. And normal warriors can only get a house, but Chu Tiannan can get a villa. Especially when Chu Tiannan found out that he had an extra gene modification agent, although he didn't understand the reason for the genetic modification. But there is absolutely no genetic modification agent to sell in the martial arts store, obviously it was added by the taboo hall. This treatment. Ha, I knew you would have this expression. Seeing Chu Tiannan's slightly sluggish look, Wang Jinhai couldn't help saying enviously. I've spent half my life, and I haven't lived in a villa, and when I entered the taboo hall, it was only 1,000 million yuan. Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief. He tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart, and did not talk about other things. The 5,000 million startup money alone can solve the urgent need. It must be known that in the warrior store alone, what Chu Tiannan needs is sky-high prices. That's not even counting the controller store. How is it? Do you want to enter the East Martial Art Museum? At this time, Wang Jinhai looked at the young man in black in front of him, feeling a little apprehensive. Although he thought that the benefits provided by the taboo hall were already considerable, but Wang Jinhai was afraid that something might happen. And this accident is by Wugwan. This time, the East Wugwan went to Nanchang district to dig directly to Chu Tiannan, and the people in the Bai Wugwan would not give up. After all, he has the level of a junior martial artist, and he is still self-taught. Such geniuses, with a little guidance, progress by leaps and bounds. The hope of becoming Wuzong is great. As Valkyrie is the top power of human beings, but it is too difficult to cultivate, even geniuses are not dejected. On the contrary, Wuzong is the main force of mankind. Obviously, even though Chu Tiannan is a genius, many high-level martial arts officials still have no hope for the martial god class. After all, that road is too difficult. At this time, Wang Jinhai was worried that the Bai Wugwan might have secretly given benefits, and he was worried that the benefits would be better. It is very likely to lose the talented young man in front of him. After a while, Chu Tiannan put the contract on the tea table in front of him, picked up a pen, and said with a smile, I choose Tabukan. Okay. Seeing that Chu Tiannan directly signed the contract, Wang Jinhai also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, the speed of Bai Wugwan is not as fast as their Tawugwan. It is estimated that those old guys in the North Martial Arts Hall know that this little guy is a martial artist, and I am afraid they will jump. Wang Jinhai accepted the contract and smiled secretly in his heart. Quasi-warrior Chu Tiannan. The next second, Wang Jinhai turned around, looked seriously at the young man on the sofa, and said in a deep voice, From now on, you are a member of my Dongwu gym, and you must not betray you for the rest of your life, or you will face the two major martial arts systems of the Huameng to hunt down and kill you. One sentence contained the power of a high-level martial artist, like a heavy hammer, awakening Chu Tiannan's joy. Don't worry, Director Wang, unless I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore. Facing the pressure from the senior martial artist, Chu Tiannan was still surprised at the opponent's strength, and clasped his fists. I'm just a reminder. After all, I believe that as long as you are a normal person, you will not go to extremes. Wang Jinhai smiled. Don't worry, all newly promoted warriors will be reminded, and our conversation will be monitored throughout. Chu Tiannan suddenly understood, he naturally understood, and he didn't have any grudges. Tiannan, you can go to your villa now. Wang Jinhai waved his hand with a smile and said. Tiannan is resigning. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan bowed his hands and resigned. By the way, if you take part in the martial artist assessment tomorrow, someone will take you there. Although you are now a member of my Tobu Hall, you are not yet an official warrior. The Tobu Hall system authority does not have you as a person. Don't walk around in the villa at night. As if thinking of something, Wang Jinhai added a sentence, and Chu Tiannan responded with a slight salute. Good instructor Wang. Go! Seeing Chu Tiannan leave the office completely, the recording end sound of the surrounding system sounded. Wang Jinhai returned to his seat, took a sip of the warm tea on the table, smiled and shook his head. It's really extravagant. I have worked hard until I was 41 years old, and I haven't lived in a villa yet. Lucky little guy. I hope you can go further on the road of warriors. I'm going to Tiannan, don't you know? You actually got a villa directly? Alai was shocked while driving the battery car. His eyes widened even more, obviously because he was too shocked to get this news. As an old warrior, Alai naturally understood what a villa given by the martial arts school meant. That's all for future talented warriors. Alai, come to my villa? Chu Tiannan shook the key card in his hand and smiled. Go! Why don't you go? Alai stared, and then said viciously, not only I will go, but I will also bring a few brothers, do you mind? Everyone is welcome. I am here for the first time, and it is Tiannan's honor to meet seniors like you. Ha, young man with a sweet mouth, I am optimistic about you. When the battery car passed by the housing area, some warriors passing by greeted Alai warmly. Alai, it's amazing that you, the door god, personally send warriors into the community. Ha, I didn't enter the community this time, we'll talk later. Alai laughed wildly, and drove Chu Tiannan across the community. Damn, is Alai driving in the direction of the villa area? The two burly warriors who had greeted before were dumbfounded. One of the men with a broad sword behind him said in surprise, could it be that another talented warrior has come in our martial arts hall? The two looked at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. After all, genius warriors are not like ordinary warriors, as long as they exist. A city does not necessarily have more than 5-fingered genius warriors every year. The residences of ordinary warriors are divided into 4 districts, the southeast, the north, and the west. The one we passed just now is, and your villa district has only one. Alai said while posing for the battery car. Your villas are all future warrior elites, and their status is naturally higher than our ordinary warriors. That's why it's called Wang Yu, which means you can spread your wings and soar to the peak. Wang Yu. Chu Tiannan murmured, but there was endless fighting spirit in his heart. This is the Wang Yu villa area, please show me your identity card. The indifference system voice sounded. It is worthy of being the villa area where the warrior elite is located, even the entrance is protected by the system. Ding! Prospective warrior Chu Tiannan has confirmed his identity, please come in. With Chu Tiannan's pass, it is natural to be unimpeded. Alai drove into the villa area. To be honest, if it wasn't for Chu Tiannan, he really wouldn't have such a blessing. To put it bluntly, the villa areas are all independent manors, and they cover an area of the same size. Soon Chu Tiannan was in front of villa number 99. Looking at the huge 3-story house in the manor, Chu Tiannan sighed in his heart. My villa. Tiannan, this is brotherly. Tiannan, this is young Lai, but he is a sniper at the level of a senior martial artist. Tiannan, this night. Doomed to be uneasy because of Chu Tiannan's arrival. Because of Alai's introduction, many warriors in the community came to Chu Tiannan's villa. As the owner of the villa, Chu Tiannan naturally entertained him warmly. Brother, your strength is equal to ours at a young age, and your future is limitless. Tiannan, it's a pleasure meeting you today. It's my luck to meet such a genius. Although there were not many people, only a dozen or so, they were all life and death friends of Alai. And each strength is not weak. One even just advanced to Wu Zone. Tianan, let me tell you, in fact, Alai used to belong to the warrior team, but when Chu Tianan knew that the reason why Alai was in the Tobu Hall was because his former brother was dead, he was immediately in awe. Ha, it's all in the past, there's no need to mention it again. Although Alai was very free and easy with this alcohol. But Chu Tianan could hear the powerlessness and resentment in the other party's heart. Don't worry, Brother Ale, if there is a chance, I will avenge you. Although Chu Tianan also drank, his expression was extremely solemn. Ha ha. When Tianan you arrive at Wuzone, I will tell you. After everyone had left, Chu Tianan let go of the alcohol and sat on the huge sofa. Don't worry about the warrior assessment, you have to learn the newly bought cheats. After the small gathering tonight, Chu Tianan felt urgent. Because in the martial arts hall, the vast majority of warriors are fighting for themselves and their families. Although Chu Tianan could not die of starvation by himself, but now his biggest capital is his youth. Don't waste time. Chu Tianan left as soon as he said that, and went directly to the basement. Call out. Call out. Time passed by every minute and every second, and in the basement of Villa number 99, a figure quickly crisscrossed like a shadow in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The young man in black held a long wooden long sword and pointed at it. The direction of the sword's edge immediately disrupted the surrounding airflow and stabbed continuously. There seemed to be several sword shadows appearing faintly, but they were not clear. How retracting the sword, Chu Tianan was sweating profusely. Don't mention it, this Lu Ying is really worth 100 million. Although it's a bit difficult to get started, it's twice the result with half the effort when you practice it. Because Chu Tiannan's soul strength is 10 times the basic level of a normal soul, he is naturally superior in comprehension. Just like the same book, it takes 10 days for one person to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it. But Chu Tianan only needs 1 day. Although there are masters who cultivate souls all over the world, the number is very rare. Because the soul is the foundation of human beings, it is not enough to suffer even a little damage, let alone practice. But a powerful soul has the advantage of combat control, which is why it is called a controller. It is the benefit of a strong soul. Chu Tianan took a shower, lay comfortably on the bed, and recalled the previous cultivation. Lu Ying combined with treading snow can explode stronger combat power. Both are linear flow, with absolute control and speed, should be able to support me to become a senior martial artist. Speaking of speed, Chu Tianan knew that once he took the path of dual cultivation of warrior and controller, it is destined to be extremely difficult. Whether it is a warrior or a controller, it requires great perseverance and perseverance. Yantian Sword, Heavenly Sin and Snake. Chu Tianan recalled that these two weapons were given by the devouring system. Swallow, when will my two weapons be advanced? With curiosity, Chu Tianan naturally wanted to find out. Host. Yantian Sword and Heavenly Sin naming Snake have extremely high requirements, and it is still waiting for the host's basic level of life to reach 100 times. Or the basic level of the soul has reached 100 times, in order to stimulate the second stage of training the two weapons. In the first stage, there is no method of cultivation, it can only make the host gradually familiar with it and understand the trial. When the requirements are met, whether it is the Yantian Sword or the Heavenly Sin Snake, it will automatically advance perfectly. I wish the host will meet the requirements as soon as possible. The sound of the system disappeared, leaving behind the silent young man. Sure enough, it's a growable weapon. Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up, and he smiled helplessly, but the requirements are too high. But even so, Chu Tiannan's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he said firmly, since the second stage is still far away, let's master the first stage perfectly. The next morning comes just as Chu Tianan was still sound asleep. He was awakened by a cold voice. Chu Tianan, the prospective warrior, the warrior assessment starts today. Please go downstairs immediately, otherwise you won't be waiting. Suburbs of Base City. In a real sense, this place is no longer an area that ordinary people can come to. Because this is a huge ring city suburb. Of course, there are no ordinary people living here, because the area here is full of dilapidated ruins. Occasionally, even if there are intact high-rise areas, there are several frightening figures shuttling between them. Notify the army that there are not enough trial monsters in the ruins. Hurry up and transfer monsters from other cities, there are too many quasi-warriors this year. The military's work efficiency was quite fast, and in the blink of an eye, several armed helicopters hooked up to the containers and quickly appeared above the ruins of the city. Immediately, a large number of various monsters were dumped in the ruins of the city. The roar of monster beasts was terrifying. There are chilling and violent auras spreading here, and from time to time there are vicious monsters in the waste city, constantly attacking the defensive belt. It's a pity that these monsters are all captive raised by humans. Although they are fierce, they are because of their low strength. There is no possibility of breaking through the waste city defense system. Therefore, this group of monsters is destined to be killed only as the target of the trial. Of course, there are countless examples of unlucky people being swallowed by monsters. At this time, beside the ruined city, there are many troops guarding it, which is one of the important areas under the absolute control of the Huameng. Because this is the place where warriors are assessed. A lot of people. Standing in the open space, Chu Tiannan looked at the bustling waste city outside with some astonishment. At this time, a large number of young people of his age have come here, at first glance. There are as many as 1,000 people. The young people looked indifferent, some were full of confidence, and some even disdainful. And there are also very nervous prospective warriors. What's more, they were scared to cry by the monsters in the waste city. Chu Tiannan was born out of this group of monsters, so he naturally knew them well. But even so, he warned himself not to be careless. Because of carelessness, he would kill himself in front of monsters. All future warriors. We are the Earth Business Alliance. Just in the quasi-warrior gathering area, a gentle smiling face appeared on the huge advertising screen, making all the young people including Chu Tiannan. They all cast their eyes on the past. We are a business alliance from the world. We have the master control of the world's wealth. Join us, and you will receive the highest treatment among your peers. At that time, the gentle face suddenly changed, and I saw a man with fiery red short hair and a shocking scar on his face laughing. I believe everyone has heard of my World Mercenary Alliance, a good man with ambitions everywhere. Join the alliance, and give you the initial enthusiasm and better treatment. It's a brother, come to fight. I am the deputy head of the North Martial Art Museum in South China Bay City, Chaofeng. The Bay Martial Arts Hall belongs to the Huameng. I believe that you can grow better under the protection of the Huameng, protect China, and enter the Baiwugwan. After the North Martial Arts Hall, a man in gray clothes appeared on the big screen, and Chu Tiannan could see the armband of the other party. Finally, it's our turn. Chu Tiannan smiled inwardly. Everyone knows me, Li Dongjie, so I won't say much. Tobu Hall has the best training system and better mentors to guide. In a word. Although the gray-clothed man was on the screen, his faint killing aura made all the quasi-warriors nervous. Even Chu Tiannan could feel the faint coercion. Li Dongjie looked down, and his voice passed through the hearts of all the quasi-warriors. Entering the Tobu Gym, you will have no regrets in this life. It has to be said that all forces are good choices for prospective warriors, and in this era of catastrophe, there is no restraint at all. Warriors are free to choose their favorite forces to join, even if some forces are other alliances. Even many super overlords such as the Chinese League or the European Union cannot wantonly control the choice of warriors. This will be counterproductive. At least Chu Tiannan found that there were quite a few young people around him whose eyes lit up when they saw the recruitment advertisement. I heard that this business franchise is composed of famous families from all over the world. It is known as 100 Business Alliances. It is the richest power in the world, bar none. Yeah. If I can enter the business alliance, I will be free and unrestrained in my life. You only know money. I like to travel the world. This mercenary alliance is my goal. The world's #1 mercenary group, how can the treatment be bad? The business alliance is rich, and the mercenary alliance is free, but I will still be in the Chinese alliance's martial arts system. Hearing the whispers around, Chu Tiannan shook his head and smiled. I have no choice, after all, the contracts are signed. Although Chu Tiannan came to participate in the martial artist assessment, what he was thinking at this time was not how to find a way to complete it. Chu Tiannan glanced over the fence of the city ruins in the distance. Looking at the group of ferocious monsters, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't make good use of such an excellent opportunity to practice? Quasi-warrior Chu Tiannan. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and Chu Tiannan looked over in response, with doubts flashing across his eyes. The person who came was a slender and tall beauty, but her cold and beautiful face made the surrounding eyes turn to her. The fiery figure moved lightly with the lotus steps, and the blood of many prospective warriors swelled. Although the body is wrapped in a combat uniform, it looks more attractive this way. What did she ask me for? Chu Tiannan was puzzled when he saw the visitor. Others might be amazed by the appearance of such a beautiful woman. But he, Chu Tiannan, still didn't want to see this person. What's the matter? Chu Tiannan looked calmly, seeing a 1.8 5 tall beauty who was about the same height as him approaching. His voice was indifferent. It's no wonder that Chu Tiannan didn't want to talk too much with the other party, because there was a small episode before coming to the warrior assessment site. Because just before coming here, it was this woman who picked her up downstairs. Originally Chu Tiannan came down on time, but found that the other party not only didn't care about him. And the words are very targeted. Chu Tiannan, prospective warrior, you have to put yourself in the right position. You are just a talented warrior, but that doesn't mean you are a strong one. Put away your pride. Otherwise, you will be the one who died in the trial. I hope you will come down earlier next time, and don't make me wait so long. The girl's name is An Lina. She is a mixed race girl. Her rank is ominous, but she is only 21 years old. It is said that the talent is quite terrifying. She is the captain of the law enforcement team of the Taboo Hall in the base city of South China. Even someone as strong as Wu Zong would have to give way to An Lina again. Her cold personality made all the men who wanted to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her retreat. Even facing Chu Tiannan, who had never masked his face, he had a cold face, which naturally made the latter quite unhappy. Have you taken the A-grade genetic modification agent? And Lina's voice was cold, her eyes were calm, and she didn't care about Chu Tiannan's indifference at all. Not yet. Chu Tiannan shook his head, and immediately asked, What? Did you give the martial arts wrong? That's not true, it's fine if you don't take it. After speaking, An Lina nodded, then turned and left. Before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something, looked back at the young man in black, and said, I didn't let you drink this, so don't drink it, and drink it when I let you drink it. Why should I listen to you? Chu Tiannan watched the other party leave. This sentence sounded in his heart, but he never said it. Originally, he wanted to refute, but for some reason, An Lina's eyes just now seemed to be accompanied by deep ripples. It actually made Chu Tiannan feel palpitations and depression. He wanted to dispel this oppressive feeling, but he was powerless, until An Lina left, this oppression and palpitations. It gradually disappeared. What a terrifying soul influence! Only then did Chu Tiannan realize that the other party's influence came from the soul. Is she as if thinking of something? Chu Tiannan lost his previous unhappiness and sighed inwardly. It seems that most powerful warriors have weird tempers. Tiannan, hurry to the Tabukan camp. The communication sounded, and Chu Tiannan knew that it was Wang Jinhai who was calling him, so he ran over quickly in response. The entire martial artist certification assessment area is quite large, and there are not only city ruins here. There are also many forces stationed here, obviously to absorb fresh blood. No matter how powerful the martial artist forces are, they must have a steady stream of newcomers to join in order to prosper for a long time. According to the map prompt, Chu Tiannan quickly found the camp of Dongwu Pavilion. Seeing a man in white clothes waiting, he smiled and said, Instructor Wang, are you calling me? Ha, the young man came very quickly? Wang Jinhai laughed when he saw the handsome young man in black approaching. The martial artist assessment is about to start. I'm here to wish you good results. As for the second, you must show your full strength in the warrior assessment. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback, then he was a little puzzled and asked, exert your full strength? Is it necessary to show full strength in the assessment of the difficulty of a junior warrior? Young man, I've already told you the story anyway, remember, use your full strength. On the other hand, Wang Jinhai smiled mysteriously, waved his hand directly, and said, the assembly has started, you go, perform well, I can't say much, but I can reveal a little bit to you. Said, Wang Jinhai even looked around, so mysterious, but made Chu Tiannan more curious. It's only good for you to show your strength as much as possible. Seeing Wang Jinhai's mysterious smile, Chu Tiannan was also a smart person, so he smiled immediately. At the same time, the system broadcast sound throughout the venue. All prospective warriors are invited to come to the entrance of the examination to receive their equipment. The time is 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, they will all be sent to the assessment area. Equipment pickup point. There was a mighty team of thousands of quasi-warriors on the ground, but it was Chu Tiannan's turn to choose equipment after a few minutes. Please choose the weapons and equipment you need. To prevent cheating, the powerful killer weapons I carry are prohibited. You are actually wearing a B-level combat uniform? Take it off and put on an E-level combat uniform. When Chu Tiannan was changing his equipment, the B-level combat uniform was taken off by the military under his eye-rolling gaze. As for Yin Tian's sword? Chu Tiannan could only leave it to the other party for safekeeping temporarily, after all he couldn't put it into his body in front of everyone. Otherwise, wouldn't it immediately become a human research object? However, when Chu Tiannan placed the Yin Tian sword, a small episode happened. Because this is Chu Tiannan's exclusive weapon, the actual weight of the Yin Tian sword could crush a table in an instant. And the military was under the amazed gaze of the crowd, and several people struggled to lift the sword away. Give me a long sword with constant weight. Well, let me ask if you have short knives here? What do you want a dagger for? Of course it is useful, if there is one, please give it to me. After Chu Tiannan received the equipment, he still carried a sword on his back, but it was just a normal sharp sword provided by the military. But beheading a soldier-level monster is enough. As for a short knife? It was placed on the outside of Chu Tiannan's thigh. After all, he is the one in control, and Chu Tiannan also wanted to take this opportunity to practice his melee and long-range attacks. Although Wang Jinhai confessed to show his full strength, Chu Tiannan didn't intend to reveal it. After all, he knows that in this world, the status of the controller is quite respected. It's better to be low-key if your strength is small. After all the prospective warriors received their equipment, there was a high platform at the entrance of the ruins of the city, on which stood a middle-aged soldier. All prospective warriors, you are about to enter the city ruins assessment, where there is nothing but food and water sources. No assistance. The goal of your assessment is to kill as many monsters as possible. The greater the number, the greater the advantage. When the time comes, the black bracelets on your hands will be the instruments used to record the number of monsters killed in the city. You must return them after the assessment. If you can't persist and quit halfway, you can call for help on the black bracelet, and the military will rush to rescue immediately. The final admission goal is to be in the top on the monster killing list. Let me tell you, if you kill about 5 monsters, you can securely qualify. I wish everyone good luck, because the way of warriors is extremely bloody, and the annual death rate in the assessment is as high as %. Even Chu Tiannan couldn't help but change his face when he heard this. The death rate is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme 2 %. Wouldn't that mean 1,000 people went in and only 700 people came out? The crowd suddenly became restless, and the faces of many young people changed drastically, but those who were able to come here had absolute confidence. Even so, the annual death rate is still as high as %. One can imagine how dangerous this martial artist assessment is. And the number of admissions is also %, which is obviously regular. After all, on the journey of a warrior, he grew up in the infinite battle with monsters. So death is no surprise. It's a pity that I can't devour without the Yin Tian sword. Chu Tiannan was not worried about this assessment, but he was helpless. There is no way to kill the monster and then devour it, although the improvement of Chu Tiannan by the soldier-level monster is very small. But I can't stand the large amount. No matter how small a fly is, it is still flesh, which made Chu Tiannan secretly feel distressed. Do you still want to quit now? Entering this door, quitting means giving up your status as a warrior, and you will not be allowed to take another exam for life. The warrior system does not need cowards. The middle-aged soldier's loud voice woke up all the young people from their shock, and many of them were clenching their gums, obviously unwilling to give up. Tabukan campsite at this time, on the huge projection screen was the entrance image of the ruins of the city, and Wang Jinhai stood aside respectfully. He looked reverently at a gray-clothed figure sitting in front of him, not daring to make any movements. The gray-robed figure was drinking tea by himself, looking at the screen from time to time, without speaking. The powerful coercion emanating from the invisible made several instructors in the camp who had the same identity as Wang Jinhai tense up. The gate of the city ruins. The middle-aged soldier glanced sharply at the young figure in front of him, grinned, and the huge door behind him slowly opened. Very good. Since no one quits, I announce. The martial artist assessment begins, and the time limit is half a month. I wish you all good luck. Go and kill the monsters as much as possible. The gate facing the ruins of the city opens. Thousands of youths were divided into 3 parts and rushed in. In the first part, there are many young people who have absolute confidence in their own strength, and they naturally hold the cards in their hands. The second part is a relatively calm group. They do not enter quickly, but they are extremely careful. As for the third part, it's all about looking at the sky, the ground, the face, and luck, although the strength of these young people is also at the level of a quasi-warrior. But it is obvious that he has never experienced a real fight, probably when facing a monster. It is very likely that he is so frightened that he can't even exert a tenth of his own strength. Chu Tiannan naturally entered with the third group of youths, and when he finally entered, the giant gate behind was slowly merged. It's such a big city where thousands of people mightily rush towards the ruins of the city. Only then did Chu Tiannan realize that after everyone dispersed, the figures of people seemed to be few and far between. Roar! It may be because of the sudden assessment of the quasi-warriors that the angry roars of many monsters resounded in the distance from time to time. Call out! At the same time when Chu Tiannan looked around, a black shadow rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. The sharp black claws seemed to be able to tear apart the human body, and finally enveloped the young man in black. Puff! A flash of cold light dazzled the eyes, and the black figure, which was still extremely fierce before, was suddenly divided into 2 parts. Blood spilled on the ground. Chu Tiannan saw one appearing on the black bracelet on his hand, which means he has killed a monster. Kill 5 monsters and qualify immediately? Knowing the result of passing the examination, Chu Tiannan put the long sword back on his back again, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes were full of excitement. That's far from satisfying me. I have to strengthen my fighting power. As he said that, Chu Tiannan fixed his eyes on one direction, and quickly disappeared in the huge ruins of the city. Tabukan campsite. When the grey-robed figure glanced at the screen, he naturally saw that Chu Tiannan killed the cat demon with a sword, and nodded slightly. This little guy has solid basic skills. Deputy owner, this Chu Tiannan is self-taught, and before signing the contract, he already has the strength of a junior martial artist. Wang Jinhai cupped his hands. Junior martial artist? As the deputy head of the pavilion, a trace of surprise flashed across Li Dongjie's eyes, and he immediately smiled. Jinhai, you have made a meritorious service this time, and those guys in the Baiwugwan probably know it, and their expressions must be wonderful. It's my duty, Wang Jinhai, to do my best for the Tawukan. It was rare to be praised by Li Dongjie, and Wang Jinhai was suddenly excited. On the other hand, on the side of Tabukan, in the camp of Baiwukan, the atmosphere at this time was somewhat gloomy. This guy named Chu Tiannan killed a cat demon so simply and neatly. I'm afraid it's not a simple warrior level. A purple-robed man frowned slightly, and everyone around him was respectful, including Chaofeng before, and couldn't help but say, Deputy head, this is the mistake of the subordinate, and it was acquired by the East Martial Art Museum. Chaofeng said so, but she didn't think so in her heart. But a kid who just taught himself to be a martial artist wouldn't be valued by the upper echelon, right? A sharp sword, not messy, I'm afraid. The purple-robed figure sighed and said slowly. It has surpassed the warrior level. This. Chao Fang was startled when she heard the words, surpassing warriors? Isn't that the rank of martial artist? The purple-robed man shook his head slightly and looked at Chao Fang. A self-taught little guy who can have the level of a martial artist, coupled with the guidance of a strong man, has a very high probability of becoming a martial artist. Then I'll hurry up and get a higher-level contract with the higher-ups. After all, this Chu Tiannan is from my Nanchang district, so I can't let the taboo hall just take it away. After saying that, Chao Fang wanted to turn around and leave. No wonder he was anxious. There are not no geniuses who are self-taught on earth, but they can have the level of a martial artist in their own cultivation. This is already a genius among geniuses, once Chu Tiannan is better cultivated. It is not an exaggeration to say that future achievements will skyrocket. This talent is enough to make the Baiwugwan spend a lot of money to win him over. Not in a hurry. On the contrary, the purple-robed man waved his hand and said, let's take a look at this little guy first. The deputy curator is right. After all, we also have prospective warriors recruited in advance this time. Chao Fang continued. Compared with this Chu Tiannan, the little guys we recruited in advance may not be inferior in talent, but they lack the ruthlessness of the other party. Although the purple-robed figure was optimistic about his own people, he still shook his head. What the deputy curator said is true. Chao Fang echoed. I don't expect our little fellows to catch up with Chu Tiannan this time, as long as they can overwhelm the other recruits from the Toa Hall, said the purple-robed man. Chao Fang smiled wryly when she heard this, but she didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of making the big man in front of her unhappy. Chu Tiannan looking at the screen, the man's eyes flashed, and he smiled lightly. It depends on whether he is worthy of my wooing at all costs. The time of the day is fleeting. Because just on the first day, Chu Tiannan had already walked out of the marginal area of the assessment according to the map prompt. There is still 1 day away from the core area, and the number of monsters will also increase. I guess that is what I need. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Chu Tiannan analyzed it. In this day's advance, Chu Tiannan didn't know whether it was too late for him to attack, or the number of monsters outside was too small. It took only 1 day to kill 3 pig demons and 2 cat demons. This efficiency made Chu Tiannan speechless. If anyone knew what Chu Tiannan was thinking at this time, they would all be so angry that they would bleed from their 7 orifices. Many quasi-warriors have to be extremely careful even when killing 1 monster, but Chu Tiannan killed 5 monsters in 1 day. Although this level of efficiency is not against the sky, it is also extremely fast. While Chu Tiannan was advancing, he could also smell a faint smell of blood spreading from time to time. Someone died. Human blood and monster blood were easy to distinguish, and Chu Tiannan actually saw the corpse of a quasi-warrior along the way. 2 or 3 corpses were scattered, but none of them were intact. Obviously it was eaten by monsters. Chu Tiannan shook his head for a while. This is the cruel reality. If you want to stand out, be respected, and have a higher status, you have to be ready to die at any time. The periphery of the city ruins is only for quasi-warriors to practice their hands, so the strength of the monsters is only at the elementary level, and the number is small. In addition, the confident quasi-warrior had already rushed a long way, and most of the monsters were killed along the way. The remaining monsters are naturally extremely rare, but even so, there are still quasi-warrior deaths. One can imagine how dangerous this assessment is. Or this warrior assessment is just to weed out those who are not suitable to become warriors. Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly thinking of this. If a quasi-martial artist succeeds in the assessment, his status will undergo a huge change in an instant. If one person gains the Tao, the whole family will benefit. However, the result of failing the assessment is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme disqualification from the assessment for life or death. It's a pity that these young lives who have struggled for more than 10 years, or even 20 years, have not yet bloomed brilliantly. It's already withered. Ding! Just when Chu Tiannan was sighing inwardly, a slight alarm appeared on the black bracelet on his wrist. Is someone approaching me? Chu Tiannan raised his eyebrows, he shook his head and smiled as he watched the light spots gradually approaching on the detection map. You're not looking for me to form a team again, are you? In this martial artist assessment area, there are no restrictions in the rules set by the military. It's like weak warriors teaming up to cooperate with each other, no matter in terms of combat power or efficiency. All far more than one person. When Chu Tiannan beheaded 2 pig demons in one go before, he was seen by 2 young men and received a warm invitation. But the result was obviously a refusal. After all, Chu Tiannan didn't want his strength to be exposed. I'll leave before they come. Having made up his mind, Chu Tiannan changed direction and left. Ha! At this moment, Chu Tiannan clearly sensed the dark place, with eyes staring at him, and frowned. Who? Come out. At that time, a few scattered figures slowly walked out from the darkness of the ruins. A young man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme was wearing a light brown E-class combat uniform, looked at Chu Tiannan calmly, and said with a smile. This brother is very vigilant, don't be nervous, we just want to win you over. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, looked at the small team of 7 figures not far away, and slowly shook his head. Not interested. After saying that, he turned and left. Hee, you are so shameless, you don't even care about Brother Lu Cheng's invitation. Seeing the failure of the wooing, one of the youths sneered. Under Lu Cheng's calm gaze, several other youths immediately surrounded and blocked Chu Tiannan's road. What do you mean? Chu Tiannan really couldn't arouse any interest in these guys who only had the strength of junior warriors. It's not interesting, let me introduce myself. At that time, the young man in light brown clothes walked slowly. Then he looked at Chu Tiannan with a faint smile, and said, Since you are inferior to me, this is my territory, Lu Cheng, pay the toll. Travel expenses? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan immediately understood that the real intention of these people might not be to recruit him to form a team. Instead, he took a fancy to the number 5 on his bracelet. It seems that the military didn't restrict warriors to fight each other to win the battle. Chu Tiannan knew that these people came to rob. If he doesn't obey, these people are very likely to be murdered. Even if they kill someone, they will not be sanctioned by the military system. But which of the scenes of life and death that Chu Tiannan has experienced is not better than the one at this time? Is it the kind of person who will be afraid? You lucky guy, you actually killed 5 monsters by yourself. It's a pity that no matter how strong you are only one person, and we have many people. The eyes of the other digital youths were shining, and they approached with sneering smiles. Obviously, he didn't intend to let Chu Tiannan's piece of fat go. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan's face was calm, but he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Feelings have not yet robbed others, but were targeted by others first. At that time, Chu Tiannan smiled lightly, he didn't even draw his sword, he glanced at the people who were gradually approaching, and said casually. All right, I'm worried that I don't have a test target. Trial target? Hearing this, the other youths were stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Brother Lu Cheng, this kid is using us as a trainer. A thin young man standing beside the brown clothes sneered disdainfully. I'm in a good mood. Don't force us to be tough. If we accidentally kill you, we won't be sanctioned, and you will be killed. Not worth it. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Are people who rob people with feelings so polite now? Are you starting to think about the victims? Chu Tiannan rubbed his chin with his right hand and murmured, while a tall young man not far away stretched out his hand, staring at the black bracelet on the opponent's hand, shining repeatedly. Hey, give the bracelet to Boss Lu Cheng, and I can get at least 3 records. The tall young man was very fast and grabbed Chu Tiannan's bracelet directly. Click. In the next second, there was a crisp bone-breaking sound. Ah! My hand! Immediately after the screams pierced the quiet night, the tall young man turned red and fell to the ground. Clutching one of his broken fingers, he screamed again and again. Did I say I would give it to you? Chu Tiannan ignored the fallen young man beside him, kicked the former to the side, and swept the surprised figures around with a smile, grinning. I'm in a good mood today. Hand over the achievements in your hands, and let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Boy, you are looking for death. Lu Chen growled when he saw that one of his own people was knocked down in an instant. As the boss, his face was naturally livid. Kill him. Call out. Call out. Hearing the boss's order, I saw the few remaining figures sprinting towards Chu Tiannan at the same time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme holding a short knife or a dagger in their hands, and each young man only had a fierce look on his face. Facing these guys who were barely at the level of elementary warriors, Chu Tiannan really couldn't arouse any interest. Looking through these people, he saw Lu Chang, his eyes slightly brightened. Advanced martial artist? This is something to watch. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Chu Tiannan pulled out the long sword that he didn't want to use at this moment, and his figure was like a ghost, quickly passing these young people. He went straight to Lu Chang, who looked surprised. Why is he so fast? Several young people who were blocking along the way only felt a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme passing by them, and they subconsciously used the weapons in their hands to slash. But what was cut was only air. I don't know if it was because of the night, or the young man in black was too fast. No one can get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close/phoneme to him. What? Lu Chang, who was at the level of a high-level warrior, looked terrified at this moment. He naturally had to see more than a junior warrior. 5 people surrounded one, and was skillfully passed by the young man in black. Is it a coincidence? Or other humph, overestimate your own strength. Seeing this, Lu Chang held a saber to fight. In his opinion, although Chu Tiannan is not weak, as long as he does not encounter peak fighters, it is not a problem. Lu Chang has the strength of a high-level warrior. He was originally one of the talented prodigy recruited in advance by the North Martial Arts Hall, and there are few opponents outside the ruins of the city. He thought that as long as he didn't meet someone with perverted talent, he would surely win. The ones that are confident and original on the periphery of the ruins are estimated to be the strongest at the level of high-level warriors, and they have already entered the core area at the top. Even if they can't beat him, I can't stop him from running. And those perverts who were recruited in advance, I know in my heart. I don't know this person, and it is very likely that they are just self-taught young geniuses. Lu Chang has already made a plan in his heart to advance, attack, retreat and defend, and he is full of confidence, so he is naturally fearless. Go to hell. Seeing that the distance between him and Chu Tiannan was getting closer and closer, he followed Lu Chang to angrily reprimanded him, and the silver light of the saber flashed across, glowing coldly under the moonlight. Very good. While Chu Tiannan was rushing forward, he naturally saw Lu Chang swinging the knife, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his feet exploded at a faster speed. The breath was completely released at this moment, and immediately under Lu Chang's amazed gaze. Take the sword and go. To Buchan campsite, a group of instructors were all looking at the screen with their arms folded with interest, and they all laughed and chatted. Chu Tiannan is surrounded by a group of people? It's probably going to be difficult. Are you kidding me? This little guy has the level of a junior martial artist. The boys who robbed him are probably going to be unlucky. It's such a sharp solution. It will cut off a little guy's fighting ability when it comes up. The method is ruthless. When the instructors saw that Chu Tiannan had broken a finger, they couldn't help nodding, feeling that his actions were brutal. Even the chief officer Wang Jinhai looked at Chu Tiannan with satisfaction, but Li Dongjie, who was sitting in the center drinking tea, still looked calm. Unmoved. This breakthrough is beautiful. The speed is good. Many instructors nodded in approval, but there were still a few instructors who laughed and shook their heads. It's just a group of little guys fighting. Let's see what you guys are doing. I'll go. No way? In the process of laughing and teasing, there were still a few nonchalant instructors who seemed to have discovered something, and they all showed surprise. Even Li Dongjie, who was originally calm, had a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes at this time, as if he was surprised by the picture that appeared on the screen next moment, and secretly said in his heart, "This little guy is interesting." City ruins under the dark night at this time, in the quiet road of ruins, there are several groups of young people gathered here. It's just that they are divided into two lineups. One of them has a large number of people, but their faces are full of disbelief at this time. On the other side, there was only one person, a young man dressed in black, with a calm gaze, but a sharp light radiated from time to time. At this time, the sword in the right hand of the young man fell naturally, while in the left hand, there was a terrified figure. Clang! This was the sound of a sword falling to the ground. The young man in brown clothes who was lifted had no strength to fight back. He looked at the young man with a calm expression in front of him in horror. With an expression of disbelief on his face, he said in amazement, "This is impossible." Seeing Lu Cheng being instantly subdued by the black-clothed youth, the other people who originally wanted to swarm up were instantly stunned. Looking at him, they couldn't help being horrified. These young people who have done robbery records understand that they have hit the iron plate this time. Chu Tiannan looked at the terrified young man who was mentioned in front of him, and grinned with interest. "Advanced martial artist level? Is this your strength?" As he said it, Chu Tiannan had a general understanding of the level of strength in his heart. "It seems that I can easily subdue high-level warriors, and it seems that it will not be very difficult to defeat peak warriors." At this moment, Lu Cheng's heart is ready to cry. How can he still have the attitude of a big boss before? He didn't even dare to move now, for fear that the strange young man in front of him would kill him in an instant. After all, in the ruins of this city, even if warriors kill each other, the forces and troops outside will not convict them. "I'm sorry. I don't know Taishan with my eyes, and I don't want to offend. Please, brother, hold your hand high and walk around me once." When Lu Cheng said this, his face flushed red. He no longer had any temper in his heart, and his face was full of panic. Lu Cheng thinks that he is a young warrior with good talent. If he develops according to the normal track, he will have no problem qualifying. But he provoked Chu Tiannan without opening his eyes. Now that he played too much, not only would he not get the record, but he might even risk his life. This time Lu Cheng also finally understood that he would have to pay back sooner or later when he came out to hang out. Before that, he controlled the life and death of weak warriors. Now that he has control over his life and death at any time, Lu Cheng and Chu Tiannan are not at the same level at all. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan still looked at Lu Cheng calmly. Although he didn't speak, this kind of silent gaze caused the latter's only inner defense line to completely collapse. "Big brother!" Boom! Chu Tiannan directly threw Lu Cheng to the ground, and immediately put the long sword on the young man's neck, and said calmly, "Hand over the achievements of all of you, and then ask for help. You all have no choice." As he spoke, Chu Tiannan's eyes were extremely piercing, and the young people around him couldn't breathe due to the oppressive aura of a martial artist. "Help, or die." "I'm asking for help." Lu Cheng nodded quickly, and he could see that if he didn't ask for help, the other party would really kill him with a sword, compared to the career of a warrior. It's still important to save your life. A few minutes later, the helicopter support sent by the military directly took away the 7 youths, including the 7 young people whose fingers were severed at the beginning. Although they were resentful, they did not dare to disobey Chu Tiannan, and finally boarded the helicopter unwillingly. From this moment on, Lu Cheng and his 7 young warriors have completely ended their careers as warriors. Looks like they grabbed a lot of points. Chu Tiannan looked at the record of 27 on the wristband, plus his own 5, Lu Cheng actually has a record of 22. It is also very impressive. It's time to enter the core area. Chu Tiannan didn't have any delay this time after spending some time here. Even when he found a light point approaching on the virtual map, he quickly avoided it. Chu Tiannan's goal is the core area. That is the real area for martial artist assessment, and it is also a good opportunity to show off your skills. At this time, in the Tabukan camp, many instructors looked at the screen in surprise. Did I get dazzled just now? I didn't see clearly, did you see clearly? At that time, many instructors shook their heads one after another, and there were a few instructors who were not paying attention before, but now they began to pay attention. Old he, turn the video upside down. Yes. Look back again. The instructors were surprised that they didn't see it clearly before, but in the video, the scene of Chu Tiannan grabbing Lu Cheng quickly was replayed in slow speed. When everyone saw clearly this time, they all fell silent. Everyone thinks that the benefits given by the martial arts school are too high. Wang Jinhai looked around at this time, sneering in his heart. Now see what they have to say. A replay of the battle is shown on the screen. It was only when the instructors slowed down 10 times that they realized how Chu Tiannan was able to overwhelm Lu Chang instantly. Everyone was silent one by one. This Chu Tiannan for a long time, one of the white-robed instructors with the level of an intermediate martial artist, had a solemn face and a low voice. His movement speed is faster than mine. Faster than me too. Although the offensive is still phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals clause close slash phoneme, the speed is already amazing. It is obvious that he has practiced the cheats of body skills before this. The faces of the instructors who didn't take it seriously before felt a little hot, especially when Chu Tiannan resolved the battle quickly. Really surprised them. Seeing the deflated looks of several chief instructors with the same status as him, Wang Jinhai smiled brightly. After all, Chu Tiannan was recruited by him, the greater the strength and potential of the former. His Wang Jinhai's position will be more and more consolidated, if this Chu Tiannan really soars into the sky. Then he will also be rewarded by the General Martial Arts Hall. It's interesting. Li Dongjie, who had been silent before, smiled slowly. Master Deputy Curator. Vice Master. All the instructors saluted, all of them looked very respectful. After all, this great god is one of the deputy masters of the Tobu Pavilion in South China Bay City. Regardless of status, even if all the instructors here are combined, it is not as good. Don't be restrained, I came here this time mainly to see this little guy. Li Dongjie looked at the young figure who was constantly fighting with monsters in the core area with great interest, and said, "It's been a long time since I had such a talent in the South China branch of the Tobu Museum." Fortunately, the Baiwugwan didn't take it away. The surrounding instructors nodded upon hearing what was said. After all, although the two major martial arts systems of the Chinese League are extremely united with the outside world, but in the Huameng, open and covert fighting is indispensable. This is also a way of competition and progress that is tacitly approved by the absolute senior leaders of the martial arts school. Therefore, Chu Tiannan joined the East Martial Arts Hall, and he participated in the martial artist assessment at the level of a junior martial artist, so he might beat the North Martial Arts Hall. And suppressing the Baiwugwan will make the people in the Tawugwan very happy. Let's see if this little guy can continue to surprise me. After Li Dongjie finished speaking, he continued to drink tea and silently looked at the screen without speaking. The surrounding instructors were secretly relieved, and the three of them continued to discuss together. Puff! A cold light flashed across quickly, and with the traces of the cold light passing by, blood spewed out instantly, and the corpse of a burly monster suddenly let out a mournful cry. Then he fell down unwillingly. Due to the inertial impact, the pig-shaped monster with huge fangs smacked a long mark on the ground before stopping. Ding! Chu Tiannan easily eliminated the giant-toothed pig this time, and the black bracelet also gained a record. At this time, his record shows that he has reached an astonishing 176. This is considered a very advanced existence in the assessment of the city ruins. The record of 176 is only ranked 9th? Chu Tiannan only discovered that there is a record ranking reward in this assessment after his record entered the top, dash. That is, the quasi-martialists with record values in the top, dash, will receive rewards at different stages after the assessment. Number 10 to 1 ranked fighters will be rewarded with 500 million Earth coins. And the 5th to number 9 have 1,000 million Earth currency rewards. The 2nd to 4th are 3,000 million. As for number 1, number 1 has a reward of 5,000 million Earth coins, as well as the additional right to independently choose teams below the Valkyrie level to practice. After Chu Tiannan heard the news, he began to kill a large number of monsters. There are many quasi-warriors who avoid monsters after reaching the record value of qualifying. But Chu Tiannan frantically searched for monsters in the core area to kill them, and walked in the dangerous monster territory without any fear. The quasi-martial artist, who was also unknown from the beginning, became known because his ranking soared by more than 70 places overnight. This also made Chu Tiannan's outfit in black gradually gain a reputation in the core area, because in the eyes of others, the young man in black looked bloodthirsty. He was called Little Shura by many prospective warriors. Chu Tiannan didn't take this title seriously, because his goal was to be number one in record value. Although 5,000 million Earth coins are tempting, the power experience of teams below the Valkyrie level is even more crazy. After all, after becoming a warrior, it is inevitable to join the warrior team system, only with the cooperation of the team, in order to better grow and improve. For the martial ancestor level team, the martial artist assessment is like a child fighting, which is not worth mentioning. But in the former, as long as anyone reaches number one in the assessment, they can directly choose to apply to join the Wuzong level team. The latter cannot have any reason for rejection. This is the rule over the years. For Chu Tiannan and others, this opportunity is rare. However, even within the past 10 days, Chu Tiannan could be said to see a rhythm of killing a monster, but he only had a score of 176. Number 1 has a terrifying record of 1100. It seems that the efficiency of hunting monsters is far less than that of robbery. Originally, Chu Tiannan just wanted to find a place to practice himself quietly, and then wait for half a month after the assessment is over. Now that there are hidden rewards, it is natural to choose to change the battle strategy. With a new plan in mind, Chu Tiannan called up the ranking list. His eyes fell on the number 214 Quasi-Warrior with a record of 8, and he grinned. Then let's start with you. Roar! In the core area of the ruins of the city, there are groups of 3 or 5 walking from time to time, and the deep roar is terrifying. Well, a large mouse about half the height of a man in the group of monsters seemed to smell something, so it stopped and looked around. Squeak! Squeak! In the next second, the giant rat's eyes fixed on a certain place. To be precise, it could easily smell far away with its keen sense of smell. Call out! The giant rat immediately broke away from the group and came to another ruin it smelled. The ruins were extremely quiet, and there were not many monsters at all. It's just that around the ruins at this time, there are quite a few monster entities, and they all have painful expressions of dying. Because there are so many corpses, there is a strong smell of blood spreading here, which makes the only giant rat here a little scared. Squeak! However, while the giant rat was frightened, it also discovered that the smell pulling it was under the ruins not far away. There was a large piece of cheese there, even bigger than a football, exuding a faint milky aroma. Call out! As a low-intelligence giant rat, although it was frightened by the large number of monster entities around it, when it saw cheese, it abandoned the fear in its heart and rushed forward quickly. Because it thinks that as long as it is fast enough, it can easily get delicious food, and then leaves decisively. Boom! At this moment, seeing the giant rat getting closer to the cheese, a red light filled with cold killing intent passed by. The red light passed through the giant rat's head in an instant, and it only felt that its consciousness was instantly dimmed, and it died immediately. In fact, the giant rat didn't know that its body had even fallen on the ground where it was running, and its head had already been pierced by the previous red light and knocked into the air. Blood flowed from the headless corpse, filling the originally silent ruins with a new corpse. At the head of the red light source before, a pitch-black gun barrel emitting faint white smoke was exposed on the rooftop of a high-rise building, like the blade of death. But everything within its aiming range cannot escape from its clutches. 214 records. The gray-clothed youth looked at his record list and murmured. There are more than 100 points away from the 7th place. It seems that we can't catch up with killing monsters alone. There are 3 days left before we leave here. The young man glanced somewhere. He didn't want to increase his combat power by killing prospective warriors, because as a gunner, he didn't bother at all. As long as the distance is widened, I am invincible. Pull the bolt, and a bullet casing falls to the ground. Kindness? The young man in gray unintentionally glanced at the useless hollow bullet casings on the ground, and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Because he saw a blur of darkness in the reflection of the bullet casing, his instinctive reaction made him instantly raise the pitch-black sniper rifle and turn around suddenly. I saw a young man in black holding a long sword looking at him with interest, which made the young man in gray feel terrified. When did he get behind me? The gray-clothed young man was puzzled. As a martial artist and a middle-class gunner, his sensitivity to phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close slash phoneme range perception is very high. Even so, the gray-clothed youth still didn't notice the black-clothed youth opposite him. His eyes were stern. "Little Shura, I have no grievances with you. Why did you look for me?" The young man in black who came was naturally Chu Tianan. He looked at the young man holding a black sniper rifle with interest, and said with a smile, "My Luo from the Baiwugwan, right? Don't be nervous, I just want your record, discuss it. If I don't do it, you don't resist." Chu Tianan knew that long-range gunners were a warrior's nightmare, but similarly, warriors were also a gunner's nightmare. Especially at phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close slash phoneme range. "You know I'm from Baiwugwan, and you still want to rob me?" My Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I will snatch everyone from the Baiwugwan." Chu Tianan smiled brightly. "It's up to you?" My Luo said disdainfully, holding a sniper rifle. "Do you know the #1 record list? But it's from my Baiwugwan." "So what if you know?" Chu Tianan said with an undiminished smile, as if he didn't feel any pressure. "I will solve it step by step. Don't be ashamed, take a shot from me, and I will give you the record if you catch it." Hearing this, my Luo sneered, and immediately raised the sniper rifle. There was no need to aim at phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close slash phoneme range, and he shot it with one shot. The red bullet shot towards Chu Tianan at an astonishing speed. Alas! Seeing the situation, Chu Tianan sighed, and immediately raised the long sword in his hand, making only one movement. The piercing sword shadow swept out. Bah! A sword shadow passed by, and the moment the red light bullet approached Chu Tianan, it split into two parts and flew towards the young man's two sides respectively. Finally, two shocking holes appeared in the ground behind. "This is impossible." Ramai Luo, who has the strength of a high-level warrior, was shocked when he saw Chu Tianan again, and roared. "He is a gunner. Such a short distance of less than 30 meters, how fast the rate of fire of the sniper rifle was split in half by the opponent's sword? Is it luck? Or strength? The gunner's mental power is indeed very strong." After blocking, Chu Tianan had a simple understanding of the gunner in his heart. The reason why he dared to block at such a phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close slash phoneme range was not because of blind arrogance. But Chu Tiannan's soul strength is already 10 times the basic level of ordinary people, so under the sense of soul, he only feels that the rate of fire of the bullets is much slower. Chu Tianan was completely given time to react and make an effective block. Of course, my Luo would not think of this level. After all, everyone's soul is different. "According to what you said just now, hand over your achievements. I don't want to cut off your career as a warrior." Chu Tianan put the long sword behind his back, walked over, looked at my Luo, and said with a smile, "Hey, take it." Although my Luo was extremely unwilling, he understood that no matter his current situation or strength, he was no longer Chu Tiannan's opponent. And with his extremely strong self-esteem, he naturally wouldn't go against what he said before. The bracelets of the two touched each other. Only my Luo's record value was only 10, while Chu Tianan had as much as 380. Leave some points for you to qualify. You have good talent. I don't like to make enemies everywhere. Chu Tianan turned and left. You are very strong, but don't be blindly confident. I can't see the depth of the one with the highest record value. Although my Luo was unwilling, he admired this black-clothed youth who was called Little Shura, and said, "Thank you for letting me know." As he said that, Chu Tianan jumped and disappeared on the rooftop of the tall building. Who is he? My Luo looked at the direction where Chu Tianan was leaving, feeling puzzled, and sent a message to his own people through the black bracelet. "Brothers in the Baiwugwan, I just encountered Xiao Shilua, be careful, unless the gunner can assassinate, otherwise there is no hope for a direct confrontation." I said why you my Luo fell out of the leaderboard. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Hee, if you dare to steal my record in the Baiwugwan, no matter what skills this little Shura has, if you meet me, you must immediately hand over your record. Listening to the reply, my Luo sighed with a slight frown, looked at the scattered monsters coming down below, raised his sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger with a sneer. Boom! A monster was instantly pierced through the head, and my Luo's record value changed to 11. Anyway, I have already told you, if the record is taken away, then no one should be blamed. Walking on the road of ruins, unless Chu Tiannan encountered a large number of monsters, he would choose to kill them as much as possible. Swallow, I found that you have more and more functions, Chu Tiannan said happily in his heart. The longer the contact with the phagocytic system, Chu Tiannan was pleasantly surprised. The use of this devouring system is not limited to devouring function and giving weapons. This is also the reason why he, Chu Tiannan, was able to walk in the core area swaggeringly, all thanks to the devouring system. The black wristbands issued by the military can only sense human cursors, but those of monsters cannot prompt. The devouring system easily invaded the black bracelet, and easily displayed all the lives within a 10-kilometer radius. Including these beings, whether they are warriors or monsters, they can easily check their strength levels. It can be described as extremely convenient. Host. My system can completely invade any network information in this world, including warrior system permissions, without leaving traces. And Swallow understands that the corpses of monsters in this world are very valuable as research materials, and you will worry that swallowing the corpses of monsters will not exchange for Earth coins. So I have hacked through the system and integrated the system center of this world. As long as everything swallowed by you can be exchanged for equivalent Earth coins, and then credited into your virtual account. Don't worry about having no money and being suspected. If you need, you can put important carry-on items into my system space. The stronger your strength is, the larger the system space will be. Ever since Chu Tiannan became a martial artist, no matter what he asked, the swallowing system would give the fastest answer. The intelligence is very high, and this system is becoming more and more versatile. So when Chu Tiannan heard this, his heart suddenly became excited. Your system is too awesome. Obviously, with the support of the devouring system, as long as Chu Tiannan does not fall, becoming a strong man is only a matter of the world. This is hope. Chu Tiannan tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart, clenched his fist slightly, and his eyes shone brightly. With a money-making machine, why not become stronger? A figure in black walks steadily in the core area. According to the landmarks, the nearest to me is 7 kilometers away, and there are 3 high-level fighters? Chu Tiannan looked at the light spots on the map, a little surprised. The 3 are number 4, number 6, and number 7 on the record list? In the core area, there are not many prospective warriors here, but each of them is very strong, so it is quite rare to encounter such 3 together. Even so, Chu Tiannan still didn't intend to let go of the records of the 3 moves, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Very good, since there are so many people, I'll join in the fun. As he said that, Chu Tiannan smoothly dealt with the shadow cat who had been following behind him, and quickly disappeared into the dilapidated ruins. Core area center. In the center of the entire trial site, there is a huge dilapidated square, where it is extremely quiet, with only a broken stone statue standing in the center. On the stone statue, there is this young man holding a dagger sitting there calmly, but the whole square can be described as open. Except for this dilapidated stone statue, there is no bunker. It's hard to imagine how this person can escape once a large number of monsters attack. But this young man holding a taidao was still sitting there practicing calmly, and the ground around him was full of corpses of monsters who had died tragically. There are hundreds of them in a simple count. A large number of corpses of monsters surround the stone statue, as if a ceremony, all pointing to the peaceful cultivation figure on the stone statue. Gives people a sense of fear in a dead place. Little Shura attacked my Baiwagwan? After receiving the news of my Luo, the young figure murmured softly, and a trace of coldness flashed across his calm eyes. It's just that he is dressed in white, but he gives people a sense of elegance, which is incompatible with the bloody scene around him. This person is the record leaderboard, number 1 on the list. The young man looked at the record leaderboard, raised his bracelet and replied. The people in the North Martial Arts Hall will temporarily leave when they meet Little Shura. Our purpose is to suppress the people in the 2 Martial Arts Hall and not let outsiders consume our strength. Yes, brother Yu. Don't worry, we will pay attention. Brother Yu, be careful, that guy in the Tobu Hall has already reached 1,000 records. With the communication connection, the people in Baiwugwan are naturally extremely convenient, and they quickly reached a consensus goal. After finishing speaking, the young man in white continued to sit on the spot and practice, ignoring other things. Laugh. Laugh. At this moment, the two shadow mouses naturally found delicious sitting cross-legged on the stone statue during their wanderings, and immediately communicated. Then he touched it quietly. For the shadow mouse, lurking is their forte, and this kind of monster can sneak into various places without a sound. The chances of being discovered are very small. Although shadow mouse is somewhat weak in attack, they are well deserved in detection and detection. In particular, the number of their grassroots is huge, with a steady stream of breeding numbers, and the number of shadow mouse groups is quite large. Especially if it is gathered like a sea tide, the combat power will be extremely terrifying. Facing the rat tide, it is simply a nightmare for low-level warriors. Laugh. Laugh. Although the two shadow mouses saw the shocking corpses of the same kind around them, their intelligence was too low, especially when they saw the delicious meal, humans. They naturally choose to move on. Squeak. Squeak. However, just when the two shadow mouses were about to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the young man sitting cross-legged on the stone statue, they leaped up into the air at the same time, and bit them away fiercely. Call out. A silver knife light flashed, without any prelude or warning. The knife light flashed across the two shadow mouses in an instant, and the whole square suddenly fell silent again. Boom! Boom! The shadow mouse, which had bitten ferociously before, was disintegrated in an instant. Both shadow mouse were cut in half, and the corpses fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Everything returned to dead silence, and the figure in white was still sitting cross-legged on the stone statue. Even after meeting the shadow mouse just now, he didn't panic in the slightest. Take out the knife smoothly, withdraw the knife calmly, all in one go. Seeing that the record value on his wrist increased by 2 points, the young man in white closed his eyes again and sat there motionless. After advancing for more than half an hour, Chu Tianan finally caught up with the target he locked before, but after he reached a commanding height, he looked down. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Because Chu Tianan found that on the ground, two of the warriors were chasing the warrior with a hot weapon in front, and the three figures were not in the same group. It would be easier if we weren't in the same group. A gleam flashed in Chu Tianan's eyes, and he left without a sound. Quietly followed. Ruined urban area. Three figures were chasing here crazily, and a thin man in sunglasses fled quickly in front of him holding a sniper rifle. Hey, Emohi, don't run away. A young man in red who was chasing after him sneered, and the speed under his feet did not decrease at all. Boom! The answer to the opponent is a bullet. You have a big temper. Another young man in white sneered, holding a long gun and easily picking up the swift bullet. Hand over your record, and we'll let you go, how about that? The man in red was holding two submachine guns, smiling wildly and shooting forward. Humph! The young man in sunglasses rolled quickly on the ground a few times, then hid in a group of scrapped vehicles, and instantly set up a sniper rifle. Just about to aim, but was forced back by a shuttle of bullets. Ha, don't struggle, you have no hope of running in front of the cooperation of the gunner and the strength warrior. The man in red held a pair of submachine guns and aimed at the man in the sunglasses, not giving him a chance to mount a gun. Another young man with a long spear approached quickly with a sneer. Seeing that the two are about to form an encirclement trend. Bastard, you dare to attack my Tobu gym, the man in sunglasses snapped. Brother Lon will not let you go. Hearing this, the spear youth paused, then sneered. Randy is only ranked second on the list, and your Dongwu gym is destined to be trampled by my Beiwu gym this year. As he said that, the spear shot forward, and there was a trembling sound where it passed, and the air swept over, instantly overturning the vehicle beside the young man in sunglasses. Hum! The man in the sunglasses was about to aim and shoot, but the spear had already reached in front of him. In the face of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, unless the gunner reaches the rank of Wu Zone, or has extremely strong mental power. Otherwise, once a power warrior gets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, the ending will be quite tragic. Emohi, hand over your record, and we'll let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The young man with the spear said with a smile as if looking at his prey. Humph. However, what answered the other party was the cold snort and disdainful laughter of the young man in sunglasses. Wei Yuan, you are just Qingyu's lackey. Don't eat the toast. Hearing the other party's insult, the young man wanted to stab with a spear, and he was also mentally prepared. Clang! At this moment, the sound of metal collisions sounded, and then the spear flew up, leaving the young man in white with a look of astonishment. Who? Wei Yuan yelled coldly, only feeling his heart tense, wanting to retreat. But found it was too late. Call out. In the next second, a long sword lay across Wei Yuan's neck, and the young man in black looked at the surprised Wei Yuan and said calmly. People in my Tobu hall, when is it the turn of 2 against 1? Boom! The spear fell to the ground and was inserted directly into the ground, and everything around was extremely silent for an instant. Only the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme was blowing the long windbreaker of the young man in black, making a grinning sound. Boy, let go of Wei Yuan. How dare you move people from my North Martial Arts Academy, the young man in red shouted angrily, aiming at the black-clothed figure with 2 submachine guns in his hand. Lu Jia, you should worry about yourself. At this moment, the red dot aiming hard of a cold sniper rifle locked on the young man in red, Moe sneered. As long as you dare to move, I dare say, my bullet can explode your head in an instant. Bastard! Lu Jie growled when he saw this. The original stable win situation was disrupted because of the sudden appearance of the black-clothed youth. For a while, both sides were deadlocked in place, and the air was extremely solemn and full of gunpowder. You are. Wei Yuan didn't see the other party clearly at first, but when he saw the other party's young face clearly, he suddenly turned pale with shock. Little Shura in black. What? Lu Jie couldn't see the face of the young man in black because his line of sight was blocked, and he couldn't believe it when his teammates shouted. Especially when he recalled what little Shura said before, his heart was even colder. The little Shura in black is from Tobu Hall? They don't have any news from Bai Wugwan. Hand over your achievements. At this time, Chu Tiannan's eyes were cold, and his soul was strong. His eyes exuded a devouring light like a vast starry sky. In an instant, Wei Yuan felt the trembling from the depths of his soul. Wei Yuan originally wanted to say something, but found that the opponent's sword had penetrated a point, and was about to pierce his neck. I give. I'll pay. Seeing that the sword in Chu Tiannan's hand was unambiguous at all, Wei Yuan turned pale with fright, and stretched out his hand. Chu Tiannan flicked the opponent's bracelet unceremoniously, only to see that his own score had already reached 510 points, while Wei Yuan had only 10 points remaining. Leave a line for being a human being, and leave some for you so that you won't be kicked out of the line. Chu Tiannan's words made Wei Yuan's facial muscles twitch. He wanted to be angry but didn't dare. This feeling is really aggrieved. And yours. After finishing Wei Yuan, Chu Tiannan set his eyes on Lu Jia again, and said calmly. Seeing this, Lu Jia was secretly angry. As a genius, he would be instigated by his peers. Why should I go call out? Before Lu Jia finished speaking, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme whizzed past, and when he realized, the long sword had already reached him. The biting sword energy disturbed Lu Jia's hair. He looked at Chu Tiannan in front of him in cold sweat, his throat moved slightly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Seeing that Chu Tiannan had changed his battle target, he aimed his sniper rifle at Wei Yuan and sneered. It's best not to move. I feel that your speed can't exceed the speed of the bullet. Damn it! Wei Yuan, who was still thinking about it, didn't dare to move, and the resentment in his heart reached the extreme. Chu Tiannan's long sword was in front of Lu Jia. His eyes were like a starry sky, extremely deep, which made the latter fearful. I'll give it. Even though Lu Jia was helpless and angry, he could only stretch out his right hand. After all, he understands that this is the assessment area. Even if Chu Tian went south to kill him, he would not be sanctioned by the military. For some so-called leaderboard point rewards, he lost his life. Not worth it. Chu Tiannan was also polite, and directly swiped Lu Jie's bracelet, and his record value soared to 850, and he came to number 4 from the ranking. Thank you both for your gift. Chu Tiannan smiled brightly, and immediately said to Lu Jie. Turn around. What? Lu Jie didn't understand what the other party meant at first, but since his nickname was in his hands, he could only follow suit. In the next second, Lu Jie only felt pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. You. Seeing Chu Tiannan directly knocking out his partner, Wei Yuan's eyes burst into flames. Oh yes, and you. A hand knife knocked Lu Jie unconscious, and Chu Tiannan finally came to his senses, and immediately came to Wei Yuan with a smile, and said, Are you coming by yourself, or am I? Don't worry, I will put you two in a safe place, no monsters will eat you. Seeing Chu Tiannan's devilish smile, the corner of Wei Yuan's mouth twitched, and he roared angrily, It turns out that little Shura is Chu Tiannan. You are now ranked 4th, and I have already given you the record. Do you still want to force us? We are from Baiwugwan, Boss Qingyu will not let you go. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan watched the young man in white calmly, then sighed, and was about to make a move, but found that Wei Yuan rolled his eyes and fainted. For you to chase me down, you deserve to lose your record. At this moment, He directly knocked Wei Yuan unconscious with the butt of his gun, and said ruthlessly. It's the greatest kindness to you not to kill the two of you, and you're also picky. Thank you, brother. After the crisis was resolved, He felt relieved, and immediately looked up and down the mysterious young man, and said with a smile. I really didn't expect you, brother, to be from my Tobu gym. TSK. When Chu Tiannan heard the words, his eyes fell on the young man in dark glasses, and he said, Drag them to a safe place. Okay, leave it to me. He is also a sensible person, the other party saved his life, the small job should be done. After the crisis was resolved, Chu Tiannan held a long sword and rode the ground, and sat idly on a stone beside him, thinking about something. Okay, brother. After finishing these, He clapped his hands and walked over, looked at Chu Tiannan, and said with emotion. It turns out that you are little Shura, and you are still from my Tobu gym. Brother, before the Tobu gym system did not have you, how did you enter the martial arts gym? We all recruited in advance, but your name is not on the list, it must be the trump card of Tobu Hall. Well, it must be like this, otherwise it doesn't make sense and we don't know. Did Boss Lan know and didn't tell us? Chu Tiannan glanced at the chatterbox, feeling a little dumbfounded in his heart, but his face was very calm, and said. Take me to our martial arts site, core housing area. This place is still extremely dilapidated. It is obviously a site that was ruthlessly destroyed by monsters during the cataclysm. It's just that there are a large number of corpses of monsters everywhere, and it is obvious that someone deliberately killed them. High-rise roof. A bright silver sniper rifle is clamped in a favorable position. Any monster approaching, it will be dealt with one shot. He has been out for so long, so he must have been caught? The muscular young man with a gun asked in doubt. Just say unlucky words, maybe he finally made a plan and found out that he was delayed. The short-haired girl sitting on the side gave the former an angry look and said. I'll be back in a while. As she said that, the beautiful eyes of the short-haired girl turned to the young man in blue who was sitting cross-legged and practicing on the other side, and her sharp eyes suddenly softened. I'm back. After a while, the burly young man saw the figure below, and said with a simple and honest smile. It's just that he seems to have brought someone with him. Take someone? The short-haired girl jumped to the side of the former, looked through the sniper scope, and said in amazement. This one is dressed in black. Isn't this the little Shura whose record soars, who kills beasts whenever he sees them, and snatches people when he sees them? Why did he come back with him? Hearing the words little Shura, the burly young man was taken aback, then glanced at the leaderboard, and said in surprise. How did I rank 5th? The short-haired girl also subconsciously glanced at the ranking when she heard the sound, and exclaimed, the guys from the top 10 by Wugwan are gone, and little Shura is already 4th. The two looked at each other, and then looked at the young man in blue at the same time, but the latter did not speak at this time. Everyone, I'm back. At that time, he returned directly to the rooftop, followed by a young man in black, and said with a smile. Let me introduce you to the people in our Tobu hall. No need to introduce, the famous little Shura. The burly young man smiled honestly, and his expression froze immediately. Looking at Chu Tianan, he said in surprise. He, you said he is from our Tobu hall? Aren't we the only people in the Tobu hall? The short-haired girl was also a little stunned, obviously not expecting this sunny-looking young man. It turned out to be someone from their Tobu hall. Faced with the surprise of the two, he was not surprised at all, and immediately laughed. Brother Tianan, these two are Chi Hao and Shaolin from our East Martial Art Museum, and they were recruited in advance. Hello? Chu Tianan smiled and nodded upon hearing this. For his own people, he will naturally treat each other with courtesy. And Chi Hao and Shaolin also returned their salutes again and again. Such a sunny young man, but decisive and attacking, is really a ruthless character. Chu Tianan sized up the two. Chi Hao was a strong builder, but he was a gunner, while Shaolin was on the contrary. A power warrior? Chu Tianan was naturally a little stunned when he saw the stone hammer beside Shaolin. A petite girl with a hammer that may be heavier than herself. This combination. By the way, Tianan, there is another heavy guy who is also the leader of our martial arts school this time. He said with a smile as he led to the blue-clothed youth who was meditating on the other side. Boss Blue. Hearing someone mentioning himself, Randy opened those light blue eyes, looked at the young man in front of him, stood up and walked. Don't listen to Mohe's nonsense, there is no such thing as big or small, my name is Randy. Randy gave people a very gentle feeling, which made people feel good. Chu Tianan nodded and smiled. Chu Tianan. I really didn't expect that the mysterious person that the chief officer mentioned was actually little Shura. Naturally, Randy noticed the extraordinariness of the other party, and immediately shook his head and laughed. At first, I was still a little unconvinced, but now that I see you in person, I can confirm one thing. I am indeed not as good as you. Hearing these words, the three of he looked at the young man in blue in surprise. Their mouths were wide open, they couldn't be more clear about Randy's strength. That is the existence second only to number 1 Xingyu, possessing the strength of the peak warrior. Lan Di was proud in his heart, but such a genius bowed his head directly in front of Chu Tianan, which was really embarrassing. Brother Randy praised me, I came here mainly to understand one thing. Chu Tianan laughed. Hearing this, Randy laughed immediately. He looked at the starry sky-like eyes of the young man in black, and his smile was like a spring breeze. You want to know about Xingyu, right? It seems that you want to compete for this number 1? The young man in blue looked at Chu Tianan and said with a smile. Yeah, I do have an idea about this number 1, I hope Brother Lan will tell me. Chu Tianan nodded. Hearing this, Randy rubbed his chin with his right hand and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said. Number 1 Xingyu, the first genius of this year's North Martial Arts Academy, the weapon is a sword, fast speed, strong attack, comprehensive defense, almost a perfect warrior. An invincible existence in the warrior class. Warrior level invincible? Hearing this, Chu Tianan frowned and asked. Compared with him, how is your strength? He originally thought that the martial artist assessment was quite easy, but he didn't expect that the water in it was quite deep. Randy smiled awkwardly, then shook his head slightly, and said. I'm ashamed to say that I had an encounter with Xingyu 2 days ago, but I couldn't see through him. With all my strength, I didn't lose, but I can be sure of one thing. As he spoke, Randy said with a serious expression. This Xingyu didn't try his best. Didn't try my best? Chu Tianan nodded slightly when he heard the words. The result was almost the same as he expected. This Xingyu was really difficult to deal with. And being able to stay at the top of the list for so long is obviously something to rely on. Yes, and I heard that this Xingyu knows sword skills, but of course I haven't confirmed it. Randy nodded and continued. Maybe my strength is not enough to force him to use sword skills. After all, my weapon is a sword and shield. I am balanced in terms of offense and defense, and my combat power is not outstanding. Also, I feel that this Xingyu is suspected to have the level of a junior martial artist. Hearing this, Chu Tianan had a simple understanding, although he felt in his heart that this Xingyu was not an easy character to mess with. But he, Chu Tiannan, was also not a good opponent. For him, such an opponent was a challenge. Moreover, Qing Yu was able to reach the level of junior martial artist. Chu Tiannan was not surprised at all. After all, he is also a junior martial artist, and this kind of battle is the best way to see the level of the two. This world has a large population, and a small base city in South China has more than 3 million people, so the base of geniuses is naturally large. Brother Lon, please tell me the location of this Qing Yu. Chu Tiannan laughed. Are you really looking for him? Hearing this, Randy was a little surprised. Seeing the other party's firm gaze, he thought for a few seconds. He is in the most central waste square, where the number of monsters is the largest. You have to be careful. Thank you. After getting the specific location, Chu Tiannan nodded, and immediately got up and left. It's not too late, today is the last chance. Watching Chu Tiannan leave, Randy stood on the spot and became silent. Boss, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Randy was in a bad mood, he couldn't help asking, and Chihao and Shaolin also looked over. This Chu Tiannan is really strong. After a long time, Randy heaved a sigh of relief and smiled wryly. If it is said that I still have the confidence to fight against Qing Yu, facing Chu Tiannan, I don't even have the idea of making a move. Hearing this, the three of he looked at each other. They all knew how proud Randy was. But even so, the other party directly admitted that he didn't dare to fight Chu Tiannan. It can be seen that this person who was called Xiao Xiaoluo has such a terrifying strength. Central square of core area. This is just a relatively huge square, but there are quite a lot of monster corpses deposited here. It's so strong. Chu Tiannan used the whole morning to arrive at the location that Randy told him, and looked at the corpses of monsters all over the floor. That's right. That person should be Qing Yu, right? Chu Tiannan looked around, and soon found the young man in white on the stone statue in the center of the square. A white long sword stood beside him, and the young man's eyes were closed, unaffected by the fluctuations of the evil spirit around him. As if sensing someone coming, the young man in white opened his eyes, saw Chu Tiannan at the edge of the square, and said softly, "Little Shura Chu Tiannan? Qing Yu?" The two spoke at the same time, obviously already knowing the identity of the other party. Chu Tiannan looked over and found that Qing Yu's aura was extraordinary, and as Randy said, this person's strength was by no means simple as it appeared on the surface. Are you looking for me? Although Qing Yu had guessed it, he still asked aloud. Whoa! The next second, Chu Tiannan pulled out the black long sword behind him, fixed his eyes on the other party, and said with a smile, I'm a little interested in number 1, Jean? I'm a little interested in the number 1 on the list, Jean? Chu Tiannan turned his gaze to the white-clothed figure in the center of the square, and said, Interested in the first place on the list? Hearing this, Qing Yu's eyes were still calm. At this moment, he seemed to be supercilious and said indifferently, You can't beat me. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme die or be injured. This sentence is very obvious. The people who fought against Qing Yu were basically phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme injured or died. I advise this Chu Tiannan to be a little self-aware. It's a coincidence, those who fight with me are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme dead or injured. Chu Tiannan nodded, and said with a very serious look. It seems that we are really destined. There is fate. Hearing this, Qing Yu shook his head and smiled. His eyes fell on the young man at the edge of the square. His voice was slightly contemptuous. Although you are little Shura, you are not qualified to let me draw my sword. Chu Tiannan was stunned. With a strange look in his eyes, he touched his nose and grinned. Have you been underestimated? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two pitch-black figures approached Chu Tiannan quickly, and saw that the four sharp claws were about to tear the young man in black to pieces. Call out! In this regard, only a sword shadow swept out. Chu Tiannan's movements were extremely fast, almost inaudible to the naked eye, and there were many fresh monster corpses around him. Regarding this, Chu Tiannan's sword was still behind his back, as if he hadn't made a move. If it weren't for the cat demon who had been cut in half with measuring tools beside him, I would have thought it was an illusion. Xingyu could see such a quick scene clearly, his brow moved slightly, his eyes were slightly surprised, but he still shook his head immediately. You're better than Randy, but it's not enough, just give up. If you don't try, how will you know it's not enough? Chu Tiannan smiled lightly, and walked over immediately. He is not an arrogant person, but for things that he is sure of, Chu Tiannan will definitely fight for it. And he knew that he was not allowed to have a confident, strong heart. If he gave up after encountering a small setback, then there was no need for Chu Tiannan to become a strong man. As the soul of two lives, what you need is to go forward bravely and fearlessly. Sigh. Seeing that Chu Tiannan had no intention of giving up, Xingyu sighed lightly and moved his hand slightly. Sudden. 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 Immediately afterwards, several red light gunshots rang out in the square, aiming at the young man in black at an extremely fast speed. Clang. Clang. Chu Tiannan possessed 10 times the soul foundation, so he could clearly see the bullets flying towards him, so he raised his sword and cut off the bullets in front of him. For the first time, treading Shue's body technique was shown. Chu Tiannan seemed to be more than capable of fighting against 1,000 troops. The bullets all passed by strokes, and finally hit the ground. Do you people in the North Martial Arts Academy only do stealthy things? Chu Tiannan glanced aside and said with a faint smile. Want to bully the few with more? At that time, several figures appeared on the viewing platform at the end of the square. 3 of them watched Chu Tiannan grit his teeth, and Lu Jie couldn't help roaring. Chu Tiannan, you have insulted me to the extreme, I will beat you into a sieve. As he said that, another 2 shuttles shot out, and the number of bullets this time was obviously much more than the last time. You are doomed to be a loser. Regarding this, Chu Tiannan was not timid, he still dodged and resisted calmly. However, this seemingly simple scene shocked everyone. What? He was able to escape such a dense forest of bullets? As a genius, Lu Jie was very confident in his own strength. But when he, Wei Yuan, and even my Luo saw this scene, everyone was shocked. One must know that even if Chu Tiannan is extremely talented, even with the assistance of body technique cheats, it takes more than just luck to be able to miss a single bullet. After all, the first time before was luck. Then this second time is completely a display of strength. Bastard, give me one more shot. Seeing this, Lu Jie quickly changed his ammunition. He held 2 microchargers. Although the firing speed was fast, the power was indeed a little weaker. But no matter how small the bullet is, it can still kill a warrior. For this, Chu Tiannan felt angry, and the other party shot him twice in a row, and it was going to be the 3rd time, which completely enraged him. On the other hand, Xingyu watched with great interest, letting his own people indulge. Chu Tiannan, right? At the same time, Xingyu suddenly smiled, looked at Chu Tiannan, and said, I have a record of 1850, but you are only 850. I am firmly in the first place. I don't want to fight. What are you fighting with me? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's heart trembled, he knew what the other party said was right. Moreover, the assessment time was approaching. Chu Tiannan knew that there was no time to delay, so he drew the long sword on his back. Ready to dash. If you want to fight our boss, pass me. At this moment, Lu Jie grinned grimly, his eyes were crazy, he held 2 microchargers, and raised his hand to shoot. Go to hell. Yesterday, he was dealt with a sword. Chu Tiannan held a long sword and was about to charge forward, but in the distant stands, Lu Jie provoked him in every possible way, which made him furious. But right now it is to compete for the first place on the list. So Chu Tiannan didn't have time to deal with this Lu Jie, and gave the other party a chance to be rampant. Go to hell. Lu Jie's eyes flashed wildly, he raised his hand slightly and was about to shoot. Boom! At this moment, a fiery red light streaked across the air, rushing forward with an incomparably piercing momentum. In the end, it hit the submachine gun in Lu Jie's right hand severely. Lu Jie subconsciously threw away the submachine gun in his hand, with a hint of anger in his eyes, he knew who it was. Mo-he, come out to me. At that time, Chu Tiannan also turned his head, and naturally found several figures approaching, and immediately smiled. Xingyu frowned when he saw this. At this time, Randy came with Mohe Chihao and others, and came to Chu Tiannan's side. Immediately, under Qingyu's gradually gloomy gaze, he said with a smile, "Brother Qingyu, we meet again. Randy can make Qingyu unhappy, and I am very happy to see it." "Humph." Qingyu snorted coldly. "Lu Jia, you'd better not move, I'm targeting you." Mohe sneered while holding a sniper rifle. And Chihao also held a sniper rifle, and both aimed at Lu Jia's Tianling guy at the same time. As long as this Lu Jia dares to make any moves, Mohe doesn't mind letting him go directly to Huangquan Road. Mohe, Chihao. It was obvious that Lu Jia was a gunner at the North Martial Arts Hall. He roared angrily, but it was of no avail. In order to improve the record, Lu Jia chose to microcharge, so in the long range, he is definitely restrained by the sniper rifle. It's not too late. Brother Tianan, you can go ahead and fight. We'll keep an eye on those guys in the Baiwugwan. No one can disturb you. Randy said to Chu Tianan with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's heart suddenly warmed up. This sentence may seem ordinary, but it can reflect the unity of their Tobu Hall. Leave it to everyone. After finishing speaking, Chu Tianan knew that time was running out, so he suddenly exerted force on his feet, at an extremely fast speed, and locked his target on the young man in white standing in the center. Sweep away with a sword. Humph, even if someone helps you, it's too late. Qingyu sneered when he saw the black-clothed figure walking swiftly. The white long sword inserted on the statue next to it was slowly pulled out, and there was a weak disturbance in the surrounding space, and Qingyu's aura suddenly rose several levels. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qingyu is no longer in the category of warriors at this time. Sure enough, he's a martial artist. Feeling the opponent's aura, Chu Tianan felt sure, and immediately the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That's the way to play. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer, a black sword is extremely piercing, and the aura it brings is frightening. A white sword moves like clouds in flowing water, changing ends, making people doubt the pace of the next second. Buzz. Seeing that Chu Tianan was about to approach Qingyu, a piercing sound of whistle resounded throughout the world. The sound of the whistle ran through the entire martial artist assessment area like an alarm. No matter whether it was the peripheral area or the core area, there was no one left. Damn! Chu Tianan immediately lost his ability to fight because of the deafening sound of the whistle, and knelt down on the ground, cursing in a low voice. And compared to himself, Qingyu was directly overwhelmed by the roaring sound. Not only Chu Tianan and others are like this, even Randy, Mohe and others are like this, the geniuses of the two major martial arts are all crushed and unable to move. Damn! In the Tabukan camp, there were also dissatisfied curses from many instructors. Whether it was Li Dongjie who was frowning, or Wang Jinhai and other instructors, they were all dissatisfied with the sound of the whistle at the end of the assessment. It seems that the little guy has no chance, so he almost missed it. Seeing the young man kneeling on the ground struggling to support himself on the battle screen, Li Dongjie sighed in his heart. The soul-shaking sound of the army system is really not covered. At this time, not only the central square of the core area of the assessment was suppressed by the sound of whistles, but all the young girls who were prospective warriors who participated in the assessment of warriors were also shaken that they could not move. Even the monsters who were about to be slaughtered frantically at the same time crawled and fell to the ground in pain. Without the slightest resistance and fighting power, I still have a chance. Seeing that Qingyu was directly lying on the ground by the shock, Chu Tianan clenched his gums tightly. Although he was restrained by the soul-shaking sound with his strong soul power, he was not completely powerless to resist. However, just as Chu Tianan was about to get up with difficulty, the second wave of more powerful soul-shaking sound hit Chu Tianan violently, directly pushing Chu Tianan to the ground. There is no suspense, completely suppressed. Along with the sound of the whistle, there was also a cold voice resounding throughout the assessment site. The martial artist assessment is over, all prospective warriors stop fighting. Defiant, die, boom. The huge gate at the entrance to the martial artist assessment site slowly opened, and groups of quasi-martial artists gradually came out of it. All the prospective warriors who survived handed the bracelets into my hands to evaluate whether you become a warrior. Dozens of soldiers held testers and shouted at the young girls who walked out. Ding! record 11, pass. Ding, record 4, failed. Ding, all the quasi-martialists began to test with apprehension. At that time, some people were happy and some were worried. Some people can easily become warriors, while others have worked hard but failed to meet the requirements. I can only regret being eliminated. What's more, the mentality of the quasi-martial artists who were eliminated suddenly burst, and they cried heartbreakingly. But no one sympathizes, and no one pities. Just a little bit. Chu Tiannan was also in the crowd, looking at the figure in white who was about to walk out of the giant gate. He sighed in his heart. Really good fortune. Brother Tiannan, do you want to compete for the first place? At this moment, Randy's voice rang in his ears. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Fighting is not allowed here, there is no chance. I have a way to make you compete for the first place. In the next second, Randy's words made Chu Tiannan's eyes light up. No, you can't do this. However, when Chu Tiannan heard the other party's plan, the smile in his eyes disappeared immediately, and he shook his head. I can't let my companions lose something because of my own self-interest. This will also affect my future cultivation. Hearing this, Randy laughed, and immediately patted Chu Tiannan on the shoulder, saying, I will definitely help you with this favor. My ranking is still in the top, because we have people. As he said that, Randy moved his gaze away. Chu Tiannan looked at the expectant eyes of Mohe and the others, and suddenly understood, turned his gaze to Qingyu in front, and nodded. Okay. I will fight for the first place. Ding. Record 560? Pass. When the tester saw that the first record value was as high as several hundred, there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Hey, there are stronger ones behind. Lu Jie said with a smile. After all, my Luo, Lu Jie and Wei Yuan lost their record in the previous battle. The people in his Baiwugwen averaged their records. Except for Qingyu, everyone in their Baiwugwen had an average record of about 500. Then I'd like to take a look. The examiner smiled, and immediately set his eyes on the handsome young man next, and said, Hand over the bracelet. While the examiner was speaking, he was also looking at the young man in white, and he found that this person was somewhat different from the previous quasi-warrior. No matter in terms of momentum or temperament, it is obvious that this young man is stronger than most people. The young man in white responded and handed the bracelet to the inspector. The instrument changed in the next second. Ding. Record value 1850. Pass. Although the sound is not loud, it can be heard clearly by all the examiners around. Immediately, a lot of envious eyes looked over, and the young man in white seemed to be the focus of discussion, and he became the object of envy. 1850 record, my god, how many monsters did he kill? The odds are almost 10 times that of mine. Is the gap really that big? Many martial artists who passed the assessment were originally happy, but they were shocked by the huge gap, and they realized it. Even at the first level of warriors, you can see the grades. Obviously, the youth in white definitely belongs to the first echelon of the younger generation. Warrior Qingyu? This record is very high. If nothing else, you should be number 1. Even the testers were taken aback when they saw Qingyu's record. Thank you, senior. Qingyu saluted very politely, then turned and left. While leaving, his eyes were full of pride. The gold content of number 1 in the warrior assessment was too high. This is not only a reward of 5,000 million Earth coins, but also represents the glory of a warrior at the beginning stage. With the privilege of freely choosing a team, my strength can be further improved. Qingyu competed for this first place because of this privilege. Teams below the Valkyrie level choose the privilege, but it is hard to buy with money. After all, for a Wuzong level team, warriors are just a drag. Haha, at this time, even Qingyu was very excited, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ding. However, at the same time as Qingyu laughed loudly, a crisp detection sound sounded. Immediately afterwards, the laughter of the young man in white came to an abrupt end, and there was the sound of the detection system. The record value is 1850, Warrior Chu Tiannan, pass. The evaluation of the final record of the two is actually the same. Ding. Warrior Chu Tiannan, record 1850, pass. A sentence of system evaluation made the surrounding space freeze instantly. Even the soldiers in charge of the evaluation were startled, and more martial artist examiners were stunned. It can be said that in the entire warrior evaluation area, all the young warriors were blown up. Both fighters have a record of 1850? My god, hey, it said that this Chu Tiannan is from the East Wuguan, and this Qingyu is from the Baiwuguan. It seems that there is still a fight for the number one. It's so exciting, I don't even know which martial arts gym to enter. For a moment, Qingyu's laughter also came to an abrupt end along with Chu Tiannan's performance evaluation. He turned around abruptly, looked at Chu Tiannan with a livid face, and immediately complained to the examiner. This is cheating. This Chu Tiannan must have spent money to buy the record, or he is from the taboo hall, and someone maliciously affects the record evaluation. Hearing Qingyu shout, many people around nodded slightly. There may be a high record, but the exact same record evaluation is definitely not a coincidence. The army system only checks the record, and the military will not ask whether others have obtained the record through other channels. However, Qingyu's answer was such a sentence, which made him stand in the same place blankly. Suddenly, Qingyu stared fiercely at the relaxed figure in black, his eyes full of resentment. Just a little bit, he, Qingyu, deserved the first place. However, Chu Tiannan appeared on the way, how could he accept it? Okay. Qingyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 good words. And Chu Tiannan also felt that someone was looking at him, and immediately cast his gaze forward, and naturally saw Qingyu with a pale face, and smiled. What a coincidence, you also have a record of 1850. It seems that we are really destined. Chu Tiannan's words seemed to be chattering with an old friend, and his veins burst out of anger, while the more warriors watching the excitement were all speechless. Everyone is smart, it is obvious that this Chu Tiannan deliberately wants to compete with this Qingyu for the first place. This is a good show. Li Dongjie also smiled after hearing the news. This Chu Tiannan has meritorious service, no matter whether he wins the first place or not, he is the hero of this session of the Taboo Hall. To be praised by the deputy head of the hall, this Chu Tiannan is really good enough. Wang Jinhai, as Chu Tiannan's warrior guide, the better the latter, the happier he was. In this way, his position in the Taboo Hall of the South China-based city became more and more solid. What's the expression on that guy in Baiwuguan at this time? Li Dongjie drank tea to himself, he hadn't smiled like this for a long time. This Chu Tiannan did it on purpose. Bastard, at first glance, this is from my Baiwuguan, and the Dongwuguan used this trick, shameless. Compared with the East Wuguan, the Baiwuguan was furious, and many instructors immediately cursed. Only the purple-robed man waved his hand, suppressing everyone's voices, and these instructors suppressed their anger. It's not the first time I've seen this kind of thing, are you surprised? The purple-robed man smiled lightly, looking at the 2 young figures, one black and one white, on the screen, and said, only in this way can the ultimate value of a warrior be reflected. No matter whether this Qingyu wins or loses, he will receive my guidance. It's the deputy head. If Qingyu can get the advice of the deputy head, he will definitely go all out to win the first place. Many instructors heard that the man in purple robes wanted to give advice, and they all laughed and reconsidered. Sir, that's how things are. After a sergeant reported the situation, the officer with a general star on his shoulder nodded slightly and said, send the order down. Yes. Among the warrior crowd, everyone on Qingyu's side glared at Chu Tiannan and Randy and the others, while the latter did not have the slightest pressure, waiting for the moment of the verdict to come. If there is a chance, I will kill him, definitely. Qingyu has never hated a person so much, but Chu Tiannan is honored to be on the list. Warrior Chu Tiannan, Warrior Qingyu, you two come here. The next second, a sergeant major called the 2 to him. Seeing 2 young men, one black and one white, the former is calm and calm, his starry eyes seem to contain everything. Although the latter is extremely restrained, it is not difficult to detect the killing intent from the soul. Both of you, prepare for 15 minutes. The sergeant major didn't pay attention to the others, just passing on his duty. After 15 minutes, the 2 of you will start to compete, and the winner will get half of the record of the loser. thus winning the first place in the record list. In the open space, there is a temporary arena built by the military. There were warriors standing around the arena, and there were also many military personnel. After all, it is rare to see the number one record at the same time. There may be many reasons, but these are not what the spectators pay attention to. What they also paid attention to was the battle between Chu Tiannan and Cheng Yu. Who wins and who loses? To book and campsite young man is young and promising, I like you. This is what Li Dongjie said to Chu Tiannan. The deputy head of the museum is overwhelmed. When Chu Tiannan learned that the person he was talking to was actually the deputy head of the toll hall in the South China base city, he immediately felt awe in his heart. Such people are all strong men who have made great contributions to mankind, and they must be respected. Is there any pressure against Zhang Qingyu? Li Dongjie looked at Chu Tiannan and asked with a smile. I'm % sure. This was what Chu Tiannan said, which made Li Dongjie smile even more happily. Okay. If you win, I will give you double the rewards given by the army. 15 minutes passed in a flash, and when Chu Tiannan, who was dressed in black, stepped onto the temporary stage, many people in the audience became lively. Don't lose, boy, I have pressed earth coins on you. Qingyu must be the strongest, I bet him 100,000 to win. That's right, I feel that Qingyu is wronged, I support him. Chu Tiannan, I support you. The endless voices made Chu Tiannan speechless. There are still a lot of idlers in love, and a battle for the first place in the record of warriors has attracted many people to bet on it. At the same time that Chu Tiannan was on stage, Cheng Yu, a young man in white, also stepped onto the stage. Chu Tiannan Qingyu had always been cold and calm when he didn't meet the former, but now Qingyu wished he could cut the other party into pieces. On the contrary, Chu Tiannan looked at the other party very calmly, and grinned, making Qingyu's veins twitch, wishing to kill him immediately with a sword. Brother Tiannan, this battle is about the honor of the Wuguan. If you win, we will be able to beat the Bai Wuguan this year. Recalling Randy's words, and the 1,000 records he contributed, Chu Tiannan understood. This battle must be won no matter what. At this time, whether it was Li Dongjie from Dong Wuguan or the purple-robed man from Bai Wuguan, they were all paying attention to this battle at the same time. This battle is also related to the glory of the two major martial arts schools in northeast China. As long as the two sides click, no killers are allowed. At that time, a sergeant major stepped onto the ring and said in a deep voice, "Your battles will be uploaded to the warrior system at the same time. As for the outcome, the system will automatically determine." As he said that, the sergeant major threw the bracelets to the two of them again, and said in succession, "The winner will have a light on the bracelet, and the loser will have no response. Battle, start." With an order, the audience around the arena erupted. Call out. This time Qingyu was the first to attack. He was holding a white sword in his hand, his figure was linked with incomparable speed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Chu Tiannan, and he raised his sword and dropped it. Clang! However, Chu Tiannan, who was holding a black sword, bounced back the opponent's attack with an upward movement, and immediately a strong force burst out from his feet. The black sword in his hand swept out and slashed towards Qingyu's waist, but was blocked by the opponent. Clang! Clang! Two swords, one black and one white, are fighting to kill Xian Yuan at this moment. The shadows of the two swords and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme of the sword are entangled crazily and fiercely. The eyes of the young people who have just become warriors in the audience are shining brightly. I really can't beat it. When Randy saw this awe-inspiring battle, he sighed secretly and shook his head. Whether it is Chu Tiannan or Qingyu, Randy thinks he is inferior, although he is very unwilling. But if he faced phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme of the two, his chances of surviving were slim. Clang! In just a few minutes, Chu Tiannan and Qingyu had fought for dozens of rounds, but at an unexpected moment, the former seized the opportunity and made Qingyu retreat with a horizontal push. Good chance! Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan pursued him closely. He had to admit that this Qingyu's swordsmanship was quite good. Therefore, it must not be delayed to avoid accidents. Hiss! A cold light sword shadow directly slashed across Qingyu's arm, causing his E-grade sleeve to be torn open, and a long bloodstain appeared inside, but it was not deep. Good. Seeing that Qingyu suffered a disadvantage, many people who supported Chu Tiannan cheered. Facing the black sword that was about to slide towards his neck, Qingyu's speed increased sharply. To one side of him, the white sword counterattacked upwards, forcefully forcing Chu Tiannan back. When the sword was divided, Chu Tiannan held the black sword and his chest rose and fell slightly. It was obvious that the previous battle exhausted him a lot. He. Ha ha ha. Seeing that his arm was injured, Qingyu laughed wantonly, and immediately under the amazed gaze, his whole body's aura suddenly increased a lot. I thought it was a simple martial artist assessment, and I didn't need to use my full strength at all. In the next second, the speed of Qingyu's kicks was faster, and the explosive force of his sword swing was stronger. Amid the exclamation of everyone, the white sword in his hand stabbed fiercely at Chu Tiannan, who was frowning slightly, with a sneer. You can be proud of me for using this technique. Qingyu's aura is getting stronger. Faced with Qingyu's sudden burst of power, many people including Chu Tiannan did not expect it. Let me use this skill, I'm proud enough. Qingyu swung the white sword in his hand, the sword flow was extremely sharp, and the impact was powerful. Shrouded Chu Tiannan with swift momentum. This guy hides his strength. Randy is worthy of being a genius in the Dongwu Pavilion, and he can feel Qingyu's strength at a glance, and said in a deep voice. Brother Tiannan is going to be in trouble. At this time, not only Randy was like this, but even Li Dongjie, who was very optimistic about Chu Tiannan at the beginning, frowned slightly after realizing that Qingyu's strength had skyrocketed, and turned his eyes to the other side. It was discovered that the purple-robed figure in the North Martial Arts Hall was holding his arms, and his eyes were calmly watching the fierce battle on the field. No surprises. It was as if everything was under his control. Humph, old guy. Li Dongjie immediately saw the trickiness, snorted secretly, and then turned his gaze back to the ring again. Chi. The tyrannical sword flow released by Qingyu was invincible, and even the shadow of the sword stabbed by Chu Tiannan was wiped out instantly. Ha! I acquired this skill at a huge price. After learning it, I will have an absolute advantage in the same level battle. Seeing that Chu Tiannan's attack was suppressed, Qingyu grinned grimly. Although I can't kill you, I'm sure you can be crippled. Speaking of Qingyu's figure moving, he also cultivated body skills, and his speed seemed to be a little faster than Chu Tiannan. My speed has always been my weakness. Chu Tiannan was a little embarrassed to resist Jin Lu again and again, although it took a lot of effort. But it's not enough to defeat Chu Tiannan. Intermediate martial artist. Sensing the martial artist's aura contained in the sword flow, Chu Tiannan had an understanding in his heart, and swung the black sword repeatedly stabbing out flowing shadow. The sword shadow came out slowly, colorless and invisible, but it could disturb a space, and the sword was as clear as a shadow. Although his agility was agile, Chu Tiannan cleverly avoided several sharp sword streams. But even so, when facing the all-conquering sword flow, Chu Tiannan could only choose to defend passively. Oh, Chu Tiannan is about to lose. In the audience, many people shook their heads and sighed after feeling Qingyu's warrior strength. No one thought that Qingyu would have preserved his strength, and his sudden outburst would definitely catch his opponent by surprise. Okay, Brother Qing has abolished him, that's it. Wei Yuan, Lu Jie and others who were defeated by Chu Tiannan before, all sneered at the joke. I want to win. Mo He, who had been rescued by Chu Tiannan, murmured in a low voice. If the North Martial Arts Hall really wins the number 1, the geniuses of the Tobu Grand Prix this year will definitely be suppressed. The description of the battle on the arena is slow, but it is actually extremely fast. Ha, go to hell. When Qingyu finally got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chu Tiannan, he slashed with the white sword in his hand, and several streams of swords gathered together. The power is several times stronger. Qingyu obviously didn't intend to let the other party go. Get rid of him as soon as possible so that he won't pose a threat to me. This is what Qingyu was thinking at this moment. Can't escape. Seeing that Qingyu's attack was inevitable, Chu Tiannan held the black sword with the ultimate power output, and the sword shadow frantically condensed also waved fiercely. Boom! Jian Ing and Jian Lu fiercely collided together. The former was gradually annihilated due to lack of explosive power, and Jian Lu's forceful impact hit Chu Tiannan fiercely. Chu Tiannan was sent flying in response to the sound, and immediately fell hard on the edge of the ring. He felt a sweetness in his throat, resisted the discomfort in his body, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. But the eyes are extremely bright. Such a strong sword skill, I actually comprehended the essence of a sword skill from it. In fact, Chu Tiannan didn't even know why he could see through the opponent's attack. Oh, Chu Tiannan lost. Seeing the black-clothed youth fell to the ground, many people understood that the first place in the quasi-warrior assessment must be Qingyu's. However, while people felt that Chu Tiannan was bound to lose, the latter was still studying Qingyu's sword skills. If people knew about it, they would be astonished. Huh, just because you still want to fight with me? Seeing that Chu Tiannan was at an absolute disadvantage, Qingyu smiled grimly and waved his white sword. Here comes the mad attack. Obviously he did not plan to let Chu Tiannan go. Brother Tiannan, give up. Randy felt Qingyu's sword full of killing intent, and hurriedly shouted, even the others persuaded him. Because of a so-called battle, he lost his life, or cut off his career as a warrior. Is pretty much not worth it. Admit defeat? Chu Tiannan grinned upon hearing this, and at this moment, he was watched by many astonished people. He even closed his eyes. See Chu Tiannan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes. Everyone was stunned, even Li Dongjie or the purple-robed man in Baiwugwen couldn't understand. What is he doing? Is he giving up? Even if you give up, you should admit defeat. Is this Chu Tiannan's head broken? Maybe he is not reconciled. After all, Qingyu is too strong. The audience began to discuss, even though most people didn't believe that Chu Tiannan would make a comeback under such an absolute disadvantage. But Chu Tiannan closed his eyes tightly, shutting out all the noise. If you are abolished, there will be no threat. Seeing this, Qingyu did not let go of his white sword at all, and slashed 3 times in a row with the white sword flowing out. As a son of a rich family, coupled with his strong talent, Qingyu's vision was extremely high since he was a child. On the unimpeded path of cultivation, he met the young man in black, Chu Tiannan. What Qingyu has to do is to eradicate all the existences that threaten his growth on the road of growth. Call out. The white light of Jian Lu was very dazzling, and under the sunlight, most people in the audience couldn't even open their eyes. What the hell is this kid doing? As a powerful warrior, Li Dongjie would not be affected by the white light, but he looked at Chu Tiannan with his eyes closed, and became puzzled. However, the doubt was only for a moment. The next moment, both Li Dongjie and the purple-robed man stared wide-eyed. This obviously, stronger than both of them, they didn't even think about what happened next. Cutting off one of your arms will ruin your career as a warrior. Qingyu swung his sword and slashed at him without the slightest bit of pity or hesitation. In his opinion, there is no discomfort in destroying a person. It's now. At an extremely urgent moment, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes after feeling the indestructible sword flow. In the eyes that were as bright as the starry sky, everything seemed to be contained. Chu Tiannan raised his right hand suddenly with the help of the dazzling white light. Go with. At that time, a cold light suddenly exploded from under Chu Tiannan with swiftness and ferocity. A cold light was so sharp that it swept out like a small storm, directly breaking through the flow of swords. What? Facing the sudden cold light, Qingyu's eyes widened for some reason. This is a tremor in fear that seems to come from the soul. Qingyu's instinctive sense of crisis made him give up the pace of attack and quickly changed to a horizontal sword defense. Boom! However, the cold light from the bombardment obviously did not intend to let Qingyu go, and it hit the white sword fiercely with a violent whirlwind. Puff! The violent impact made Qingyu's eyes widen at this moment, and he spewed blood wildly from his mouth. Fly out! Compared with Chu Tiannan, who was knocked into the air before, Qingyu was more thorough. There was no possibility of persevering. He only felt a surge in his body. Even 2 ribs were broken, and the severe pain made Qingyu stunned and unbelievable. I lost? This was the question in Qingyu's mind. In reality, Qingyu also flew upside down on the edge of the ring and fell down first, but he vomited blood again. After the eyes were dull, they were full of madness and ferocity. I don't believe it! Qingyu roared wildly. He wanted to stand up, but found that the severe pain made him lose any ability to fight. Can only do powerless struggle. The battle between the breaths unexpectedly turned upside down, making the warriors watching the battle stunned. Why did Qingyu fall down? What the hell happened in it? I didn't see anything. God, this flip is too tricky, isn't it? Most of the warriors in the audience, including many soldiers who watched the excitement, were stunned. What exactly did Chu Tiannan use to turn the tide of the battle? No one saw it. Good job. Even though Randy and the others didn't know how Chu Tiannan did it, they could see that the latter turned defeat into victory. Obviously quite happy. Hearing the surrounding discussions and the voices praising Chu Tiannan, Qingyu's eyes were full of resentment. Bastard! His face was extremely ferocious. He hated himself for losing. He hated Chu Tiannan for being stronger than him. Although I don't know how Chu Tiannan managed to reverse the situation in an instant, it was obvious. This battle was won by Chu Tiannan. Want to abolish me? Chu Tiannan withdrew his cold light without leaving a trace, and immediately swung his sword away under the exclamation of everyone. Then I will destroy you first, call out. Holding the black sword in Chu Tiannan's hands without any hesitation, his treading snow body skills improved to the fastest speed, and he was in front of Qingyu in the blink of an eye. I'll go, this guy is also a ruthless character. Even if he wins, he won't let him go. Are you kidding me? If you were almost abolished just now, are you willing to give up the chance of revenge now? This kid is decisive, I like it. He is a ruthless character. Seeing that Chu Tiannan didn't have the slightest intention to let Qingyu go, the people in the audience were somewhat dissatisfied. But most are still very understandable. After all, you almost let someone cripple you. Now that you have the opportunity to cripple the other party, I believe that you will choose revenge. Qingyu was startled when he saw the situation. He lost his composure just now, and under the threat of death, he opened his mouth. I do. However, before Qingyu finished speaking, the cold sword shadow forcibly blocked his voice. The word lose just didn't come out. You asked for it. Chu Tiannan didn't show any mercy at this time. He, the soul of 2 lifetimes, was as far as mercy and killing were concerned. On the contrary, he was more inclined to the latter. After all, Chu Tiannan felt that he was born to kill. It's just that the strong soul consciousness in his heart can restrain him very well. So that you won't be blinded by the killing. Coupled with the fact that Qingyu really angered him this time, Chu Tiannan chose to kill him. In Chu Tianyu's heart, since no one planned to let her go, why should she be soft-hearted? Boy, don't go too far. The purple-robed man in the North Martial Arts Hall yelled suddenly, and the tyrannical martial artist's aura spread out, but was blocked by another piercing aura. Old he, this is a ring battle. The little guy Qingyu didn't admit defeat, so the fight has to continue. Although Li Dongjie's voice was not loud, his aura was not at all familiar with the purple-robed man. You! The purple-robed man snorted angrily when he saw this, and wanted to stop Chu Tiannan, but Li Dongjie watched him hard. No! Seeing the black light sword swinging towards him, Qingyu felt that the blood in his whole body was freezing. For the first time, he felt regretting having provoked this seemingly ordinary man. A person who can choose his own destiny. He Jin was about to chop off Qingyu's arm. Chu Tiannan obviously wanted to ruin his opponent's career as a warrior, but he didn't want to make this threat. Perhaps in Chu Tiannan's eyes, Qingyu is not yet qualified to be a threat. It's sizzling. At the same time as Chu Tiannan swung his sword, a huge electric current rushed out from his wrist. In an instant, electric current spread throughout Chu Tiannan's body, causing the young man in black to squat down on one knee. The black sword in his hand fell to the ground immediately. Obviously, it was because of the electric current that Chu Tiannan instantly lost his ability to fight. Ah! Qingyu's body also convulsed. It seems that the electric current is not only aimed at Chu Tiannan. Fuck! Facing the sudden electrical control, Chu Tiannan cursed in a low voice. He didn't expect the bracelet to have this function. Obviously the military didn't want him and Qingyu to fight to the death. Chu Tiannan wanted to resist, but he had more energy than he wanted. No way. Low strength. The battle is over, both sides stop fighting. An indifferent voice sounded from the console. Number 1 in this year's martial artist record list, Chu Tiannan. Qingyu deducted half of his record. The battle is over? After hearing the result of the battle, many people were still in a haze. After all, they hadn't reacted to Chu Tiannan's shocking reversal before. Brother Chu, awesome. He jumped onto the stage excitedly, and Chi did the same. The two supported Chu Tiannan, who was shocked by the electric shock, and the former said excitedly, "Idol, from today on, you are my idol." Seeing Mo's excited face, Chu Tiannan grinned slightly, although the electric current withdrew the bracelet. But the residual electric current still circulates in the body, although it is not fatal. But it's annoying. You're doing well, kid. At this time, Li Dongjie also walked over quickly, glanced at the people around him in his Dongwu gym, and smiled mysteriously. You are so ruthless. Deputy Hall Master. Chu Tiannan already understood in his heart when he heard this. The other party already knew how he turned the situation around. But Li Dongjie didn't tell the truth to his face. Obviously he was keeping it a secret. Well, it seems that the identity of the controller must have been known. Chu Tiannan sighed inwardly. Before that, he used the flying knife controlled by soul power to turn defeat into victory. Qingyu will certainly not know that he is not just a warrior and a controller. Only then did he achieve an instant reversal of the situation, thus turning defeat into victory. I am the deputy head. Chu Tiannan originally wanted to say something, but because of the huge consumption of soul power before, he suddenly fell asleep. Before his consciousness became blurred, Chu Tiannan was speechless and wanted to scold his mother. He passed out again. Well. When Chu Tiannan opened his drowsy eyes, the instinctive consciousness in his soul made him sit up suddenly. The familiar nursing room of the ward came into view. He. Chu Tiannan shook his head, recalling the moment when he fought against Qingyu and the moment when the battle turned around. He couldn't help laughing bitterly. I thought I could easily control the throwing knife without using the heavenly sin snake calling snake after the battle with Qingyu. Chu Tiannan understood that his soul level still needs to be honed. Of course, during the assessment, Chu Tiannan asked Tun Chu if there was any way to quickly increase the soul base multiplier. Increase the warrior level. However, Swallowing answered cleanly and crisply. After clenching his fist, feeling the feedback of strength, Chu Tiannan's eyes shone brightly. It seems that I have to reach the martial ancestor level as soon as possible. In this way, I can completely master the first level of heavenly sin in snake singing form. After groping for this period of time, Chu Tiannan learned that his controller's weapon was called Heavenly Sin. At present, Heavenly Sin is in the first order form, snake singing. As for how many levels there are in total, Chu Tiannan doesn't know. The phagocytosis system is also not specified. Yantian sword. Thinking about it, Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly focused and he wanted to find his own weapon. Fortunately, here. Finding the dark gold longsword standing quietly on the side, he breathed a sigh of relief and took it back into his body. This time. At that time, Chu Tiannan turned his eyes to the other side and was really startled. I saw a beautiful figure in yellow clothes sitting quietly on a chair, resting on the edge of the bed, breathing evenly, and her delicate little nose moved subconsciously along with the breathing. Fearing that her rest would disturb Chu Tiannan, the girl was very careful even when sleeping, and was extremely quiet. Very cute. Sleeping peacefully, there is nothing noble and domineering about her beautiful face, just like the little girl next door. Give people a kind of warmth. Chu Tiannan stared blankly at the sleeping beauty who was resting beside him, and immediately the corners of his mouth slightly curved. It was true that the young girl was Luo Er, but what Chu Tiannan didn't know was that she was on the day his martial artist assessment ended. It's already here. However, Chu Tiannan exhausted his soul power due to the battle, and fell into a deep sleep again. These days, under Luoer's meticulous care, Chu Tiannan had just woken up. Seeing a familiar person, it was impossible not to be moved in his heart. Although Luoer had a life-and-death relationship with him, even a small martial artist came for the assessment in person, which shows the relationship between the two. It's not as simple as it seems. Chu Tiannan had fully recovered. He moved freely and carefully got out of bed, for fear of waking up the resting girl. Obviously, Luoer should be tired and didn't notice anything unusual. I didn't expect that I slept for half a month. Looking at the date on the bracelet, Chu Tiannan was startled. June 20th, 55, martial artist Chu Tiannan, good morning. Looking at the information on the smart bracelet, Chu Tiannan smiled silently, because there was already information about Chu Tiannan on the warrior system at this time. Now he is also a real warrior. Of course, before this, the omnipotent devouring system has completely integrated the entire network system of this world. Therefore, there is no special change in the warrior system on Chu Tiannan's bracelet. It's nothing more than being able to enter the warrior system swaggeringly, without being like a black household. Chu Tiannan quietly came to Luoer's side, carefully picked her up. He wanted Luoer to have a good rest. Holding the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms, looking at Luoer who was sleeping peacefully like a kitten, especially feeling that the girl was still arching into his arms unconsciously, Chu Tiannan's throat felt a little dry. Calm down. Calm down. Chu Tiannan, who had never been in contact with the opposite sex, felt as if the blood in his body had awakened. There is this boiling trend. If it weren't for Chu Tiannan's extremely strong soul will, I am afraid that if he changed someone at this time, he would not be able to bear it. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. But Chu Tiannan is also a normal man, suppressing the boiling in his blood, rationally told himself not to be presumptuous, and even started to chant scriptures. Although he doesn't understand how this scripture can help him. Fortunately, I just put her on the bed. Chu Tiannan's movements had to be extremely slow because he had to be careful. Because of this, Chu Tiannan suffered a lot. He wanted to throw it up, but he didn't dare. That's right, that's it. Seeing that the girl was about to be slowly placed on the bed, Chu Tiannan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt the surrounding air freeze. Murderous! Chu Tiannan's heart trembled, and then suddenly came to him. He lowered his stiff neck and found the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. At this time, I was looking at myself calmly. Nursing room in the ward. Everything seemed so silent, and a needle could be heard. Chu Tiannan didn't expect it anyway. The person in his arms suddenly woke up. And he looked at himself with a calm face, this kind of feeling that you can understand by giving you a look. It is infinitely suspicious. Are you awake? Chu Tiannan was so embarrassed, he hugged the other person and put it down, let alone hugged him, he just froze in place and squeezed out a smile. Is it nice to hug? On the other hand, Luoer looked at the young man with winking eyes, and said softly. It's a misunderstanding, if I say it's not as bad as you think. Chu Tiannan smiled wryly, feeling extremely embarrassed in his heart. The other party obviously misunderstood him, and even said, Will you believe it? After saying this sentence, Chu Tiannan felt that he didn't quite believe it, let alone the person in his arms. Sensing Luoer's silence, Chu Tiannan's forehead dropped at this moment. He would rather fight with Qingyu again than face Luoer like this, and sighed in his heart at the same time. It's over, die of debt. Silence. Deathly silence. Luoer just looked at Chu Tiannan who was hugging her. At this moment, an inexplicable meaning flashed in her bright eyes. The slender hand trembled slightly and was raised under Chu Tiannan's wide-eyed gaze. That small hand clearly held a handful of pitch-black objects. Chu Tiannan instantly recognized this object. That's the hilt of the lightsaber. The lightsaber was unsheathed, and the scorching blade of the huge sword touched Chu Tiannan's neck without any sense of disobedience. Luoer said softly. I didn't expect you to be such a person. The girl's voice was extremely beautiful, like a lark singing, but Chu Tiannan could easily hear the other party's spoken words. What a disappointment! Luoer was really disappointed. She came from afar with good intentions, and came to take care of him when she knew he was injured and unconscious. However, because I was too tired just now, I couldn't bear to take a break, but when I woke up, I encountered such a scene. Anyone who puts it in their hearts will be disappointed. Listen to my explanation. Chu Tiannan looked at the sky speechlessly, and did not dodge, and smiled wryly. This is a troublesome time. If this misunderstanding cannot be solved, Chu Tiannan will be destroyed in an instant. Even jumping into the Yellow River will not be able to clear it up. Looking at the other party's disappointed eyes, Chu Tiannan felt as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of thin needles. He was a very strong soul. I was a little panicked at this moment. Listen to me, I was. Whoa! At the same time, the electronic door of the nursing room was opened, and a gentle young man in neat white clothes walked in. Who are you? Randy looked at the nursing room. Chu Tiannan hugged Luo'er, who held a lightsaber against the young man's neck, and the atmosphere changed instantly. In response, both of them looked over. Chu Tiannan looked at Randy as if he saw a savior, and winked. As a boy, Randy naturally understood and wanted to speak. That. Do you have something to do? However, Luo'er didn't give Randy a chance at all, and looked at the young man in white with calm and cold eyes, and said in a low voice. Go out first if you have nothing to do, and phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close / phoneme the door. Okay. At this time, Luo'er was like a social boss, and his words could not be resisted. Randy was also taken aback, and immediately gave Chu Tiannan a self-seeking look. Immediately, he withdrew under the wildly persuading eyes of the well-ill young man. Excuse me. Randy put the fruit basket inside the house, then closed the electronic door and exited. What's the situation? Seeing that Randy came out so quickly, Mohe and the others came up to meet him, wondering. Oh, it's hard to say. Randy looked at his partner, shook his head, and said. Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Shaolin, a short-haired girl, noticed the clue carefully and said in puzzlement. Could it be that Brother Tiannan is seriously ill? No, isn't Luo'er taking care of him? Where is Luo'er? Tiannan is fine, but he has some personal matters right now. Randy looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice. No one goes in. Oh, sure. Mohe was the first to react, and then cast a look that I understood, and said with a smile. As for Chi Hao and Shaolin, they also nodded with a vague understanding. Recalling Chu Tiannan's bold move of hugging Luo'er before, Randy understood and admired him, as a man who hasn't been impulsive. Obviously he also misunderstood, but it's hard for anyone not to think about the misunderstanding, right? Looking at the closed electronic door of the nursing room in the ward, Randy sighed inwardly. Hey, brother, you ask yourself to be blessed. In a silent room. I really didn't expect that you would be this kind of person. Luo'er said coldly, holding a lightsaber on Chu Tiannan's neck. Shameless. Hearing the words, Chu Tiannan looked at the sky speechlessly. He looked at Luo'er's bright eyes, and said repeatedly. It was really a misunderstanding. I was at the time. Put me down. The girl interrupted Chu Tiannan, and the latter had no choice but to put him down obediently. Just pretend we don't know each other. After Luo'er finished speaking, she turned and left. She was really disappointed with Chu Tiannan's actions. Stop! Chu Tiannan immediately shouted, and the moving figure in front also stopped, but did not turn around. Don't you really want to hear my explanation? Chu Tiannan stared at Luo'er's back and said through gnashed teeth. What? Turned into anger from embarrassment? Did I hit the mark? Luo'er turned around, looked at the furious young man, and smiled lightly. Your true face is finally revealed? True shit. Chu Tiannan roared angrily. Even though he was provoked several times by Lu Jia, he had never been so angry. But Luo'er's indifference today made him completely angry. Do you really not believe me? Chu Tiannan calmed down the anger in his heart, looked at the other party calmly, and said in a deep voice. Yes. His answer was short and powerful. How can I make you believe me? Chu Tiannan continued, if I am really that kind of person, I have nothing to say, but I never had any unreasonable thoughts from the beginning to the end. As he said that, Chu Tiannan took a step forward, and the Yentian sword melted into his hand, and he stuck the blade on the ground, saying, How can you trust me? Luo Er looked at the extremely serious young man in front of him, but his heart throbbed. Yes. If he really had unreasonable thoughts and was really that kind of dirty person, how could he have saved me back then? But the words have already been said, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to bow my head again? Then just now. He also hugged me and took advantage of me. Do you think it's okay? Impossible. Now that the words were out of his mouth, Luo Er obviously would not bow his head, so he snorted and said, "Let's prove it with death." After speaking, Luo Er quietly looked at the thin young man in front of him, and said nothing. At this time, he was afraid that the air would freeze suddenly, so Chu Tiannan looked at the girl in yellow with the Yin Tian sword in his hand. And Luo Er also looked at the other party without giving up. At this moment, the atmosphere has become so solemn that it cannot be improved. After a while, Chu Tiannan nodded seriously and said calmly, "Although I, Chu Tiannan, am not a good person, I have always been straightforward in my actions. Since you asked me to prove it, I will prove it to you." As he said that, the young man swung the Yentian sword in his hand, and it passed over his neck as soon as he saw it. "Call out! Call out!" In an instant, several bursts of sword energy were imbued with anxiety and rage, and suddenly flicked away the Yentian sword. "What do you mean?" Chu Tiannan was puzzled. Luo Er withdrew the lightsaber, looked at Chu Tiannan with beautiful eyes, and said softly, "Then why didn't you explain earlier?" "I want to say, did you give me a chance?" Chu Tiannan roared. Luo Er carefully recalled, and found that there was indeed no, so she nodded slightly and said, "I blamed you wrongly, don't be angry, be good." Humph. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Chu Tiannan felt relaxed, and immediately turned around and sat down on the ground. "Hold your shoulders and don't speak." Since Chu Tiannan dared to swing his sword just now, he naturally decided that if the other party doesn't believe him, he would rather die than be a wrong ghost. After all, it was not the first time that Chu Tiannan had fallen, and he was very clear about life and death. "Although I really wanted to go back to the original world alive, but even my heart was affected. There are bound to be obstacles on the path of cultivation, and it is even more difficult to improve. Since I can't go back, I might as well die in this strange world." "What? Are you angry?" Luo Er saw that the thin young man looked like an angry child, and a smile appeared on his fair and pretty face. Chu Tiannan was still angry and didn't say anything. For him, he had to hold his breath. He is also a person who cares about face. "Don't say anything, I'm leaving." Luo Er turned and left after speaking. Chu Tiannan hurriedly turned around and stood up after hearing the words, saying repeatedly, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Luo Er stopped at the door. She didn't turn around, her voice was flat. "I won't tell you. You have to tell me, otherwise how will I find you?" Chu Tiannan asked. "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Luo Er's answer made someone jump up in anger. "Don't take you. I was betting my life just now, but you didn't care at all?" Chu Tiannan asked himself. He was always very calm, but he didn't know why. "After meeting this ant, I can't control my temper." Hearing this, Luo Er's figure paused for a moment, and immediately walked out of the room without looking back, with a flat voice. "Don't care." It's just that when he said this sentence, Chu Tiannan couldn't see it. The corner of the girl's mouth curled up slyly. "Fool. Whoa." With the opening of the electronic door again, Chu Tiannan walked out wearing a long trench coat made of B-grade material, and saw Randy and others. "Are you okay?" Randy asked after seeing the young man in black and walked over. "I'm fine." Chu Tiannan glanced at his teammates who had fled before the battle, and said calmly, "Ha ha." The others couldn't help laughing anymore, and Shi Hao said with a simple and honest face, "Brother Chu, I don't blame you for this matter, just let the girls coax you." Chu Tiannan looked angrily and funny at the few partners in the Toa Hall, and couldn't help saying, "A bunch of hindsight Chu Tiannan." Just as the young man was going through the discharge procedures, Li Dongjie in a gray robe came, followed by a hot mixed race girl. "And Lena. What is she here for?" Seeing this, Chu Tiannan walked over to meet Li Dongjie, and naturally saw the half-race girl with an indifferent face, and thought to himself, Deputy Curator. Chu Tiannan already knew Li Dongjie's identity, and slightly saluted. The little guy replied, "Well, it seems that there is no problem anymore?" Li Dongjie nodded in satisfaction, looked Chu Tiannan up and down, and said, "Basically, I'm about to leave the hospital." Chu Tiannan nodded and smiled. "That's good, be my car, I'm here to pick you up." As he said, Li Dongjie seemed to be busy with other things, and he did things very quickly. "You guys have worked hard these few days, go back to the martial arts gym and exercise well. After a while, you will be assigned to a team for training." This is what Li Dongjie said to Ran Di and others before he left with Chu Tiannan. Although Ran Di, Mo He and others are also talented, compared with Chu Tiannan, they are still far behind. It's really face-saving. Normally, we are not qualified to see the deputy curator. TSK, this time it's worth it. Mo He looked at the direction where Chu Tiannan and others left, and sighed. If you can reach the first place on the list, you can also receive this kind of treatment. Randy gave the other party an angry look. In the luxury car, Chu Tiannan sat on one side, while Li Dongjie and Enlina sat opposite. Normally new fighters are received by instructor-level figures, but I was actually the deputy head who picked me up personally. The air in the car was quiet, and Chu Tiannan couldn't help thinking about it. He, don't be restrained, little guy, relax. Seeing this, Li Dongjie handed over a glass of water, and said with a smile, "You have made great contributions to my Tobu Hall in this martial artist assessment, and it is not too much for me to pick you up. So you don't have to stress." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded and didn't say much. He turned defeat into victory before and defeated Qingyu, the strongest quasi-martial artist who was appointed at the beginning, and naturally got a lot of attention. Even the genius Qingyu was defeated. His talent of Chu Tiannan is enough to explain everything. But Chu Tiannan knew that his own strength was too weak, especially when he looked at Li Dongjie's quiet eyes. He couldn't find out what was true, so he didn't have any pressure. Totally impossible. I'm picking you up this time. First of all, I want to congratulate you for winning the first place in the warrior assessment list. Li Dongjie said with a smile. Secondly, this reward is a reward of 5,000 million Earth coins, and the right to choose a team below the Valkyrie level, am I right? What the deputy curator said is true. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. He wondered why the other party suddenly mentioned this. After all, this is a reward drawn up by the military in the warrior system, and has nothing to do with Dong Wugwan or Bai Wugwan. That's right, the branch of Tobu Museum in South China Base City has passed the decision of the upper level. After speaking, Li Dongjie's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "For the reward of 5,000 million Earth coins, we will raise it to million. Also, you can choose a copy of the first 3 volumes of the Peerless Cheats as a reward. As for your B-level combat uniform, we will replace it with something else. That is, the A-level genetic modification agent you got before is recalled and replaced with a stronger S-level genetic enhancer." After finishing speaking, Li Dongjie took a sip of the red wine, looked at the young man with round eyes in front of him, and said with a smile, "This is a decision issued by the branch of the Tobu Museum, and it is also a recognition and respect for your strength." This. Chu Tiannan was stunned when he heard the words. He really didn't expect that he would get these benefits just because he got the first place in the record list? This is simply a huge reward, and it was lucky to fall on his head? The car stopped, and the 3 of them had arrived at the Tobu Hall. After getting off the car, Li Dongjie patted Chu Tiannan on the shoulder and said in 2 voices, "Little guy, work hard, the identity of the master will be kept secret by you. But before you reach Wuzong, it's best not to reveal your identity as the controller." In Wanyu Villa area in the courtyard of Chu Tiannan's villa, the fiery Enlina sat idly on the sofa drinking tea. And Chu Tiannan stood on the other side with a dark face. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit down, but that the ant waved her hand directly, and her invisible momentum pulled her up. "Little guy, don't look at Nana's high-sightedness, but she is the youngest Wuzong in my branch library, and her strength has advanced evaluation. Practice well with Nana. You are a power warrior, and so is she. If you don't understand anything, you can find her. I hope you will also reach Wu Zone level when you are 20 years old. I am optimistic about you. Recalling the words Li Dongjie left him in the message before, Zhu Tianan knew that things were not that simple. What should be said? The deputy curator should have told you, right? After a long time, Laina put down the teacup in her hand and said calmly. Hearing the sound, Zhu Tianan gritted his teeth and nodded, feeling a lot of displeasure in his heart. But the skills are not as good as others, so you have to endure. I think you are a beautiful woman, so I don't care about you. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhu Tianan became bearish. Come to my team, you have a plan in mind. Saying that, Laina stood up, her fiery figure made her salivate, and she walked slowly in front of Zhu Tianan. No, in the martial artist assessment record list. It doesn't mean anything. You are a genius now, but you are using the resources of the martial arts hall. You have to work hard when you have taken the resources of the martial arts school. If you slack off, I have the right to kick you out of the team. Facing Laina's merciless words, Zhu Tianan didn't make a sound, but just nodded. Aren't you upset? And Laina took a deep look at the young man in front of her, especially when she looked at those eyes as deep as the starry sky. There was a trace of stubbornness and determination. She laughed suddenly. It has to be said that Laina not only has a hot body, but even her smile is so straightforward and sunny. I want me to recognize you as an outsider, show your strength. Give you half a month to repair, and then report to me. With that said, Laina turned and walked out. I'm not an ordinary warrior, I've hunted and killed monsters. Zhu Tianan said in a deep voice as he couldn't bear it. I'm from the base city in East China. Although I'm just an ordinary person, please don't look down on me. Hearing this, the girl with the ponytail stopped at the door. She didn't turn around, she turned her head slightly, and said softly. First of all, I, Laina, swear that I have never underestimated anyone, including you, a little genius. Secondly, the East China base city is gone. You are now an ordinary warrior. Forget about all the achievements you can be proud of. Don't let them become your fetters. And, to me, your record is not worth mentioning. I was better than you when I was a junior martial artist. In the villa, the fiery girl had already left, leaving Zhu Tianan, who remained silent for a long time. The young man carefully recalled what the other party said just now, but found that Laina did not come here to scold him. The words in it seemed to contain other meanings. After all, Laina is not a fool. Look. Zhu Tianan looked at the direction where the girl disappeared, the fire of desire for strength burning in his heart. His eyes were not only without anger. More is a kind of transparent brightness and perseverance. I'll prove it to you, I'm just as strong. Straightforward heart, thorough soul, not disturbed by anything, this is a necessary mental condition to become a strong person. It is obvious that Zhu Tianan, as the soul of 2 lifetimes, basically has such conditions. As long as he doesn't fall halfway, who can guess his future achievements? At night, after Eli and a few friends had a congratulatory dinner at Zhu Tianan Villa, they all left one by one. Because they know that this newly promoted warrior has a lot of things to do. Underground training room. Zhu Tianan looked at the 2 metal boxes in front of him, and excitement flashed across his starry eyes. This is the reward for sending it to his villa from the former Tobu Pavilion. Even in his stable state of mind, he still couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. There is no way not to speed up the heartbeat. Million Earth currency reward, already transferred from virtual account, 3 peerless cheat books of S-level gene enhancer. Taking out one of these 3 things at random is enough to drive countless ordinary people crazy. Not to mention other things, just the million Earth coins, but there are countless families who have struggled for it all their lives, and they can't get wealth by fighting for it. Not to mention the other 2 rewards that are worth more than million. Coupled with the previous contract that Zhu Tianan signed with the Tobu Museum, there are 5,000 million assets in the account. He is now a billionaire. Great S Gene Enhancer, TSK. Zhu Tianan carefully opened one of the metal boxes, and saw that there was only a small bottle of transparent light blue liquid inside. His eyes sparkled. Hey, try you first. S-Class Genetic Enhancer. Chu Tiannan held the small bottle in his hand, and it contained a light blue watery liquid, which seemed to have no special meaning. One bottle of enhancer, the warrior store sold, million earth coins. TSK TSK. Chu Tiannan carefully opened the bottle cap, and a faint fragrance wafted out, refreshing the hearts of those who heard it. Chu Tiannan didn't drink it in a hurry, but gently shook the enhancer in his hand. It was found that in the liquid of the enhancer, there seemed to be stars and seas faintly, which was beautiful and magnificent. Technology is really a good thing. Chu Tiannan sighed. The instructions say it is forbidden to drink it directly? Instead, pour it into hot water and soak the whole body. After getting everything ready, Chu Tiannan stood beside the steaming bathtub, gently opened the bottle cap, and poured the light blue liquid into the water. The enhancer is like a dragon entering the sea, swimming in the water for a few seconds before being completely dispersed, and finally completely fused with the hot water in the entire bathtub. After finishing all the preparations, Chu Tiannan directly soaked in the bathtub, let out a comfortable breath, and said with a smile, "Let me also experience this, million bath. This is not taking a bath, this is clearly making money. Even the rich would not dare to be so extravagant." With the passage of time, Chu Tiannan found that he had soaked for 5 minutes, but apart from the normal feeling of hot water, there was no other abnormality. "Ha? I don't feel anything?" Chu Tiannan was very puzzled. He stretched out his hand and looked. It was indeed no different from taking a normal bath. Didn't the instructions say that the absorption enhancer will cause pain during the soaking process? Chu Tiannan frowned slightly. Why doesn't he feel anything? Could it be that I... Chu Tiannan was about to speak, but suddenly he gritted his teeth and frowned, subconsciously clenched his fists, and his whole body was suddenly in great pain. I rely on. This sudden pain caught Chu Tiannan off guard. Many veins on his body were bulging, and his body surface turned dark red. Call. Call. At this moment, Chu Tiannan had already kept his consciousness clear by taking deep breaths, and he felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. It was as if there were shadowless big hands tearing at his skin. Chu Tiannan felt that he would be disintegrated at any moment. This kind of pain is really not something ordinary people can bear. No wonder it reminds the weak-willed, it is forbidden to use it. Chu Tiannan's gums were bloody from biting, and he clasped his hands firmly on both sides of the bathtub, making a squeak sound, but the young man's star-like eyes were in the air. But it's always crystal clear. Even the great pain caused by the external body cannot affect Chu Tiannan's will. His soul is extremely powerful, and his willpower is naturally far superior to that of ordinary people. However, the pain caused by the fortifier came in waves one after another, as if it had competed with Chu Tiannan, making him sweat continuously. Fuck! Chu Tiannan felt that his gums were about to be crushed, but the painful impact still continued, and the dark red skin of the young man gradually turned milky white. And in the bathtub, traces of light blue, like tiny filaments, continuously seeped in from Chu Tiannan's body. What? In Villa number 99, there were constant roars of pain, but due to the excellent sound insulation, the night sky outside was quiet. The Wanyu Villa area is very quiet. In the quiet villa, there was a figure lying in the bathtub. The young man stared blankly at the ceiling. No more action. It's finally over. When the pain disappeared, Chu Tiannan had a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect that the so-called enhancer would be so painful. I slept here today, too lazy to move. At this time, Chu Tiannan felt that his whole body was falling apart. He couldn't move at all, and a huge sense of fatigue followed after the pain disappeared. Feeling that every pore on his body was greedily absorbing the effect of the medicine, Chu Tiannan slowly closed his tired eyes. In the dream, Chu Tiannan felt that his soul seemed to be flying in a certain direction uncontrollably. And in the dream, it was full of hazy and misty scenes, without any clear reference at all. Where is this place? Chu Tiannan looked around curiously, but the naked eye couldn't see through the hazy mist, let alone what was inside. Boom! At that time, a muffled sound came from all directions, but it was unclear from which direction it came from. Sound like a drum. The sound was like thunder. Call. Just when Chu Tiannan was about to feel it carefully, his star-like eyes suddenly narrowed, with an unbelievable look on his face. I saw a giant black shadow rushing towards Chu Tiannan's position at an extremely fast speed. Bang it! Wow, damn it! In his sleep, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his frightened eyes, sat up immediately, and took a deep breath. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, and even his back felt chilly. Did I provoke someone? Even my dreams are tormenting me. Chu Tiannan felt annoyed. Because of the pain of resisting the enhancer before, Chu Tiannan had to sleep well to recover his strength. I never thought of a dream that was quite weird. What the hell is it? Chu Tiannan rubbed his chin with his right hand, his brows were tightly furrowed. The more he thought about it, the more fruitless he became, so he stopped thinking about it. At this moment, he just remembered that he was still naked in the bathtub, and immediately stood up directly. Ha! Chu Tiannan obviously felt a huge change in his body. The first is that my skin is more round and firm. The young man's eyes were fixed like a starry sky, and he realized that he could actually see the subtle workmanship between the doors of the villa through the door of the bathroom. Before this, he had never realized that his eyes had such strong eyesight. My sight and hearing. Chu Tiannan didn't care about being naked, he clearly heard the slight sound of water flowing in the water pipe not far away. My body has actually been strengthened. The young man was overjoyed. It seemed that the enhancer had worked. Test your strength. As he said, Chu Tiannan simply put on a bathrobe and flew to the underground training room. Each of the villas is specially transformed by Tobu Hall. It seems simple, but in fact there are hidden worlds. Even the underground training room is built with high-strength mixed materials, which can withstand the impact of forces below the Valkyrie. In the training room, facing the test instrument, Chu Tiannan took a deep breath, and immediately condensed his right fist, and the surrounding air seemed to become sharper. Boom! Boom! The two punches were as fast as thunder, and they hit the test instrument fiercely, and the red light gradually sounded. Not bad. The young man was overjoyed when he saw the evaluation on the instrument showing that he had broken the previous strength record. Chu Tiannan looked at the smart bracelet and said, "Test the warrior level." Ding! Martial Master Chu Tiannan, your strength evaluation is an intermediate martial artist. Although he already had the answer in his heart, the moment Chu Tiannan saw the answer from the intelligence system, the blood in his body boiled. Now, I have the level of an intermediate martial artist. As long as I enter the martial arts class before the age of 20, I have the hope of taking both the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme of controller and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme of strength warrior. Once I advance to the Valkyrie level, I will have the dual identity of a Valkyrie of strength and a Valkyrie of control. Over the years, the Valkyrie has only a single power Valkyrie, or two types of Valkyrie who control the Valkyrie. As for Chu Tiannan, because of his strong soul base level, and because he took the power phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme, double cultivation is completely achievable. With a clear plan in mind, Chu Tiannan's eyes were burning with fierce fighting spirit, and his fists were slowly clenched, making creaking noises. He is going to become the existence of the Valkyrie. I've slept for 5 days? Chu Tiannan looked at the time, grinning. Go find something to eat. I'm starving. Although sleeping for 5 days, the gain is huge. It was night again. Chu Tiannan stayed in the villa all day and did not go out. And he was still in the training room at this time, sitting cross-legged on the kung fu mat, looking at the last medal box. 3 peerless cheats. I chose the first 3 volumes of Lei Lin's Tactics. After all, my speed has always been my lifeblood and cannot be regarded as a flaw. At first Chu Tiannan really wanted to exchange that sword intent. After all, the sword intent is about attack and comprehension, for him, the master of Yantian sword. It's like tailor-made. However, with the improvement of the martial artist level, Chu Tiannan found that his speed problem had not been resolved. Recalling the previous battle with Qingyu, he also found that his strength was strong enough, what he lacked was speed. Chu Tiannan still understands the truth that the world's martial arts can only be broken quickly. So Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and exchanged the first 3 volumes of Lei Lin's Tactics worth 200 billion. 200 billion. How many people's dreams? Chu Tiannan opened the metal box in front of him with trembling hands, holding his breath. Even his chief officer, Wang Jinhai, doesn't have 200 billion. This is exactly the benefit given to Chu Tiannan by the Dongwu Hall. Let me see this book worth 200 billion. When Chu Tiannan opened the metal box, he was stunned for a moment, and then became weird, and muttered, "What's the situation?" Chu Tiannan looked at the metal box in front of him with a strange expression. I saw that the metal box was full of protective measures, and there was only a silver pen floating quietly on it. Recording pen? A cheap book worth 200 billion is just a recording pen? Warrior, please show your identity certificate. This is a security measure in the martial artist system. Once someone maliciously obtains it, if the identity verification fails, this priceless metal box will instantly become a time bomb. The protection measures are quite strict. Chu Tiannan shook his head and smiled, and then flicked his smart bracelet. Ding! Martial Master Chu Tiannan, your identity is correct. Please sign for the first 3 volumes of the 3 Lei Lin's Art of War. Following the system's prompt, Chu Tiannan finally took out the silver pen and looked it up and down. It's quite heavy. I didn't expect it to be made of mithril. It's really luxurious. The young man smacked his lips. Warrior Master Chu Tiannan, this is a peerless and precious item in my martial artist store. You are only allowed to learn and practice alone, and it is strictly forbidden to spread it. There will be 3 verification passwords in this recorder, and there is only one chance to remember them, so you must remember them. Once you forget them, there is no remedy. It is strictly forbidden to buy secret books and secret methods for others, once it is verified and caught. Death penalty. Execute immediately. Listening to the precautions of the recorder, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly to express his understanding. After all, something worth 200 billion is not normal without protection measures. 3 passwords. You can input the model at one time. Chu Tiannan quickly memorized all the passwords of the recorder. Warrior Chu Tiannan, the recorder has sent all the information, and it will self-destruct in 10 seconds. 19. 2. 1, boom. In the tight basement, there was a muffled sound accompanied by a flash of light. Ahem. Chu Tiannan had a dark face, grabbed the smoking recording pen, gritted his teeth, and said, "Which bastard designed this to self-destruct with a shock bomb effect?" The flash of light just now almost stunned him, but fortunately Chu Tiannan closed his eyes in time. Open the first volume of Lei Lin's Tactics of War. Chu Tiannan commanded impatiently while controlling the smart projection. At that time, many pictures appeared on the walls of the training room. Among them a figure in silver clothes appeared on the top of the snow mountain. The silver-clothed man looked very ordinary, but Chu Tiannan's eyes widened. Because he found that there were faint silver lightning flashing around the opponent's body, making a low crackling sound. My name is Lei Hai. The silver-clothed man turned around slowly, his eyes seemed to contain everything, making it hard to see the reality. A seemingly ordinary person actually contains unparalleled mysteries. It's like a lightning abyss with no end in sight. If you are not careful, you will fall directly into it. This is the martial god, Chu Tiannan muttered in his mouth even though he was looking at the projection screen, but he could still feel the influence of the opponent's world. His eyes became brighter and clearer. Isn't this the goal he has always wanted to work hard for? The Lei Lin warfare I created belongs to the category of raising the speed to the extreme, as fast as lightning, as startled as thunder, and as powerful as thunder. In short, it is just one word: quick. The cultivation of Lei Lin warfare is extremely difficult, and it requires extremely high speed. The second is the control of the soul over the body. You must know that the soul is the foundation of a person. All potentials are guided by the soul, and then burst into the body. Chu Tiannan nodded while listening. He didn't need to worry about the soul at all. As for the speed requirement, that is to say, the martial artist level must have the speed foundation of the martial artist level, and so on, the silver-clothed man continued in the video. If you find that your speed has not exceeded your own level when you practice the first volume, then you can give up. Because it's not for you. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised. No wonder the price of 1,000 billion peerless tactics. The speed requirement must be higher than that of the same level, which is obviously extremely difficult. Ley Lin warfare is something I comprehended by chance in the stormy and thunderstorm area of the Devil's Triangle. The silver-clothed man gave a brief introduction, and the next thing was naturally an explanation of the unique skills. But Chu Tiannan felt vaguely, half understood. Ding! At this moment, Chu Tiannan's mind suddenly displayed various battle scenes about Ley Lin's art of war. Like a lost person who suddenly finds the exit of the maze. At the same time, the voice of devouring the system emerged in Chu Tiannan's mind. Host. The first volume of Ley Lin's Tactics of War has been fully deduced. The host has learned. In the training room, Chu Tiannan's gaze was slightly dull. Faced with a large amount of information that immediately formed in his mind, it was all deduction of the essence of Ley Lin's tactics. My devouring system can actually learn the secret method of warfare? Faced with this situation, Chu Tiannan was also stunned. Originally, he was a little puzzled by Lei Hai's unique knowledge while watching the video analysis, but he suddenly understood everything, but he was not used to it. Yes, the second volume. Chu Tiannan immediately opened the video analysis of the second volume of Ley Lin's Art of War in disbelief. This time he didn't study at all, but just stared straight at the projection screen. Ding! The second volume has been learned. The voice of devouring the system sounded from Chu Tiannan's mind again. Swallow. You are omnipotent, haha. Feeling that in the memory of his mind, he already had all the battle evolutions in the second volume of Ley Lin's Tactics, Chu Tiannan raised his head and laughed. By the way, Luo'er's sword skill seemed to suddenly think of something. Chu Tiannan's heart moved, and he quickly dialed the number. Beep. A few seconds after the call was made, the other side was connected. What's the matter? A familiar and pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone, making Chu Tiannan chuckle. That Luo'er, I have something to ask, can you help me? Hearing this, after a few seconds of silence on the other side of the phone, he immediately said, let's talk. Chu Tiannan was overjoyed, he didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Luo'er, do you still remember the sword skill you used when we fought for the first time? I want to learn. After finishing speaking, Chu Tiannan held his breath slightly, he was a little nervous for some reason. That's it? Luo'er asked immediately after being startled. That's it. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, a soft voice came. Warrior Shop, Battle Secrets, sheet number 135. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. Thank you. Is there anything else? I'm busy now. There was a lively and noisy voice on the phone. It's gone. Beep beep. The phone calls were made quickly, and the calls were hung up quickly, as expected of Luo'er's character. But Chu Tiannan didn't care about these at this time. He immediately learned the third volume of Ley Lin's Tactics, and began to look for Luo'er's sword skills in the warrior shop and another luxurious hotel lobby. A beautiful figure in a yellow dress appeared. She was so beautiful and dazzling. Just like Haoyue, there is nothing that can conceal her beauty. Boss Luo, I found you. At this moment, a young maid trotted to Qianying in Huangyichun and said. The master said, you are a noble daughter, and this kind of reception should be done by the maidservant. Hearing this, Luo'er frowned slightly, and the girl beside her looked a little flustered. No need, since it's a test given to me by the family, I have to continue. I'm the manager here now, so you can do something else. Luo'er shook his head slightly, his voice soft. But. Going or not? Go. The girl left helplessly, and Luo'er hastily put away the smart bracelet, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. In the training room, when Chu Tiannan opened the combat secrets category, hundreds of thousands of various sword skills, saber techniques, spear techniques, etc. were displayed in it. Fortunately, I have the cheat number that Luo'er gave me, otherwise I would have to find the New Year's Eve due to his increased authority as a warrior. Chu Tiannan looked at the cheat books, smiled wryly in his heart, and quickly searched for them. Cheat book 135 cheat book found. At that time, Chu Tiannan called it out directly, his eyes lit up. Sword skill, Shadowless Sword? What a domineering name. When Chu Tiannan saw the powerful sword skill that Luo'er practiced, he immediately looked forward to it. Shadowless Sword, a high-level sword skill, is difficult to cultivate and requires extremely fast fighting speed to reach the point where the sword leaves no shadow. After Chu Tianan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme all kinds of information about Wu Ying's sword, he immediately nodded happily. I have the Lei Lin Warfare in my hand. I am afraid that I will be stronger after learning this shadowless sword. Having made up his mind, Chu Tianan smiled when he looked at the price above. There are 5 cheat books in the complete set of Shadowless Sword, and it only costs 7,000 million Earth coins? Bought it! After purchasing the Shadowless sword skill, Chu Tiannan's account still has a balance of 8,000 million, which can be said to be quite rich. Buy some more soul cultivation sheets. Next, Chu Tiannan bought several controller books and deducted 5,000 million Earth coins. The balance is 3,000 million. Seeing many cheat messages being sent to his smart bracelet, Chu Tiannan smiled openly. Crazy learning begins. I leave it to you to devour. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Tiannan insisted on not leaving the villa. Adding the 5 days of being in a coma before, it was a full 8 days. Entrance of Wang Yu Villa area and Lai Na, who has a hot figure, can enter directly without identification. She casts her gaze somewhere and sits directly in the battery driveway. Take me to Villa 99. The battery car soon arrived at Chu Tiannan's villa. And Lai Na walked to the door, her eyebrows slightly frowned. It's been 8 days, are you still practicing? At this time, beside the entrance of the villa, the words "Do not disturb during training" were displayed. And Laina wanted to knock on the door, but she was worried that the other party was practicing. After all, when warriors are cultivating comprehension, what they are most afraid of is interruptions. Forget it, we can't delay any longer, we can only call him out first. And Laina dialed the message number, but she didn't choose to wake him up directly, but called first to ask. Hello? A surprised voice came from the phone, and at the same time there was a TV report on the game. Open the door. And Laina said in a low voice with 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Captain? Why are you here? Opening the door, Chu Tiannan, who showed his head, said in astonishment when he saw the fiery girl in front of him. It's only been 8 days, and it's still early for 15 days. Hearing this, Laina looked at the other party calmly and said indifferently. That's not the reason why I came to you. Have you forgotten that you still have something to solve? Is there something that hasn't been resolved? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling it, he suddenly came to his senses. Oh yes, it's about Luo Ji, right? These days Chu Tiannan was busy improving his own strength, especially after learning more than in sheets. The joy in his heart naturally left the past behind. This was only remembered after Lai Na's reminder. Come with me, that Luo Ji's father is a martial artist in the North Martial Arts Academy, named Luo Meng. Let's go to negotiate with him this time. Others have been waiting for 8 days, and it's not the case to delay. And Lai Na pulled the other party away while she said that, but Chu Tiannan was a little embarrassed and didn't move. Are you waiting for me to carry you there? And Lai Na stared, not understanding. I'm not wearing any clothes. Chu Tiannan blushed a little after finishing speaking. On the other hand, Lai Na was stunned, and immediately shook off the opponent's hand, turned around, and said coldly, hurry up. Okay. When the door of the villa was opened again, and Laina turned around and saw a young man in black walking out, her beautiful eyes were slightly surprised. I saw Chu Tiannan, who was also dressed in black, but at this time his temperament had undergone a huge change. If it was said that it was as sharp as a sword before, after these days of changes, Chu Tiannan is now more restrained, giving people a hazy feeling. Can't see reality. Especially those starry sky-like eyes, which are deeper than before, making one unable to help but sink into them. Inextricable. Captain? Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Chu Tiannan reminded softly. Have you broken through to an intermediate martial artist? And Lai Na was a powerful martial artist after all, and she could tell the clue at a glance. She returned to her indifferent expression and asked. Using an S-class enhancer? Captain has good eyesight. Chu Tiannan nodded. He was not surprised that the other party could see his level of warrior. Don't be complacent, your journey as a warrior is still early. And Laina nodded lightly, then turned around and left first, saying as she walked. This time we're going to see Luo Meng. He's a cruel man. In order to prevent him from bullying you, I'll take you there. After speaking, Laina took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and getting into the car, while Chu Tiannan froze on the spot when he heard the words. What? Scared out of your wits? Why don't you get in the car yet? Seeing the young man stunned in place, Laina shouted. Thank you, Captain. At this moment, the young man hurriedly got into the car, with gratitude in his voice. Chu Tiannan didn't expect that the other party would be concerned about his own affairs. Before, he misunderstood that he was cold and arrogant, but now he is helping to deal with his own affairs. Although Laina was strict, she was careful, even for such a small matter. She came to the door in person. The reason is that she is by her side so that now Luo Meng will not bully him, Chu Tiannan, a new martial artist. How could this not make him grateful? Hearing this, Laina didn't react, and immediately snorted and said, Don't thank me, thank Tabukin if you want to thank me. The car drove, and the two sat side by side, driving far away. In front of Tree and Green Hotel, Chu Tiannan and Laina got out of the car together. The former looked at this luxurious hotel, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some time ago, I left here because of the sky-high fees, and now I finally understand that even though the fees are high, people still come here for warriors. As long as they are strong enough, money is easy to earn. Take us to Tianzi No room. And Laina said calmly to the guide at the door. It's an honor to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way for you, please honor me here. The gentleman young man in formal attire did not dare to look at the fiery Laina, he lowered his head slightly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way ahead. Howdai Green is good at this, no matter who comes, they will get honorable treatment. After all, those who dare to come here to consume entertainment are not good people. We're just negotiating. Is it necessary to go to such a nice room? Chu Tiannan couldn't help asking on the way. After all, the consumption of Tianzi No room is quite astonishing. This is the place where our Huolong team gathers all year round. Tianzi number 100 room is exclusively for me. I have renewed my contract for years. And Laina said indifferently as she walked, while the young man who followed behind her twitched violently in her heart. Not to mention renting someone else's room, but also renewing the contract for 100 years? Are all warriors so capricious? Chu Tiannan was secretly startled, although this kind of room is not top-notch, but to renew the contract for a year, at least 500 million Earth coins are required. In 100 years, that would be a full million. Poverty really limits my imagination. This was the thought in Chu Tiannan's mind at this time, and he shook his head secretly. They're all social bosses, they can't be messed with after a while. The two of Chu Tiannan came to a relatively quiet place, like a primeval rainforest. The fresh air is refreshing, and from time to time there are even spirit birds making melodious sounds. A huge reservoir stands in the center, surrounded by various green rainforests that have been artificially transplanted. It looked like a fairyland on Earth. Chu Tiannan's heart twitched violently when he saw it. Rich people are so good at playing, this artificial rainforest is simply burning funds. Luxurious. High profile. Original ecology. Boss, I didn't expect you to come so soon. At that time, a middle-aged man with a handsome face ran over. He was slender and smiled at Laina. When are we going? My gun is eager to hunt more monsters. From this person's words, Chu Tiannan could easily tell that the other person was a gunner. No hurry. Hearing this, Laina's beautiful eyes swept aside, and asked, Only you? The third child is on the way, I believe he will be there soon. The man chuckled, then his eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, and he extended his hand friendly. Hello, my name is Yang Li. I heard that there is a great young genius in our Dongwu Hall. It should be your excellency? Brother Yang was joking, my little brother is terrified when he hears the word great, I'm going to Chu Tiannan. The young man smiled and shook hands with the other party. The young man is modest enough, I, youngly, like it. Hearing this, the man immediately nodded in satisfaction and said, You call me Brother Yang, I have to cover you from now on, don't worry. Then it will cause trouble for Brother Yang. Chu Tianan liked the straightforward character of the other party very much, and also nodded with a smile. I heard from the captain that you have grievances with that Luo Meng? Yang Li changed the subject and immediately asked the young man in black. Chu Tianan didn't hide anything, nodded and said, Well, it's because I have some grievances with his son. If I slow down as a martial artist, I'll probably kill him. Yang Li was furious when he heard that, and said coldly, Humph, this bastard Luo Meng will bully the juniors, don't worry, with the captain and I here this time, he won't dare to touch you. Yes, that Luo Meng's team is not as good as ours, so you don't have to be afraid for a while. And Lai Na also nodded and said calmly, I'm afraid I won't come to our Fire Dragon team. Chu Tianan laughed. Well said. Yang Li's eyes lit up, he patted Chu Tiannan's shoulder immediately, and said with a smile, I like you more and more, it's my appetite. Chu Tianan was also touched by the feelings of this big brother, and just about to speak, and Lai Na stared at a certain place and said coldly, They're here. Inside Tianzino room at this time, there were 6 figures sitting opposite each other, one of them was Chu Tianan and the others. On the other side are 2 people. However, in terms of momentum, the 2 are somewhat comparable. Let me introduce myself, my name is Luo Meng. In the salon room, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and bright eyes opened his mouth first, with a low voice. On the other hand, Chu Tianan didn't reply. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Luo Meng's tiger eyes fell on the young man in black, with a smile on his face that he thought was good-looking, and said, The little brother must be Chu Tianan, right? He is really young and promising. Luo Meng praised, but sneered in his heart. How long has he been a warrior? You must know the rules, dare to fight against my fierce tiger, it is purely courting death. Mr. Luo, we don't need to say anything redundant, let's get straight to the point. Hearing this, Chu Tianan said calmly without giving the other party a chance to reminisce about the past. But Alaina, Yang Li, and the other silent man didn't speak, and Chu Tianan was the main focus of their visit this time. Their purpose is to suppress the place, as for the rest, Chu Tianan will take care of it himself. Well, I also like to go straight. Hearing this, Luo laughed fiercely, but the smile looked particularly scary. Although he has deliberately restrained himself, the hostility caused by hunting monsters all the year round affects his surroundings all the time. Judging by his breath alone, this Luo Meng is by no means a good person, Chu Tianan also observed secretly. It turns out that Lai Na is right, this person is definitely a ruthless master. I believe your son has already told you everything. The purpose of your coming this time is nothing more than selfishness. Am I right? Chu Tianan looked at the burly man calmly and said calmly. Although this Luo Meng is a cruel and ruthless master, but he, Chu Tianan, is also bloodthirsty. Others may be afraid of such a vicious person. But he, Chu Tianan, didn't take it seriously at all, even in the conversation, his tone was still calm and calm. He, what a young genius of the East Martial Arts Academy. Luo Meng looked at Chu Tianan with great interest, and nodded. That's right, my son provoked you in advance. It was his fault. As a father, I didn't do my job well. Can I give him a chance? I'm here to solemnly apologize to you, little brother, how are you doing? Even if our matter is over, we will be easy to get along with when we meet in the monster land in the future, right? Although Luo Meng's words seemed to be an apology, in reality he used himself to oppress the other party. Even though he was wronged, he was still strong. It is worthy of being a warrior who walks on the knife's edge all year round. Humph. Yang Li sneered upon hearing this, and was about to speak, but was stopped by Lai Na's eyes. The atmosphere at this moment was suddenly extremely solemn. Luo Meng stared at Chu Tianan, waiting for the other party's answer. A mere martial artist level kid, he has to bow his head in front of absolute strength, if it's not good or bad, he. Luo Meng expected that this Chu Tianan would not dare to show his face. His domineering was famous in the North Martial Arts Center in the base city of South China. and behind him, the crazy tiger team is not inferior to the fire dragon team. This is why Luo Meng is confident. At that time, Chu Tiannan's originally calm eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at Luo Meng without any fear, and sneered, 1,000 million earth coins, you can pay the money and leave. No, we will see you in court. Regarding Luo Meng's oppression, Chu Tiannan didn't take it seriously at all, jokingly, if he could be frightened, he wouldn't be the master of the demon dragon. Boom! Hearing this, the equally burly man beside Luo Meng slammed the table down and said in a low voice, "Boy, pay attention to your sense of proportion. If things get stalemate, it's not good for anyone." At that time, the middle-aged man who sat beside Chu Tiannan without saying a word suddenly laughed. "This has your right to speak?" At this moment, he opened his dark eyes, stared at each other, and said coldly, "Do you want me to teach you etiquette?" Humph! The burly man's mouth twitched when he heard the words, and he didn't reply, but his momentum was still strong. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. "Boy!" At this time, Luo Meng's smile gradually froze and disappeared. His originally violent aura deliberately exuded. Oppressing Chu Tiannan, said in a deep voice, "If you do this, it will not benefit your career as a warrior. Be wise. 1 million earth coins, give me face, this matter will be over." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan smiled. His smile was full of disdain and contempt. Luo Meng's eyelids trembled, wanting to see what the other party had to say. "Excuse me?" Chu Tiannan's voice gradually cooled down, and he paused every word. "What face do you have, Luo Meng? What face do you have, Luo Meng?" Facing Chu Tiannan's scolding, the room was suddenly silent, and Lina looked at the person in front of her with some surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Luo Meng was also stunned. He really didn't expect that this Chu Tiannan would dare to confront him. Immediately the fiery temper came out. "Do you know who you're talking to?" At this time, Luo Meng's eyes flashed fiercely, and his voice was deep and terrifying. Anyone who knew him knew that. The fierce tiger was completely enraged. "Luo Meng, my team members have already made it very clear." At this moment, Lina, who had been silent all this time, smiled lightly. "You and I are both smart people. Your son is still in prison, so let's talk about it." Luo Meng's ferocious tiger eyes looked at the common Lina, with deep fear flashing in the depths of his eyes. He immediately sneered. "I said this brat has such a backbone, and his feelings are covered by you, a member of the Huolong team. Luo Meng, this matter has nothing to do with other people." At this time, Chu Tiannan's words changed, and his voice was unquestionable. "I don't like to be long-winded. Let your son out with 1,000 million earth coins, and pay if you can. No, let your son phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in prison for the rest of his life. Also, you are worthless to me." Faced with Chu Tiannan's words, even Yang Li was quite pleased with what he heard, and said with a chuckle, "Well said, he, Luo Meng, has no face to speak of in our East Martial Arts Hall." Okay, Luo Meng said, his face trembling when he heard the words, his face ashen and ruthless. "You have the courage to even step on my head with a martial artist level brat. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your praise. I've always been brave." Chu Tiannan smiled lightly, his words were full of sarcasm. Luo Meng took a deep look at the boy who surprised him. He knew that this time he was kicked to the iron plate. This Chu Tian South Africa didn't get in, and he completely offended him. Is Chu Tiannan reckless? Still confident? Is he confident that he can surpass me? Luo Meng thought to himself. He is 40 years old this year, and has the level of an intermediate Wu Zone, and this Chu Tiannan is already a martial artist. According to the speed of the opponent's cultivation, even Luo Meng has no idea about his achievements in a few years. If this person is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. Now that his face has been torn apart today, Luo Meng understands that he will not be able to suppress the other party today. At that time, Luo Meng stood up and took a deep look at the calm Chu Tiannan, his tiger eyes gleaming fiercely. This time, Luo Meng admits it, "Boy, you are a character." To each other. Chu Tiannan's words made the former's eyelids tremble, and he wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare. First of all, this is the base city in South China, and there is a rule that martial artists are strictly prohibited from fighting with weapons, and those who violate it will be sentenced to death. Second, with the Fire Dragon team here today, Luo Meng has no advantage at all, and his son is still suffering in prison. As a father, he naturally wouldn't let it go. After all, he was at a loss. When Luo Meng transferred 1,000 million to Chu Tiannan's account, he walked to the door, opened it, stopped, turned his head slightly, and sneered. "Boy, I admire your courage, and I hope you can do the same outside the base city. Be careful in the future, but pray that you don't meet me." After speaking, Luo Meng didn't give the other party a chance to reply, and immediately left with a wanton laugh, while the burly man beside him also disappeared into the room. "Ha, Tiannan, although you are a little impulsive today, I am optimistic about you." The room was extremely quiet, and Yang Li spoke first. He knew Luo Meng's character, but Chu Tiannan remained calm for such a person who must repay his flaws. "This is rare. I don't think he is impulsive. I like this kid's character." The man in combat uniform grinned on the other side. "Brother Hao." Chu Tiannan nodded with a smile. Both Yang Li and Wu Hao are members of the Fire Dragon team, and they are also well-known figures in the Tobu Pavilion. "Okay." At that time, Anlina stood up, looked at Chu Tiannan, and said calmly, "It's just a mere rogue, and it won't become a threat, but you have to remember one thing." As she said that, Anlina looked serious, giving people a feeling that she could not resist. "This time, you have completely offended Luo Meng. He will definitely find a way to deal with you outside, so you can't slack off." "Don't worry, Captain, I know it well." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded solemnly. "Well, this matter is over. You are in my Fire Dragon team. Even if Luo Meng has the support of the Mad Tiger team, he will not dare to mess around. Go hunt monsters." The base city in South China, as one of the 9 major base cities in China, is extremely rich. At the edge of the main city, there is an amazing skyscraper with the very dazzling words "Business Alliance" on it. This is the richest economic lifeline force on the planet, the site of a business alliance that is as rich as an enemy country. Surrounding the skyscrapers, there are huge squares and the most beautiful fountain in the entire South China base city. In the square, there are all heavily armed personnel, because ordinary people are not qualified to approach the edge of the city. The army is patrolling here, and more, it is the coming and going of warriors. Passers-by passing by in the distance are all looking at this magical skyscraper with curiosity and envy. In the 4 major districts of the South China base city, the vast majority of people have never been here in their entire lives. "Drip, welcome to Master Warrior." After electronically scanning the vehicle, there was a crisp sound, and the railing was lifted immediately. Immediately, all the soldiers standing guard at the gate gave way, and a camouflage off-road vehicle drove in and stopped at the gate of the skyscraper. All 4 armed warriors got out of the car. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme carrying a long sword, or carrying a large box, or carrying a spear. What attracted the most attention was a girl with a hot figure, and all the warriors passing by looked at her in amazement. She carries a metal long umbrella behind her back. The exquisite carvings exude a dynamic charm in the sun, but no one is so foolish as to think that this is an ordinary parasol. Walking into the skyscraper, everyone found a sofa to sit down. "Is there anything I can do for you?" At this time, a young man with a bright smile came over. The service personnel here are all strictly trained. The male is delicate and handsome, while the female is slim and dignified, giving people a sense of comfort in the spring breeze. "I want pour. I want a small teapot. I want jasmine." After Anlina, Yang Li, and Wu Hao finished ordering tea, Chu Tiannan was a little surprised. You know, whether it's Anlina with a hot figure, or Wu Hao, who is strong, even Yang Li, a gunner who is addicted to alcohol, only ordered tea? You must know that they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme like to drink. I'm about to leave the base. Before entering the monster area, drinking is never allowed. Seeing the young man stunned, Yang Li, who had 2 strong arms, smiled and said, "I'm about to fight with monsters, so don't be careless. In the monster area, if you are careless, there is only one ending." The muscular Wu Hao also looked at the young man in black Chu Tiannan with a steady gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Die." And Laina didn't speak. After all, her team members could tell each other about such a trivial matter. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan suddenly came to his senses. In the perilous territory of monsters and beasts, one must be on high alert at all times. Wouldn't drinking be a delay? I'll have a glass of jasmine too. Chu Tiannan laughed. Reminiscing about the quiet and beautiful music in the hall, everyone who heard it couldn't help but relax. For warriors returning from hunting monsters, this place is like a warm harbor. Safety. Comfortable. While waiting, the four of them stayed in the building for a full 2 hours until the two figures who joined them later. Captain, here we are. Hearing this, Anlina stroked the long metal umbrella in her hand and hummed lightly. Chu Tiannan looked at those who came, and found that the two of them seemed to be weaker than Anlina in terms of momentum, but they were comparable to Wu Hao. I was shocked in my heart. You must know that Wu Hao is at the level of a high-level Wu Zone, and the latter two are actually similar to the former. There are actually 3 high-level Wu Zone experts in this team? This surprised Chu Tiannan. After all, in the warrior team system, it would be good for a general high-level team to have 2 high-level Wu Zone. And the Huolong team is actually Wu Zone level except for himself. This level of combat power, even if you encounter a monster of the peak lord level, is completely worthwhile. Seeing an unfamiliar figure in the line, one of the well-proportioned middle-aged men laughed. Captain, this is the little genius that our taboo hall arranged for, right? As he spoke, he walked over and stretched out his hand, and said in a friendly way, Hi, my name is Li Dong. Zhao Hua. The other one seemed very quiet, and his self-introduction was concise and clear. Brother Li, Brother Zhao. Chu Tiannan said respectfully after shaking hands with the former. After all, these are all Wuzone level powerhouses, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Li Dong and Zhao Hua are very strong. They are a team partner. In a joint battle, even the captain may not be sure to win. Hearing Yang Li's whispered words, Chu Tiannan nodded with a smile, but was secretly shocked in his heart. It's really not good. Take another hour's rest, and we will enter the monster realm in Haitian. At that time, Anlina sat on the other side with her eyes closed and stopped talking. Everyone also began to sit down and rest. Director Wang, I'm here to take over, you go to rest. At that time, a familiar voice came from a distance, causing the young man in black to open his eyes suddenly. His eyes were full of surprise and joy. The familiar sweet voice made Chu Tiannan suddenly look up as if he was shocked by electricity. I saw a lively figure in a yellow dress appearing beside the bar, with slender lines and a beautiful face. Even the other beautiful girls in the hall lost the qualification to compete with her. The warriors in the past were all amazed when they saw this, but none of them dared to strike up a conversation. As regular visitors here, they naturally understood how cold the girl in yellow was. It turned out to be her? Chu Tiannan was both surprised and delighted. What? Did you fall in love with him? Yang Li felt something was wrong, looked at the girl in yellow, and immediately laughed. Boy, this girl is the most talented girl in the Lin family in the business alliance, not one of them. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded his head, but secretly shocked in his heart, he murmured. It turns out that she is from the Lin family of the business alliance. The business alliance is known as the 100 Families Alliance, and this Lin family is the top 3 among the top 10 leading families. He is a real business tycoon, truly rich and invincible. There are not a few warriors in the Lin family. Young man, don't look at that girl's surname as Luo. She is not a direct descendant of the Lin family, but because of her natural talent, she has been secretly appointed as one of the next leaders of the Lin family. Wu Hao was also drinking tea at the side, and said with a smile, many young heroes admire her, but this girl has never smiled at anyone. If you have an idea, just give up. What Wu Hao said was not to hurt Chu Tiannan, after all, this girl is too good. At the beginning, there was a person with a strong background and a high-level martial arts talent who had pursued him. And the result is also a direct rejection. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, he saw Chu Tiannan stood up, and immediately walked in the direction of the girl in yellow. Yang Li and Wu Hao looked at each other, they both shook their heads and were speechless, including Li Dong and Zhao Hua who were watching with interest. Wu Hao sighed, and said, "Oh, the young man is still young and energetic. No way, who made this girl so perfect? If I was 10 years younger, I would chase her too." Yang Li leaned on the sofa, feeling disappointed. "I bet, if that girl surnamed Luo can smile at Tian Nan, I won't gamble for half a year." Li Dong smiled while drinking tea. Hearing this, Zhao Hua stared. "Are you still betting?" "I bet that as long as that girl talks to Tian Nan's younger brother, I won't drink for 3 months." "We are 2 witnesses." Yang Li and Wu Hao both nodded, looking quite serious. "A bunch of boring men." And Lina snorted coldly when she heard the words. Even so, she couldn't help but look over. "Then I'll take care of Manager Luo here." A fat man didn't dare to look at the girl in yellow. After slightly bowing, he turned and left. Seeing the other party leave, the girl looked at the smart bracelet on her wrist. Luo Air. A familiar cry made many people in the hall curiously forget the past. Hey, another idiot trying to make fun of himself. Everyone knows that the Lin family is powerful, so many geniuses who wanted to contact Manager Luo all retreated in desperation. Where did this come from? Mr. Luo is a rare genius in the Lin family. No matter how many people want to talk to him, their noses will be ashamed. Just watch, this stupefied young man will feel ashamed in a short while. There were mixed fish and dragons in the hall, and there were warriors of many forces. Obviously, they all looked at it with the mentality of watching the excitement. It's boring enough. Chu Tiannan shook his head secretly when he heard the discussions around him that were not deliberately covered up. Ignoring the disdainful and sneering gazes around him, he slowly walked towards the girl in yellow. And hearing this, the girl in yellow stopped her movements. Her pretty face was slightly startled. Obviously she didn't expect that someone could call her name here. It is generally called Manager Chi Luo, and she is called by her first name, but it is quite rare. Hearing the sound, the girl lifted her snow neck, and when she saw the sunny young man gradually approaching, a touch of surprise gradually appeared on her pretty face. Immediately afterwards, the girl smiled lightly, and her beautiful smile made the resplendent hall feel a lot sad. Afterwards, under the astonished and distressed gaze of all the warriors, the girl said softly, "You came." A whisper made the originally noisy hall suddenly silent. Needle drop can be heard. Click. This was the sound of Yang Li accidentally crushing the teacup, and Wu Hao, Li Dong and others were even more stunned. And Lina was also a little surprised, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. He actually knows the Lin family lore? The same scene as the Wolong team also appeared in other warrior teams. Wow, fuck it. What is this kid's identity? Can he make Director Luo laugh? I've never seen this kid before. Is he a genius from other families in the business alliance? The warriors who had been watching the excitement all opened their mouths wide open, each of them gritted their teeth as if they had seen a ghost. Originally they all thought that Chu Tiannan would make a fool of himself, and the onlookers who were about to laugh, all felt their faces were hot. It's over, I was careless." Seeing this, Zhao Hua smiled wryly and shook his head, feeling uncomfortable. "I'm not allowed to drink for the past 3 months, it's going to kill me. You've only been 3 months. I won't let you gamble for half a year." "Did I say something?" Li Dong gave the other party a blank look and said helplessly. Neither of them expected that Luo Air not only paid attention to Chu Tiannan, but also smiled at him. Who could have guessed such a dramatic scene? In a relatively luxurious location in the hall, a figure in white was drinking tea softly. The originally admiring eyes frowned slightly because of the appearance of the black-clothed figure. What's the history of this kid? The young man was dressed in a white combat uniform, and he looked in his prime. At this time, his brows were furrowed like a knife's edge, and he said calmly. The girl he admired was approached by someone, and the two of them looked like friends, which made the young man feel uncomfortable. He even struggled to get in touch with Luo Air. Chu Tiannan only needed to say hello. Can this make people angry? "Master, I haven't seen this person before." An old servant beside him bowed slightly and said respectfully. "But seeing that he is in the Fire Dragon team, he should be from the Tobu Hall." Toa Hall? Hearing this, the young man nodded slightly, raised his eyebrows like a blade, and stopped talking. It's just that those cold eyes exuded a sharp light. Beside the bar, Shu Tiannan felt the gazes from all around, and said with a smile, "It seems that you are quite popular." "It's just a bunch of boring people." Luo shook her head lightly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the young man who had sacrificed her life to save her, and she smiled sweetly. "Are you going to the monster realm?" "Yes, I am now a member of the Fire Dragon team of the Taboo Hall." Hearing this, Shu Tiannan nodded. He didn't hide anything from Luo. It turns out to be Lord Anliena's team. Luo was obviously relieved after hearing this, and looked at Anliena in the distance with her beautiful eyes. Slightly smiled and nodded. And Anlina also silently nodded. "Come on, kill the corpse of a monster and sell it to me," Luo encouraged. Hearing the sound, Shu Tiannan teased, "What? You, one of the future power holders of the Lin family, want to focus on performance? No way, the family rules." Luo spread her hands helplessly, just about to speak. Her pretty face froze. "What?" Shu Tiannan couldn't help asking when he saw this. Luo was a little embarrassed at this time, and said softly, "I have a meeting, I'm sorry I can't entertain you." "It's okay, you're busy, I'm leaving too." Hearing this, Shu Tiannan nodded and said with a smile. The two met quickly, and separated quickly, waiting until Shu Tiannan returned to the seat of the Fire Dragon team. It is obvious that the surrounding atmosphere is a bit weird. "Boy, what is your identity? How can you chat with Goddess Luo for so long?" Li Dong stared at Shu Tiannan seriously, and said in a deep voice. "Yes. Be strict with confession, and even stricter with resistance," Zhao Hua shouted from the side. Shu Tiannan was startled when he saw this, and said, "Two old brothers, what are you?" Don't worry about those two guys, they were just now." Yang Li recounted the bet between the two, and Shu Tiannan's face twitched a few times after hearing this. "Also, it's really boring." When the afternoon gradually dissipated, the evening fire ignited in the parking lot of the Business Alliance building. A huge camouflage off-road vehicle drove away quietly. Their goal is the former Huaxia site outside the base city. Monster Beast Domain. On the way, Yang Li drove an off-road vehicle towards the quiet disaster zone. Along the way are the old sites of the original city, which used to be prosperous, but now there are only ruins left. No wonder I consumed so much soul power when using the flying knife. Shu Tiannan didn't need to sleep because of the night watch. Instead, he was studying the Shinhanju he bought before. After all, his soul was powerful, but he couldn't use it better. "It's alright now, with the soul control output of this soul art, I can control 5 throwing knives at the same time." The reason why Shu Tiannan didn't choose Heavenly Sin. One of the reasons is that it consumes too much soul power. Even the devouring system says that the basic level of the soul is 100 times stronger. But now with the assistance of Shinhanju, he can save a lot of soul power while controlling multiple places. If we say that the soul power that Shu Tiannan consumed before is like a huge reservoir. But it was released all at once, and the damage was done, but it couldn't get battery life. Now that he has learned the secret method of the soul, the release speed of the reservoir will be slowed down by 10 times, which will naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort. And it is more perfect in the extent of soul force endurance, so that the embarrassment of coma will not appear again. It's worth the money. Shu Tiannan's eyes lit up. He liked this Shinhanju more and more. But it cost him a full 3,000 million Earth coins. And before that, Shu Tiannan also bought several B-level flying knives, which are weapons exclusively for the controller. But he didn't tell Anlina and others that he had the identity of the controller. The off-road vehicle quickly shuttled through the ruined catastrophe area, and a series of devastated high-rise buildings appeared in front of us. And just as Shu Tiannan was looking out the window boredly, an unknown message suddenly appeared on the smart bracelet. Seeing this, Shu Tiannan opened the email. "Little guy, I am the deputy head of the North Martial Arts Center in Nanchang District, South China Base City, Hong Kong. I sincerely invite you to enter my North Martial Arts Center. As for the welfare of warriors, How much is given by the East Martial Art Museum? I will double the amount given by the Bay Martial Arts Hall. This was clearly poaching people, and the conditions were too enticing. Chu Tiannan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when he saw it. I'm sorry, Deputy Curator, I can't do it. It's just that Chu Tiannan knew his heart. Since he decided to do something, he wouldn't look back. I declined directly by letter. In the Baiwugwan office, a purple-robed figure was standing outside the window, and his smart bracelet vibrated. N. Rejected? The purple-robed figure frowned upon seeing the content of the message, then sighed and said helplessly, "It's cheap for that old boy Li Dongjie, forget it, this is fate." Boom! The off-road vehicle made a low sound as it crossed the hillside, and the vibration was very violent. But Chu Tiannan was speechless and found that, except himself and Yang Li who was driving, no one woke up. Even Lai Na showed no sign of waking up. Seeing Chu Tiannan who was sitting in the co-pilot surprised, Yang Li immediately laughed. Ha, everyone is a warrior, so when they are resting, they will disconnect their external perception, so that they can concentrate on fighting. I see. Chu Tiannan nodded, and the next second the off-road vehicle passed a jungle trail and came to a dilapidated urban area. Laugh. Laugh. In the jungle, because of the brave passing of the off-road vehicle, many scarlet people around stared at the target. They all rushed out quickly and followed behind the off-road vehicle. Brother Yang. Chu Tiannan naturally saw it from the side view mirror, and couldn't help but said immediately, "It's okay, it's just a bunch of brats." Yang Li even stepped on the clutch and put it into gear. Whoa! The off-road vehicle was drifting laterally at the high-speed entrance, aiming sideways at the group of monsters chasing madly behind. Hiss! Seeing the car stop, this group of monsters led by Shadow Mouse, followed by others, their momentum was monstrous, fierce, and violent. There is only one goal, and that is to submerge the off-road vehicles ahead. Tiannan, come to the driver's seat. If I tell you to drive, you can drive. Yang Li went straight to the rear, obviously preparing for something. I haven't learned the driver's license yet. Chu Tiannan was a little anxious, and suddenly he had an idea, and laughed. Swallow. Help me learn my driver's license. Click. At that time, it was the mechanical sound before the weapon was running, and Yang Li was seen laughing crazily while holding the huge black gun with both hands. Little brats, eat me with a storm of bullets. After laughing, he directly pulled the trigger. Under the quiet night sky, a beautiful flame line is particularly dazzling. Sudden. 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 Yang Li held two reinforced barrel machine guns, and countless bullets converged into a beautiful flame line. Crazy strafing towards the rushing monsters. Under the drum machine gun, countless bullet casings are piled up on the ground, which is shocking to see. Puff. Puff. The monsters fell one after another in this closed flame line, and rushed to the front monster. It has been beaten into a sieve, and blood flows backward into a river. Whoa! After 1 minute, the drum machine gun could no longer fire bullets, but it was still spinning rapidly, and the barrel was still smoking. 1 rounds of ammunition per minute, really enjoyable. Yang Li laughed and shouted immediately. Tiannan, drive into the city, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Roar! Under the originally quiet night sky, due to the extremely violent sound of strafing, a large number of monsters have been awakened, and the low growls are loud. It's all devouring experience. Chu Tiannan also reflected in the shock, and quickly drove away from the spot. Form into the city. Although Chu Tiannan felt sorry for the large number of monster corpses, if he devoured them all, he would probably be able to approach the level of a senior martial artist. But none of them dared to get out of the car, because at this moment, the place was instantly surrounded by a large number of monsters. They wanted to find enemies of the same kind, but they didn't know that Chu Tiannan and the others had already left. They were so angry that they let out a loud roar. Sigh, although this Vulcan is good, it's too expensive. Yang Li put away the machine gun inside. I didn't want to use the sky at first, but there are too many monsters shrinking around, and I'm really upset if I don't kill a batch of them. The corners of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched a little when he heard this. Was he still upset about killing monsters? He knew the cost of the Vulcan weapon was only 500 million, but the bullets were, rounds. Just 1 rounds, 50 Earth coins disappeared in, minute. No wonder it is said that gunnery is a profession that both makes money and costs money. Chu Tiannan did not dare to do this kind of waste. It's a pity that my account is only 3,000 million left. I still have a lot of unique skills to learn. Just this Ley Lin warfare is still short of 800 billion. Not to mention the sky-high price of sword intent and preface to mastering God and so on. Thinking of this, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but twitch violently in his heart. This way of being a warrior is too frankly expensive. I thought that more than 1 million is considered a rich man. However, when I went to the warrior shop, I found that all the things I bought were fur. No wonder the captain and the others are so desperately hunting monsters to make money. Money is inseparable from all aspects. Chu Tiannan drove carefully, and sighed in his heart, but the only thing he was happy about was that this devouring system could learn anything, including driving skills. At that time, the off-road vehicle stopped in front of a tall building. Yang Li woke up everyone, and immediately faced Chu Tian South Road. Tiannan, there is an underground garage ahead, hide the car there. All right, brother Yang. Without any hesitation, Chu Tiannan drove directly into the underground garage ahead. After all, he is a fledgling martial artist, and everyone else is a seasoned veteran. He is still willing to do such a small matter. The underground parking lot was empty, surrounded by a large number of abandoned vehicles and dried blood. There are still shocking cracks on the wall. It is obvious that monsters have wreaked havoc here. Ever since the catastrophe zone walked out of the base city at night, Chu Tiannan could feel it. All the fields where monsters are located can be said to be extremely dangerous, which means catastrophe. It is a paradise where monsters gather. Just wait. One day you will all die. Chu Tiannan clenched his fist slightly. His ambition was not limited to this. He wants to become the strongest warrior in the world. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to touch a higher level. As for whether he can return to the original world, it's still up to fate. After hiding the car, Chu Tiannan got out of the car, put the car keys in his pocket, and murmured in a low voice. If I really can't go back, it may be fate, then I will spend my life in this world safely. As soon as the words fell, Chu Tiannan felt a sudden tightening in his heart, and an inexplicable killing intent penetrated. Without any hesitation, Chu Tiannan unleashed the Yentian sword with his backhand and slashed directly on the hard skin. Waiting to see the other party clearly made Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly condense. Pushing back with the sword, it was directly clamped in a big mouth. Damn it! Chu Tiannan saw the other person's figure clearly, goosebumps all over his body immediately. He kicked his right foot hard on the opponent's large face covered with scales, and the figure retreated quickly. I'm scared to death. Chu Tiannan's chest heaved violently at this time. He really felt the breath of death just now. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to death. Whoosh! I saw the huge figure that was kicked back into the depths of the darkness crawling slowly, with the help of the weak light. The monster revealed its hideous appearance. This is a huge crocodile with black scales all over its body. The crocodile was the king of the food chain before it became a demon. After the catastrophe, the teeth of the crocodile can even tear apart the alloy in an instant, and its size is even bigger. Especially those two crocodile heads are even more desperate. When fighting scaled crocodile, Chu Tiannan saw the opponent's face clearly. He was astonished in his heart, and his expression became even more serious. Looking at the size, it should be at the level of a high-level beast general, and it is difficult to deal with. Chu Tiannan knew that the scaled crocodile was at the level of a junior lord when it was an adult, so it was obvious that this one was not yet an adult. Otherwise, that sneak attack just now would have directly made Chu Tiannan a target. Wristband. Chu Tiannan originally wanted to call his teammates above, but found that his smart bracelet broke free just now. It fell to the ground. Roar! The two huge heads of the fighting scale crocodile stared at the young man in black in front of him. With a low growl, it charged forward with violent steps. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan followed him like a shadow, and he dodged extremely fast. From time to time, there was a faint flash of lightning passing by under his feet. Chu Tiannan quickly walked around behind the scaled crocodile, with lightning flashing under his feet. He immediately stepped on the monster's back fiercely. Boom! The crocodile was immediately obsessed by Chu Tiannan, but when it came to its senses, it was trampled under its feet. A deep pit appeared on the ground, which shows how powerful Chu Tiannan's kick is. Damn, it's indeed a 1,000 billion cheat book, this power. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan was secretly startled. Just now, he felt that his body had reached a wonderful state, and his strength unexpectedly burst out about 10 times what it was before. Chu Tiannan never thought about this before practicing Lei Lin's battle technique. What Lei Lin's warfare requires is the ultimate in body skills, illusory and swift footwork, bursting with power to destroy the dead. Hey, I just want to try the sword with you. Seeing that the advantage was gradually regained, Chu Tiannan held the sword and sneered. The figure burst out quickly, and Chu Tiannan stabbed out with the Yintian sword in his hand, as fast as lightning. Clang! 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 I saw the hard scales of the scaled crocodile. In front of Yen Tianjian, like tofu, suddenly appeared 7 shocking blood holes. The highest swordsmanship in Shadowless Sword is to hit the perfect 13 swords, and Chu Tiannan is because of the level of the warrior. Only 7 sword chi can be used, but the effect is impressive enough. In the next second, blood gushed out of the crocodile's body, and the huge creature screamed in pain. Due to the narrow terrain here, its huge body is somewhat limited. Coupled with Chu Tiannan's extremely fast speed, there was no chance of counterattack at all. From the beginning, it regarded Chu Tiannan as a delicious delicacy, but it didn't expect that it sounded the death knell for itself in the end. Chu Tiannan saw that he did not let the other party go, and withdrew the Yintian sword in his hand, and in the next second he had a long finger on his right hand. Call out! Call out! Immediately, 2 B-level snow eagle throwing knives flitted out from its leggings, and finally smashed through the huge head of the crocodile. Gah! Gah! The 2-headed crocodile raised its head to the sky in pain, but it knew that it had underestimated its prey, especially Chu Tiannan's last blow. The 2 deadly throwing knives did not give it a chance to react, and just penetrated the brain. The crocodile's consciousness gradually blurred, and it suddenly regretted it. Originally, it wanted to ambush the unlucky ones here, so as to grow to adulthood, and then return to the embrace of its own group. The tried and tested crocodile until it met Chu Tiannan, it was clear that all dreams would be dashed. Boom! At the moment when the consciousness disappeared, although the fighting scale crocodile was not reconciled, it had no choice but to lower its proud head and hit the ground fiercely. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sat down on the ground, taking a big breath of air. If he had reacted slowly from the beginning just now, he would be the one who fell down now. Call out! Shuiying Feidao returned to Chu Tiannan's leggings, and at the same time, several figures descended from the entrance of the parking lot. It was the members of Fire Dragon Squad. They found that Chu Tiannan had been away for a long time. Out of worry, and Lina brought people down directly. However, when they saw the parking lot clearly, they were all surprised. And Lina looked at Chu Tiannan, who was sitting on the ground with frowning eyebrows, and asked, "You killed it alone?" Seeing the huge corpse of the crocodile lying on the ground, all members of the Fire Dragon team were shocked. "You killed it alone?" And Lina frowned slightly as she looked at the corpse of the crocodile covered in wounds. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan stood up, nodded and said, "I'm just lucky, the space here is small, and the crocodile can't use it. This gave me an opportunity to take advantage of, and my retreat was blocked, so I could only fight hard with it." Chu Tiannan's voice was tinged with exhaustion. His body was only that of an intermediate martial artist when he used special skills before. Naturally, it was a bit overwhelming. "Okay, Tiannan, I have to look at you with admiration." Seeing is believing, Yang Li gave Chu Tiannan a thumbs up. And the others nodded in the same way. This is not a compliment, these old fritters have experienced many battles. Naturally, a clue could be seen from the corpse of the fighting scale crocodile. This was the first time for Chu Tiannan to hunt monsters around them, although he didn't see the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme action. but no one in the Wolong team regards him as a newcomer. Because many novice warriors are likely to be disturbed by the ferocity of monsters when they enter the catastrophe zone for the first time to hunt monsters. In the end, the rookie's strength is less than 1/10. Even those who are weaker than it are difficult to kill cleanly. You did a good job, little brother. Even Wu Hao, who had been silent all this time, nodded and smiled. What kind of monster is the scaled crocodile? The fire dragon team knows very well, although it is luck to be killed by Chu Tiannan this time. But the result is satisfactory. Obviously, Chu Tiannan had already overcome his fear of monsters. This is the basic character one must possess as a warrior. Hey! Seeing that everyone's eyes had changed, Chu Tiannan also scratched his head and smiled, as if he didn't hate this crocodile anymore. Isn't this just giving him a chance to show himself? Are you happy? On the other hand, and Laina said with an indifferent face, watching the young man whose smile gradually disappeared. Although you barely passed the battle just now, you made 2 fatal mistakes. Leader, please explain clearly. Chu Tiannan accepted humbly. He had long been accustomed to Laina's indifference. Even the other members of the Fire Dragon team, she is the same, not against Chu Tiannan. First one, the big noise you made just now has already disturbed the monsters within a kilometer radius, and they will come here with the bloody smell. If you know from the beginning that you can't kill cleanly, you should choose to leave. Because this is a disaster area, there are monsters everywhere. This is the first one. The second is the point we finally chose just now. We can't stay any longer. Take out the valuables of the crocodile and leave here. What Elina said suddenly shocked Chu Tiannan. He obviously did not expect this situation. After all, the crocodile and himself were already very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at that time, and the outbreak of battle was inevitable. If Chu Tiannan was wrong, who would think so much at such an urgent moment? To be honest, it seems that there is a trace of suspicion of being eager to express yourself. Boss is right, the detector shows that there are several red dots galloping here 1 kilometer away. Yang Li looked at the instrument and said in a deep voice. It's probably a leopard monster. They are extremely sensitive to blood, and they can smell it even a few kilometers away. It's not too late, I'll go drive. Tiannan, this is your trophy, you get it yourself, and then come up to meet us. After saying that, Zhao Hua went straight to drive, while the others went up to set up the defensive line. Chu Tiannan nodded heavily, and began to obtain the precious materials of the crocodile, while Enlina looked at the busy figure. A trace of imperceptible meaning flashed across the beautiful eyes, and immediately walked out of the underground parking lot. On the ground, Yang Li looked at Enlina who was walking, and couldn't help asking. Boss, I didn't dare to ask more questions in the parking lot just now, but what happened to you today? Hearing this, Yang Li didn't have any scruples. He glanced at the underground parking lot and couldn't help but ask. Boss, don't you think you're being a little harsh on Tiannan? After all, this is the first time he hunted a monster. And I feel that this has been done very well. Let me ask you, my first time hunting monsters is not as good as Tiannan, but why did I say what I said just now? And Laina asked with a rare smile. Even Wu Hao and Li Dong on the side couldn't help nodding. The former said, yes, boss, you're a little weird today. Hearing this, Laina nodded slightly, sighed, and said softly. I just don't want to lose anyone else. Including this newcomer. In the ruins of the ruined city, a huge off-road vehicle rushed past quickly. Just devouring the corpse of the scale crocodile, it actually only increased the warrior's strength a little bit. Sitting in the car, Chu Tiannan felt the change in his own strength, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It is true that the higher the level of the warrior, the greater the amount that needs to be devoured. It seems that this world is fair. God gave him Chu Tiannan a devouring system that can be improved infinitely, but it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Tiannan, don't mind what the boss said before, she didn't mean to target you. Zhao Hua, who was driving, saw the silent young man in the co-pilot, and said with a smile. Brother Zhao misunderstood, I wasn't thinking about it. Chu Tiannan immediately responded when he heard the words. Actually, the boss used to be very nice, she was a very kind girl. Zhao Hua couldn't help shaking his head while driving, his eyes flashed hatred and anger, and sighed, "It's a pity." Is she the boss? Chu Tiannan understood after hearing this. Obviously this and Lai Na also has a story. The hatred in Zhao Hua's eyes disappeared and was gradually replaced by memories, he said slowly. It's inconvenient for me to say more about the boss, but I can tell you that she is the best team leader. None of them. And 3 years ago, she was the vice captain, the real captain, during the driving. After hearing the story about Enlina, Chu Tiannan was also a smart person. He understood it all at once, and murmured in his heart. It seems that I really misunderstood. I didn't expect her to have such a story. If it was said that he was a bit grudge before, after listening to what Zhao Hua said, Chu Tiannan was suddenly stunned. Don't hold grudges against boss, she did this because she doesn't want you to fall into this catastrophe zone. Zhao Hua even said. She has always been a few people who enter the catastrophe zone, and only a few people come back. It has always been like this. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded heavily, and said with a smile, I'm a man, and my heart is not so glassy. I won't drag our team back. The car drove to another high-rise area in the city. Zhao Hua concealed the car, and immediately woke up everyone behind. On the rooftop of the 26th floor of the high-rise building, Yang Li used a sniper rifle to scan around, indicating that there was no hidden danger, and everyone took this place as a hunting base. And Laina glanced at the busy crowd and said, Our goal this time is to fight 4 million yuan per person to go back. Everyone is busy during the day, and I will keep watch tonight. Chu Tiannan's heart twitched secretly when he heard this. 200 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. However, anyone who sets a goal at random is such an understatement. Should I say it or not, warriors really make money. And Laina looked heroic in her combat uniform, but the tight material of the combat uniform fully outlined her fiery figure. There is an urge to bleed. You should also take a good rest. You were the one who followed us in the first half of the night. Tomorrow will be the real hunting time. And Lai Na handed Chu Tiannan a water bottle and said, Thank you, boss. Chu Tiannan smiled and nodded after taking the water bottle. Seeing Chu Tiannan's heartfelt smile, and Lai Na was taken aback, then turned and left. Everyone, except Laina, was sleeping soundly and resting. After all, what was waiting for them? It is a more dangerous hunt tomorrow. As night passed quietly, dawn gradually came, and a slender figure with a fiery figure stood on the roof. Meimo watched the faint light of dawn silently sprinkled on the earth, and a touch of yearning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Far above the sky, and Laina seemed to see a young and handsome figure holding the same long metal umbrella. The man always faces everything with a smile, he is always so impartial. Foam, we have come to the catastrophe zone again, please protect us. A trace of water mist was in those stubborn bright eyes, but Laina refused to let it flow. When the dazzling sunlight shone on his face, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the time, and immediately stood up. Did I oversleep? Looking at the time showing 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Tiannan apologized. It's okay, you got up just right. Li Dong walked over with a smile, patted Chu Tiannan's shoulder, and handed him a piece of fruit, said, Don't be nervous, new warriors are like this, just get used to it. Chu Tiannan took it and nodded with a smile, Thank you, brotherly. Everyone, get ready, a big fish is coming. At the same time, Yang Li, holding a sniper rifle, laughed and said, Ha, we are lucky this time. Show me what a big fish. Hearing this, Wu Hao, who was partnered with Yang Li, couldn't help but snatch the sniper scope, looked over, and couldn't help but exclaim immediately. Damn it, it's really a big fish, boss, come here. On the other hand, Laina stepped on the exhaust fan in front of her with one foot, holding a telescope and said calmly, I have seen it a long time ago. Chu Tiannan also held the binoculars to look at it, and his heart jumped suddenly. Ow! I saw a huge beast moving slowly, like a rhinoceros covered in armor. But it is more violent and lethal than it. The behemoth is a full floor high and has a huge body, giving people the impression that it is moving like an armored vehicle. Roar! And around the giant beast, there are many small monsters, and they seem to regard this giant beast as their king. There are many beetle-style monsters being lifted under the giant beasts, and the latter enjoys the feeling of being served by monsters without moving by themselves. It turned out to be a fierce armored rhinoceros at the level of a junior lord. Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised. When he first came to the catastrophe zone, he encountered a monster of the lord level. It seems that the power of monsters is bigger than he imagined. Using the broken beetle as a mobile tool, this big guy enjoys it. Yang Li couldn't help laughing. Wu Hao was also laughing at the side, who made him a country noble. If this is placed in that kind of coastal city, the lord-level monsters will be the younger brothers of those king-level monsters. After all, considering the newcomer Chu Tiannan, the Fire Dragon team chose some remote areas phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mountains and forests. Although the efficiency of hunting monsters has decreased a lot, Enlina decided to do so out of safety considerations. This is what Chu Tiannan found out later, and he was naturally moved in his heart. Yang Li, is there a way to kill this fierce armored rhino with one blow? Enlina asked with her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Yang Li gave a gesture of no problem, and immediately said excitedly, ordinary armor-piercing bullets are useless to it, I have to get some real ones. That's right, if you hit this site instantly, you can make a lot of money, hurry up. Wu Hao also teased with a smile. Tiannan, help me. Yang Li came to a big box and gestured. After all, he is a gunner, and his physical fitness is much worse than that of a strong warrior. Even the physical quality of the controller is stronger than that of the gunner. After all, the latter only needs to lurk a little for assassination. No need to fight at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. In response, Chu Tiannan and Yang Li pulled the iron box together. Although the box was not big, it was extremely heavy. Even Chu Tiannan was a little surprised when he took over, because if the iron box was of warrior level, it wouldn't be able to carry it at all. Hey, here are all my treasures. Yang Li opened the iron box with bright eyes, and then carefully took out a jade box. Using tweezers, I took out a blood-red bullet inside. Under the sunlight, the blood-red bullet turned out to be transparent. There seems to be liquid still moving inside. Yang Li carefully placed it in the sniper rifle, and loaded it lightly. Brother Yang, what is this? Chu Tiannan couldn't help but asked. Hey, this is one of your brother Yang's treasured weapons, Reaper Bullet. Wu Hao sighed, drinking his saliva, and said. As expected, the level of wealth is comparable to that of the boss. This death bullet is 5,000 million earth coins. 5. Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, and his heart twitched. Rich man. Okay, everyone go downstairs to lurk and get ready. And Enlina ordered with a long metal umbrella in hand. At this time, she was quite dazzling, as if she had transformed into a goddess of war. Everyone quickly went downstairs to get ready, waiting for Yang Li's gunshot as a signal. As combat members for many years, their Huolong team saw that they didn't need to communicate in advance at all. Even with a glance, they knew what to do next. This is the absolute tacit understanding and trust. Chu Tiannan was lying in ambush under a broken wall, looking at the group of monsters tens of meters away. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Relax, Yang Li will bring down that big guy in a while, and then we will take the rest. Wu Hao and Chu Tiannan laughed together. You mainly deal with the weakest general-level monsters on the periphery, and we are responsible for those below the Lord level and the peak general level. Understood. Chu Tiannan nodded upon hearing the words, already holding the Yentian sword tightly in his hand, making a secret decision in his heart. This battle must not hold everyone back. On the rooftop, Yang Li held a sniper rifle and aimed at the slow-moving monster on the ground, and smiled. It's an honor for you to be able to kill the Grim Reaper bullet. As he spoke, Yang Li slowly pulled the trigger, and a red flame burst out from the sniper rifle, which immediately turned into a beam of death. Quietly, it swept towards the body of the fierce armored rhinoceros. The red light flashed across a beautiful arc of death in midair. Roar! As a lord-level monster, the fierce armored rhinoceros naturally felt that its life was in danger. It roared wildly, shocking a group of bewildered monsters. Chi! Naturally, many low-level monsters did not dare to disobey their king, so they hurriedly surrounded them one by one, protecting the entire fierce armored rhinoceros. For a moment, the periphery of the fierce armored rhinoceros was like a war fortress, extremely strong. "Oomph, do you think that you can stop the bullets of death?" Yang Li sneered when he saw this, not in a hurry. At this time, the members of the Huolong team who were ambushing in many places below were all staring at the fierce armored rhinoceros. Seeing this, Chu Tianan was secretly startled, and couldn't help but said, "No, this fierce armored rhinoceros is obviously using his men as shields." He clenched the Yantian sword even more tightly, staring at the swift red light, looking forward to it. "Young man, calm down." On the other hand, Wu Hao seemed to be okay. He didn't even look at Meng Jiaxi, and said, "If the Grim Reaper can't even solve this, it doesn't deserve 5,000 million rounds." Hearing this, Chu Tianan nodded, but he was still a little worried. After all, the armor of the armored rhinoceros itself was extremely strong. Now that there is another layer of monster meat shield, he is worried that the death bullet will not be able to kill the armored rhinoceros with one shot. Puff! Puff! The red light from the death bullet directly penetrated the body of the outermost protected monster at the moment Chu Tianan was worried. Without any hindrance, the red light directly shot in without a sound. Roar! Seeing the red light breaking through the bodies of its subordinates without hindrance, the Mengjiaxi also realized that death was approaching, and it roared loudly. Suddenly there was a burst of blue light above the head, shaking the surrounding monsters away. At that time, at the moment when the death bullet was about to hit its eyes, the head armor suddenly appeared, taking the vital position of the fierce armored rhinoceros tightly. What? Chu Tianan was shocked when he saw this. He thought that it was impossible for a lord-level monster to rely on only a weak monster. But he didn't expect that this fierce armored rhinoceros actually had its own special skills. Puff! However, the Reaper bullet didn't give the armored rhino any face, and the red light directly and accurately rushed into its eyes. Immediately, blood splashed out, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Roar! The fierce armored rhinoceros hit by the death bullet turned over and rolled over due to severe pain, trying to squeeze the bullet out of its eyes. This fierce armored rhinoceros is so fragile? Chu Tiannan's throat touched, his heart was completely overturned. Originally, in his cognition, thermal weapons should pose less and less threat to higher-level monsters. But after this scene, he saw that the defensive power was comparable to that of a mid-level lord. In front of the Reaper bullet, that powerful defense seemed useless, without any suspense. But the death bullet got deeper and deeper because of the fierce armored rhinoceros struggle, and finally the bullet was melted by its hot skin. The red poisonous liquid inside quickly fused with the blood of the fierce armored rhinoceros. Call! Call! At the same time, the ferocious and restless fierce armored rhinoceros gradually became immobile after violent convulsions. I saw that the pupils in the eyes of the huge monster were gradually expanding, and the consciousness was gradually flying away from its body. The fierce armored rhino never thought that it could be the king of the mountain here and spend its life in style. However, it was unlucky to meet Fire Dragon. It is doomed to have a tragic ending. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the net. Seeing that the fierce armored rhino was on the verge of death, a soft shout came from the communicator. I saw a red-clothed fiery figure holding a long metal umbrella, killing 3 monsters trying to stop it neatly along the way. Directly and fiercely insert the knife into the brain of the fierce armored rhinoceros. Boom! The fierce armored rhinoceros, which was still struggling, finally couldn't support it after in Lyena's hand, and its body hung on the ground. Dead can't die anymore. Roar! Because their king died, the remaining group of monster beasts panicked, and when they saw humans, they revealed their fierce and brutal side. All cold in the past. Puff! 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 However, the 3 sniper bullets directly and neatly killed the monster closest to Enlina. Catch a big fish, catch the net. Seeing this, Wu Hao jumped up, holding a long spear and directly piercing the 2 monsters. Like wearing mutton kebabs, a monster at the peak of the general level is facing the middle level Wu zone. That is a one-sided massacre. Call out. While everyone surrounded and killed the monster, a black-clothed figure approached, raised a sword in his hand, and a dark golden light emerged. Directly devour the junior general level monster closest to Chu Tiannan. Puff. A one-hit kill will directly devour the monsters around him. Chu Tiannan's speed is very fast, and his starry sky-like eyes are extremely sharp. Chu Tiannan had to take advantage of the chaos of the battle to devour as many monsters as possible. Once the battle was over, he could not use Devour, so as not to be exposed. Wu Hao stabbed repeatedly with a long spear in his hand, threw a dead turkey aside, looked at the extremely swift black-clothed figure beside him, and said in astonishment, "I'll go, is this kid so fast?" As an old man, Wu Hao didn't dare to go deep into the group of monsters to fight in order to keep an eye on Chu Tiannan, so he could only hunt and kill on the periphery. But who is Wu Hao? He is a strong man who is one step away from the high-level Wu Zone, and his eyesight is naturally extremely vicious. He actually practiced Lei Lin's art of war? That's something I can't even afford, and it doesn't take much effort to use it? Wu Hao was surprised when he saw Chu Tiannan's flowing movement. Not even a single leaf touched his body, especially the occasional thunder flashes under his feet. Lei Lin's Warfare is a peerless cheat book worth hundreds of billions. Although it can be sold in 9 volumes, the unit price is as high as tens of billions. He, Wu Hao, has earned around tens of billions for so many years. He is also envious of Lei Lin's art of war, so can he buy it? Don't say anything about it after buying it, you have to continue to earn money to buy the complete set. Normal warriors can't afford it. And this is a bottomless pit of money. As expected of the little guy that the Taboo Hall wants to cultivate, I'm so lucky. Even if I have this kind of cheat book, it's still one thing whether I can practice successfully. TSK. Wu Hao shook his head. When he knew that Chu Tiannan knew such cheats, he stopped paying attention and rushed directly into the group of monsters. Because these monsters that don't even have a lord level are not a threat to Chu Tiannan at all. Black-clothed Chu Tiannan held the Yantian sword in his hands and slaughtered wildly. He wanted to ensure that each sword killed as many monsters as possible. At the same time, every time you kill 1 or 2 heads, you will drink the recovery potion directly to ensure the battle life. If it doesn't work, at least it can seriously injure the opponent. Because the power consumption of Yantian's sword is sometimes even more exaggerated than Heaven's Sin. Puff. Puff. When Chu Tiannan shuttled through many groups of monsters like flowing clouds and flowing water, he could accurately find out the weaknesses of the monsters, and then cooperate with the cheats to kill them. Twice. Chu Tiannan was getting faster and faster when he was fighting. The core of Lei Lin's art of war is to fight faster and faster. The highest level even reaches 9 times the speed of the basic level, which is equivalent to crossing a whole level of warrior level. Of course, Chu Tiannan can only reach up to twice his own agility now, but it's still better than that. Roar! Seeing their companions being killed, several mid-level monsters couldn't catch this flexible figure in black at all, and they were so angry that they jumped into a rage. But there is no way. Hey, don't be in a hurry, wait for me to swallow you one by one. Chu Tiannan held the Yantian sword like a phantom in the night, and his speed was extremely fast. Lightning flashed under his feet, accompanied by the dull sound of thunder. Chu Tiannan was like an invincible general at this moment. I really enjoy the coolness brought by this speed. Accompanied by the siege of several people, without the leadership of the lord-level fierce armored rhinoceros, the group of dozens of monsters suddenly lost their way. The group of monster beasts became chaotic, and their combat effectiveness was naturally greatly reduced. In addition, the Huolong team is the top existence of the Wuzone level team, and they don't pay attention to these general level beasts at all. The fighting speed is also exceptionally fast. Their harvesting abilities are so fast. Chu Tiannan quietly devoured the monsters while observing the battle between his teammates. He found that no matter who it was, they didn't have gorgeous fighting and body skills, and they could easily kill monsters just by relying on the basics of fighting. On the other hand, I had no choice but to use Lei Lin's tactics to siege and kill many beasts. Naturally, it cannot catch up with others in terms of efficiency. So that's it. At this moment Chu Tiannan finally understood why the Fire Dragon team was so powerful. Although the group of monsters this time did not pose a threat to them, the fighting power displayed by Enlina and others But it's just the foundation of the battle, their foundation is extremely solid. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Tiannan was thinking, 3 demon beasts were rushing towards him with lightning speed, and the 3 cat demon kings were targeting the dead corner of the former's back. Even Chu Tiannan did not dare to relax in the slightest in culling monsters that belonged to the general level. Be careful, kid. Wu Hao was taken aback when he saw this, and shouted loudly. Sensing the murderous aura behind him, Chu Tiannan suddenly turned his head, trying to dodge, but it's too late. Not good. Seeing the 3 cat demon kings attacking his blind spot, Chu Tiannan was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, due to the excessive consumption of the previous battle, it is no longer enough to dodge fast. I can only fight recklessly. Chu Tiannan tightened his hand on the Yantian sword, when he was still hesitating whether to use the heavenly sin. The first Elvis came to kill with lightning speed, and its sharp fangs emitted a cold light. Clang! Chu Tiannan pushed his sword horizontally with his backhand, causing the opponent's sharp teeth to bite on the hard blade, making a crunching sound. Meow! The Elvis King did not expect the hardness of the Yantian sword, and immediately shattered his 2 long fangs, which made his mouth full of blood. Howled in pain. Die! Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan didn't give the opponent any chance to react, and made a sideways mistake, causing the opponent to miss the air. The Yantian sword in his hand slashed in the opposite direction, directly drawing a long and deep wound on his abdomen. Seeing that there were monster organs falling on the ground, the first Elvis King fell to the ground in severe pain and convulsed continuously. At this time, it had no combat power, and it was a high-ranking general-level monster. But he was careless because he went with his companions, and Chu Tiannan seized such an opportunity. Give the deadliest kills. Meow! The remaining 2 didn't hesitate. After Chu Tiannan killed the first companion, they followed closely. Don't give this young man in black any chance to react. Chu Tiannan had just beheaded an Elvis King, but he didn't dare to underestimate him, but he was a middle-level martial artist after all. In terms of reaction speed, it must not be as good as other members of the Fire Dragon team. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan retreated abruptly. He didn't expect the remaining 2 Elvis Kings to be so smart. Seeing that his first partner died, the remaining 2 Elvis Kings were quite orderly. Attacked Chu Tiannan's vital points separately, making it impossible for him to completely resist. These beasts. Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and swung his sword repeatedly. 3 sword chis rushed out, but faced the sharp mouth of Elvis King. The sword energy was directly gnawed and broken by it. It's not that the combat power of Shadowless Sword is weak. But Chu Tiannan had killed 11 monsters from the beginning to now. In terms of combat power, it was not as good as before, so the damage of the Shadowless Sword released by Chu Tiannan was greatly reduced. Damn it! Chu Tiannan scolded in a low voice when he saw the remaining 2 Elvis Kings chasing after him, and they were about to get in front of him. In the face of life-threatening situation, Chu Tiannan didn't care whether to expose or not. Tianxin was already prepared. Only when the Elvis King killed nearly 1 meter, Chu Tiannan killed the opponent at the fastest speed. Perhaps at such a fast speed, other members of the Huolong team may not be able to see it. Puff! Puff! At the moment when Chu Tiannan struggled with what to do, the 2 Elvis Kings who were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand were slaughtered, but their bodies suddenly froze in midair, and 2 blood mist erupted. Finally, it hit the ground hard. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan hurriedly stopped urging Tianxin. He looked along the cold light in surprise, and saw 2 sharp blades that were hard to catch with the naked eye. In the end, he returned to Enlyena's long metal umbrella. The umbrella leaves retracted their sharp blades and merged directly, and immediately turned into a sharp spear again. This. Chu Tiannan really didn't expect that Enlyena, who was a warrior of strength, would have such a hand? Puff! After Wu Hao assassinated 2 monsters with a spear in his hand, he also walked over quickly and laughed loudly. Fortunately, the boss made a move. Don't be surprised. The myriad manifestation umbrella of the boss can change a lot. Chu Tiannan took advantage of the situation to kill the demon wolf beside him, nodded his head heavily, heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately shouted. Thank you, boss. Take care, it's best not to let me save you. And Lina only nodded lightly, and rushed into the remaining group of monsters again. Everyone worked together to surround and kill the remaining monsters, and finally there were only a few sporadic ones left. Others are too lazy to chase. After all, this first day of opening is already an objective number. Hurry up, 10 minutes per person, clean up the battlefield. And Lina commanded with the myriad manifestation umbrella, and everyone nodded. Chu Tiannan didn't dare to devour the corpses of monster beasts at this time, and started to dissect the corpses of monster beasts like everyone else. Pack valuable precious materials into special bags. Boss did that move just now. When picking out materials, Chu Tiannan recalled the moment when Lina saved him before, and immediately frowned, feeling startled. Is it, Tiannan, you performed well today? Wu Hao has finished processing, walked over with a smile, and said. Work harder next time, I believe you can do it. Thank you, Angkor. Chu Tiannan grinned, but in his heart he was not satisfied with his previous battle. By the way, Angkor, I want to ask something. Chu Tiannan suddenly thought of something, and said. Boss or weapon. Hearing this, Wu Hao instantly understood and smiled. You want to ask the boss about the myriad chance umbrella? Chu Tiannan nodded, indicating that this was the matter. It's not really a secret, so I'll tell you. Wu Hao paused, and continued, Boss, her myriad chance umbrella can be used for melee attacks, and it can also be used for long-range attacks. And the boss is not only a power warrior, she is also a control warrior, really. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan suddenly realized that the guess in his heart was correct, because the two sharp blades came out of the hands of the warriors. After all, he is also a warrior in control, so Lina's previous fighting techniques are naturally all in his eyes. It's just a myriad manifestation umbrella, which can be used for both phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat and long distance combat. It's really miraculous. So the boss is still a martial artist. Chu Tiannan was taken aback, and now he is completely convinced by him. A girl who is not only extremely talented, but also at the age of 23 is at the peak Wuzone level. It turned out to be a warrior in control. Isn't this a peerless genius who has fully grown up? Chu Tiannan knew very well in his heart that if a martial artist could double cultivate, his own level would have already surpassed the same level. The peak martial ancestry dual cultivator is fully capable of competing with the elementary martial god class and retreating unscathed. Hey, not only that, but the boss has already been able to advance to the rank of martial god. Yang Li also smiled in the communication at this time, and Chu Tiannan, who heard it, was even more shocked to a new height. His eyes widened. Valkyrie? And Lina actually has the strength to aspire to the martial god level? This news is too shocking, right? 23-year-old Valkyrie? This is placed on the global talent ranking list, and it can be ranked at the top, right? It's just to advance to the martial god level, and you have to abandon one of them. Wu Hao also shook his head slightly, his words were full of admiration and respect. The boss is very ambitious. She wants to advance to the Valkyrie level at the same time with strength and control, but the time is not yet, so she is not in a hurry to break through. At the same time, Yang Li also rushed to say in the communication, in the circle of warriors, the boss is very famous. Even if she is a warrior at the level of a warrior, she treats the boss with courtesy. Because once the boss breaks through the martial god level in dual cultivation, he will be able to directly compete with the high-ranking martial god. That's why the boss is now called a quasi-war god. Quasi-martial god. Chu Tiannan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and calmed down the shock in his heart. He originally thought that he had an enviable, even enviable opportunity. But what happened to Lina told him that any world, whether it is the world of origin or this strange earth, there is no shortage of genius. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. After all the people dealt with the battlefield, they quickly left the spot and drove off-road vehicles to the next destination. After all, this is a catastrophe area, and the number of monsters is countless. There was a big battle here, which will definitely attract more monsters to come. Therefore, the Wolong team must evacuate quickly. It will be difficult once the monsters stop besieging in the car. Chu Tiannan sat in the co-pilot silently, recalling the battle just now. The battle just now looked gorgeous, but it was very impractical. It was okay to fight for a short time. If it takes a long time, the disadvantages will gradually show up. After this large-scale net-retracting battle, Chu Tiannan also realized his weakness in battle. Some monsters could obviously kill with a single blow. But it has to cooperate with the tactics and cheats, so that although the monster is killed, the battle consumption will be much higher. It seems that my combat foundation still needs to be solid. This is Chu Tiannan's understanding of his own shortcomings after summing up. And Laina opened the tailgate of the off-road vehicle at this time, and said, "Old Yang, there is a supply station in the kilometer mountain area, let's go directly there." "Okay, boss." Yang Li turned the steering wheel, followed the directions on the map on the bracelet, and drove directly to the supply station. Chu Tiannan could see that everyone sincerely respected Laina's boss, even though Yang Li, Wu Hao and others were all in their 40s, they didn't hold any grudges at all. This is the true friendship between life and death teammates, a fighting friendship that surpasses everything. This is not available between relatives. This is a feeling that is better than that of a loved one, and it will make everyone stick together for a lifetime. Life and death. In a hidden mountainous area. An armored camouflage off-road vehicle quickly entered the mountain area and stopped on a hillside. Ding! Warrior vehicle, please come in. Electronic scanning quickly identified the off-road vehicle, and a doorprint gradually emerged in front of the smooth rock wall. Boom! The giant door recessed inwards, revealing a tunnel. The off-road vehicle drove directly into this bright tunnel, and the gate at the rear was slowly closed because of this. Everything returned to its former tranquility, which no one could have imagined, in a wild mountainous area. There is a hidden secret. Chu Tiannan looked curiously at the huge base behind the tunnel, and lamented the power of technology in his heart. It is really amazing to be able to completely hollow out a mountain and turn it into a hidden base. This is the closest warrior supply station to us, it's another home for warriors. Yang Li smiled while driving. It's the first time you come here, so you feel strange, and you will get used to it later. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. He knew that this was the supply station for warriors, and this was when warriors were hunting monsters outside. If it is far away from the base city, or if you have no idea of going back, the warrior supply station is a good place for them. There are not only entertainment equipment, but also various living equipment, as well as safe hidden resting spots. What's more, apart from important and precious supplies, all the rest of the supplies at the warrior supply station are free. Here you can rest with peace of mind, don't worry about it. Yang Li smiled and pointed at the pitch-black gun tower in the sky, and continued. In each warrior supply station, there is a missile platform that can support all warriors calling for help within 1,000 miles. Of course, the price of asking for help is extremely expensive. The car stopped, everyone got out of the car slowly. Chu Tiannan looked at the warriors coming and going in the huge supply station base. I can't help but feel a warm feeling in my heart, maybe only warriors can experience that feeling. Isn't this lady in Laina? What kind of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme has brought you to my little supply station? At that time, a fat and greasy middle-aged man ran over and laughed. Master and Laina is going to resupply here? Hearing this, the girl with a hot figure nodded lightly, and said, prepare us 3 rooms, and a car for us to overhaul, and charge the money to my account. Okay, there is no problem. The fat man smiled happily, and he called several soldiers to pull the heavy off-road vehicle away. And Laina threw the keys to everyone and said, one day off, I'll go sell the materials, and gather in my room at night. It's the boss. Everyone nods. Chu Tiannan and others directly handed over the monster beast materials they had hunted to Laina, and the latter let several staff members of the supply station carry them. Of course, this fat man like the class is indispensable in the rear. Hey, I didn't expect the head of the supply station to be honest when he saw the boss. Zhao Hua sneered after seeing it. Hearing this, Li Dong gestured and yelled strangely, no way, this supply station is only sea level, and the boss is the strongest under the Valkyrie, so his status is naturally noble. Combined with today's business, let alone this amount, the station master must have made a lot of money, so naturally he has to be polite to the boss. After everyone laughed, they went back to their respective rooms. Yang Li and Wu Hao are partners, so they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the same room, and Li Dong and Zhao Hua are also partners, so they are together. Now there is a problem. Chu Tiannan found that Enlai only needs 3 keys. And what he is holding in his hand now is from Enlaina's room. Ha boy, you are so lucky to share the same room with the boss. Yang Li gave a strange laugh, and looked at the young man in black with special intentions. Sigh. Wu Hao also patted his forehead, suddenly said, I wish you a pleasant night tonight. Afterwards, the remaining 4 members of the Fire Dragon team laughed and dispersed under Chu Tiannan's dark face. Some went directly to the house, and some went to the bar to relax. Holding the key, Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, then picked up his backpack and left slowly. I have to say that this martial artist supply station is a lot worse than a B level, even though it is a C level. But the space was scary. Chu Tiannan hesitated to come here for the first time, and it took him a long time to find a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. 1203-1204 is here. Chu Tiannan followed the room number, finally stopped in front of room 1205, opened the key directly, and was about to enter. Chu Tiannan's sensitive perception found a pair of eyes looking at him at this moment. He turned his head over, and immediately took a deep breath. He found that standing in front of the other room at this time, a tiger-like man was looking at him with a sneer, and this man Chu Tiannan knew. Isn't this Luo Ji's father, Luo Meng? At this time, Luo Meng walked slowly, clenched his fists and made a crisp sound, and sneered. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Inside the supply station, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a fierce look passed by, and the passing warriors around him consciously moved out of the way when they saw him, for fear of offending this evil spirit. It's really interesting. I didn't expect those guys in the North Martial Arts Hall to put a kid in our team. Walking side by side with the burly man was another skinny man who looked weird. His smile was weird, and he was really not flattering. But the figure that looked so skinny was actually carrying a heavy gun case. Hearing this, Luo Meng nodded slightly, talking while walking. Who knows what the captain thinks about this, but this kid named Qingyu also brings us good luck, doesn't he? Hey! When you mentioned this, my blood couldn't help but boil. The strange man laughed frighteningly. He patted the box behind him and said repeatedly, We were lucky to meet that guy this time, but I took out my treasure at the bottom of the box, just for this beast. Hearing this, Luo Menghu's eyes lit up and he grinned. The prey that can catch your ghost gun, it will be very miserable. The two left talking and laughing, and after a while, Luo Meng walked back to his room. The sea-level supply station is shabby, and the place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme is so small. Luo Meng muttered as he opened the door. Originally, their Crazy Tiger team was similar to Fire Dragon team. The former was also ordered by Bai Wugwen to train Qingyu. So they also came to the relatively remote urban areas in the catastrophe area, on the one hand hunting monsters to make money, and on the other hand taking Qingyu. 1203. 1204. Just as Luo Meng was about to open the door and enter the room, he suddenly turned his head when he heard this slightly familiar voice. His eyes were first surprised. Then it became gloomy, and finally sneered. Why is he here? Chu Tiannan, who was opening the door, also saw the other party at this time, and immediately gasped. Chu Tiannan obviously did not expect that he would meet Luo Meng, who had a feud with him, here. Hee, kid, it's really God's arrangement for me to meet you here. At this moment, Luo Meng turned and walked towards Chu Tiannan slowly. Sneering face, gloomy tiger eyes. Obviously things couldn't be better today. This is a supply station. You Luo Meng want to do something here? Chu Tiannan shouted. Hearing this, Luo Meng laughed mockingly, and said disdainfully, as long as I don't kill you, even if I maim you, I'll at most pay you some money. As he spoke, Luo Meng grabbed it hard with his big hands. His voice was low and terrifying. Boy, I'd rather spend money to destroy you, so that my son's 1-month jail time is not in vain. This old dog. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth. He knew that the other party was at the middle level of Wu Zone, and the difference between the two was too great, so his figure suddenly retreated. At the same time, he has also sent a distress message to his own people. You can't run away, brat, you are doomed to fail today. Luo Meng knew that Chu Tiannan would call for help, but at least it would take 3 minutes. With the two in this narrow corridor, 3 minutes is enough for a Wuzong to do a lot of things. Whoa! Facing Luo Meng's big eagle claw, Chu Tiannan directly pulled out the Yintian sword behind him and swung it out viciously. Clang! A crisp metallic sound wave shattered the glass of fire hydrants along the way. What? Chu Tiannan was shocked when he saw Luo Meng blocked his Yintian sword with his bare hands at this time. No, there are tricks. While the two were in a stalemate, Chu Tiannan discovered that Luo Meng's hands were equipped with metal knuckles, and the former suddenly realized. The boy's weapon is good. Luo Meng was also secretly surprised that this dark gold long sword was able to split his own weapon, which shows how sharp the Yintian sword is. The sword is not bad, just treat it like I'm collecting interest. As he said that, Luo Meng grasped Yin Tianjin and smiled, and immediately fell hard. The huge impact made Chu Tiannan hit the wall beside him. A shallow mark appeared directly on the solid wall. Cough, cough. The huge impact inertia caused Chu Tiannan's body to be overwhelmed, and he had a simple understanding of Wuzong in his heart. I can't beat him. Chu Tiannan swung his sword to force Luo Meng back. At this moment, his blood was surging, thinking how to delay the time. The gap between a martial artist and Wuzong cannot be bridged by weapons alone. In the next life, you can be a useless person with peace of mind. Seeing this, Luo Meng stomped on the ground, and his figure, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, ruthlessly darted towards Chu Tiannan, amid wild laughter. Full of cold, killing intent. Humph. Facing the absolute crisis, Chu Tiannan still maintained his composure, but at the same time, his brain began to work rapidly. When Luo Meng was about to approach him to release the sin of heaven, a fiery figure rushed over, holding a long metal umbrella under Luo Meng's amazed gaze. Violently waved over. Call. This is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme breaking sound of the myriad chance umbrella roaring past. An Lai Na. Luo Meng roared angrily when he saw the situation. He didn't expect it to be at this most critical moment. The Huolong team was able to support them in such a short period of time. And the Comer is still the strongest. Luo Meng instantly switched from offense to defense, with a pair of sturdy knuckles crossed in front of him, because it was in a narrow corridor. It's too late to dodge. Boom! There was no delay in hitting the 1,000-chance umbrella, and it hit Luo Meng, who was passively defending, and the latter flew upside down immediately. In the end, it fell hard to the ground, making a dull sound. It's so ruthless. Chu Tiannan couldn't help but move his throat slightly when he saw that An Lai Na hit Luo fiercely with one blow without any suspense. It is worthy of having the strength of a quasi-war god. Even Luo Meng, who is as fierce as a tiger, is in front of An Lai Na. It's not a single enemy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. At this moment, Luo Meng stood up with clenched gums. He felt that his arms were about to fall apart, and the tiger's eyes fell on Chu Tiannan's body, flashing fiercely. An Lai Na, you are Wuzong invincible, what's the point of bullying me? Luo Meng's eyes fell on An Lai Na's body, flashing a touch of fear, and roared angrily. If you have the ability, go to our captain. It was said that An Lai Na was holding the myriad chance umbrella, and she was like an unshakable god at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were indifferent, she pointed at the long umbrella, and her voice was extremely cold. Who gave you the courage to call me by my first name? As she said that, An Lai Na turned into an afterimage. Her speed was astonishingly fast, and she came to Luo Meng in an instant. The myriad chance umbrella stabbed long, and even the surrounding space was controlled by this stab, and the torrent was extremely cold. You! Luo Meng turned pale with shock. He didn't have the guts to confront the quasi-war god head-on. He dodged to the side in embarrassment. And where he was before, there was already a terrifying deep pit. How did you hide the second time? An Lai Na shot in the air. Her beautiful eyes were extremely cold, and she ignored the rules prohibiting fighting in the supply station. As soon as he set off, he blasted away with swift momentum. No. Luo Meng could clearly feel An Lai Na's serious murderous intent. he was completely panicked at this moment. His body had retreated to the point where he could no longer retreat. A quasi-war god wants to kill him, it couldn't be easier. At this moment, Luo Meng felt extremely regretful. He never thought that Enlina would care so much about Chu Tiannan, and not only did she not vent her previous grievances. Instead, he provoked such a great god, and it was obvious that the other party did not intend to let him go. It's really a loss of soldiers and loss of wife. Die. The sharp tip of the thousand chance umbrella pierced the air, and the explosive cyclone shredded all the picture frames on the wall. And Enlina didn't show any mercy. The long umbrella seemed to pierce Luo Meng's body. Clang! At this critical moment, the sound of metal collisions came, and the explosive cyclone and the biting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and waves were entangled at the same time. Eventually annihilated each other. Putting away the gun, Enlina knew who it was without looking, and immediately turned and left. Enlina, a white-clothed man who arrived in time, shouted, and at the same time retracted the weapon that saved Luo Meng, smiling. What kind of anger is this? Why did you kill my team members for no reason? Although the man in white was laughing, the laughter was quite calm. Hearing this, Enlina didn't pay any attention to the other party, walked directly to Chu Tiannan's side, and asked, "Are you hurt?" Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, and was about to speak when he was pulled away by Enlina, whose voice was extremely flat. It was Robert who saved him today. If Luo Meng has a chance, I will kill him for you. After speaking, Enlina paused, turned around and glanced at the burly man who was full of gloomy livid faces, and sneered. This is what I, Enlina, said. There is absolutely no lie. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Luo Meng, whose expression suddenly became ugly, and dragged Chu Tiannan into the room. Captain, we can't just let them go like this. Hearing the death threat, Luo Meng shuddered and said urgently. Shut up, did you cause too little trouble? Robert scolded, and Luo Meng didn't dare to say anything. If it is said that in the Wild Tiger team, Luo Meng is afraid of this captain who is younger than him. Also a genius fighter like a quasi-war god, Robert. It's just that he's different from Enlina, the former is just taking the path of strength warrior. We're leaving today, you've been missed, don't cause trouble until I break through. Robert looked calm, took a deep look at the room where Enlina was, and said in a deep voice. Back in the room, Chu Tiannan didn't say a word. Looking at the fiery girl who was silent at the side, he was immediately moved. Boss, thank you. No need to thank me. Hearing this, Enlina shook her head slightly, and said calmly, he has already posed a threat to you, and I will eradicate this threat. Fix all the poison sacs that are not good for my fire dragon team. After hearing this, Chu Tiannan was moved. He finally understood why all the members of the fire dragon team treated this girl who looked quite young. What admiration and respect. Boss, don't worry, I won't pay attention to a mere Luo Meng. Chu Tiannan said earnestly while being moved. Hearing this, Enlina turned her head and smiled for the first time. That valiant and heroic figure is really a different kind of beauty. When will you advance to Wuzone? I won't care about your affairs. Before that, stay with me honestly. Hearing the meaning of Enlina's words, Chu Tiannan could feel the concern of the other party. But it feels like something is wrong. The more Chu Tiannan heard it, the more he seemed to be a big sister protecting his younger brother. Boss. Chu Tiannan touched his nose and couldn't help but say. Actually, I'm not as fragile as I look. Boom. Boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth, and the emotional interruption was really timely. Boss, I heard you were going to kill Luo Meng just now? The door opened, and Yang Liren's voice came through before he came in. At this time, all the other members of the Huolong team had arrived, and the room suddenly became lively. You are here. Enlina didn't answer. She went back to the room, pulled out a chair, and said, Sit down, don't stand still. Yang Li, Wu Hao and the others looked at each other without saying much, and Chu Tiannan felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, being held by Enlina's side. No matter how much you move, Master Enlina, did you have anything to do just now? At the same time, the head of the supply station rushed over, and he was relieved to see that Enlina was fine. I'm fine. The station master is sorry to cause you trouble. No one was killed. The compensation for the damage will be charged to my account. And Laina shook her head and said, but the station master nodded and left the room. It's good that the adults are fine, and the younger ones will step back first. After closing the door, the station master looked at the promenade twitchingly. It was damaged beyond repair, and it would take some time to repair it. Oh, that wild tiger team is not easy to mess with, I have to go to them. The station master smiled helplessly, even though he had complaints. You have to endure it too. This is in front of absolute strength, everything is floating clouds. And no matter what he said, he was also the station master of the warrior supply station, but he couldn't afford to mess with anyone. This time we just came to the catastrophe zone, so we made a fortune first. Let's share the money for killing those miscellaneous fish. In the room, Enlina shared the money with everyone. Yang Li occupied the commanding heights, killed 17 general-level miscellaneous fish, and got 7,000 million Earth coins. As she spoke, Enlina directly transferred the money to Yang Li, who nodded with a smile after receiving the money. Thank you, boss. Chu Tiannan listened honestly, feeling emotional in his heart. Just killing more than a dozen general-level monsters can get more money than one death bullet. These monsters are indeed a mobile treasure house. While Chu Tiannan was feeling emotional, a strange look appeared on his face. What the hell? Wu Hao, 6,350 million. Zhao Hua, 7,088 million. Li Dong, you killed a little less this time, only 5,071 million. Soon, Enlina divided the money around, and finally it was Chu Tiannan's turn. Of course, the latter was not in a hurry. And yours, this time. Enlina looked at Chu Tiannan with strange eyes, and even her voice became cold. You killed 8 miscellaneous fish in the first round of encirclement and suppression. It's still a pass, keep working hard. Enlina transferred the money to Chu Tiannan, said. Here is 4,000 million, I subsidized you 1,000 million. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the back, he couldn't help but say, Boss, you can take it as long as you want, whatever the boss says. Yang Li winked frantically at the side, forcing Chu Tiannan to pout his mouth. Thank you, boss. In fact, Chu Tiannan killed more than 8 monsters, plus the 11 he devoured before, there were already 19. When the devouring system devoured these monsters, more than 5,300 million Earth coins had entered his account. If we talk about the hunting before, besides Yang Li, Chu Tiannan got the most. But he couldn't say it, and he couldn't say it. Hearing this, Enlina nodded slightly, and then said with a rare smile. Next, it's time to share the big fish. Hey! Yang Li couldn't help laughing when she heard that it was a big fish. Look at how promising you are. Wu Hao cast a blank look at the other party. It was also the first time for Chu Tiannan to participate in the hunting of Lord-level monsters, so he was naturally full of anticipation. It is estimated that this fierce armored rhinoceros will be sold for hundreds of millions. And Laina glanced at the crowd, didn't say much, and directly turned on the projection of the wristband, revealing the property account of the Fire Dragon team. 115,000,000. Damn, 11 billion? Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Originally, he thought that the price he estimated was high enough, but when Enlina announced the figure, it still shocked Chu Tiannan's little heart. No wonder it is said that warriors are very rich. Chu Tiannan smiled wryly in his heart. This is only a lord-level monster. If it is a king-level monster, wouldn't it be billions? At first glance, Chu Tiannan suddenly didn't realize how expensive Lei Lin's Art of War was. Damn it, why did you sell so much this time? Wu Hao almost choked on the tea he drank. And Zhao Hua, Li Dong, and the others didn't expect it for a while, and the latter's eyes widened even more, and he couldn't help asking. Boss, although a mere rhinoceros can be regarded as a big fish, it's not like we haven't hunted it before. Why are there so many this time? Yeah, I'm also a little confused. Yang Li was also confused. As Wuzone level powerhouses, they naturally understand the price of lord-level monsters, although a fierce armored rhinoceros is precious. But it's not enough to sell for such a sky-high price. It's not bad to have about million. If I said. At this time, Anlina didn't keep her secret, looked at everyone, and said calmly, "This fierce armored rhino has just broken through to the middle lord level, you understand?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, and the corner of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched. This poor elementary lord-level fierce armored rhinoceros, before dying, broke through. That value is naturally doubled. Is it a fierce armored rhinoceros, or is it said that the fire dragon team is lucky? This is simply a surprise. Damn, developed, haha. Yang Li almost burst the water glass in his hand because of too much force. While Wu Hao, Li Dong, and others were silent, the former suddenly shouted viciously, "Slay the local tyrant." Yes. A big deal of 11 billion, if you don't kill him, who will you kill? Everyone else gritted their teeth. At this moment, everyone can't wait to become a gunner. This is too much money, a death bullet, the return has doubled by more than 20 times, even Chu Tiannan is envious. Hey! The three of Wu Hao did what they said, and immediately smiled kindly, while Yang Li covered his front with his hands. You, my gunner, have dignity. Have a fart dignity, brothers, come on. Everyone immediately became one, and the atmosphere of laughing and joking was quite harmonious and warm. Even Anlina didn't stop at this time. Big brothers, I'll take it, can I take it? At this moment, Yang Li was restrained by the crowd and couldn't move. He begged for mercy repeatedly. One person, million, including Tiannan, is it possible? Cheng, you gangsters, I'm at a loss. Although Yang Li looked very distressed. In fact, I didn't feel distressed at all, but very happy. This may be the so-called brotherhood. Seeing this, everyone was willing to let the other party go. Wu Hao said, "Don't go back on your word, including Tiannan's, even if there is one less person." Me? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback, and was about to refuse. "I don't need it, I haven't done anything as a newcomer, and I always cause trouble. Just hold it if you want, call us brother, we've got you covered since you joined the team." Zhao Hua was careless, including Yang Li. Everyone else nodded, but Anlina didn't speak. "Thank you, brothers." Chu Tiannan was so moved that he almost cried, which made everyone burst into laughter. Chu Tiannan's call was quite sincere. Although he has 2 souls, it is reasonable to say that he is an old goblin who has lived for an unknown number of years. But for some reason, after joining the Fire Dragon team, these old people not only did not reject him. On the contrary, each of them was like a big brother, protecting his younger brother, which made Chu Tiannan cherish this feeling very much. Cough, cough. At this moment, a light cough made the lively atmosphere quiet down. Everyone looked at Anlina, waiting for the next instruction. "Why are you all staring at me?" Anlina Dai frowned slightly, watching everyone staring at her, and immediately hummed. "The money will be transferred to your personal account later, so you can do whatever you want. Dismiss." After Anlina drove everyone out, the whole room became quite quiet. Men are noisy. Anlina shook her head slightly when she saw the crowd leave in a row. Immediately, under someone's gaze, he began to unbutton his combat uniform. In the combat uniform, Anlina showed loose sportswear, although it covered up her hot figure a bit. But for some reason, it is full of restless attraction, making people unable to bear to look away. And in the room, she was not the only one left. Chu Tiannan was sitting on the bed in an orderly manner. Overwhelmed. What? Seeing the embarrassed young man in black, Anlina glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "Boss is joking, I'm fine." As he spoke, he felt the vibration of his bracelet and found out that it was Luo Er's call. Boss Chu Tiannan looked at Anlina when he saw this, and the latter nodded. "You take yours." Chu Tiannan got through the communication and said, "Hello? How does it feel to enter the catastrophe zone on the first day?" A soft voice came from the phone, but it sounded like he had just woken up. "Very good, good luck, I met a big fish on the first day." For some reason, when Chu Tiannan was chatting with Luo Er, he was always able to calm down all his emotions and return to peace. Chu Tiannan narrated all the things he had done in the past 2 days, not even the crocodile incident, and Luo Er listened very seriously without any interruption. Like two couples in a long-distance relationship, they seemed to have endless things to say. Humph and Laina didn't look like a couple, but they were so engaged in chatting in the newsletter, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Yes. In the next second, and Laina's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Immediately, he walked over slowly, and sat beside Chu Tiannan under Chu Tiannan's dazed gaze. Being approached by a beautiful woman with a hot figure, Chu Tiannan's eyes widened immediately, and he faltered a bit when he spoke. Especially when in Laina's predecessor came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, Chu Tiannan was even more at a loss. Not moving, not moving. Chu Tiannan freed up one hand to pick up the water glass on the table to relieve his dry mouth. What's wrong with you? Luo Er asked suspiciously when he heard something wrong on the other side of the phone. Are you tired of hunting monsters intensively? That's right. Xiao Nan Nan is amazing. Before Chu Tiannan could reply, and Laina seemed to be a different person. The voice is crisp and numb. Puff. Chu Tiannan directly sprayed the water out, staring at Laina with his eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, you. Who are you? There was silence on the phone for a few seconds, and Luo Er's voice was obviously wrong. Luo Er, listen to me. Chu Tiannan became anxious immediately, and he didn't care about his choked throat. At this moment, Laina leaned closer to her head, smiled at Chu Tiannan's bracelet and said, What are you talking about? Xiao Nan Nan killed more than 10 monsters today. It's terrible. Especially for the last word, and Laina deliberately changed her tone, and finally she couldn't help laughing silently beside her. At this time, there is still no appearance of the high cold goddess before. At this time, he was afraid that the air would freeze suddenly, and Chu Tiannan broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to cry but had no tears, so he raised his wrist tremblingly. Luo Er, it seems that you are quite busy, so I won't bother you, come back and talk to me. Luo Er's voice was extremely flat, and he hung up the phone after speaking. Beep beep. At this moment, Chu Tiannan felt a thunderbolt from the blue sky hit his head fiercely. My brain hurts. It's over, she misunderstood. Chu Tiannan put down his hand, his eyes were a little dull, and he murmured. There must be a misunderstanding, it's over now. As he said that, Chu Tiannan's eyes froze for a moment, then he suddenly turned his head to look at Laina, gnashing his teeth. Boss, how can you play like this? Seeing Chu Tiannan roar, and Laina felt very happy for some reason, she hadn't been this cheerful for a long time. I was just joking, why are you two a couple? And Laina's laughter faded, and she asked with interest. Don't worry about it. After Chu Tiannan yelled, he sat on the bed and carried his back, hugged his hands together, and said nothing more. Obviously very angry. In the silent room. The atmosphere was extraordinarily dignified. Chu Tiannan was sitting with his back to Laina, unable to say a word in anger. He can't beat her, even though she is a quasi-war god. You let Chu Tiannan scold her? And Laina saw that Chu Tiannan was acting like an angry child, and couldn't help laughing. At this time, she was a different person, completely different from her usual indifferent and cold attitude. Not to mention that in Laina smiles, she is really beautiful. Angry? The fiery girl approached the young man in black and asked softly. All he got was Chu Tiannan's silent silence. Okay, go take a shower, you'll be fine when you come back. And Laina pulled the opponent's shoulder, but the young man in black remained unmoved. Seems to be really angry. I'm not short-tempered, so I'll go take a shower first. And Laina rubbed the young man's head, then hummed a song and entered the bathroom. After locking the bathroom door, and Laina's tender body leaned against the door, her fiery body undulating slightly. It could be seen that she was a little nervous at this moment. It seems. It's too similar. Recalling Chu Tiannan's angry appearance before, and Laina's beautiful eyes shone with divine light. Even the voice became a little green. At this moment, and Laina's eyes were filled with mist, recalling the past. What are you doing? At that time, it was also a young man who yelled angrily, but he was dressed in white. What? Brothers can't make jokes anymore? Anlaina raised the other's chin teasingly at that time, and said. You. The young man in white blushed immediately after being hooked like this, and didn't know what to say. What? You just broke up with your girlfriend. They don't love you, and they don't deserve your affection. And Laina smiled sweetly, her smile was unparalleled. I'll make you angry with her, and you still don't thank me? Don't worry about it. Hearing this, the young man in white held back for a long time, and finally sat on the edge of the bed with his arms folded, obviously very angry. Puff! Seeing that he looked like an angry child, and Laina couldn't help laughing, and immediately walked behind the young man in white. Gently embracing the figure whose face was blushing to the ears, said softly. Don't be angry, how about paying me to you? Hearing this, the body of the white-clothed figure trembled, but he still didn't speak. Seeing this, and Laina blew a breath of incense into the other's ear. You and I fight side by side, never leave, never give up, life and death depend on each other. At that moment, the agreement between the girl and the youth was simple and enviable. Recalling the past, and Laina was still leaning against the door at this time, but for some reason, she laughed out loud. Crystal tears flowed down unconsciously, and Laina ignored them and let them fall. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme. An hour later, when Laina walked out of the bathroom in her sportswear, she saw the young man sitting on the edge of the bed motionless, her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Aren't you still angry? And Laina was a little speechless, although she spent a short time with Chu Tiannan. But she could see that the other party should not be the kind of narrow-minded person. Seeing this, the fiery girl tiptoed over, and when she quietly came behind the young man in black, she suddenly came to her senses. Cover your mouth and snicker. Emotional Chu Tiannan was playing with his bracelet at this time, and the content of the message was naturally being edited in the bracelet. And the content of the message was basically an apology and an explanation, and Laina couldn't help laughing when she saw it. When did you come? Chu Tiannan was taken aback by the other party, and was about to put away his bracelet, but was a step too late. Because Laina made a direct move and snatched up the bracelet with lightning speed. I'm sorry, Luor. And Laina picked up the bracelet in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the content, and couldn't help but click her lips. Give it back to me. Chu Tiannan was furious, he wanted to snatch it away, but Laina held it aside and teased him. Tell me the truth, do you like this Luoer? It has nothing to do with you. Chu Tiannan wanted to snatch it, but Laina put the bracelet in her clothes, making the former unable to do anything. He was so angry that he hopped his feet. Chu Tiannan felt that he had never been so powerless before. Seeing that the snatching was fruitless, he simply gave up. Go take a shower. At that time, Laina said, her voice was extremely soft. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked at the other party vigilantly with both eyes, stretched out his hand and said, Give me the bracelet, and I'll go. Go and wash first, and I'll give it to you after washing. Seeing Laina's tone without any discussion, Chu Tiannan agreed. I'm a good man and don't fight with women. Thinking of this, Chu Tiannan walked into the bathing pool angrily. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. Seeing this, Laina's original sly eyes flashed a different color, and she looked at the bracelet. Long time silent. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. When Chu Tiannan walked out of the bathroom, he naturally found that the girl with a fiery figure was already lying on the bed. He was a little overwhelmed by the enchanting posture and the blood-spitting curves. What are you waiting for? Laina naturally found the young man standing there, and asked. Not yet? Go up? Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, and he immediately sat on the edge of the bed without saying a word. After all, he is a normal man, and Chu Tiannan is quite determined in this situation. If it were any other man, he probably couldn't help but pounce on him long ago, right? What? Afraid I'll eat you? And Laina looked calmly, looked at the young people who were not on the left and right, and said winkingly. How about I ask you to come up to sleep? Master Chu. Chu Tiannan's whole body was numb when he was called young Master Chu, and he didn't understand why she was a goddess who was usually extremely cold. How could he show such a posture at this time? What stimulated her? Chu Tiannan's brain was running fast, and he didn't even think of a reason. But he knew that if something went wrong, there must be a demon. Seeing that the other party was sitting on the edge of the bed and couldn't come over, and Lina laughed secretly in her heart, it seemed that her guess was right, and she teased immediately. "You don't want the bracelet anymore?" "Want." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan hurriedly turned around. At this time, in order to resist the unknown fire in his body, his mind was actually full of Luo Er's figure. It's just that what he recalled was actually the various battle scenes with Luo Er. Resisting with battle memories is really ruthless. Stop making trouble, we have to hurry tomorrow, get some rest. At this moment, and Lina seemed to have had enough trouble, she threw the bracelet over, and her pretty face immediately returned to her indifference. Even the voice became indifferent, and the young man in black who listened was relieved. "It's the boss." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan gritted his gums, immediately ignored him, and lay down on the other side of the bed. Seeing that she was about to fall, Lina smiled secretly in her heart, but her face was still extremely indifferent. "Sleep, be honest, if you are not honest, I will kill you." After finishing speaking, Lina closed her eyes directly regardless of the person whose expression suddenly changed. "They're all bosses." Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, put the bracelet on his hand, wanted to send a message, but stopped again. "It's getting late, maybe she's already gone to bed." "Forget it, I'll explain it when I get back. If not, I will pull the boss over." Although after such a commotion, Chu Tiannan was angry and helpless, but towards Lina, he really couldn't bring up any resentment. In fact, what Chu Tiannan didn't know was that Lina hadn't been as happy as she was tonight for a long time. "Forget it, we still have to enter the catastrophe zone tomorrow, so let's hunt and kill monsters with peace of mind." Thinking this way in his heart, Chu Tiannan gradually fell asleep. In his sleep, Chu Tiannan felt as if he was dreaming. He dreamed that his throat was locked by a mysterious arm. "Ha!" Waking up suddenly, Chu Tiannan couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief when he saw that it was still a familiar room. Wrong. In the next second, after Chu Tiannan was fully awake, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that someone locked his throat in his dream. It was Lina who was hugging the young man tightly from behind at this time, without the slightest consciousness. But this is difficult for Chu Tiannan himself. "Boss, can we sleep well?" Chu Tiannan wanted to cry but felt the warmth from his back. It's a bit over the top. After all, he is also a normal man, isn't this suffering? At this moment, Chu Tiannan would rather fight with a peak general level monster than accept this inexplicable beauty. Form is emptiness. Empty is form. Seeing that the other party didn't wake up, Chu Tiannan quickly recited Buddhist scriptures in his heart. But it doesn't work. Lina, who had been sleeping soundly, didn't seem to be aware of this scene. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she had dreamed of something. "Give up." Chu Tiannan originally wanted to move away gently, but he didn't expect the other party to come directly to move the scissor legs. Chu Tiannan was pinched to death. And Lina didn't know what she was doing at all. She was sleeping soundly, and at this moment she shed a drop of crystal clear tears. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme calling softly, with sadness and stubbornness. After hearing the words, Chu Tiannan finally understood, and smiled wryly. Lovers regard themselves as the lover of their dreams. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme wait for me. At this time, Lina's voice was trembling, which made people feel extremely distressed. Even Chu Tiannan was silent. "Phone, don't go, I will listen to you." As she spoke, Lina couldn't help tightening her arms again, for fear that the person in her arms would run away. Bug, seeing this, Chu Tiannan sighed inwardly, and said softly, "I didn't leave, I was always there. Not to mention, this trick really worked." As expected, Lina stopped speaking and stopped moving. It's just that he still didn't intend to let Chu Tiannan go. "It's still early, you'll be fine if you fall asleep." Chu Tiannan gradually became sleepy, and couldn't care about anything else. Slowly fell asleep. Hum. I don't know how long it took. when the vibration of the bracelet sounded, it was almost at the same time. Chu Tianan and Enlina opened their eyes. What time is it? The latter still had some sleepy eyes, obviously not fully awake yet. Chu Tianan raised his hand subconsciously to look at the bracelet, and said, "It's 8 o'clock in the morning." Okay, after Enlina responded subconsciously, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She stared at the young man in her arms who was still rubbing his eyes. Killing intent is awe-inspiring. Sensing the sharp gaze, Chu Tianan woke up instantly. Only then did he realize that his hands were also encircling the other party. While cursing himself for sleeping to death, he said carefully, If I say that you hugged me first, would you believe me?" Snort! However, what he got was a blow and kick from Enlina. Boom! In the room, there was a dull sound, but the sound insulation effect was so good that even the passers-by didn't notice it. Enlina returned to her coldness and apathy. She didn't use a lot of strength this time, otherwise the walls of this room would be smashed. 10 minutes, then go downstairs. Enlina put on her combat uniform, and immediately left this sentence lightly. He walked out of the room directly, ignoring someone. I knew it was this look. Chu Tianan was leaning against the wall sadly at this time, wanting to cry without tears. In the lobby on the first floor, Enlina walked in front with a cold face, followed by a dark-faced young man. Seeing that Tianan is in good spirits, I know that he has had a good rest. Yang Li saw the young man walking away, and the former said with a smile that was not a smile. Wu Hao also took a sip of tea, and said seriously, "Well, look at this pace, calm and powerful. Morning, brothers."